Hello, my dear students. I am over here with the marathon series, the much awaited marathon series applicable for your May 24 exam. So, if you are a student writing your exam in the May 24 attempt, this revisionary series or basically the marathon series is for you. In this marathon series, we'll be going ahead and completely going ahead and revising IDT, your CA final indirect tax portion. Along with that, we'll be going ahead and also covering the amendments applicable for your May 24 exam. ठीक है sir, done. Now, sir, how is the revision going to happen? We are going to revise using Chartbook version 10. Along with Chartbook version 10, I want you guys to download the amendments applicable for the May 24 exam from rameshsoni.com under free resources CA final May 24 exam. CA final May 24 का folder में you will see statutory updates applicable for your May 24 exam. That statutory update material also you should download and keep along with version 10. When we are revising, you will need both the material. One is version 10 book, along with that the amendment applicable for your May 24 exam. Sir, I have a prior version of the chart book, version 9. Baba, you can use that also, but keep a pen along with you. Wherever I say any changes, make a note in the chart book only. Now, many students are telling, sir, will there be a new chart book for May 24? No, Baba, no. Chart book version 10 was a common chart book for November 23 as well as May 24. However, when we release version 10, the amendments which were applicable for May 24 were not released by the government only till then. Means what are the changes that will come? That had not come because amendments applicable for May 24 are till 31st of October, and we had released chartbook version 10 in May, April and May. So that time the amendments applicable for your May 24 had not even been released by the government. Now we have to study those amendments which are till 31st of October, and hence I want you to use chartbook version 10. Along with that, you have to go ahead and use the amendment material applicable for May 24, which is available in rameshsoni.com under free resources. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, when we go ahead and start the revision, this marathon series will have approximately 3 parts. First 2 parts will be GST along with the amendment, and the last part will be customs along with the amendment, customs and FTP. Now, when you go ahead and start your preparation for the May 24 exam, listen, this first chart which is there, no, GST introduction, overview and administration, this chapter number 1 has now been deleted by the ICI for the May 24 exam. But you know what? This chapter is not as chapter number 1, but this chapter has been included after the supply ka chapter as an annexure in your new material issued by the ICI. So the new material which has been issued by the ICI after supply ka chapter, they have included the complete chapter number 1. But they have deleted some part. This part, benefit wala part and constitutional provision wala part. Means you don't have to do these deficiencies, benefits and constitutional provision wala part. Barring these 3, the complete chapter at least must be revised by you. And hence, after this quick introduction, you will see chapter number 1 ka revision I am doing. In that revision, you can ignore this deficiency, benefit and constitutional provision if you want. But from exam point of view, I think they are not going to ask any question on chapter number 1, but at least you should quickly revise this chapter and go. You don't know where and which place you might need a small point out of this chapter number 1. Done. I hope this point is clear. So let's go ahead and now start with the marathon series, chartbook version 10 along with the amendment material set. And let's go ahead and now start with chapter number 1. Quickly revise chapter number 1 and then we'll move to chapter number 2. So first we'll be going ahead and covering every chapter. So for an example, chapter number 2. After chapter number 2, we'll see the amendment to chapter number 2, then chapter number 3, and then the amendment relating to chapter number 3. So every time you'll see after every chapter, I'll be covering the amendment and then moving to the next chapter. Let's go ahead and get it started with chapter number 1 now. Alright, students, let's go ahead and revise the first chart which is there in our revision. The first chart is GST introduction, overview and administration. Everyone over here. The first thing which comes in GST introduction, overview and administration. The first thing is article number 366 clause 12A, which goes ahead and says GST means any tax on supply of goods, services or both except alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Sir, the next one over here is, what do you mean by tax? Tax means what, everyone? Tax means a compulsory payment which you do under an and it is done to whom? It is done to the government, so that government can provide you various public services like healthcare, education, infrastructure, etc. The next one over here is, what is the difference between people? Are you guys able to recall in your brain? You have to go ahead and keep revising and also keep recalling. Yes, everyone. Now, direct tax, indirect tax. What is direct tax, everyone? Direct tax, I went ahead and told you it is imposed on taxpayer and he only bears the burden. Indirect tax is imposed on goods and service, and who bears the burden? The ultimate consumer who consumes the goods or service bears the burden. Direct tax is income tax, indirect tax is GST and custom. The next one over here is direct tax is progressive. You progress, tax also progresses. Indirect tax is regressive. It is same for all income level. Then we went ahead and understood about the deficiencies in the existing tax system. What was the problems in the existing tax system because of which GST came in? Number one, cascading effect, tax on tax. Number two, everyone. Number two, no SANVAT credit was given to trader or dealer after the manufacturing stage. Right. Number three, everyone, double taxation was happening because there was no integration between VAT and service tax. And number four, there were a lot of taxes which were there like luxury tax, entertainment tax, etc., which were not being subsumed. The next one over here is various features of GST. Sir, what are the various features of GST? GST is a tax. GST is a tax on supply. GST is a consumption tax. GST is a destination based tax. The tax will ultimately go where? Where the goods are finally destined or where the goods are finally consumed. And the last one over here is GST is a value added tax. VAT system has been adopted in GST. You buy anything, you will get the credit. If you are a supplier, basically, you will go ahead and get the credit. When you sell, you will go ahead and charge GST. You will set it off and you will pay the balance to the government. The next one over here is, what are the benefits of GST? Sir, creation of unified national market. One nation, one market, one tax has been created. One nation, one market, one tax. It means you buy from anywhere, you will be able to take the credit. The next one is boost to make in India initiative. Because you get the credit, now cost of the items will come down. When the cost of raw material, etc., comes down, Indian made products will become cheaper, and because of that, make in India initiative will be boosted. The next is, when make in India is cheaper, people will invest in the country and investments in the country will go up. Because investment in the country is coming, new industries are coming, employment also will go up. Sir, because of coming of GST, what is the other benefit? Ill effects of cascading are gone. No more tax on tax is happening. Ease of doing business has happened, and automated processes have come. Now in GST, you can take registration, payment, refund, etc. All के लिए automated processes are there. More use of what is done? Information technology. Sir, compliance burden has come down. Now I am registered only under GST, so only GST ka compliances will be done by me. Earlier, when you used to be registered under multiple taxes ka multiple compliances were there under Act, but now under GST, only one compliance, which is under GST ka compliance. The next one over here is benefit to small traders and entrepreneurs. Small traders who are there, because the threshold limit is 40 lakh for supplier of goods. Services ke liye 20 lakh is there, 10 lakh. We'll talk about that later. But because limit has been increased, now limit for supplier of goods is 40 lakh. So people who are going ahead and small entrepreneurs or traders who are there are being benefited. The next one over here is multiple taxes, double taxation is gone. Now, one important point which I want you guys to remember is central taxes subsumed, state taxes which are gone, state taxes which are not gone. So central taxes which are swaha, which are being Swaha means subsumed are central excise duty, service tax, sir, countervailing duty, special countervailing duties, etc., which are charged under customs, and central sales tax and surcharges and cess like Krishi Kalyan cess, Swachh Bharat cess, service tax gone. All these cesses also are gone. The next one over here is, what are the state taxes which are gone because of coming of GST? Number one is state surcharge and cess. Entertainment tax is also gone, which were levied on movies, etc. But other than entertainment tax, which is charged by local bodies like panchayat and municipality. The next one, taxes on lottery, betting, gambling, gone baba. Then entry tax, purchase tax, VAT, sales tax, and luxury tax are also gone because of coming of GST. The next one over here is, what are the taxes? People, you have to talk with me. What are the taxes which are not gone because of coming of GST? Sir, the taxes which are not gone are basic custom duty, import duty, export duty are still continuing. Entertainment tax, which is charged by local body, panchayat, municipality, etc., is still continuing. Property tax, stamp duty still continues. Electricity duty still continues. SED, state excise duty on alcoholic liquor for human consumption, and central excise duty on HP man. What is HP man, everyone? High speed diesel. petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, and natural gas. These 5 items pay. Central excise duty is still being levied. Are we all clear? The next one over here is dual model. India has adopted which model, everyone? Dual model of GST. And you know what? This dual model is basically the Canadian model which has been adopted by India. Are we clear, everyone? India has adopted Canadian model of GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? Actually, it's a dual model. Dual model means India has adopted dual model of GST, which is imposed what? Concurrently by the center and the state. Baba, whenever one transaction will happen, central government will also charge GST, state government also will charge GST. The GST which will be charged by the center is known as CGST, and the GST which will be levied by the state or union territory is known as what, everyone? SGST or UTGST. Now the next thing which we entered and learned was on the right side, which was intrastate or interstate. Always remember one thing, trade or commerce can be of two types. What are the two types of trade and commerce, everyone? One is intra and one is inter. What is intrastate trade, everyone? Whenever transaction is happening within the same state, within the same union territory, we go ahead and call it what? Intrastate. In intrastate, we charge CGST, SGST, and CGST, UTGST. Interstate means whenever transaction is happening between two different states, two different UT, one state, one UT, and two different country. We always call it what? Interstate, and we go ahead and charge IGST. Remember one thing, India has been divided into 28 states and 8 union territories. Out of the 8 union territories, there are 3 union territories with legislature. What are the 3 union territories, everyone? Delhi, Puducherry, which is Pondi, and Jammu and Kashmir. And hence, this how many states we have from GST point of view? 31 state. Union territory with legislature are termed as state in GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? And hence, in the state, whenever transaction is happening, we'll charge CGST and SGST within the state, right, everyone? Now, how many remaining union territories are there? Andaman and Nicobar Island, Lakshadweep, Dadra and Nagar Haveli, and Daman and Diu. This is one only, everyone. And the last one is Ladakh and Chandigarh. Ladakh is one and Chandigarh is one. These 5 union territories which are there, whenever transaction happens within the union territory, always remember we'll charge CGST plus UTGST. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, on the right hand side, if you go ahead and understand, I've gone ahead and told about, you should remember this, 1 mark can be asked. What is it, everyone? I've gone ahead and told about the various goods and service. Now, on the various goods and service, supposingly alcoholic liquor for human consumption, what will be charged, everyone? State excise duty, and whenever it is sold within the state, VAT, outside the state, CST. Sir, whenever HP man, what is HP man, everyone? Everyone with me? High speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, and natural gas. On these 5 petroleum products, what will be charged? Central excise duty on manufacturing, and when we sell within the state, VAT, outside the state, CST. The next one is tobacco and tobacco product. Always remember, central excise duty will be charged, and whenever it is sold, GST will be charged. Opium, narcotic, Indian hemp, etc., drug substances which are being manufactured, always remember, state excise duty will be charged. Whenever it is sold, GST. Any other goods and service, GST, GST, and only GST. The next thing which we wanted and learned about was the constitutional provision, everyone. Learning about the constitutional provision is important because when GST came in, the constitution was being amended by the 101 Constitutional Amendment Act. So we are going ahead and understanding now constitutional provision. The first article which is there is article number 265. No tax shall be levied also or collected unless without the authority of law. Then, sir, who has the authority? Parliament has. When it makes law, Parliament can make law for the whole of India or the territory of India. State legislature can make law only for the state or the part of the state. Are we clear, everyone? Now, so that common topic where they don't make a law and dispute among themselves, government went ahead and divided the power to make law between Parliament, state legislature, and both the government together. Yes, everyone? Basically, here article number 246 का 7th schedule में government went ahead and told union list, state list, and concurrent list. Union list में whatever entries are told, who can make the law? Basically, central government will go ahead and propose the law and get it passed through the Parliament. So Parliament makes the law. The second one over here is state legislature. Union list number 2 में whatever is told, state legislature makes the law, and last is concurrent list. Central government and state government together makes the law. Right, everyone? But one article was there, which was article number 254, which went ahead and told what? Law made by Parliament will always be supreme. Now, states went ahead and told when GST is coming in, both of us should have equal powers to make the law, and hence to give equal power to both of them so that they can concurrently collect GST, together collect GST on a transaction. Article number 246 A was introduced, which went ahead and provided the parliament the power to make the law relating to CGST, and state legislature will make the law relating to SGST. Basically, they went ahead and provided the law power to the parliament and state legislature to levy GST simultaneously. But always remember one thing: whenever it is interstate transaction, Parliament will have exclusive power to make law with respect to interstate trade and commerce. The next one over here is Article number 269A, which goes ahead and says that, sir, okay, Parliament will make the law relating to interstate trade and commerce. That is, IGST ka law will be made by whom? Parliament. Then it goes ahead and says in Article number 269A that, sir, IGST shall be levied and collected by whom? Central government. It will be apportioned between the union and the state. Basically, central government will collect IGST, and Baba, it will apportion between central government and the state government. State government, which state government, everyone? Destination state. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is article number 279A. Again, a very important section, which article which I feel you guys should remember. It says GST Council. It talks about the GST Council. Sir, can you please tell about the GST Council? Baba, tell me one thing. GST Council. How many members are there in the GST Council, everyone? 33 members. Remember always GST Council has 33 members. Half of the number of members, half means half of the number of members should be present so that the quorum can be achieved. Quorum can be achieved. Sir, now out of these 33 members, how many members are union member? 2 union member. How many are state finance minister or taxation ministers? 31 states ka 31 state finance minister or taxation minister will be there. Yes, everyone. Now, always remember one thing: 2 union members ka votes ka weight is 33.33%, and this people ka votes ka weight is how much? 66.67%. And always remember, it should be always divided by the number of members present and voting. For an example, in a GST Council meeting held one day, there has to be a decision which has to be taken. Decision to be taken, how much majority should be achieved, everyone? 75% is the majority to be achieved. Now, how to go ahead and calculate the 75%? Always remember, you should divide this 33% and 66.67% by the number of members present and voting. For an example, that day both the union members came, and states ka supposingly only 22 state finance minister or taxation ministers came. Then you have to go ahead and divide it by 2, and you have to go ahead and divide it by 22. So if 33% is divided by 2, then approximately 16.5% per union member ka vote ka weight will be. So supposingly Nirmala Sitharaman told, yes, I agree that this decision should be, for an example, lottery ke liye they went ahead and told whether it should be 12% or 28%. Nirmala Sitharaman told, yes, I agree, it should be 28%. Then Baba, votes casted in favor 16.5% approximately. Another, who is another member? One is chairman. Union finance minister is the chairman. Number 2, union minister of state, who is in charge of revenue and finance. Again, union minister, he told, yes, I also agree. Then 16.5% casted in favor. Now, this should be divided by the number of members present and voting. So, per member ka vote will be approximately how much, everyone? 3%? 3%. So, sir, supposingly Karnataka told, yes, I agree. Then, Baba, 3% votes casted in favor. Tamil Nadu told, yes, 28% should be the rate on lottery. Yes, I agree. Then again, 3% votes casted in favor. Like this, 75% has to be achieved. Only then majority will get. Majority is achieved. Did you guys understand this, everyone? Yes, everyone over here now. GST Council was constituted on what date? 15th of September 2016. How many members? 2 union members, 31 state finance minister or taxation minister. Okay, everyone, make it taxation minister or any minister which is nominated by the state. Sir, how much is the quorum? Half of the number of members. Majority is achieved by what, everyone? 3/4. That is 75% of the weighted votes of the member present and voting. Remember, it should be the number of members present and voting. Say you will divide the weights. And then weights of the vote of center is 1/3. State is how much, everyone? 2/3. Now, this is one very important point, which is functions of the GST Council. Always remember, what are the functions of the GST Council, everyone? The function is to make recommendation to the union and state regarding the taxes, cess, surcharges to be subsumed. All these taxes which were subsumed, who went ahead and told which taxes will be subsumed, which taxes will not be subsumed? GST Council. The next one, the rate of GST, who will decide? GST Council. Goods which will be subject to and exempted from GST, who will decide? GST Council. And special provision with respect to special category state. Can you tell me, everyone, what is special category state? Remember, they are also humans, and you should remember always humans of Tripura and Jammu and Kashmir. What is H, everyone? Himachal Pradesh. U means Uttarakhand. Then M means Meghalaya, Manipur, and Mizoram. A for Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, and for someone will think Andhra Pradesh then. Arunachal. It should be Arunachal, not Andhra. Arunachal Pradesh. Take everyone. Then N for Nagaland. And the next one, everyone, Sikkim. And the last one over here is Tripura and Jammu and Kashmir. These are 11 special category states for which special provisions were made by the GST Council. GST Council will also go ahead and say the date on which GST will be levied on HP man. What is HP man, everyone? High speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, and natural gas. The more you repeat, the more you will remember. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is the threshold limit of turnover for registration. For which state, how much limit of turnover will be applicable for registration? That will also be decided by the GST Council. The last one over here in the right side is the common portal. The common portal is gst.gov.in, e-way bill gst.gov.in, e-invoicing 1, 2, 3, 4, like that 10 e-invoicing portals are there. All these are the common portal which are there. Why do we call it as a common portal? Because it's commonly used by the state government and the central government. Who manages the gst.gov.in? Goods and Service Tax Network. And who manages e-way bill and e-invoicing? National Informatics Center. Now, Goods and Service Tax Network, who manages the gst.gov.in? What are the various functions? Always remember, Goods and Service Tax Network, who manages the gst.gov.in, is a not-for-profit company under section number 8 of the Companies Act. Yes, everyone? Now, what are the various functions of the GST? And they facilitate registration. You want to take registration, you go to gst.gov.in and you can take it. Sir, they do what? Computation and settlement of IGST. The next one, sir, matching of taxpayers tax payment details with the banking network. Sir, whether person have made the payment, whether government have received or not. Providing monthly information system report, MIS report. They go ahead and forward what? Returns to the central and state authorities, and also provide what? Analysis about a taxpayer's profile, whether he's a good person, whether this what kind of a person is he filing the return on time, sir, ITC has been taken correctly. All these taxpayers profile ke liye analysis will be provided by whom? GSTN. Now on the left hand side you have GSPs and ASPs. Baba, what is a GSP and ASP? A GSP is a GST Suvidha provider, and supposingly there is a taxpayer who is there, and this taxpayer supposingly is Reliance, and he wants to go ahead and upload the details on the gst.gov.in, which is basically made by whom? GSTN. So GSPs are basically ITES companies who go ahead and do what? They go ahead and customize products according to the need of the user, so that the data can be pulled from the taxpayers software and it can be pushed to the gst.gov.in. So GSPs act as a link between taxpayer and the gst.gov.in. Now sometimes these GSPs who are there, they go ahead and take the help of application service providers also, and the application service provider, basically they will go ahead and develop the application which will help the taxpayer in going ahead and uploading the details. Yes or no, everyone? And now always remember one thing, between the taxpayer and the GSP, who acts as a link? ASP. And GSPs act as a link between taxpayer and gst.gov.in. Yes or no, everyone? Now, what is the major work of the GSP? GSPs basically facilitate taxpayer in uploading invoice related details, in uploading the return, filing of return, all this ke liye facility. Basically, they facilitate whom? The taxpayers. Are we clear, everyone? So that is what is being told over here. Just a minute, everyone. Where is the revision? Yes, here. So it says over here, these are ITES financial technology company, GST Suvidha providers, who are appointed by GSTN to develop application for whom? For taxpayers to interact with Goods and Service Tax Network. Taxpayer to interact with Goods and Service Tax Network. They facilitate taxpayer in uploading invoices, filing of return, and customizing product according to the needs of the user. They develop product according to the needs of the user. GSPs also take the help of application service provider, ASPs. GSPs act as a link between whom, everyone? Taxpayer and GSTN, and ASPs act as a link between whom? Taxpayer and the GSPs. Right, everyone? The last one over here is cross empowerment. Always remember one thing, if my officer is a CGST officer, when he is passing an order to recover supposingly CGST from me, he will go ahead and pass an order for CGST also, and officer is cross empowered that he can go ahead and demand from me what? He will demand from me SGST also. CGST will keep, SGST will be passed to the state government. Are we clear? One person ka neck, CGST officer and HGST officer both will not catch. Whoever is your jurisdictional officer, if he's a CGST officer or if he's a, supposing my jurisdictional officer is an HGST officer, he will give me a demand for HGST also, and he's cross empowered under section number 6 to give me an order for what? To recover from me or to demand from me as CGST also. Are we all clear till here? Always remember one thing. If my officer is a CGST officer and he passes an order, against that order, when I want to go for an appeal, I have, if he is a CGST officer, appeal also will go where? To the Central Appellate Authority. I can't go to the State Appellate Authority. If my officer is an SGST officer, then against that order, if I want to go for a revision, appeal, rectification, anything, I have to go to where? State Appellate Authorities. Are we clear, everyone? The same thing has been told over here. That's it, everyone. But remember one thing. This chapter is a C graded chapter. 2 to 4 mark is something which is maximum expected. I feel that from your exam point of view, central taxes subsumed, state taxes subsumed, and taxes which are not subsumed can be a 1 mark question which you should remember. Sir, cross empowerment is something good which you should remember. Article number 246A, Article number 269A, Article number 279A, along with the function. Okay, everyone? And these functions of GSTN. That's it, everyone. In my opinion, and the last one over here, right side, this. In my opinion, if you go ahead and study this much, should be good enough, right, everyone? I'll close my revision on GST introduction, overview, and administration. Done. Chalo, let's go ahead and now revise the next chart. The next chart is on goods and services. Sir, what do you mean by goods and what do you mean by services? Because only if something is goods and services, GST can be levied. Now, goods, the definition has been given in section number 252. Services ka definition is given in 2 clause 102. Section number 252 says goods means every kind of movable property. It means every kind of movable property is goods. So what is not goods? Immovable properties are not goods. Sir, what do you mean by immovable? Immovable means land. Any benefit if you have out of your land, any things which are attached to the earth, or anything attached to, anything permanently fastened to, anything which is attached to the earth is always immovable. If it is immovable, it is never goods, because goods means every kind of movable property. Then they went ahead and told, please go ahead and exclude from the definition of goods money. Baba sir, what do you mean by money? Money can mean Indian legal tender, money can mean foreign currency, check, promissory notes, etc. But remember one thing, money does not include money held for numismatic value, old coins, etc. are not money. If they are not money, they are goods, because goods means every kind of movable property other than excluding what? Money. And the next one over here is, sir, in money, we also go ahead and include what, everyone? Commercial paper and certificate of deposits are money. Then it says, please go ahead and exclude from the definition of goods money, and also exclude what, everyone? Securities. Securities can mean shares, bond, debentures, mutual fund, government securities, any right in security, derivatives. All these are what, everyone? Securities. And money and securities are not goods. Then they went ahead and told, please include in the definition of goods any actionable claim which is there. Sir, any claim for which you have to go ahead and take an action. Any claim for which you have to go, which you can go ahead and take an action, for which you can go ahead and take an action in the court of law. I went ahead and gave you some example. Basically, actionable claims are your right to receive. If I have a right to receive arrears of rent, if I have right to receive what? Insurance claim, betting, lottery, gambling, all these are what, everyone? Actionable claim. And actionable claims are goods. Then we go ahead and learned over here that, sir, if there is growing crops, grass, things attached to or forming part of the land which are agreed to be severed before supply or under a contract of supply, that is also goods. Are we clear, everyone? So goods means every kind of movable property other than money and securities, but includes what, everyone? Actionable claim, growing crops, grass, things attached to or forming part of the land which are agreed to be severed before supply or under a contract of supply. Everyone over here. there is a circular which is given over here that priority sector lending certificates are not securities. They are goods and hence they are taxable. Always remember, whenever one bank sells the PSLC certificate to another bank, it is always what kind of a supply, everyone? Interstate supply, and IGST is payable. Can we go ahead, everyone? Sir, the right side we have services. What is services? Services section number 2102. Services means what, everyone? Anything other than goods, money, and securities. Sir, anything other than goods means immovable properties are included in the definition of service. And sir, money and securities are neither goods nor service. So, Baba, money and securities are out from the definition of goods and service, and hence GST can't come on money and securities. So services means anything other than goods, money, and securities, but includes, what is this? Securities, but includes what, everyone? Activities relating to use of money. So if I give someone money to use and receive interest, etc., that's an activity relating to use of money. Its conversion by cash or by any other mode from one form to another, one currency to another, one denomination to another, for which separate consideration is charged, then that shall be a service. Money is not service. But sir, converting money from one form to another, one currency to another, one denomination to another, if separate consideration is charged, that will be a service. Then they gave an explanation that, sir, if somebody is facilitating or arranging transaction in securities like Sher Khan, Motilal Oswal, etc., they go ahead and charge you demat charges, etc. That is for a service. Shares or securities are not service, but the activity behind it, like what? Portfolio maintenance charges, then demat charges, brokerage commission, etc., is for a service. The next one over here, I went in and told about derivatives. Always remember, derivatives are securities like future contract, etc. All these are always securities, and hence securities are neither goods nor service. But if supposingly derivative contract, the underlying asset which is there, the actual underlying asset is being transferred to the other person, derivatives may generally net settlement happen. But if the actual asset is being transferred, then it will be a supply of goods and GST will be levied. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now here I also went ahead and told you interest rate swaps, foreign exchange swaps are always derivatives and there is no GST. Now when you go ahead and learn about the next one, this is nothing other than some example. Sale of debentures. Debentures are securities, neither goods nor service. Neither goods nor service, GST can't come. Plot of land. Land is a service, immovable property. But sir, when you read supply chapter, it says sale of land is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. When you read schedule 3, you will learn that, sir, sale of land, although land is a service, but sale of land, GST will not come because it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. The next one over here is cash deposited into bank. Baba, cash is transaction in money, neither goods nor service. Housing loan amount is just a transaction in money, neither goods nor service. But behind the loan, the interest which is there, that is because somebody has given you the money to use. So the activity relating to money to use, for which you go ahead and pay interest. Always remember one thing, that activity is a service. Although you will learn in the chapter of exemption that when somebody gives interest, interest is exempted from GST. But is there a service? Yes, sir. Right, everyone? Service means what, everyone? Anything other than goods, money, and securities, but includes activities relating to use of money, its conversion from cash or its conversion from cash or by any other mode. See over here, everyone, its conversion by cash or by any other mode from one form to another, one currency to another, one denomination to another, for which separate consideration is charged. That will be a service. And Baba, facilitating or arranging transaction in securities is also a service. Right, everyone? Here I'll close this small and sweet chart of goods and service. Done. Sir, how important the chart is? Baba, this circular which is there is the most important part of this chart. Sir, otherwise nothing very important, but you should know what is goods and service to go ahead and charge GST. Right, everyone? I'll close my revision on goods and service. All right, students, let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is supply. Everyone over here now, we've started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied, because only if you are going ahead and falling in supply, or your activity or transaction basically falls in the definition of supply, then GST can be levied. So now we are going to learn about the chapter of supply. Supply chapter, when you learn, supply has section number 7 and section number 8. Section number 7, let's go ahead and start. Section number 7, scope of supply. Section number 7, basically supply is the taxable event. Remember one thing, supply is the taxable event, the happening of which leads to GST being levied. Only if something is goods or service, GST can't be levied. Goods or service has to be supplied, only then GST will be levied. So supply section number 7, section number 7(1) goes ahead and says what are the things which are included in supply. What are the activities or transactions that will be included in supply? Then once some activity is supply, then section number 7(1)(a) goes ahead and helps us to determine whether it is supply of goods or supply of service. Then if something is already falling in supply under section number 7(1), but still if government wants to exclude it, then government specifically says in section number 7(2). And then we have section number 7(3), which is one total bakwas section. Everyone just the power with the government to notify something as supply of goods and not supply of service, or supply of service and not supply of goods. Section number 7(1), when we go ahead and learn, section number 7(1) has section number 7(1)(a), which goes ahead and says that all forms of supply of goods, services, or both, whether you go ahead and call them such as, means it is only for example, whether you go ahead and call them sale, whether you go ahead and call them sub-transfer, whether you call them barter, that activity you are calling it as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, lease, rental, license, or disposal. STB, ELR, LD, sell, transfer, barter, exchange, lease, rental, license, or disposal. Whether you give any other name also, because they are telling such as, right everyone? So it should be a form of supply. It should be made or agreed to be made for a consideration. Remember one thing, it should be for a consideration, and it has to be in the course during the carrying out of my business, or for the furtherance. Furtherance means expansion, promotion, etc. of my business. Can I go ahead, everyone? Section number 7(1)(a) says it should be a form for a consideration in the course of business, only then it's a supply. What do you mean by form? It has to be an activity for a consideration. Consideration can be in cash, kind, or it can be any act done by someone else also, right everyone? So sir, it has to be in the course of business, only then it will become supply. Now here we have one circular which is there on artwork sent for exhibition. That circular I've gone ahead and given down. Now sir, what is this circular telling? When you are sending the artwork to galleries for exhibition, at the time of sending, just a minute. At the time of sending the artwork to galleries for exhibition, at the time of sending, there is no consideration which has been fixed, and hence it is not a supply. But sir, when the buyer selects it, I had sent the painting for exhibition for displaying, and one buyer went ahead and told, I like it, I will go ahead and buy. So Baba, when the buyer selects it, at that time it's a sale for a consideration, and hence it will be a supply. So section number 7(1)(a) simple goes ahead and says it should be a form of supply made or agreed to be made for a consideration in the course of business, only then it will be a supply. The next one we went ahead and learned section number 7(1)(a), which goes ahead and says any person other than individual, if they are doing an activity with its member and that person will always be a separate person. And sir, when they are doing an activity with the members, or members are doing an activity with them, it can be for cash or any deferred payment, or it can be for any valuable consideration. It will always be falling in a definition of supply. So any activity or transaction done by the person other than individual with the members, or members doing an activity with them, it will always be a supply if done for a consideration. Baba, this was basically Kolkata Club Limited. Because of Kolkata Club Limited, the Supreme Court ka judgment when it came, after that this amendment had come, wherein they went ahead and told person other than individual and members will be treated as separate, and any activity between them will always be considered as supply. Supply of, if it is goods, then it is supply of goods. If it is service, then it is supply of service. Then we have the section number 7(1)(b), which goes ahead and talks about importation. Everyone, importation of services. Sir, first of all, what do you mean by importation of service? Supplies outside India, recipient is in India, place of supply is in India. Supplier is outside India, recipient is in India, place of supply is in India, then it's importation of service. If you go ahead and give any consideration, remember one thing, importation of service for a consideration, if it is business purpose also supply, non-business purpose also supply, But then business purpose ka case mein, always remember you are liable, business entity will be liable to pay tax under RCM, and whenever you are required to pay tax under RCM, business entity will take registration and pay the GST under RCM. But sir, in case of non-business purpose, non-business people, we will not go ahead and take registration and pay the GST, and hence government went ahead and told, although it was taxable, but we are going ahead and exempting. Remember one thing, this exemption will not apply. This exemption will not apply if it is OIDR service, online information database access and retrieval services provided from outside India to an NTOR. Basically, an NTOR over here, NTOR means any government, local authority, correct everyone, or any unregistered person who is taking OIDR service for non-business purpose. So government is telling whenever OIDR services are provided supposedly to an unregistered person for non-business purpose, this person will not pay GST. So OIDR, you are required to take compulsory registration as per section number 24 in India, collect the GST and pay the GST to the government under forward charge mechanism. So in case of OIDR services given to an NTOR, always forward charge mechanism will come, OIDR will collect. So OIDR has to take registration in India, collect the GST and pay it to the government. Are we clear everyone? And OIDR registration, whenever it is supplying services to an NTOR, basically to an unregistered person, government is telling you have to pay GST under forward charge mechanism. Can I go ahead everyone? And if the registration is compulsory registration. Section number 24 says registration is compulsory. You will collect the GST and pay to the government. The next one over here, section number 7(1)(c) goes ahead and says those activities which are told in Schedule 1 made or agreed to be made without consideration also will be considered as supply. The first activity over here, permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where the ITC has been availed on such asset. I bought thermometer and took the ITC and I went ahead and gave thermometers for free. Baba, remember, thermometers have I taken the ITC? Yes. Permanent transfer of business asset where ITC was availed on such asset. I availed the ITC also on thermometer and I gave free also thermometer. It will come over here in permanent transfer where ITC was availed on such asset. Remember this point everyone. Can I go ahead? I bought clothes, made shirt and gave shirt free. Then remember everyone, it will not fall under permanent transfer of business asset where ITC was availed on such asset. You gave free was shirt and took ITC on cloth. It will not be a supply. Are we clear everyone? Remember one thing, when outward is not a supply, ITC is always blocked. Can I go ahead everyone? The next one over here is one notification which goes ahead and says, sir, if you buy a car, you don't get credit. If you buy a car, you don't get credit. When you sell the car, for a consideration, when you sell the car for a consideration, you will not pay GST. Generally, you always pay GST on sale value for every item, but only in case of motor vehicle, which is basically car, government went ahead and told marginal scheme will be available on sale of motor vehicle held as capital asset. So if in your business you are holding a capital asset, which is basically a car, and you go ahead and sell that car, marginal scheme will be available. You will be liable to pay GST only on the sale value minus the WDV. Sir, I'm not depreciating the car. Then in that scenario, selling price minus purchase price pay, you will have to go ahead and pay the GST. Are we clear with this point? So, sir, if depreciation is claimed, GST on selling price minus WDV. Sir, if depreciation is not claimed, GST on selling price minus purchase price. Remember one thing, if you buy a car, you don't get credit. Credit is blocked. Now, if you go ahead and sell that car, then marginal value pay, you'll have marginal amount pay, you'll have to pay GST, which is selling price minus WDV or selling price minus purchase price. But sir, if I go ahead and give the car for free, then it is permanent transfer of business asset. But since you did not take the ITC, Baba car pay, you don't get the ITC, so it will never be a supply at all and you will not have to pay GST. Everyone over here, remember one thing, the next one is supply between related person or distinct person in the course or furtherance of business. You will go ahead and tell me, what do you mean by related person everyone? Related person, scope plus family plus sole agent or distributor. Sir, what do you mean by scope? Scope means S for stock or shares greater than equal to 25% in both of them. C for control. C for control. A limited controlling B or B limited controlling A. Both are related person. If A limited controls B and C, then also B and C will become related. B and C controlling D, then also B and C becomes related person. Remember one thing, controlling each other, also related person. Both of them controlling, no, one person controlling two companies supposedly, then both of them are related. Both of them controlling someone else, then also these both will become related. Are we clear everyone? Control can be a direct control or control can be an indirect control. Remember, in case of control, it is basically going in and talking about holding and subsidy. Can we go ahead, everyone? Then it talks about officer or director. C S. S for stock or shares greater than equal to 25%. C for control. C for control. And O for officer or director. I am a director in your company. You are a director in my company. We both will become related person. Officer directors of one another's business. P for partners. Partners in a firm are always related person. E for employer and employee. Employer and employee are always related person. And family is always Supreme Court. Remember, family is Supreme Court. Your spouse and children are always your related person. And sir, parents, grandparents, brother and sister, only if they are dependent on you, they are your related person. I hope everyone is clear. Everyone, listen to me very carefully. Whenever you are going in and supplying to a related person means scope plus family plus sole agent. S means shares greater than equal to 25% in both of them. Then Baba, remember these two will become related person. I am holding in this, I am holding in this 25, 25. I will not become related to both of them, but both of them will become related. C for control, O for officer or director, P for partner, E for employer and employee are always related person. Family, Supreme Court, spouse and children, on dependent, independent, they are a related person. Parents, grandparents, brother, sister. Only if they are dependent, they are related. Independent, they are not related. E for okay. Family, we learned about it, and then the sole agent. So if you have a sole agent, or our sole means one agent across India, or a sole distributor, or sole trading right holder is there someone. Any transaction between both of you, he is your related person. Everyone remember one thing: if supply between related person or distinct person. What do you mean by distinct person? As told in section number 25, 4 and 5. Section number 25, 4 and 5 says same state, separate registration, distinct person. Under my PAN, two registration, distinct person. One state registered, another state also registered, distinct person. One state registered, another state not registered also, then also distinct person. They are telling if there is any supply between related person or distinct person in the course of your business, then always remember it will be what, everyone? Supply. Can I go ahead, everyone? But here one exception is there. When you are giving gift to your employees up to 50,000, up to 50,000 per annum per employee, it shall not be a supply. Are we clear, everyone? Gift to employee per annum per employee. Sir, up to 50,000 it is not a supply. You will not get ITC also. More than 50,000 it will be a supply. Giving gift to your employee, you will get ITC also. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here. Then there is a circular relating to interstate movement of conveyances. Remember, interstate movement of conveyances or cranes between distinct person. Baba, interstate movement of conveyances and crane between distinct person. Baba, it has been clarified that on conveyance, rigs, crane, etc., which is going between two distinct person, crane is not being supplied. Conveyance is not being supplied. It will be neither supply of goods nor supply of service. But sir, one distinct person say another distinct person, if any repair and maintenance services are provided, that crane is not supplied. But have we gone ahead and provided some services? Yes. On repair and maintenance services work, GST will come. And always remember, if the movement is for further supply, then GST will always be levied. Supposingly, Tata's went ahead and made a truck in the factory in Maharashtra and sent the truck to the showroom in Karnataka, then Baba, it is two distinct person may, and for them the truck is not truck, it is not a conveyance, it is goods over there, and hence always GST will be levied. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is the third one, which goes ahead and talks about supply of goods between principal and agent, or agent and principal. Always remember one thing: which kind of agent is covered? Who issues the invoice in further in his name, or buys the goods in his name. So if I'm an agent, principal is over here, I am an agent, I'm selling the goods in my name, further supply ka invoice is in my name, or when I buy and send the goods to the principal, the invoice of buying is in my name, then always remember principal sending me the goods or I sending the goods to the principal. So principal sends the goods, I supply the goods in my invoice, then Baba, I am an agent as per 7.1c. Principal sending me the goods as per section number 7.1c is supply. I bought the goods in my name and I send the goods to the principal. Sending of goods to the principal, because the buying invoice was in my name, this will also be a supply. That is what is being told. And then they are going ahead and telling refer circular on principal and agent. I have gone ahead and told over here scope of principal and agent relationship. Always remember, agent is further supplying in his name, or agent is procuring in his name, then Baba, this kind of agents will always be covered as an agent under section number 7.1c. And when the agent co-principal is sending, or agent is going ahead and sending the goods to the principal, this will always be covered under section number 7.1c, and it will be a supply even without consideration. Are you guys able to connect? Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is section number 71C may, the fourth one which is there, importation of service. Always remember one thing, importation. What is it? Supply is outside India, recipient is in India, place of supply is in India. Importation of service you do from related person. Related person, scope plus family plus sole agent or own establishment which is outside India. If you go ahead and do the importation in the course of furtherance of business, always remember it is going to be a supply. Four things everyone, importation of service from related person or own establishment in the course of business without consideration also will be considered as supply. I went ahead and told you about section number 71A, section number 71B and section number 71C. Section number 71A, all forms for a consideration in the course of business. Right everyone? AA, person other than individual members के साथ activity will always be a supply for a consideration. Section number 71 AA done. B, importation of service, business, non-business for a consideration will always be a supply. Section number 71 says schedule 1 ka 4 activities. Right everyone? 4 activities, permanent transfer of business asset where ITC has been availed on such asset, supply between related person or distinct person. Third one everyone, principal and agent or agent to principal, where agent is further selling or buying in his name. And the last one everyone, importation of service from related person own establishment without consideration but in the course of business. Are we 100% clear? The next one is section number 71A, supply of goods or supply of service. They go ahead and say if any activity is falling in section number 71A, AA, B or C, then you further should go ahead and see in section number 71A whether it is supply of goods or supply of service. Section number 71A goes ahead and says please refer to schedule 2. In schedule 2 it is told whether it is supply of goods or supply of service. When you go ahead and refer to schedule 2, in schedule 2 the first one goes ahead and talks about transfer. If transfer of title is happening, means if you are transferring the ownership in the goods, then it is always supply of goods. If you go ahead and transfer the right in the goods or any undivided share, then it is always a supply of service. If you go ahead and transfer the title in future, today the person is given, future may transfer of ownership will happen. Basically, it's a hire purchase transaction. Always remember, it is always a supply of goods. Then the next one over here is any paragraph number 2 of schedule 2 goes ahead and says any lease, tenancy, easement to occupy land is always supply of service. Lease, letting out of building is always a supply of service. And then we had one circular which was on Pagdi system. Refer circular on Pagdi system. Baba, Pagdi system means what? If I give my tenancy right against tenancy premium, it is a supply of service. Always remember, anyone giving tenancy right against tenancy premium is always a supply of service. Remember one thing, if you are going ahead and giving it for what? Residential property, it will always be exempted. Although supply of service, but because you are giving tenancy right for residential property, it will be exempted. And sir, when the person whom I have gone ahead and given the tenancy right, he is leaving the property and going, when he sells the tenancy right, remember one thing, he sells back or he sells it to someone else. Baba, outgoing tenant is selling it to someone else who is incoming for a consideration, always GST will come. In that scenario, GST will not be exempted. But remember, when the owner sells the residential property ka tenancy right against tenancy premium, that is a supply of service which is exempted. Sir, now monthly rent is being paid by anyone for residential property. Monthly rents are always exempt if it is for residential property. Commercial property ka case mein there is no exemption, always taxable. Are we clear everyone? Can I go ahead? Always remember, giving of tenancy right against tenancy premium, which is the Pagdi amount, it is always exempted. No, it's a supply of service. If it is for residential property, it is always exempted. Can I go ahead? When the outgoing tenant sells it further or he surrenders it back, Baba, remember the outgoing tenant is doing business in the tenancy right. That is supply of service and it is also taxable. It is not exempt. However, monthly rents which are paid for residential property, that will be exempt. If it is for commercial property, everything is always taxable. Can we go ahead, everyone? People recalled, can we go ahead? The next one over here. Now, the next one over here is treatment or process on another person's good. If I go ahead and do any treatment or process on your goods, I'm going ahead and giving you a supply of service. Remember one thing, there are two circulars on rethreading or bus bodybuilding. I've gone ahead and given the circular over here. Rethreading of tire. If I do rethreading activity for you, means your tire pay, I do the rethreading and give it back to you. Even though I use material also at the time of rethreading, it will always be treatment or process on your goods, which will be a supply of service. But sir, if I'm going ahead and sell rethreaded tire, I bought tires from the market, rethreaded them, and I'm selling rethreaded tire. Bye-bye, I'm doing an activity on my own goods and then selling it. That will always be a supply of goods. The next example over here is bus bodybuilding ka example, fabrication. If one person gives me the chassis of the bus and I do the fabrication, I am doing an activity which is on your goods then my activity will be a treatment of process on your goods, which is always be a supply of service. However, if I am going ahead and having my own chassis and I do the fabrication and sell the bus, selling of bus will always be a supply of goods. The next one over here now. Transfer of business asset. Remember one thing, permanent transfer of your business asset. Remember, whenever something falls in schedule 2, first of all, it should be a supply. Only then you will see supply of goods or supply of service. Now, over here is treatment of transfer of business asset. Remember, permanent transfer or disposal of business asset is always a supply of goods. So, temporarily, if I go ahead and transfer or put to private use, then always remember it is always supply of service. Sir, at the time of closure, when I take all the assets home, remember at the time of closure, if you are going ahead and taking all your assets home, then baba, it will always be a supply of goods. But remember, if you go ahead and close your business and transfer the business to someone as going concern, transfer of business as going concern is exempted. You are transferring all your assets, you are transferring all your liabilities. Now this transferee will take registration, he will collect the GST and pay to the government, and hence you transferring the assets and liability with GST will not come. Also, your ITC can be transferred to the transferee, that you will see in your chapter of ITC. Are we clear, everyone? So whenever I am closing my business and I transfer the business to the transferee will take registration, collect the GST and pay, and hence government says business transferred as going concern, or you transfer to a representative who is a taxable person. In that scenario, you transferring the assets and liability with GST will not come, because transferee will be made liable to take registration. Under section number 23, he will collect the GST and pay it to the government. Are we clear? Also, you will see in your ITC chapter that transferor ka ITC can be transferred to the transferee. The ITC also will get transferred. Everyone over here, supply of service. Paragraph number 5 says renting of immovable property. Whenever you rent out your immovable property or doing a construction of a complex or building where 1 rupee is also received before completion certificate or first occupancy, whichever is earlier, then always it's a construction. Can I go ahead, everyone? And construction is always a supply of service. The next one is temporary use of IPR. If I go ahead and give my intellectual property right to someone for use temporarily, always it is what, everyone? Supply of service. Development, upgradation of IT software is always supply of service. Agreeing to the obligation to refrain, tolerate, or to do an act. If I agree to the obligation, I agree, and then there should be a consideration. If I agree to do an act for you, agree to refrain, that I will not do this, or I agree to the obligation to tolerate an act or situation, always remember one thing: refrain, tolerate, or to do an act is always supply of service. And there's a circular on liquidated damages which have come, which is there in the next page. GST on liquidated damage, compensation, and penalty arising out of breach of contract and other provision of law. Actually, this refrain, tolerate, or do an act pay. Lot of confusions were there. People were going in and asking to the government, please clarify, what do you mean by that? Agreeing to the obligation to refrain, tolerate, or to do an act. So, Baba, the particular situations which were being told by the people, government have gone ahead and told over here. Government told agreeing to refrain or tolerate or to do an act. First of all, you should agree, and for that consideration should have followed, and then it will always be a supply of service, because first of all it should fall in section number 7(1) A, B, A, B, C, anywhere. Only then you can go ahead and say it is supply of goods or supply of service. So they went ahead and told, first of all you should have agreed with someone, and bye, there should be a consideration. Only consideration coming if you have not gone ahead and done something, means you have not done quid pro quo, then baba, it will never be a supply. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, particular situations have been taken. Number 1, liquidated damages. Baba, what do you mean by liquidated damage? If I had to go ahead and supply you something, supposedly by 31st December, if I don't go ahead and supply, you might suffer some loss. Are we clear, everyone? So it goes ahead and says, whenever anybody pays liquidated damage to another person, the other person has not done an agreement that I agree that you supply me the goods late and I will have some loss which you go ahead and give. No, the liquidated damage are put in an agreement. So that you don't go ahead and delay, so that you are scared. Are we clear? It does not mean that I agree to tolerate, and hence they are not the desired outcome of a contract. It is only a compensation for injury suffered due to breach of contract. They are mere flow of money and do not constitute consideration and not taxable. Liquidated damage, whenever I go ahead and receive, I have not agreed that I am agreeing to tolerate an act. I am agreeing to tolerate you not supplying on time. No, it is not that agreement. Whenever you receive liquidated damage, remember one thing, it is not taxable. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one, check dishonor fine. Government went ahead and told, Baba, a person who takes check dishonor ka fine, I will never take a check so that it get dishonored. I never will agree to the obligation that okay, you are giving a check will get dishonored and I'll charge you this much. No, there is the supplier never does such kind of an agreement to deposit fake check against a consideration or penalty. Whenever I receive any consideration or penalty because your check got dishonored, Baba, it is not for a service and not taxable. The next one over here is penalty for violation of law. Baba, laws are not framed to so that government is telling you, you don't wear an helmet, I'll take this much amount. Did the government say that? Baba, illegal agreements can't be done. Laws are not framed for tolerating their violation. There is no agreement between government and the violator that such violation is allowed against a penalty and hence not taxable. Forfeiture of salary or payment of bond in the event of employee leaving before minimum agreed period. Everyone over here, whenever the employer puts in a bond that if you leave before 6 months you have to pay this amount, that is just to deter such situation, because I don't want people to leave. It is not that I have made an agreement that you leave within 6 months and you should pay this much. No, it is just so that non-serious people don't join, and hence whenever I receive that bond amount or any penalty amount, that is not because I've gone ahead and done any supply. It says over here, provision of feature is incorporated to discourage non-serious candidate to take up employment. It is not a consideration for tolerating the act of premature quitting and hence not taxable. The next one is late payment or surcharge which is there, or fees which is there. For if you go ahead and make the payment of electricity bill late or might be telephone bill late, what government went ahead and clarified over here, this facility is granted by supplier which are naturally bundled. These are naturally bundled supply with the principal supply, and it will be taxed at the rate of principal supply. So if supposingly I am giving telephone connection and telephone connection ke liye I am receiving 1000 and 100 rupees I have taken late fee, that is a natural bundle which is there, and government says in that scenario the late fee etc which is collected will be assessed at the rate of principal supply. Remember fixed charges for electricity. Now, whenever any fixed charges for electricity are taken and you have not utilized the minimum electricity also, Baba, fixed charges taken for electricity are not because I am tolerating your act of not using the minimum electricity also. Remember, the minimum fixed charges are for sale of electricity and are not taxable. Why, sir? Because electricity is anyways exempted from GST. The next one is cancellation charges. Again, flight companies, hotel companies, etc. go ahead and give charge cancellation charges. Cancellation charges, services of allowing cancellation against cancellation charge is a natural bundle along with the principal supply, and it will be always taxable at the rate of principal supply. Remember one thing, agreeing to the obligation to refrain, tolerate or to do an act. First of all, there has to be an agreement and consideration should have followed. Mere flow of consideration when there is nothing in return, mere flow of an amount when there is nothing in return. Remember, when there is an amount which has come and nothing in return is there is no quid pro quo, and you can go ahead and call it a supply. The next one over here is transferring of right to use. Always remember, is always a supply of service. The next paragraph is paragraph number 6 of Schedule 2, which goes ahead and says, following composite supply is always a supply of service. Works contract is always in relation to immovable property. Remember, construction, fabrication, erection, installation in respect of a immovable property always is what everyone? Works contract, and works contract is always a supply of service. Restaurant and catering is also always a supply of service. Section number 7.1a, we learned all forms for a consideration in the course of business. A, we learned person other than individual with their members. B, we learned importation of service. C, we learned Schedule 1. If an activity is over here, then we see whether supply of goods or supply of service. Now, even if an activity falls in section, Baba, if an activity does not fall in 7.1, A, B or C, it is not a supply. But even if an activity falls in section number 7.1a, B or C, even if it falls there as supply, if government writes it in section number 7.2, then it will be neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Section number 7.2 has section number 7.2a and section number 7.2b. Section number 7.2a may government went ahead and told those activities which are told in Schedule 3 will be neither supply of goods nor supply of service. The first activity is employee is doing an activity for the employer, and employer goes ahead and gives what? Salary, perquisites, etc. That will always be neither supply of goods or nor supply of service. Remember, employee to employer services in the course or in relation to employment is always neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Perquisites ke liye one circular had come. Baba sir, perquisites, always remember one thing. Perquisites provided by employer to employee, perquisites which are provided by employer to employee Perquisites provided in terms of contractual agreement between the employer and employee. Always there will be no GST. So employee work for the employer. Employer gave some perquisite. But those perquisites, if they are as per the contractual agreement, then it will always be neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Can we go ahead? Sir, employer went ahead and gave employee some gift because employee is giving services. But those gift, again, gift given by employer to employee, if it is up to 50,000 per annum per employee, then it will not be a supply. If it is not supply, no ITC. But if employer gives some gift to the employee and if it is more than 50,000, it will be a supply. Total amount will come under supply, then employer will get ITC also. Can we go ahead, everyone? I linked your schedule 1 with the schedule 3 wala supply. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. The next one over here. The next one is section number 7 to A. First paragraph, schedule 3 ka first paragraph done. Second paragraph, services by court, tribunal which are established under law. Baba, all these services given by the court or tribunal for which the court or tribunal is going ahead and taking a fees. Baba, first one you remember, no? First one I linked this with what? Schedule 3 ka this exception. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, everyone over here. The second one is court or tribunal ka services. Court or tribunal ka services are neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Which tribunal? Court or which tribunal? Which are established under law. The next one over here is refer circular on CDRCs. Baba, remember one thing, Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission. Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission, CDRCs. They are not tribunal, but they are like tribunal only. And Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission, whenever they are giving any services for which they are taking their fees, or if by chance they are going in and taking any penalty, always remember that will be neither supply of goods nor supply of service. It says they are not literally tribunal, but have the characteristic of tribunal. Hence, fees paid by litigant, penalty charged, or any amount paid to Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission, there will be no GST. Everyone over here. The next one over here is services performed by 3 people. They have gone ahead and told services performed by MPs, MLA, MLCs, etc. But they are not employees. MP, MLA ka services pe there will be no GST. The next one is duties performed by constitutional post holder like President of India, Prime Minister of India, Controller and Auditor General of India. They are giving their services to Constitution and Constitution pays them salaries, etc. Their services also neither supply of goods nor supply of service. The next one over here is duties performed by chairperson, member or director, CMD of a body which has been established by the government. Now, that chairperson, member or director, if he is an employee of the body, then Baba, employer-employee relationship, neither supply of goods nor supply of service. But if they are not employee, then also chairperson, member and director ka services are being exempted over here. I call them as government officials. Can I go ahead, everyone? Services of mortuary, burial, funeral. Always remember mortuary, burial, funeral ka services pe there is no GST, including transportation of the deceased. Transportation can happen by air, rail, road, anything. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here, but it should be transportation of the deceased. Government is telling one person has gone, we'll let him go in peace. We'll not go ahead and charge any GST on transportation, mortuary, burial or funeral ka services. The next one is sale of land and completed building. Sale of land and completed building. Completed building means where entire consideration should be received after completion certificate of first occupancy. Whichever is earlier ka means whichever is earlier, after that basically entire consideration should be received. Only then it is sale of completed building. Sale of land, so neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Completed building. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is one, Baba, if it is not completed building and you go ahead and sell, the entire contract will come under construction, supply of service. Entire contract with GST will come. When registering, stamp duty also will come. Everyone over here. Refer a circular on sale of land after labeling. I have gone ahead and told whether you sell land, that is also neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Labeled land, cutting out plots, etc., lying down the drainage pipeline and selling it, then also it's a sale of land and neither supply of goods nor supply of service. But remember one thing, if I am the developer who develops the land, for development, whatever services I take, that person, road roller ka services, lying down of pipeline related service, those services pe GST will come. When I sell the land, that is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here. Actionable claim. Remember, all actionable claims are goods, but all actionable claims are not supply of goods. Actionable claims are neither supply of goods nor supply of service, other than lottery, betting and gambling. Only lottery, betting and gambling ka whenever sale will happen, the GST will come. Other than that, any actionable claim, neither supply of goods nor supply of service. The next one is supply of goods from non-taxable territory to another non-taxable territory without the goods entering into India. China says, supposingly I send the goods directly to US, I issued the invoice, Baba, that is one goods going from one country, one non-taxable territory to another non-taxable territory without the goods being entered into India. And Baba, that is also known as supply of goods from non-taxable territory to another non-taxable territory without the goods entering into India, and hence it will be neither supply of goods nor supply of service. The next one is high sea sale. Baba, the goods have left from US port, it is coming in the high seas, or Baba, it has reached the port and I have received my bill of lading and I transferred the bill of lading to someone else. Now that person, when he goes to clear the goods under Custom Act along with the custom duty, that person will pay GST. But when I sell the bill of lading, when I give the bill of lading to that person, that is known as high sea sale. That is known as high sea sale, on which I will not be required to pay any GST under GST Act. But sir, when that person goes to collect the goods at under Customs Act, custom duty will come. Along with that, IGST also will be collected. Sir, bond to bond transfer, my goods have come to the custom port. I have the bill of lading. I transferred my goods to the warehouse. Baba, that sale of warehouse goods, if I go ahead and transfer the bill of lading to someone, that person will now go and clear the goods from the custom warehouse. So when the goods were in the custom warehouse, if I sell the goods to someone else, that is also known as what, everyone? Bond to bond transfer. And bond to bond transfer under GST, there will be no GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? Then we have section number 7. 2 ka B point, which says activities or transaction undertaken by central government, state government, if they are undertaking as public authorities and that activity is notified by the government on recommendation of council, then also it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Remember one thing, sir, how will we remember 7.2a schedule 3? Bench flag. Remember bench flag. Sir, what is bench flag, everyone? B for bond to bond transfer, E for employer to employee, N for entity to entity without goods entering into India, C for court or tribunal ka service which are established under law, H for high sea sale, F for funeral burial ka services, L for land and completed building ka sale, A for actionable claim other than lottery betting and gambling, and G for government official. What are the government official, everyone? MP, MLAs ka services, constitutional post holder, or if there is a CMD who is not of a government body where he is not an employee. Section number 7.2, B went ahead and told, if central government, state government, local authority is doing an activity as public authority, if that activity is notified, then that will also be neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Activities, 2 activities are notified. Number 1 is panchayat or municipality going ahead and doing those activities which are under 243G and W. Panchayat doing those activities which are told under 243G, and municipality doing those activities which are told under 243W, then that activity also neither supply of goods. Activities in entrusted to panchayat and municipality. Municipality M ka ulta is W, so 243W is always for municipality. And always remember, if state government is applying alcoholic liquor license, again license fees or application fees, remember one thing, that is also neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Then we have one circular which is over here, circular on grant of license fees and other privileges. Everyone over here, grant of other licenses and privileges by the government except alcoholic liquor license. Remember, only alcoholic liquor license government is selling. When I'm going ahead and giving, that is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. What about other licenses? They told grant of other licenses, privileges, mining rights against consideration in the form of royalty. When government gives you other privileges, etc., only state government giving alcoholic liquor license, when the license fees is taken, there is no GST. It is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Any other, remember, any other privileges, license fees, etc., government clarified, Baba, that pay GST will come. It is not out of GST. Can we go ahead, everyone? Then we have section number 7.3, which goes ahead and says government has just has the power that government wants. Then government can go ahead and say something as supply of goods. If government says it as supply of goods, then it will never be supply of service. If government wants, government can say something as supply of service, and if government says that as supply of service, it will never be supply of goods. That is the power under section number 7.3. Everyone tell me one thing. What did we learn in section number 7? What did we learn in section number 7 till now? I went ahead and told you section number 7.1. A, all forms for a consideration in the course of business. A, I went ahead and told you person other than individual doing an activity with the members, or members doing an activity without with consideration, it will be a supply. Section number 7.1b, importation of service. For consideration, business, non-business, both will be considered as supply. Then we move to section number 7.1c, without consideration also 4 activities which are told in schedule 1. Schedule 1 ka 4 activities also what will happen everyone? Without consideration also it will be considered as supply. Then we had section number 7.1a, sir, supply of goods or supply of service. Then we move to section number 7.2a, bench flag, neither supply of goods nor supply of service. B, I went ahead and told you central government, state government activities which are basically notified activity will be neither supply of goods nor supply of service. First one everyone. First activity, which one did I tell you? Panchayat or municipality ka functions which are under 243 GNW. Second one, sir, grant of alcoholic liquor license. Baba, grant of alcoholic liquor license only neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Other licenses, GST will be applicable. Clear? Now, in the supply ka chapter, the next section which we have is section number 8. Baba, section number 8 goes ahead and talks about taxability of composite supply and mixed supply. Listen to me very carefully. But before we go ahead and talk about the taxability, first of all, we should know what is a composite supply and what is a mixed supply. Sir, what is a composite supply? Composite supply means two or more taxable supply which are naturally bundled. They are supplied together in the ordinary course of business. And Baba, one is a principal supply. One should be a principal supply. Then we can go ahead and call it a composite supply. Composite supply ka taxability, section number 8A goes ahead and says, section number 8A says, composite supply always treat as supply of that supply which is the principal supply. Are we clear? It will be treated whenever there is a composite supply being supplied, then it will be treated that it is the supply of that supply which is the principal supply. Then the next one over here is mixed supply, two or more individual supplies, you have joined them together and you have supplied for a single price and it is not a composite supply, then it's a mixed supply. And always remember one thing, mixed supply will always be treated as supply of that supply which attracts what everyone? Highest rate as per section number 8B. So people, section number 8 has section number 8A which says composite supply, please treat as supply of that supply which is the principal supply. Right everyone? It will be it will be treated as supply of the principal supply. And mixed supply always treat as supply of that supply which attracts highest rate. Can we go ahead everyone? Now, when you read composite supply and mixed supply, there are two circulars which I have gone ahead and given. Let's see. Servicing of car. Supposingly you went to get your car serviced and they told parts ke liye will charge this much rate and we will go ahead and charge for the servicing. The labor ke liye will charge this much rate. Always remember, these are two separate supplies. These are two separate supplies. Parts ke liye they are charging you separate rate. Servicing ke liye they are charging you separate rate. So always remember one thing, servicing of car where supply of goods or supply of service and the value of goods and services are shown separately. Always remember it will be liable at the rate as applicable to such goods and services separately. The next one over here is taxability of printing contract. So if I go ahead, it says over here, in case of printing contract where the content is being supplied by the person who owns the IPR. I own the IPR of my book. I went ahead and gave the content to my printer. Printer went ahead and gave me printing service also. He gave me paper, ink, etc. also. Principally, while physical input including paper etc. belongs to the printer, principally he is given me what? Printing service which is a supply of service. Are we clear everyone? Sir, however, if it's a service, supposingly I went ahead and told, if it's a goods, supposingly I went ahead and told someone to supply me printed envelope. When they are giving me printed envelope, I told them to print my logo also and gave. Sir, here logo printing was ancillary. Principally, it was a supply of goods and hence it will be a supply of goods. Remember one thing, if somebody you have given your IPR and he's printing that and giving it to you, Baba, he is giving you principally printing service and ancillary is the paper, ink, etc. And hence it will be a supply of goods service. Supply of service always, supply of service which is printing service. But sir, if I tell someone that I want carton boxes, that person is principally giving me carton boxes and ancillary services he prints my logo and gives, then in that scenario it will always be a supply of goods. Are we clear with this point everyone? Yes sir, point is clear. The next point over here is taxability of cost petroleum. Sir, what is the cost petroleum? Always remember one thing. In this scenario, always remember, sir, what is cost petroleum? What is profit petroleum? Supposingly, we have government over here. I'll quickly tell you. We have government over here. And supposingly, this is Reliance over here. Reliance went to the government and told, sir, can you go ahead and give me the license to go ahead and explore oil? So Reliance went ahead and explored the oil over here. There was an oil field over here. And hence, Reliance put the pipeline and explored the oil. And oil came out. Now, per annum, supposingly, value of petroleum which they have gone ahead and produced is 1,000 crore ka value of petroleum which they have gone ahead and produced. Out of this, always remember, whenever a person who has been given a license to go ahead and explore mineral oil, basically petroleum, etc. Whenever a government gives the license, this person can first go ahead and deduct his cost. Whatever was his cost of going ahead and exploring the oil. Supposingly to explore the oil, he had gone ahead and spent 200 crore. Then he will go ahead and deduct that 200 crore from here. This is known as cost petroleum. Are we clear, everyone? The amount of petroleum which I am allowed to retain for recovering my cost is known as cost petroleum, and the remaining amount of petroleum which remains is known as profit petroleum. Are we clear, everyone? Now, I am liable to go ahead and pay royalty also to the government, and I am liable to pay cost. I am liable to pay a share of the profit petroleum also. For an example, me and government, we had a production sharing contract that whatever I produce, out of that first I will deduct all my cost. Cost means exploration cost, right, everyone? Whatever exploring ka cost, etc. is there, royalty, etc. I paid to the government, everything I will deduct, and remaining amount we will share among ourselves. So remaining amount I'll go ahead and give it to the, might be whatever is the remaining 800 crores. If I've agreed that, sir, I will go ahead and give you 400 crore, that production sharing contract will be there with the government. So over here I will go ahead and give profit petroleum to the government. Are we clear, everyone? Here the question which was raised was, sir, government has given Reliance cost petroleum 200 crore rupees ka cost petroleum. Has Reliance given any service to the government for which government has given him cost petroleum? No, sir. Reliance is not going ahead, or the licensee is not giving any services to the government for which government has given him cost petroleum or 200 crore rupees ka petroleum worth. Government have told you keep it. No, I am going ahead and doing exploration activity. I am doing exploration activity for myself, and whatever is the cost, I am just keeping, and remaining amount we are dividing among ourselves. So here what is happening, government is going ahead and just giving you the license to go ahead and explore the oil, and you are going ahead and giving consideration which is nothing other than royalty and profit petroleum. Are we clear, everyone? Government is the licensor, you are the licensee, and in return for giving of the license, it's a service given by the government to you, and in return you are giving government royalty, and you are giving what, everyone? Profit petroleum. Remember one thing, royalty pe to you will be liable to pay GST, but profit petroleum pe GST has been exempted. Are we clear, everyone? That is the same thing which has been told over here. Taxability of cost petroleum. Sir, in production sharing contract, central government licenses to explore or mine petroleum crude or natural gas in consideration for profit petroleum. What we give, everyone? We give royalty also, and we give profit petroleum also, which is exempted from GST. And always remember one thing, cost petroleum is not a consideration which the government has given me because I have provided the service to the government. I have not done any exploration activity for the government. I am doing the exploration activity for myself, and cost petroleum is being retained by me for what? For recovering my cost. And hence, cost petroleum is not a consideration received by the contractor for services provided to the government, and hence it is not taxable. Always remember one thing, cost petroleum is not taxable. I am not provided any service to the government for which government gave me this cost petroleum. Are we clear? Secondly, government has given me the license, and I am given in return what? Royalty. Royalty pay GST will come, but profit petroleum which I am going ahead and giving, that will be exempted. Are we clear, everyone? Can we go ahead? The next one over here is treatment of sales promotion scheme under GST. Sir, goods, services or both supplied free of cost or as gift. Always remember one thing, goods, services or both supplied free of cost or as gift. For an example, I went ahead and bought some item. I went ahead and bought one thermometer, and I gave the thermometer only free. Always remember one thing, I had taken the ITC on the thermometer. It's a permanent transfer of business asset on which I had taken the ITC, and 7(1) may it is supply. If it is supply, ITC will be allowed. I bought clothes I made shirt. I gave the shirt free. It is permanent transfer of business asset. But did I take the ITC on shirt? I took the ITC on cloth, and hence it is not a supply. If it is not a supply, GST will not come. ITC also will be blocked. The same thing is told over here. If activity falls in 7(1), it's a supply. ITC will be available. Otherwise, ITC shall be blocked. The next one is buy one get one free. Always remember one thing, buy one get one, the other one is not free. So if I buy input service and capital goods, what the officer went in and told is, one pay you are charging GST, one pay you are not charging GST. So the one you are charging GST, relating to that I will give you ITC. The one which you are giving free, I will not give you the ITC. So proportionate ITC I will not give you with respect to your input service and capital goods. Government went in and told, hey officer, open your eyes and see. It's just fooling the customer wala technique. Here two goods are supplied at the price of one. All the input tax credit with respect to input service and capital goods will be allowed. It's like two supplied at the price of one. ITC of input service and capital goods will be allowed to the supplier. The next one is GST on display of name or nameplate of donor by charitable organization. What is it telling over here? If there is a charitable organization and supposingly I've gone ahead and donated 10 lakh rupees over there and I've not asked anything in return, what they have done is they have just put my nameplate over there saying donated by Ramesh in the memory of his ex-girlfriend. Baba, only for classroom purpose. Okay, everyone. In the memory of his ex-girlfriend, he donated 10 lakh rupees. Baba, it's a gratitude service which Ramesh had gone ahead and provided. He has not gone. Have they given me any service? No. But supposingly I went ahead and gave them 10 lakh rupees and they have put, I have told them to put donated by Ramesh and Co. Chartered Accountants, Bangalore. Then have they given me advertisement service? In that scenario, GST will come on the service. But sir, unless there is a quid pro quo, if I give them 10 lakh rupees and they have just put my nameplate saying donated by Ramesh Soni, in that scenario, they have not advertised any business for me. And when they are not giving me anything, GST is on a service. And when there is no quid pro quo, there will be no GST. Are we clear, everyone? So it says three tests to be fulfilled. Donation is made to a charitable organization. Payment has the characteristic of gift or donation. The purpose is philanthropic. It is for welfare. And sir, it is not advertisement. Then there will be no GST. It should not be advertisement. So you gave me 10 lakh rupees. I'm a charitable organization. I've just put your name plate. I've not advertised anything for you. I've not given you anything. Any service is not given. Then there will be no supply. But you gave me 10 lakh rupees. I advertise your business. Donated by Venki in the memory of someone. Then it is not a service given by me, but sir, donated by Venkatesh and Co. Chartered Accountant, Bangalore. Then I have gone ahead and given you a service and GST will come. The next one over here is taxability. People got it? Taxability, taxable services provided by member of the joint venture to the joint venture and vice versa. Always remember one thing, supposing there is a joint venture which has been created by you. What happened over here? This is the operating member of the joint venture. These are the other members of the joint venture. All of them contributed, supposingly to the joint venture, 100 crore rupees in the bank account of the joint venture. They made how much, everyone? 400 crore rupees. Out of that, they went ahead and bought one machine, and machine say they went ahead and did oil exploration, etc. Oil exploration say they made profit, and profit was being distributed among all these members. Remember one thing over you, everyone. In this scenario, the operating member made a cash call saying, everyone please give 100 crore rupees. Now, when everyone gave 100 crore rupees, this is nothing other than capital contribution. There is no services which are provided by the operating member to the other members and all. He is just working on behalf of what? The joint venture. And in this scenario, whatever the amount has been given to the joint venture is nothing other than what, everyone? Capital contribution. That is what is being told over here. Cash call received by the operating member is just a transaction in money. There is no supply and no GST. Are we clear, everyone? But supposingly, I am running my own firm over here. I have my own firm which is there. I have bought a machine in my firm. Now, supposing there is A, there is B and C. And they went ahead and told, let's do a joint venture together. Let's do a joint venture together. You use your machine, you use your machine, do the oil exploration activity, and you make some profit. Whatever is the profit, you go ahead and distribute it to us. We'll go ahead and we all will distribute among ourselves. But tell me one thing, has A, B and C asked him to go ahead and do some service? They have gone ahead and told, on behalf of all of us, you do the oil exploration using your machine. So I had my own machine. I did the oil exploration on behalf of all of them. So basically, don't you think I have gone ahead and provided them service? And might be they will go ahead and give me some money? Yes or no? I told them, hey, give me 100 crore rupees because I am going to do oil exploration on your behalf. So don't you think I have gone ahead and provided them service, and in return I am taking consideration? Remember one thing, in this scenario, they are going ahead and telling cash call received as consideration for a service, and it will be a supply of service and GST will come. I hope everybody is clear with this point. I have gone ahead and discussed your complete chapter of supply over here. Supply mein what did we learn, everyone? Supply section number 7.1a, all forms. AA, person other than individual giving services, doing an activity with their members, or members doing an activity with them for a consideration. 7.1b, importation of service, business, non-business. Both will be considered as supply. Then, sir, section number 71C, four activities told in schedule 1 without consideration also will be considered as supply. Then we learned section number 71A, supply of goods versus supply of service. Then section number 72A, bench flag, and central government, state government activities as public authorities. And if those activities are notified, two activities are notified. Section number 73 is just the power with the government. Then we learned about section number 8, composite supply, always treat as supply of principal supply. Mixed supply, always treat as highest rate. Always treat as supply of that supply which attracts highest rate. Baba, I have given you all the circulars also in this chapter. In this chapter, in my opinion, a student should not leave anything and go. It's a very, very important chapter. A graded chapter, Baba. A graded chapter. You must do everything and go for exam. Right, everyone? I'll go ahead and close all my discussion on the chapter of supply. Congratulations, people. Now, chapter number 2, supply measure. What are the changes? In the chapter of supply, listen to me very carefully. The first thing which they have gone ahead and done is Schedule 3. You have to remember, everyone over here, Schedule 3, actionable claim except specified actionable claim. They have gone ahead and told, earlier it used to be actionable claim other than lottery, betting and gambling. Now, casinos, horse racing, online money gaming which happens, poker khelo, betting online which happen, those also they have gone ahead and covered and told actionable claim will now actionable claims are goods, but supply of all actionable claims are not good. Other than supply of all actionable claims are other than specified actionable claim will be neither supply of goods nor supply of service, meaning thereby that specified actionable claims which are there, whenever you supply, GST will come. Now, sir, what are the specified actionable claim? Lottery, betting, gambling, casinos, horse racing, and online money gaming has now been included, meaning thereby lottery, betting, gambling, casino, horse racing, and online money gaming pay GST will come. Done, sir. Point is clear. First thing, change. Secondly, they have also gone ahead and issued a circular with respect to composite supply, which you have to understand. Baba, for detailed understanding, you can go and refer to the amendment video. Okay, I am just going ahead and quickly covering so that you quickly revise or quickly make the changes in your chart book. Now listen, food and beverages which are supplied at cinema hall, if you went and bought food and you bought the ticket online, then when you were watching the movie, you bought some food and beverages. Remember, food and beverages which are supplied independently at the cinema hall, taxable as restaurant service. But along with the ticket, they told if you buy the ticket plus you buy one Pepsi and popcorn, that will be only 400 rupees, and they have given a composite supply to you. In that scenario, remember, it's a composite supply. Ticket plus that food being supplied together, it will be taxable at the rate of principal supply, which is supply of services of exhibition of cinema. I hope this point is clear. Taxable at the rate of principal supply, which is basically supply of services of exhibition of cinema. I hope this point is clear. Done, sir. Now, one more point which they have gone ahead and issued a circular on. Sir, holding companies holding some shares in the subsidiary company. One holding company is holding some shares in the subsidiary company. Then, just because it is holding shares in the subsidiary company, will it be deemed that the holding company has provided some services to the subsidiary company and GST will come? Clarification, holding of shares of the subsidiary company by the holding company per se, it cannot be a supply of service and there will be no GST unless there is actually some service which is provided and it is following the definition of supply. I hope this point is clear to all. Here we are done with the amendments relating to the chapter of supply. All right, students, let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is nature of supply. Let's go ahead and take a quick linking of the chapter. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate. Interstate supply, IGST will be levied. Intrastate, everyone, CGST will be levied. Everyone over here. Good section number 252, services section number 2102, goods supply section number 7, supply section number 8 of the CGST Act. Here, interstate supply is section number 7 of the IGST Act, and intrastate is section number 8 of the IGST Act. Let's go ahead and now learn about what is inter and what is intra. Basically, we are going to learn about the nature of supply. When we learn the chapter of nature of supply, we are learning the IGST Act. Nature of supply. Sir, first thing first, I want you to guys to remember what do you mean by India? Sir, India means the territory of India. Sir, India means me, the territory of India. Then you go ahead and see the territorial waters of India up to 12 nautical mile. That is the territorial waters of India. Below the territorial waters of India, the seabed and subsoil is also India. After that, the exclusive economic zone. Below that, the continental shelf. Above me, the airspace. Above the territorial water, the airspace, but not this airspace. Right, everyone? Remember, what is India, everyone? India means here over here. India means the territory of India, territorial waters of India. Below that, the seabed and subsoil. After that, the continental shelf. Above it, the exclusive economic zone, and above me, above the territory, whatever airspace is there, and above the territorial water, whatever the airspace is there, that will be India. The airspace above the exclusive economic zone is not India. Remember, can I go ahead, everyone? So we went ahead and learned about India. Now, GST is applicable in the taxable territory, and the taxable territory is India. Now, whenever we go ahead and do supply, always remember supplies are of two types: interstate supply and intrastate supply. Interstate supply is section number 7 and intrastate is section number 8. Sir, interstate supply may section number 7.1 and section number 7.3. Section number 7.1 goes ahead and says, first determine the place of supply by applying section number 10. And if place of supply you have determined by applying section number 10 of the IGST Act, if it is supply of goods का case, then section number 7.1 says location of supplier and place of supplier in two different states, two different UT, one state and one UT. It will always be interstate supply, and the interstate supply may what comes, everyone? IGST. People smile. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is section number 7.3, which goes ahead and says subject to the provision of section number 12, means first find out the place of supply by applying section number 12 of the IGST Act. Now, if supply of service ka case is there, where location of supplier and the place of supplier in two different states, two different UT, one state and one UT, it is always interstate. And what will come, everyone? IGST. Section number 7.2 and section number 7.4. Section number 7.2 says whenever you import goods till they cross the custom frontier, means till they cross the custom boundary, it is always interstate supply. Importation of service, service doesn't have boundaries, so importation of service is also interstate supply. Importation of goods or importation of service, both are interstate supply. Then we have section number 7.5, which goes ahead and says supply of goods or service or both whenever location of supply is in India and place of supply is outside India. Our location of supply is in India, place of supply is outside India. It is always what, everyone? Interstate supply. It is not export, because export ke liye you should first fall in the definition of exports. Export ka definition goes ahead and says that, sir, see Baba, supply is in India, place of supply is outside India. That is what? Interstate supply. Interstate supply, IGST will come. But sir, I want to term it as export. Baba, for something to become export, sir, export of goods means taking the goods from India outside India. Just you are in India, the place of supply is outside India. Baba, the goods should also go outside India. Remember only one thing. Export of goods means taking of goods from India outside India, then only it is export of goods. And export of goods is interstate supply. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, what is export of service? Export of service means any service when location of supply is in India and place of supply is outside India, then to it is inter. But supply is in India, recipient is outside India, place of supply is outside India. What you are receiving is foreign convertible currency. Baba, you have to talk with me. And in case of Nepal and Bhutan, wherever permitted by the RBI, INR also can be released, and we both are not mere establishment of distinct person, means we should be actual different person, only then it will be become what, everyone? Export of service. Then I went ahead and told you, sir, supply of goods, services or both, whenever it is supplying to or supply by an SEZ unit, you are supplying to or SEZ is supplying, then Baba, always remember supply to or by an SEZ unit or developer is always interstate supply. Sir, whenever a transaction happens, whenever supply of goods, services or both happens in the taxable territory, means India, in the taxable territory any transaction happens and it is not intra and it is not covered anywhere else, Baba, which does not belong to anyone, it always belongs to 75C, which says it will always be interstate and IGST will come. Now we went ahead and learned section number 8, which went ahead and told section number 8.1 talks about supply of goods, which says please find out the place of supply by applying section number 10. And now if supply of goods ka case mein location of supplier and place of supply in the same state, same union territory, it is always intrastate. And intrastate mein what will you charge everyone? CGST, SGST and CGST, UTGST, right everyone? There is a proviso which goes ahead and says following shall not be intra. What is not intra, everyone? Supply of goods to or by an SEZ is not intra because it is always interstate supply. Can I go ahead, everyone? Importation of goods till they cross the custom frontier is never intra because it will always be interstate supply. Then they are telling if you go ahead and supply to a tourist, what? Goods. Always remember, supplying to a tourist under section number 15 of the IGST Act, tourist is defined. And when you are supplying to a tourist goods, always remember, it is what, everyone? Interstate supply. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is subject to provision of section number 12, supply of service where location of supply and place of supply in the same state, same union territory. Service ka case mein also, it is always what, everyone? Intrastate. And what will come, everyone? CGST and SGST or CGST and UTGST. Sir, one proviso says supply of service to or by SEZ unit shall not be intra because it is always interstate. Supply of goods or service to an SEZ unit or by an SEZ unit is always what, everyone? Interstate, and it is never intra. Can I go ahead? Now everyone over here. Sir, supplies in India, recipient is outside India, place of supply is outside India, you are receiving foreign convertible currency, but you should not be mere establishment of distinct person. Sir, what do you mean by a distinct person? They went ahead and told under section number 8, there's an explanation number 1 and explanation number 2, which goes ahead and says a person has one establishment in India, one establishment outside India. If I have one establishment in India, one outside India, then always that establishment will be deemed as establishment of, both will be deemed as establishment of distinct person. I have one establishment in one state and another establishment outside the state or UT, then always remember that will also be an establishment of distinct person. One in India, one outside India, one in one state, one is outside the state. Always both are establishment of distinct person. I have one establishment in a state and another establishment also within the state and both are registered. Always remember one thing, in that scenario also they are establishment of different person, that is distinct person. Sir, how will I be deemed to carry out business? Means how will I say that, sir, I have an establishment outside India? Basically, a person will be deemed to be carrying on business through a branch. A person carrying on business through a branch, agency, representational office in any territory, it will be deemed to have an establishment in that territory. So if I have one branch outside India, it will be deemed that I have an establishment outside India. And if I receive any money from them, it will not be export of service, because if you are mere establishment of distinct person and you are receiving money, then it will not be an export of service. Are we clear, everyone? When it is export of service, supplies in India, recipient is outside India. Everyone with me, place of supply is outside India. What you are receiving is foreign convertible currency, and you both are not mere establishment of distinct person. You are actual different distinct person. Only then it will be an export of service. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Sir, what is the benefit of export? Always remember one thing. If your transaction comes under export, exports are always zero-rated supply. What do you mean by zero-rated supply, everyone? Zero-rated supply, government says zero rate is nothing other than a benefit. Zero rate is nothing other than a benefit. Your buying to selling ka whole chain will be made zero rated. Sir, if I go ahead and export, section number 16, section number 16, 1A says, section number 16 of the IGST Act it is. Section number 16 says, if you go ahead and export goods, services or both. Export of goods means taking from India outside India, and export of service has a definition. If you are falling under exports, always remember one thing. Your activity will be termed as what, everyone? If export activity you have done, it will be always zero-rated supply. Always remember, if you are doing zero-rated supply, two ways government have found out to make it zero-rated. Number one is you go ahead and give an LUT or bond, and whatever ITC is there relating to that supply, when you are giving LUT or bond, you will not pay GST. And whatever ITC relating to that supply, ITC ka refund will be given to you and you can take a refund. ITC will be given and you can take a refund of that. Can I go ahead, everyone? You can export on LUT or bond without paying IGST, and refund of unutilized ITC will be given. Second way, sir, I went ahead and exported. I did not give LUT or bond. I paid IGST. To pay the IGST, you use ITC and pay the remaining through your e-cash ledger. The whole of IGST ka refund will be given to you. Are we clear? So what are the two ways to make it zero rated? Number one, give LUT or bond. Don't pay IGST. Take ITC ka refund. Number two, everyone, pay IGST and take the refund of that IGST which is paid. Pay such IGST and pay IGST and Baba take a refund of the IGST. What is the second supply? Baba, always remember one thing: supplying to an SEZ, supply by an SEZ, both are what, everyone? Both are interstate supply. Now SEZ ka main work is to go ahead and export. So SEZ went ahead and told, sir, when people are supplying to me, they are charging GST. Tell them not to charge me GST. No, sir. So government went ahead and told Ramesh, when you go ahead and supply to SEZ, your supply is also zero rated supply. Are we clear? Give an LUT or bond, take your ITC ka refund, or pay IGST and take that IGST ka refund. Are we clear, everyone? Don't charge anything to the SEZ. Are we clear? So when I go ahead and supply to the SEZ unit or developer, that is also zero rated supply. Sir, two ways of making is zero rated supply. When you are supplying to an SEZ, Baba, supply by an SEZ is interstate supply, and IGST will come. Export by an SEZ, that is also export by anyone is anyway zero rated supply. But when you are supplying to an SEZ, if I supply to an SEZ, I can also go ahead and claim the benefit of zero rated supply. Are we all clear till here? Now the next one over here is section number 16.2, which goes ahead and says subject to 17.5, means if the credit is blocked under section number 17.5, then forget it. But sir, if it is not blocked, supposingly I bought plastics and made plastic bangles, and if I sell in India, plastic bangles are exempted. When it is exempted, I don't get ITC. But if the same plastic bangle I go ahead and export, Baba, remember one thing: if you go ahead and export, ITC will be given to you, and you can claim a refund of that. Subject to section number 17.5, ITC will be available for making zero rated supply, even though that supply is exempt supply. The next one over here is section number 9, which goes ahead and says supply in the territorial waters of India. So if you are going ahead and supplying in the territorial waters of India, the place of supply will be deemed to be the nearest coastal state. Sir, if the supply is in the territorial waters of India, Baba, supplier takes registration in the nearest coastal state. So supplier location is always deemed to be the nearest coastal state. That is what is told over here. If LOS is in the TWI, LOS will be the nearest coastal state or UT. Sir, if POS is in the TWI, then POS will always be in the nearest coastal state or UT. The next one over here is, sir, EZ. EZ, always remember, EZ is a separate union territory, the name of which is other territory. And Baba, whenever from supposingly Delhi you entered and supplied to EZ, so it means from one state you are going in and supplying to a union territory, or might be from this UT, if you supply to the state of Delhi, then always remember it will always be interstate supply, supplying to an EZ or supply from an EZ. If you are supplying from other state or UT to EZ, or EZ, say if you are supplying to other state or UT, it will always be what, everyone? Interstate supply. And what will come? IGST. Supply to or fro EZ. EZ is another territory, and hence supply to or fro EZ will always be what, everyone? Interstate, and IGST will come. But sir, supposingly if there is any other oil field over here, and this oil field, say this oil field may supply is happening, it is within the union territory, and if within the union territory any transaction is happening, always remember it is intrastate, and intrastate pay, always what will come, everyone? CGST and UTGST. Now one circular is over here. Circular goes ahead and talks about short-term accommodation, banqueting, conferencing service which are provided to what? SEZ. Always remember one thing: short-term accommodation, banqueting, conferencing services, etc. are services in relation to immovable property. So supposingly there is a supplier who is located, supplier ka location of supply is in Delhi, and there is a property which is there, which he is going ahead and renting out, basically the immovable property which he is going ahead and providing services of accommodation is also in Delhi. Then the place of supply will be in Delhi as per section number 12(3)(c), and Baba, it will always be intra, and you will go ahead and charge what, everyone? CGST and SGST. But sir, supposingly in the same state of Delhi, we have an SEZ which is there, and SEZ has taken this short-term banqueting services. Remember one thing: supplying to an SEZ as per section number 7.5b is always what, everyone? Intra or inter? Inter, and IGST should come. Now sir, this guy will get confused whether to treat it as intra or to treat it as interstate. Then they went ahead and clarified over here that short-term banqueting accommodation services or conferencing services when you are providing to SEZ, remember general provision 12(3)(c) of the IGST Act will not apply. Specific provision with respect to SEZ says section number 75B is a specific provision which says it will always be interstate supply, and always the specific provision will prevail over the general provision. Supplying to or by an SEZ unit is always interstate supply. I hope everyone is clear till here. Baba, I've gone ahead and given a note over here. What is LOS, what is LOR, etc. All the notes are written down. Clear, everyone? Sir, what is the most important point in this chapter? The most important point in this chapter to remember is the circular which is there, export of service ka definition, and you can read zero rated supply, C graded chapter. But you can read about zero rated supply, you can read about circular, and you can read about the export of service. What are the sections we went ahead and learned in this chapter? We learned section number 7 of the IGST Act, interstate supply. Section number 8 of the IGST Act, intrastate. Section number 9, supplying to or fro, basically territorial waters of India. When you are supplying, location of supplier will be deemed to the nearest coastal state. If supply is in the territorial water, supplier location nearest coastal state. Place of supply in the territorial water, place of supply nearest coastal state. Section number 10, 11, 12 and 13, we will be learning relating to place of supply. 14, I went ahead and told you about OIDR. You remember, online information database access and retrieval service provider. His provisions who are supplying from outside India, OIDR. Their provisions are in section number 14. Section number 15 is this tourist. Tourist ka discussion is section number 15. Section number 16 is zero rated supply. Are we all clear till here, everyone? I'll stop my revision on the chapter of nature of supply. Done. Now, what are the amendments in the chapter of nature of supply? Remember one thing, section number 16 is there, which talks about zero rated supply. Exports are zero rated, and when you are supplying to an SEZ unit or developer, that is zero rated, correct? Now, to make zero rated supply, there were two options. One option was, sir, please go ahead and give LUT or bond, ITC refund will be given. Now, they have gone ahead and told over here, okay, and the second method was pay IGST, take a refund of IGST. Correct, sir? Yes. Now, these two methods were there for zero rated supply. The first method, they named it now as point number 3, and this second method which was there, payment of IGST and claiming a refund of IGST, has been now named as fourth point. Means section number 16 has now 4 subsections. See guys, third subsection and fourth subsection. Now, in the third subsection, they have gone ahead and inserted a proviso also. What is the proviso? I have gone ahead and written the proviso below, saying that whenever you are making supply of goods, remember, if you don't realize the foreign currency, basically the sale proceeds, you have to deposit the ITC refunded within 30 days after the expiry of the time limit as given by FEMA. It means if you have gone ahead and made a supply, zero rated supply, basically you have gone ahead and made an export of goods and you don't realize the foreign currency, because once you have done the export of goods, now realization of foreign currency, this is already there in the proviso under your export of goods wala chapter. If I am not wrong, rule number 96B mein this proviso is already there. Now they have put it in the section number 16 also. What is the proviso? If you don't realize the foreign currency, then you have to go ahead and deposit whatever the ITC was refunded to you within 30 days after the expiry of time limit as per FEMA. Done, sir. Secondly, fourth point was there, supply on payment of IGST, and then you can claim a refund of this IGST paid. This is also one method of going ahead and making zero rated supply. Now they have gone ahead and told it is only for notified class of person and only for notified goods and service. They have gone ahead and simply told that only for notified person and notified goods and service will go ahead and allow this. Basically, now I'll show you 1 minute. What have they gone ahead and told over here? For this, they have gone ahead and told, they have issued one notification and told that all goods and services have been notified as a class of as the class of goods and service which may be exported on payment of IGST and on which the supplier can go ahead and claim a refund of the IGST so paid. Okay? Plus, they have gone ahead and told all the suppliers who are supplying to SEZ unit are now being notified and they can go ahead and supply to SEZ unit on payment of IGST and they can go ahead and claim a refund of the IGST paid. It means all the goods and services which are exported outside India or all the suppliers who are supplying to SEZ unit can go ahead and pay IGST and claim a refund of IGST, except notified goods. Baba, notified goods, actually there is a long list which is there, but you don't have to remember the list. It is just tobacco, pan masala, essential oil of peppermint, spearmints, etc. You don't have to remember this list. That's all is the change which has been made over here. Third point, and now this is the fourth point. That's all, everyone. We are done with our chapter of nature of supply. All right, students, let's go ahead and start our revision today. Today, we are going to do the chapter of charge of GST. Sir, can you give us a quick linking? Yes, Baba, let's take a quick linking. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Whenever supply is done, supply can be either interstate supply or intrastate supply. Interstate supply, what will come, everyone? IGST shall be levied. Intrastate, what will happen, everyone? CGST shall be levied. Once GST is levied, GST has to be collected and paid by whom? By a taxable person. How will he collect and pay? He will calculate GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Now, everyone over here, this is the place where we are going to learn today. CGST will be levied under section number 9. And sir, IGST ka levy section is section number 5. Let's go ahead and now revise section number 9 and section number 5. Sir, when we go ahead and read section number 9. Section number 9 has section number 9.1, which goes ahead and talks about, sir, when GST will be levied. Sir, whenever CGST will be levied on intrastate supply of what, everyone? Goods, services, or both, except alcoholic liquor for human consumption. It will be levied on the value which is determined under section number 15, and rate will be maximum 20%. This rate will be notified by the government on recommendation of council, collected and paid by whom? Only by a taxable person. Now, sir, if you read section number 5.2 over here, section number 5.2, 5.1 also goes ahead, and section number 5.1, which is the IGST levy section, everything written is same. Only what will happen? Intra becomes inter, and 20% becomes how much, everyone? 40%. The next one over here is section number 9.2. Section number 9.2 goes ahead and talks about what, everyone? That, sir, HP man pay. CGST will be levied from a date which will be notified by government on recommendation of council. Can you tell me what is HP man, everyone? H for high speed diesel, P for petroleum crude, M for motor spirit, A for aviation turbine fuel, and N for natural gas. GST will be levied from a date to be notified by government on recommendation of council. Now, section number 9.2, same section number 5.2 is also there of the IGST Act, which goes ahead and says IGST will be levied on HP man from a date notified by government on recommendation of council. Then we come to reverse charge mechanism, RCM. Section number 9.3 goes ahead and talks about RCM. Sir, what is RCM? Whenever a recipient has to go ahead, whenever government goes ahead and says it is difficult to take the GST from the supplier, government goes ahead and puts what? RCM. And whenever RCM comes, the recipient has to go ahead and pay the GST under RCM, and all the provisions will be applicable to the recipient. Can I go ahead, everyone? So, sir, 9.3, when we go ahead and talk, section number 9.3 may we have some goods also which are notified goods on which RCM is there, and services also which are notified on which RCM is there. But goods ka RCM is not applicable for your CA final syllabus, and but services ka RCM is applicable for your exam. Let's go ahead and now read the RCM with respect to services. Very, very important from exam point of view. Exam point of view, it is very important because one question they no, basically it will be a part of the big question, or it can come as an individual question also. Everyone over here, the first service which we go ahead and cover over here is the GTA ka service. Always remember one thing, everyone. If GTA is going ahead, and giving the services, GTA can give the services either to a registered person, or GTA can give services to an unregistered person. Remember one thing, if GTA is giving services to a registered person can be a TDS deductor also, and registered person can be a other registered person also, right, everyone? And unregistered person, which is unregistered person under GST we are talking about, unregistered person can be, you have to remember, it can be F, B, S, C, O, O, P. Sir, what do you mean by FB scoop, everyone? I've gone ahead and told over here, FB scoop. F means factory, which is registered under Factories Act. B means body corporate, which is registered or established under their law. Sir, society, which is registered under the Societies Act. Sir, cooperative society, which is established under the law. Or partnership firm can be registered or unregistered under the Partnership Act. includes an AOP, and always remember LLP will also be a partnership firm. You know what, everyone? Body corporate. FB means body corporate. Baba means a corporate body, which is an incorporated body, has a perpetual succession, has the capacity to sue or being sued, which is separate legal entity. That's a body corporate. Are we clear, everyone? For an example, Indian company, body corporate. Foreign company is also a body corporate. Indian company is a body corporate, foreign company is a body corporate, SEBI is a body corporate, sir, RBI is also a body corporate. Cooperative society is never a body corporate. Partnership firm is not a body corporate, right, everyone? But sir, LLP, although being a body corporate, they have gone ahead and told LLP should not be considered. LLP normally is a body corporate, but LLP will not consider as body corporate for reverse charge notification. They have specifically told LLP should always be considered only in partnership firm, and hence LLP will never go ahead and consider it body corporate. Are we clear, everyone? Can I go ahead? Everyone over here. So if I'm going ahead and giving services to FB scope, or I can go ahead and give to other unregistered person who is a casual taxable person, or I can go ahead and give it to other unregistered person also. Now, when I go ahead and talk about GTA ka services, always remember one thing: GTA services. GTA services, if it is given to TDS deductor A, B, C category, A means Department of Central Government, State Government, Local Authority or Governmental Agency, and D category is the notified category. Remember one thing, here government went ahead and exempted. So if GTA is giving services to a registered person under GST who is registered as what, everyone? TDS deductor, then the GST has been exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? But TDS deductor of notified category ka case mein RCM shall be applicable at the rate of 5%. Can we go ahead, everyone? अदर रजिस्टर्ड पर्सन का केस में सर नॉर्मल रजिस्टर्ड पर्सन, कैजुअल टैक्सेबल पर्सन, ओआईडीआर एक्सेट्रा का केस में सर अगेन आरसीएम एट द रेट ऑफ 5%. FB scoop का केस में these people will have to take compulsory registration and pay the GST under RCM at the rate of 5%. सर अनरजिस्टर्ड पर्सन का केस में exempted. Sir, unregistered casual taxable person, handicraft wala supplier who are unregistered, exempted, and this case also exempted. Are we clear till here, everyone? Now, sir, government have also gone ahead and told if you are a GTA, normally a GTA ka case mein always the recipient pays the GST under RCM. But if GTA wants, GTA can go for the option of forward charge mechanism. In that scenario, the GTA can either go ahead and charge you 5% under forward charge or 12% under forward charge mechanism. Are we clear, everyone? So if there is a goods transport agency who has opted for forward charge mechanism, either they will go ahead and, so in the first case, when they are giving to TDS deductors, again it will be exempted, but notified category of TDS deductor ka case mein forward charge mechanism, either 5% or 12% will come. Sir, if GTA takes the option of 5%, Baba, remember, if GTA is charging 5% GST under forward charge, it will not get any credit. If GTA is charging 12%, then also then GTA will get all the credit. Sir, okay, three types of GTA. One GTA wherein recipient pays the GST under RCM, then Baba GTA does not get credit. If GTA goes for forward charge mechanism, it will charge 5%, 5% then no ITC, 12% if it charges forward charge, then it will get all the credit. Remember, recipient ka case mein, supplier ka case mein I have told you about the credits. Recipient to Baba, when you pay under RCM also you can take the credit. When you pay under forward charge also you can take the credit. Are we clear? Sir, in this scenario also forward charge mechanism. In this scenario also forward charge mechanism. Here it will be exempted and here it will be exempted. Are we clear till here, everyone? Can we go ahead? Now, when I went ahead and told you about GTA, I went ahead and told one more thing over here. Wherever it is reverse charge or forward charge, remember one thing. There is one more exemption which has been given by the government. Reverse charge or forward charge will not come if it is random item. If it is random item, relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense and military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain, rice, flour, and pulses. Are we all clear till here? Yes, sir. This is the overview about the GTA services. Please come back. Now, when I go ahead and talk about the GTA service, GTA, if it is unregistered, all these people or partnership firm can be registered, unregistered, LLP including AOP. Then, Baba, in that scenario, GST has to be paid under RCM by these people. If it is registered person, then also RCM will come. But registered person ka case mein RCM will not come. If it is Department of Central Government, State Government, Local Authority or Governmental Agency who is registered as TDS deductor, it will be exempted. Then we have proviso over here. Proviso goes ahead and says if GTA wants, GTA can go ahead and take registration, opt for paying GST under forward charge mechanism, and also it has to issue a tax invoice charging GST at the rate of 5% or 12%, and also it has to give a declaration on the invoice which is issued that, sir, I'm going ahead and charging the GST under forward charge. Are we clear, everyone? The next one over here is advocate. Everyone over here, advocate ka services or firm of advocate or senior advocate ka service. Always remember, advocate, firm of advocate or senior advocate, firm of advocate or senior advocate. Whenever they go ahead and give services, first of all, they should be given to a business entity which is under taxable territory. Secondly, which business entity has to pay GST under RCM? Whose last year turnover, last year preceding financial year turnover is more than registration limit. Are we clear, everyone? Remember this point. The next one over here is, Baba, all other scenarios mein, all other scenarios, if advocate, firm of advocate or senior advocate, all other scenarios, individual ko given services, all those scenarios may it will be exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? Remember, if it is given to a business entity, which business entity which last year turnover is more than registration limit, only then GST will come under RCM. The next one over here is arbitral tribunal ka services. Arbitral tribunal, Baba, one is a tribunal which is established under law. Their services are neither supply of goods nor supply of service, but arbitral tribunal is kind of a private tribunal. An arbitral tribunal giving services to a business entity whose aggregate turnover in previous year is more than registration limit, only then GST will come under RCM. The next one is sponsorship services, means giving sponsorship service to anyone. So for an example, I'm an event organizer. I went ahead and told, give me this much amount, your brand I will associate along with the event. Then I'm going ahead and giving what? Sponsorship services. I'm giving sponsorship service. You are giving me the sponsorship amount. I am the supplier of service. You being the recipient, you have to pay the GST under RCM if you are a body corporate or a partnership firm. Remember, partnership firm includes LLP, which is in the taxable territory. The next one over here is government. Central government, state government, union territory or local authority. If they are going ahead and giving services other than PAIT, sir, P means post ka services. Leave post ka service, on post ka service. Post ka service. What happens, everyone, in case of postal services? If it is postcard, inland card, book post or envelopes weighing less than 10 gram, then it is exempt. Other than postal department ka service, always forward charge is there. A for airport or port related service, forward charge is there. I for immovable property. Baba, government giving renting of immovable property, registered business entity pays GST under RCM, unregistered business entity government charges under forward charge. Can I go ahead, everyone? T for transportation of goods or passenger ka service pe also GST comes under forward charge. Can I go ahead, everyone? Excluding all these services, if any services are given to a business entity, which business entity, everyone, whose aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year is more than registration limit, then that business entity, Baba, government giving services other than PAIT, post, airport, port related service, immovable property and transportation. Immovable property you have to see over here, I have told. Other than these four services, government giving services to a business entity whose last year turnover is more than registration limit, plus, the amount charged is more than 5,000, then that business entity pays the GST under RCM. The next one over here is any person going ahead and renting residential dwelling for the purpose of residence. Basically, not for the purpose of residence. They have gone ahead and told, are you any person doing what? Renting of residential dwelling to a registered person, whether for commercial purpose or residential purpose. Residential dwelling to a registered person will pay the GST under RCM. The next one is any person giving transfer of development right for or floor space index, promoter pays the GST under RCM. Any person going ahead and giving long-term lease of land of 30 years or more, promoters pays the GST under RCM. So if any person is giving development right or floor space index, or he is going ahead and giving what, everyone, long-term lease which is 30 years or more, always the promoter, the real estate developer, pays the GST under RCM. The next one is directors over here. Directors giving services to company or a body corporate. Always remember one thing, in the taxable territory, if it is there, what will happen over here? Reverse charge mechanism, company or body corporate pays the GST. Sir, there is a circular over here. Circular went ahead and told, always remember, independent directors are never the employees, and always the GST will be payable by whom, everyone? Company under RCM. However, if whole-time director is giving services to the company, you have to go ahead and see, is the whole-time director an employee or not an employee? If he is an employee and given salary and TDS under 192 of the Income Tax Act is done, then it is not a salary, then it is not a supply and no GST. And third, if it is not if his director is not an employee, whole-time director, but not in the capacity of employee, other than in the capacity of employee, if he gives services and professional fees is paid, when 194 JMA TDS is deducted, then it's a supply and the company will be liable to pay GST under RCM. Always remember one thing, insurance agent giving services to the insurance company always pays the GST under RCM. Recovery agent giving services to bank, financial institution and NBFC. bank, financial institution or NBFC pays the GST under RCM. Remember one thing, everyone, recovery agent gave services to car dealer. There is no RCM. It will come under forward charge. The next one over here is music composer, photographer, artist or like. What does the music composer, photographer, artist or like do? They go ahead and give transfer or permit the use or enjoyment of copyright relating to original dramatic, musical, artistic or literary work. So always remember one thing, if photographer, artist or like goes ahead and gives services to whom? Producer or music company or like, then Baba, in that scenario, all these people will have to go ahead and pay the GST under RCM. Who will pay the GST, everyone? Music company, producer, or like will go ahead and pay the GST under RCM. Baba, remember one thing, they are not selling their IP copyright. They are going in and allowing to use. Selling is a supply of goods. Here they are allowing to use, and for that they might be taking any consideration. Baba, that person who is the recipient, music company, etc., will pay the GST under RCM. The next one over here is author. Author का case में remember, if the author is unregistered and he has not opted, Baba, author has an option to go for forward charge. But if author does not go for forward charge, always remember, publishers will pay the GST under RCM. Can I go ahead, everyone? So, sir, if the author wants, author is also going ahead and giving what? Original literary work. It says copyright, which is going ahead and giving someone to use. So, Baba, author का case में also, if author wants, author can go ahead and take registration. Forward charge mechanism will be applicable when? If author takes registration, filed a declaration that he exercises to pay the GST under forward charge, and he will comply with all the provision as they apply to the person who was liable to pay the tax, and that he will not withdraw the option for 1 year. And also when he gives the invoice to the publisher, he should go ahead and give a declaration in the prescribed form on the invoice when he is issuing the invoice to the publisher. Always remember, everyone, authors have been given. Authors have, number one, if author is unregistered and he does not offer forward charge, always publisher will pay the GST under RCM. Publisher who is in the taxable territory. Can I go ahead, everyone? But if author wants, author can go ahead and take registration. He can go ahead and file a declaration with his jurisdictional officer saying, sir, I will go ahead and charge the GST under forward charge and I will not withdraw this option for 1 year. In that scenario, he will go ahead and comply with all the provision, and also when he gives the invoice to the publisher, he will go ahead and give a declaration that, sir, I will go ahead and pay the GST under forward charge, you don't pay. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one, members of overseeing committee giving services to the RBI. Always remember, RBI will go ahead and pay the GST under RCM. Sir, direct selling agent who is an individual. Remember, direct selling agent who is an individual giving services to bank or NBFC. Always what will happen? Bank or NBFC will pay the GST under RCM. Business facilitator giving services to the bank. Remember one thing, everyone. One is a business correspondent and one is a business facilitator. Remember, they will also have an agent. And this is a bank, for an example. This is a bank. Always remember, when business correspondent ka agent gives him services, RCM is there. When business facilitator gives to the bank, RCM is there. Okay, everyone. Now, sir, what about this scenario and this scenario? In that scenario, whenever RCM is not there, forward charge mechanism will come. Remember one thing, business correspondent is always the bakra. Bakra means, sir, whenever he takes the services, he will have to pay under RCM. When he gives the services to bank, he will have to collect and pay. So, Baba, both sides say he has to pay. When he takes the services of agent, he has to pay. When he gives services to bank, he has to collect and pay. So he's the bakra. Can I go ahead, everyone? But business facilitator is always free. No tension. Why no tension, everyone? Because when they take the services from agent, agent will collect and pay. When they give services to the bank, bank will pay under RCM. Are we clear, everyone? Chalo. The next one over here, agent of a business correspondent. Sir, but what if, sir, all these services which are provided by the business correspondent, business facilitator or their agent are with respect to rural area branch, accounts in rural area, then Baba, if it is with respect to rural area, all will go under exemption. Remember one thing, over here they have gone ahead and told exemption if business facilitator or business correspondent and their intermediary with respect to accounts in rural area, then all the services will be exempted. The next one is security service. Baba, remember one thing, security service means providing security guard, security personnel services by any person other than a body corporate. If it is given to whom? Registered person in the taxable territory, then registered person will pay the GST under RCM. Sir, not applicable if the registered person. So if I go ahead and tell over here, security services given by any person other than body corporate, if it is given to registered person and registered person is TDS deductor. Baba, security services given to whom, everyone? Registered person. If registered person is a TDS deductor, If registered person is a composition person or others, you will have to go ahead and see. TDS deductor also may A category, B category, C category, and the last one is notified category. Remember one thing, where will reverse charge mechanism be applicable, everyone? If it is given in this scenario, what will happen? First, they told all may RCM. Correct, everyone? Then they went in and told RCM is not applicable. In which scenario? If it is TDS deductor, RCM is not there. Composition dealer, RCM is not there. RCM is not there means forward charge mechanism will come in this scenario. Can I go ahead, everyone? There is no exemption. The next one over here is renting of motor vehicle designed to carry passenger. See over here, not applicable when registered person is a TDS deductor or composition dealer. The next one over here is renting a motor vehicle which is designed to carry what passengers, where fuel cost is included in the consideration charged. Then, Baba, if any person other than body corporate, if he is giving the services, number one, you have to remember it should be a renting of motor vehicle, passenger vehicle, fuel cost is included. Secondly, sir, who is the service provider? Any person other than body corporate. Thirdly, he should not be charging 12%, means he should be either charging 5% or might be not registered, he is issuing bill of supply. In that scenario, body corporate will always pay the GST under RCM. Can I go ahead, everyone? Recipient should be a body corporate. Here one circular is there over here. Sir, supposingly GST on renting of motor vehicle designed to carry passenger. One body corporate is there. Body corporate went ahead and took one motor vehicle where the person who has given the motor vehicle, it's a passenger vehicle, and the person who has taken the motor vehicle is a body corporate. Any person other than body corporate, when the body corporate hires the motor vehicle for a period during which the motor vehicle is at its disposal, it is telling I will send the employee from here to here. However I want, I can use the motor vehicle. Then body corporate is liable to pay GST under RCM. But supposingly, body corporate went ahead and one employee had to be sent from one location to another location, and the employee was sent in a bus. Baba, buses which are going from one place to another. But in that scenario, they have not gone ahead and taken renting a services. It's a passenger transportation services taken by them. And in that scenario, they don't have to pay GST under RCM. When body corporate avails passenger transportation service for specific journey and does not take it on rent, motor vehicle is not taken on rent. One bus was going from here to there. I've sent my employee from here to there. In that scenario, I have not taken the motor vehicle on rent. It is just passenger transportation service given by them. In that scenario, there is no reverse charge mechanism. Reverse charge mechanism is when you have rented a motor vehicle, which is passenger vehicle, where fuel cost is included. Secondly, they have not charged you 12%. Thirdly, they are any person but not a body corporate. And fourthly, you are a body corporate. Are we clear? Can I go ahead, everyone? Yes, did I tell the same thing? Chalo, the next one over here is the last one, services of lending of securities to the borrower. Services of lending the securities to the borrower. Remember one thing, lender through an intermediate lends the securities. Borrower is always liable to pay the GST under RCM. There is a circular over here regarding the taxability of securities lending. See over here, everyone, taxability of supply of securities under securities lending scheme. Sir, transaction of securities where the disposal of securities, it is not a supply, no GST. Because securities are neither goods nor service. However, lending of securities where supply of service, lending of securities is always the supply of service. Whenever lending of securities is done through an intermediary, SEBI ka appointed intermediary through, if lending of securities is done, always remember one thing, it's a supply of service, taxable, and borrower will be liable to pay GST under RCM. Remember, the nature of supply is always interstate and IGST shall be payable. Are we all clear till here, everyone? Can you go ahead and tell me what are the various services on which reverse charge mechanism is applicable? I went ahead and told you DIA, GRA, MS, diagrams. You have to remember diagrams, everyone. The first service which is there is the GTA ka service. Correct, everyone? G for GTA. The second one is advocate ka services or arbitral tribunal ka services. The third one which is over here. Sir, arbitral tribunal done. S for sponsorship service. Do you guys agree with me? The next one over here is government ka services. G for government ka services. Government giving services to a business entity. Correct, everyone? Yes or no? And Baba, also government doing renting of immovable property. The next one we went ahead and learned, if there is a person who is doing renting of residential property. Correct, everyone? To a registered person. The next one, everyone. The next one, quickly, director ka services. Correct, everyone? D for directors. And Baba, D for development rights also, no? Development right, transfer of development right, floor space index, or long-term lease if you are giving land. What is the next one over here? Director ke baad, I for insurance agent. Sir, the next one over here is R for recovery agent. Then M for music composer, artist, or photographer. The next one over here is author. The next one, everyone, direct selling agent. D for direct selling agent, who is an individual. Then I went ahead and told you A for agent of business facilitator or agent of business correspondent, or if he is a business, not agent of business facilitator, only business facilitator. Then the next one, everyone, which is it? Members of overseeing committee. M for members of overseeing committee of the RBI. The next one, everyone, security services. Here you can say security services. Here it will come renting of motor vehicle, and here is securities lending. I have gone ahead and covered all the reverse charge ka entries over here. Remember the mnemonic diagrams, and you can go ahead and write this down and stick it beside your bed so that you remember all the reverse charge ka entries. Are we all clear till here? Now, let's move to the next section, everyone. The next section is which one, everyone? Section number 9.4. Section number 9.4 goes ahead and says about whenever one unregistered person will give specified category of goods or services to whom, everyone? Specified class of registered person. Specified class of registered person will pay the GST under RCM. And here we have input and input services if they are given to a promoter, and if there is any shortfall below 80%. If there is any shortfall below 80%, for an example, one promoter is making a project where the cost is 10 lakh rupees. Out of this, input and input services, 8 lakh should be brought from registered person. Supposingly, the promoter bought only 7 lakh worth of input and input services from registered person. Then whatever is the differential, 1 lakh is the differential that promoter has to pay GST under RCM at the rate of 18%. The next one over here is cement. Cement ka case mein also, whenever you buy from unregistered person, promoter will have, whoever is the promoter, if he buys from an unregistered person, he'll have to pay GST under RCM. Capital goods may also, if the promoter buys any capital goods, he'll have to pay GST under RCM if he buys from unregistered person. Registered person, then no problem. The next one over here is section number 9.5. Section number 9.5 goes ahead and says those category of services, intrastate supply, the tax shall be payable always by the e-commerce operator, and all the provision of the law will apply to the e-commerce operator as if he is the supplier liable for paying the tax. Now here we have, what are the various services, everyone? THAR services. Number one is transportation of passenger ka services. Transportation of passenger ka services, baba, Ola, Uber, etc. services, Ola, Uber ke through when services are given. So sir, supposingly there is one person, he went to Ola, Ola directed it to a person, supplier, he came and gave the service. In this scenario, who will be liable, everyone? E-commerce operator will be liable. Remember one thing, even if the supplier is registered, unregistered, doesn't matter. Even if he's liable to register, even if he's not liable to register, always the e-commerce operator will be liable. The first one is transportation of passenger. Remember, transportation of passenger not by air. Transportation of passenger only by what? Radio taxi, motor cab, maxi cab, motorcycle, might be an omnibus or any other motor vehicle, might be it's an auto rickshaw, metered cab, e-rickshaw. Remember, always the e-commerce operator will be liable. Can I go ahead? Generally, e-rickshaw, auto rickshaw ka services mein there is no GST. But if the same is provided to an e-commerce will collect the GST and pay it to the government. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is accommodation services. Remember one thing, for an example, one person went to Oyo and he booked a hotel, right, everyone? He went and stayed. So basically, hotel had gone ahead and given him service. Over here, you should remember, if the supplier is liable to register under section number 21, then supplier will be liable, e-commerce will not be liable. But if supplier is not liable to register under section number 21, then e-commerce operator will be liable. And whenever the e-commerce operator is liable, only then he will go ahead and collect the GST and pay. Now, when he has to collect the GST and pay, he will have to take compulsory registration. Are we clear, everyone? So if e-commerce does not have to collect and pay, he will not take registration. But when e-commerce has to collect and pay, then e-commerce operator takes compulsory registration. Everyone over here now. The next one over here is T for transportation, H for accommodation service done. Accommodation service given in hotel, in for residential or lodging purpose. Also, in that scenario, accommodation service also will pay the GST. If supplier is liable to register under 21, supplier will be paying. If supplier is not liable to register under 21, then Baba e-commerce will be liable to pay. How will the e-commerce pay? He'll take compulsory registration, collect and pay. Compulsory registration under section number 24 of the registration chapter we have learned. Section number 24 of CGST Act. Housekeeping service, always remember denting, painting of the house. If you take housekeeping services, supposingly you went to Urban Clap and you took housekeeping services. Supposingly this was Venki over here. Venki went in and took a shower. At the time shower stopped and you went to Urban Clap and Urban Clap directed it to a supplier. Supplier will come and give you the service. In this scenario, if the supplier is liable to register under section number 21, then supplier will collect and pay. But if supplier is not liable, then e-commerce operator will collect and pay the GST under section number 95. And whenever e-commerce operator has to pay, they have to take compulsory registration. So third one was plumbing, carpenting, etc. service. Remember one thing. They are telling housekeeping services. So supposedly one beautician provided the service through e-commerce operator, that is not housekeeping. Beautician means denting, painting, they will do a person, not house. Are we clear? And beautician ka services don't come under section number 95. The next one over here is note, in housekeeping and accommodation service, e-commerce is not liable if supplier is liable for registration under section number 21. The next one is restaurant services. Remember one thing, if restaurant services are provided through Swiggy, Zomato, etc., whether the supplier is registered, unregistered, doesn't matter. Always e-commerce operator only will collect the GST and pay it to the government, right everyone? However, if this restaurant is located in specified premises, what is the specified premise everyone? Where the room rent is more than how much everyone? 7,500. See, if it is if the room rent is how much? 7,500 per unit. Baba, not equal to it is more than what everyone? 7,500 any room rent, then this becomes a specified premises. And in this scenario, when the food is being provided through a specified premise, who will be liable? The restaurant only will be liable. E-commerce operator will not be liable. They have told over here restaurant services except when services by restaurant in specified premises. Specified premises means premises having hotel accommodation services having declared tariff how much everyone? More than 7,500 per unit per day. Remember, it is not equal to, it is 7,500 per day per unit, or equivalent means rupee equivalent. Might be 7,500 is equal to 75 pounds. They are talking about that. Can we go ahead, everyone? So they are telling it should be more than 7,500. It should not be less than or equal to. If it is more than 7,500, then that becomes a specified premise. And specified premises through if food is supplied, then restaurant will be liable, e-commerce will not be liable. Here one circular is there over here. If you see one circular is there, sir, where is the circular over here? Circular I have gone ahead and given over here. Services is supplied by restaurant through e-commerce operator. Remember one thing, sir, first question which was asked was, sir, whenever services are supplied by an restaurant through e-commerce, so supposing there is a restaurant which is supplying the service through e-commerce, Baba, remember in section number 95 ka supply, there is no TCS which is applicable. Section number 95 ka supplies are transportation, housekeeping, accommodation and restaurant service. On all these four services, TCS is not applicable. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, supposingly any other services other than this or any other goods other than this, then Baba TCS provisions are applicable. Government went ahead and clarified, since ECO is liable to pay the GST, whenever ECO is liable, anyways TCS provision is not applicable. It is not required to collect TCS, but on other goods and services not notified, if those goods and services are supplied through e-commerce, then in that scenario, e-commerce will collect TCS. Sir, e-commerce operator is telling, sir, I have to pay my own GST also because I am charging what? Commission. I am charging commission. So commission pay I have to pay GST. I have taken registration. Now 95 wala tax also I have to go ahead and pay. Then should I take one more registration? Government told no. Under that registration only you can pay your commission pay GST also. You can pay on 95 wala GST. Also, you are not required to take separate registration to pay the GST on restaurant services under section number 95. Sir, the next one over here, people ask, sir, if this supply is registered or unregistered, in both the scenario, am I liable to pay? Government told whether the supply is registered or unregistered, e-commerce operator only will be liable for the restaurant service because we are talking about restaurant. Can I go ahead, everyone? E-commerce will be liable to pay GST on supplies made by unregistered restaurant through it. Even if restaurant is registered, also e-commerce will only pay. Unregistered, then also e-commerce operator only will pay. Now, supposingly I am a restaurant, I am selling food. I am a restaurant, I am going in and selling food to my customer. To my customers, if I am selling food, I have sold 10 lakh of food. And I am selling through the e-commerce also, and I have sold goods worth rupees 5 lakh. Not goods. Restaurant services worth 5 lakh. So, sir, what is my aggregate turnover? 10 lakh or 10 plus 5, 15? Government is selling whether you are selling directly to your customer or you are selling through e-commerce. That is always your aggregate turnover. Whose? Supplier. So it says aggregate turnover restaurant shall include value of supplies made through e-commerce operator also. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Whenever one restaurant goes ahead and takes registration, no, restaurant services pay 5% GST is there under composition also and normally also. And you know what? When restaurant charges 5% GST, there is no input tax credit. Are we clear, everyone? There is no input tax rate. Now he was the supplier over here. Now supplier ka head say we have gone ahead and removed all the work and we have put it on whose head, everyone? E-commerce operator is deemed as the supplier and he is going to do all the compliances. Now people went ahead and told, sir, when e-commerce operator is the supplier of the e-commerce, when all the provision of the law will be applicable to the e-commerce operator, you are assuming him to be the supplier. So sir, when he is going ahead and paying GST on the commission services, that ke liye to he can take the input tax credit. But sir, when he is supplying the restaurant service, with respect to that, he should not take GST because restaurants are not allowed to take input tax credit. Government went ahead and told, hey, listen, e-commerce operator is not actually the supplier. Are you guys able to understand? So people told some credit he should go ahead and reverse. With respect to what? With respect to section number 9.5, should he reverse the credit? Government told, hey, listen, nothing. All the credits will be allowed. This supply which was done, this supply pay, anyways, he's just collecting the GST and paying. He does not become the restaurant itself. Restaurants are not allowed to take the input tax credit. Did you guys get it, everyone? It says e-commerce shall not be required to reverse ITC on account of restaurant service on which it pays GST. Are we clear, everyone? Also, e-commerce shall pay GST. Now, tell me one thing. For paying this GST on your commission services, you can use this credit. For paying this, you don't have any credits. Don't go ahead and use this credit for paying this amount. It should be always paid in cash. Everyone over here. The next one. Supposingly one person went ahead, one person is there, he went and placed an order on e-commerce. Supposingly he placed an order for goods also and services also. E-commerce operator sent the order to a restaurant. Restaurant is selling restaurant ka services, food also, and he is selling goods and services also. Are we clear, everyone? Same order. One order may one person ordered for his girlfriend supposingly cake also and gifts also. Now in this scenario, when the restaurant services food is being sent, then Baba, this person will go ahead and pay the GST to e-commerce and e-commerce should pay. So for this, e-commerce operator will raise the invoice, he will collect the GST and pay to the government. With regards to the goods and service, the person who is the supplier, he will only raise the invoice, you will make the payment, e-commerce will deduct TCS and then make the remaining payment to you. Are we clear? For the restaurant service, e-commerce will not go ahead and deduct any TCS, but for other goods and service, e-commerce will deduct the TCS and pay the remaining amount to you. It is what is being told over here. If restaurant services and other services are sold by a restaurant, other goods or services are sold to customer under the same order, advisable e-commerce operator raises separate bill for restaurant services on other goods and service supplier to raise the invoice and e-commerce only will go ahead and deduct TCS. Are we clear, everyone? For whatever restaurant services are there, e-commerce will go ahead and raise the invoice, e-commerce will collect the GST and pay. But sir, for restaurant services, e-commerce will raise the invoice, collect the GST and pay to the government. But for other goods and service, the supplier only will raise the invoice, e-commerce will just collect the amount, deduct TCS and pay to the supplier. Are we all clear till here, everyone? Yes, sir. We are all clear. Remember one thing, everyone. If e-commerce operator under section number 9.5, that guy is in India, then e-commerce will be liable to pay the GST. E-commerce is not in there in India. He will have a representative who will pay in the taxable territory. That person will be liable. He does not have a representative also. Government says, beta, if no representative, appoint person in the taxable territory for the purpose of paying tax and he shall be liable. Everyone over here, I went in and told you about section number 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4 and 9.5. Remember one thing, there is a small amendment over here where they have gone in and told RCM provision shall apply to parliament, state legislature, court and tribunal as they apply to central government and state government. The way it is applicable for central government and state government might be central government, state government are giving services to business entity pays under RCM. Same way, if parliament, state legislature, court or tribunal gives the services, on that also RCM will be applicable. Body corporate ka meaning has been told. I have told you any corporate basically which is established under any person established under law. What is a body corporate? Person who is established under law, has a separate legal entity, perpetual succession, can be sued or sued, can sue or be sued. That's a body corporate. Now they are going in and telling, Baba, body corporate means what? Company. And they are telling foreign company is also included in body corporate. LLP is also a body corporate. But LLP should not be included in body corporate for the RCM notification. LLP will go where? Partnership firm. LLP will always be considered as partnership firm. Are we clear, everyone? Remember one thing, cooperative society will not be included in body corporate, and if any other body corporate not being a company which the government may by notification specify, if government specifies something, then that will also not be a body corporate. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, if you go down, PIT have written post, airport, aircraft or vessel, immovable property, and passenger related PAIT, transportation services. This mnemonic is to be used over here. Now the next one over here is, sir, section number 5. Section number 5, 9.1 and 5.1 are same. 9.1 may it talks about intrastate. Here it talks about interstate. 20% in 9.1 becomes 40% because IGST Act will be 20 plus 20, CGST plus SGST will be IGST Act. Section number 5.1 has one proviso that whatever IGST is on import of goods, it shall be levied and collected as per the Custom Tariff Act. It will be on the value which is determined under Custom Act. Custom Act may will read section number 14 that determines the value for custom duty. On Baba, what is told in Customs Act, on that value only will what will come, everyone? IGST will also come. And at the point when custom duties are levied, what will be levied? IGST will be levied, because importation of goods is interstate and IGST comes, that IGST will be levied, collected under the customs. Section number 5.2. Section number 9.2 told about HP man pe CGST. 5.2 talks about IGST on interstate supply of HP man. Section number 5.3 may there are additional services which are notified. Number 1, any service provided by any person in the non-taxable territory. If it is given to a person in the taxable territory, I told you, supply is outside India, recipient is in India. Place of supply is in India, that's importation. So whenever the person is outside India and recipient is in India, you have to pay the GST in RCM, under RCM. Do you remember supply chapter, everyone? So you have to go ahead and pay GST under RCM, but this RCM is not applicable in case of NTR. Means what, everyone? OIDR supplier giving services to an NTR, forward charge mechanism is applicable. OIDR takes registration in India compulsorily, collects the GST and pays to the government. Can I go ahead? The next one over here is transportation of goods. Number 1, it should be transportation of goods by vessel. Vessel. Remember, not air, vessel. Next, from outside India into the custom station in India. Thirdly, it should be done by a person in the non-taxable territory, basically a foreign shipping company. And number 4, you, the importer, will have to pay the GST under RCM. Remember, transportation of goods by vessel from outside India into India by a person who is in the non-taxable territory, and you are the person in the taxable territory who is basically the importer. You have to pay the GST under RCM. 5.4 and 5.5 is same, just intra becomes inter. Everyone over here, listen to me very carefully. We went ahead and learned section number 9.1. We learned section number 9 में section number 9.1 normal levy, 9.2 HP man, 9.3 I told you diagrams pay RCM, section number 9.4 promoter related RCM, input service, cement and capital goods I told you, 9.5 I told THAR services pay. What will happen? E-commerce operator will be liable. Then I told you section number 5.1. 5.1 is same as 9.1 only. Only one proviso is there. Importation of goods pay GST will come. IGST will be levied, collected under Customs Act. Sir, secondly, HP man. Third one, diagrams are included here also. RCM will come on diagrams, but they have included additionally 2 services. 9.4 and 5.4 is exactly same. Right, everyone? Just intra becomes inter. 5.4, 9.5 and 5.5 are also same. Thar ka interstate supply pay, IGST will be payable. That is being told over here. Clear, everyone? In your exam, please be very careful. If they are asking a question from intrastate supply point of view, you have to use section number 9. Interstate point of view, you have to use section number 5. Sir, is this chapter important? Yes, Baba, this chapter is very important. A graded chapter with section number 9.3 being the most important part, section number 9.5 being the most important part. Same way, section number 5.3 also is important. Are we clear, everyone? Done. I'll go ahead and close my revision on this chapter of charge of GST. Congratulations, people. Now let's cover the amendments which are there in the charge of GST. Charge of GST, chapter number 4. What are the various amendments? Section number 9.3. I hope you guys remember section number 9.3. Baba, in between, I am also going ahead and showing you my statutory update material. Because whenever I am telling you about the amendment, I am also showing it to you sometimes from the statutory update material. This statutory update material is also available in rameshsoni.com under free resources. Now listen carefully. Sir, what are the amendment in chapter number 4, charge of GST? Sir, section number 9.3 was there, which used to talk about RCM in case of notified service and goods also. But goods we never used to study because ICA had gone ahead and told for CA final, goods ka part is not applicable, where RCM will be applicable in case of goods, that is not applicable for CA final. Now what has happened over here is section number 9.3 RCM in case of goods now has been included as a part of your exam, and you will be tested on that. So what I've gone ahead and done is I've gone ahead and written over here that best crops are the things on, basically are the items on which GST is applicable under RCM. Number 1, B for BD leaves ka case mein. E for essential oil but not citrus fruit wala essential oil, peppermint, spearmint, etc. Then supply of lottery pay, whenever government is giving to distributor has to pay GST. Sir, tobacco leaves pe RCM will come. Cashew nut, which are basically not shelled or peeled. Remember, I'm not talking about the amendment in detail. This is just a summary which I am telling you so that you can write in your chart book. For detail, you will have to see the amendment video which is there. ठीक है sir. Then raw cotton के ऊपर they have gone ahead and introduced old and used vehicles, scraps, etc. when it is sold by the government. Then PSLC certificate पे also recipient has to pay the GST under RCM, and silk yarn पे also GST is payable under RCM. Remember one thing, what are the goods on which GST is payable under RCM? Best crops. B for sir BD ka leaves. Then E for essential oil, except citrus fruit ka oil, but except citrus fruit wala oil, but including peppermint, spearmint, etc. Then supply of lottery pe RCM is there, tobacco leaves pe RCM is there, cashew nut which are not shelled or peeled, ठीक है, not shelled or peeled, raw cotton, old and used vehicles, scraps, etc. when it is sold by the government, PSLC certificate, and silk yarn. For detail, this detail if you want, you can refer it from the statutory update material. The next one over here is, sir, here now Indian Railway, Ministry of Railways, Indian Railway which is there, all their services have been brought under forward charge mechanism, and hence whenever central government ka department which is Indian Railway now going ahead and providing services to anyone, it is forward charge mechanism. When it is exempted, like sleeper class etc. is exempted, non-AC, all those exempted is exempted, but business entities will never pay GST under RCM. Indian Railways now always forward charge mechanism, and hence here I have written PAIIT. PAIT was there, IIT, immovable property was there, Indian Railway also now forward charge mechanism is applicable. Here also whenever renting of immovable property is done to a registered person, registered business entity used to do, here they have gone ahead and told excluding Ministry of Railway. Remember one thing, Ministry of Railway ka all services given to a business entity always forward charge mechanism. Done sir, this point is clear. Other than that, director ke liye one circular has come. The circular I have written it down over here. You can also make a note of it. Sir, what is this circular telling? Only those services which are directorial services, basically which services are provided by the director as a director, those services pe reverse charge company will pay. But if the director is providing any services which are in personal capacity, not as a director, private or personal capacity mein any services provided, remember RCM will not come. Remember, forward charge mechanism, if the director is liable, he will go ahead and charge GST under forward charge, reverse charge will not come. This point I have gone ahead and included over here. Please make a note in your chart book. Done sir, this point is clear. Other than that, moving to your right side, e-commerce ke case mein, I hope you guys remember over here it is written transportation of passenger by radio taxi, motor cab, maxi cab, motorcycle, omnibus or any other motor vehicle. Always who used to pay? Sir, e-commerce operator. Omnibus has now been removed from here, and after one they have inserted one more, 1A, wherein they have gone ahead and told if transportation of passengers is happening by omnibus, except where the person supplying through e-commerce is a company, it means supposingly red bus is there, red bus ke through one company is there who is owning the bus, and there is a passenger, then this company only will pay the GST. E-commerce will not be liable, but this bus operator who is there, he is not a company, then in that scenario e-commerce operator will be made liable. Remember this point, and that is the 1A which has been inserted. You can also make a note of it in your chart book. So these are the various amendments which are there, which are being brought over here in your e-commerce ka chapter. Other than that, in your charge of GST ka chapter, other than that, section number 5.1, this proviso which was there, that whenever you import goods from outside India into India, custom duty and IGST has to be paid under the Custom Act. But tell me one thing, online money gaming, US से one person is supplying online money gaming to you in India. Online money gaming is nothing other than goods. अरे actionable claims are goods. It means Custom Act में they will collect custom duty and they will collect IGST. They went ahead and told IGST on import of goods other than online money gaming, custom duty and IGST will be collected under Custom Act. But for online money gaming, although goods, whenever any person supplies online money gaming from outside India into India में IGST will be payable by that person, custom duty will not be payable, and under the GST Act only we will collect the IGST from them. Done, sir. This point is clear. Other than this transportation of goods by a vessel, importer had transportation of goods by a vessel from outside India. So foreign shipping company going ahead and providing some services to an importer of transportation of goods from outside India, the importer had to pay GST under RCM on the freight. Now on this freight, custom duty also used to be paid under the Custom Act, and you also used to pay IGST. Now they have gone ahead and custom duty used to, see, CIF value में freight used to be included. On that, custom duty and IGST used to be paid under Custom Act. Again, under the GST Act, importer had to pay IGST under RCM. So double taxation, and hence this entry only has now been deleted. That's all. Here I have written that PAIIT, immovable property, and Indian Railways. Indian Railways to Baba, all services now brought under forward charge mechanism, no reverse charge. Done, sir. Point is clear. That's all is the change which has come in your charge of GST ka chapter. Done, Baba, done. All right, students, let's go ahead and now revise the next chart. The next chart is on composition levy. Everyone over here, we started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. Interstate supply, IGST will be levied. Intrastate, everyone, CGST will be levied. Now, everyone listen to me very carefully. Once GST is levied, GST has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. Do you guys remember, everyone? Collected and paid by a taxable person. Everyone listen to me very carefully. In between, some people came and told, sir, section number 9, we have to go ahead and collect the GST, we have to pay the GST, we have to take the ITC. Sir, ITC set off with the output tax, too much of headache is there. Sir, please give us a simple scheme. So government went ahead and told, okay, normal scheme you don't want, you want to go for a simple scheme. So government gave them composition scheme, which is a composition levy under section number 10. We are going to now learn about the composition levy. Everyone over here. Composition levy. Sir, first of all, you have to go ahead and see, sir, because of coming of GST, you see my condition. So government went ahead and told, okay, for small manufacturer, traders, etc. Government went ahead and told, we will give this scheme, everyone. Small trader, manufacturers and restaurant ke liye, government had introduced this scheme, which is known as composition scheme. So if your turnover in the preceding financial year, if your turnover in the last year was up to 1.5 crore or 75 lakh, Baba, this 50 I am cutting now, you don't count. If your turnover in the last year was up to 1.5 crore or 75 lakh, excluding what, everyone? Excluding interest or discount, then remember one thing, in the current financial year, you are a person who is eligible for composition scheme up to a turnover of 1.5 crore or 75 lakh. Don't cut anything in the chart. 1.5 crore or 75 lakh. Then up to 1.5 crore 75 lakh, you will have an option. The option is that you can go for composition scheme, and Baba, the option is to be exercised across India pan wise, means under your pan whatever registrations are there all have to come under composition scheme together. Done, everyone? Now, so pan wise all India scheme, all India basis pay, you'll have to go ahead and take composition scheme. It can't happen that if you have two registration, one can be normal registration, one can be composition registration. Not possible. Sir, who are the people who are eligible for composition scheme? Eligible people are told under section number 10.1. Section number 10.1 goes ahead and says MTR are the people who are eligible. Manufacturer, M for manufacturer, T for trader, and R for restaurant. MTR. Remember one thing, manufacturer goes ahead and pays out of his own pocket. You are not going to take any input tax credit. You are not going to charge any tax from your customer. To your customer, you should just go ahead and issue bill of supply. You should not go ahead and give any tax invoice to your customer if you are a composition dealer. People, remember, a composition dealer, he will not take any ITC. If he has gone ahead and paid GST, he will not take any ITC. When he goes ahead and makes supply, he will not go ahead and charge tax. So when you are not charging any tax, you should not issue tax invoice. You should go ahead and give a bill of supply. When I am going ahead and giving a bill of supply, you will not be able to take any input tax credit. No ITC to the receipt. recipient also. Then, sir, and sir, if I am a person who is under composition scheme, if I go ahead and take any services, if I go ahead and take any services, for an example, I took GTA ka service, I should pay GST under RCM. Now, should I go ahead and pay only 1%? Government is telling whatever inward supplies you take under section number 93 and 94, if you are liable to pay GST under RCM, you have to go ahead and pay at applicable rate. And also, you will not be able to take any RCM ka tax also if you pay, you will not be able to take any ITC. And then if you are a manufacturer, you should go ahead and pay how much, everyone? 0.5% CGST and 0.5% SGST of your turnover. Of your turnover. If you are a trader, you should pay 0.5 and 0.5% CGST and 0.5% SGST of your taxable turnover on which GST is there. Of your exempt supplies, you will not go ahead and pay. You will go ahead and pay only of your taxable turnover, which is there, taxable supplies. And restaurant goes ahead and pays 2.5 and 2.5 of their turnover. Can we go ahead, everyone? Now, sir, it is your own obligation. You should not go ahead and collect it from your customer. Then I went ahead and told you. So, sir, what did I tell you? If your last year turnover is up to 1.5 crore or 75 lakh, sir, for whom it is 1.5 crore, 75 lakh, you have to remember 1.5 crore is for Hoja and 75 lakh is for Mantus. Sir, can you please go ahead and tell us what do you mean by Mantus? MANTUS. Remember one thing, Mantus ke liye it is how much, everyone? 75 lakhs. M for if you are from Meghalaya, Manipur, and sir, you are from Mizoram, then Mizoram. Then for you, the limit is 75 lakh. A for Arunachal Pradesh. If you are from Arunachal Pradesh, then also limit is 75 lakh. And for Nagaland, also limit is 75 lakh. T for Tripura, also limit is 75 lakh. U for Uttarakhand, also limit is 75 lakh. And as for Sikkim, also the limit is 75 lakh. Are we clear, everyone? And I went ahead and told you 1.5 crore ka limit is for whom, everyone? HOJA. H for Himachal Pradesh. O for other states. And sir, this is Jammu and Kashmir. And A for Assam. Are we clear, everyone? Remember one thing, Mantus and Hoja. Mantus, it is how much, everyone? 75 lakh. And if you are from Hoja, it is 1.5 crore. Can I go ahead, everyone? Mantus, the name is long. So remember, Arunachal Pradesh, the name is long, which comes in Mantus. And Assam, the name is short. And Hoja also name is short. It means Assam comes in Hoja. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, you understood, everyone? A for Arunachal Pradesh. Mantus name is long, so Arunachal Pradesh comes in Mantus only. Assam, the name is short. Hoja also name is short, so short means short will come. Can I go ahead? Sir, if I am having a single PAN and I am there in both the Mantus also and Hoja also, then Baba, lower limit 75 lakh rupees will be applicable to you. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here. So if your turnover in the preceding financial year is 1.5 crore or 75 lakh, in the current financial year, you can go for an option. Option is to go for composition scheme. It's an option, not mandatory. It should be taken pan-wise all India basis pay. Who are the people who are eligible? MTR, manufacturer, trader, and restaurant. Remember one thing, manufacturer pays 0.5, 0.5 of the turnover, trader pays 0.5, 0.5 of the taxable turnover, and restaurant pays 2.5 and 2.5. It's your own obligation. Don't take ITC, don't charge any GST. Reverse charge may pay applicable rate. If reverse charge may 18% is there, you have to pay 18% and you will not get ITC. If reverse charge GTA service 5% is there, you have to pay 5% and you will not get any credit. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, now who are the people who are ineligible? Who are the people who are ineligible under section number 10.1? Baba, section number 10.1 has to be read with section number 10.2 because section number 10.2 says who are the people who will be ineligible for composition scheme. I went ahead and told one shortcut to remember is mines. Number one, if you are a manufacturer, M for manufacturer of pan masala, aerated water, ice cream and other edible ice, whether containing cocoa or not, tobacco, fly as bricks, blocks or aggregate. Fly as bricks, blocks or aggregate. Sir, bricks of fossil meal or similar siliceous earth, building bricks or earthen or roofing tile. If you are a manufacturer of what, everyone? Pan masala, aerated water, ice cream, tobacco, bricks of various kinds which are there, and sir, earthen or roofing tile, then you will not be eligible for composition scheme. Remember, we are talking about manufacturers are ineligible. If you are a trader, you will be eligible. Trader means who buys and sell. Manufacturer means who buys raw material and manufactures it. Manufacturers are ineligible. Traders are eligible. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is if you are an interstate outward supplier of goods or service. If you are interstate outward supplier of goods or service, you will become ineligible. Remember, outward supplier is ineligible. Buying is okay, but you can't supply to other state. And for non-taxable goods, if you are supplying non-taxable goods or service, non-taxable is what everyone? HP man, and alcoholic liquor for human consumption. HP man means everyone high-speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel and natural gas. Then you are a person ineligible for composition scheme. And alcoholic liquor for human consumption, you will become ineligible for composition scheme if you are a supplier of non-taxable goods. Sir, supplier word, when they say, you can be a manufacturing plus supplying, manufacturer supplier, or you can be buying and selling, trader also. Can I go ahead, everyone? But when they say manufacturer strictly, they mean only manufacturers. Can I go ahead, everyone? So if you are a supplier of non-taxable goods, whether you are manufacturing and supplying, or you are buying and selling, then also you are a supplier, or you are an NRTP or CTP, you will become ineligible for composition scheme. Sir, supplying goods or service through e-commerce, if you are selling goods or service through e-commerce, and e-commerce is going to deduct TCS, then also you will become ineligible for composition scheme. If you are a service provider, if you are a service provider other than restaurant or catering, then all the service providers are ineligible for section number 10.1. Read with section number 10.2 when you read. Section number 10.1 and 10.2 ka scheme when you read. Service providers are ineligible other than restaurant and catering. But then they went ahead and told, sir, tell me one thing, everyone. Now, what people went ahead and told, sir, when we are going ahead and giving money to use and receiving interest, we become supplier of service. So government went ahead and told, remember one thing, even if you give money and receive interest, you become a supplier of service. But just because you have interest income, you will not become ineligible for composition scheme. And hence, they went ahead and told, when you are going ahead and checking eligibility in aggregate turnover, also exclude interest. And also, when you are going ahead and paying the tax, you will pay on turnover. That time also you should exclude interest. Interest, wherever you see, you close your eyes and say, I will ignore interest. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is, sir, supposingly I am a manufacturer of television and I have gone ahead and done some other services, little bits of services. Is it okay? Government told, if you are a manufacturer, trader or restaurant, and you want to provide little services, that little service also, marginal service, I will allow you. And government told, you can go ahead and provide up to 10% of your turnover in the preceding financial year, or 5 lakh, whichever is higher, that you can go ahead and provide what, everyone? Marginal services. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here. Now, sir, supposingly I am a person who is ineligible under section number 10.1, then I can go for 10.2a. Or if I am ineligible under section number 10.2, also I can go for section number 10.2a. Section number 10.2a was a scheme which was drafted for exclusively service provider. But sir, if you are a person supplying goods plus service also, and service is more than that marginal services which are there, then government is going ahead and telling what, everyone? If you have manufacturer plus a service provider, then they are going at, means if you are ineligible under section number 10.1 or 10.2, then you can go for section number 10.2a. Section number 10.2a was primarily designed for service provider. But sir, if you are a person who is ineligible under 10.1 and 10.2, might be I am supplying goods plus service equally, then they are going ahead and telling, sir, you can come for section number 10.2a. In section number 10.2a, they went ahead and told, your preceding financial year turnover will be seen up to 50 lakh rupees. If your turnover in the last year was up to 50 lakh rupees, then in the current financial year, up to a turnover of how much, everyone? 50 lakh rupees, you will be eligible for which scheme, everyone? Section number 10.2a wala scheme. Section number 10.2a says, sir, option to a registered person with aggregate turnover, how much? 50 lakh. Any state which you are there, the turnover limit will be seen as how much, everyone? 50 lakh rupees in the preceding financial year, excluding interest or discount. You have to always exclude interest or discount from your aggregate turnover also and turnovers also. Then, sir, plus you are ineligible under section number 10.1 and 10.2, then you can come for 10.2a, which goes ahead and says you have to pay 3% CGST and 3% SGST, which is 6% of your turnover in the state. And when you are paying of your turnover in the state also, that turnover say also you should exclude interest and discount. And sir, what is the condition? Sir, I went in and told you who are the people ineligible over here in 10.2. Manufacturer of pan masala, aerated water, ice cream, tobacco, bricks and tiles, roofing tiles wala person. I for interstate, outward supplier. N for NRTP, CTP, non-taxable goods ka supplier. E for person supplying through e-commerce who is going to deduct TCS. And sir, S for service provider. I went ahead and told you about these 5 people. The same 5 people have been told over here also, and they told condition is that you should not be a manufacturer of notified goods which are there. Mines wala notified goods. I for interstate supplier, I for interstate supplier, and for non-taxable goods ka supplier, or NRTP or CTP, and for NRTP, CTP or non-taxable goods or service ka supplier. Baba, non-taxable services are not there, only goods are there. 2. And E for if you are supplying through e-commerce who is going to deduct what, everyone? Deduct or collect TCS, then in that scenario you will not be eligible for 10.2a also. Are we clear, everyone? Tell me one thing. What did I tell you till now? I went ahead and told if your turnover in the last year is 1.5 crore or 75 lakh or 50 lakh, then in the current financial year you will be eligible for a scheme which is composition scheme. Composition scheme has to be taken pan-wise on all India basis. Eligible people are MTR. Manufacturer, trader, restaurant. Manufacturer pays 0.5, 0.5. Trader pays 0.5, 0.5 of taxable turnover, and restaurant pays 2.5, 2.5. No ITC, no output tax. When you take services under RCM, full amount has to be paid under RCM, and you'll not get credit also. And whatever you have to pay on your output tax, it's your own obligation. You can't collect it from your customer. Who are the people ineligible? Mines are ineligible. Sir, if you are ineligible under 10.1 and 10.2, then you can come for 10.2A. 10.2A went ahead and told if your turnover in the last year is up to 50 lakh rupees, and in the current financial year, you can go for composition scheme under section number 10.2A, and you have to pay 3% CGST and 3% SGST of your turnover in state. When you are paying off your turnover, always remember, whenever you are paying, wherever you are paying off your turnover, people always exclude what? See, aggregate turnover generally includes interest income. But sir, in composition, you will aggregate turnover also exclude interest, and also from turnover also you should exclude interest or discount, and then remaining amount you have to pay 3% and 3%. Who is ineligible under 10.2A? Mine, not mines. Why not S over here? Because this scheme is also for only for mainly was for service providers, and hence they told only mine are ineligible. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, sir, here I've gone ahead and told if who are these people? MTR are allowed to provide little service. How much little service, everyone? Remember one thing: to supply services up to 10% of the turnover or unit territory. In state or union territory, whatever the turnover was there in the preceding financial year, or 5 lakh, whichever is higher of your turnover. Of your turnover, you can provide 10% or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. Then they are going ahead and telling, after you go ahead and calculate 10% of turnover or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. If I go ahead and tell you like this, for an example, my preceding financial year, I was doing taxable supply, I was having interest income also. Supposing in Karnataka, I have 10 lakh, 50 lakh rupees over here, 10 lakh rupees interest income. In Tamil Nadu, I had supposingly taxable supply is 50 lakh rupees and interest income 10 lakh rupees. If I go ahead and ask you current financial year, if I will be eligible, you will see last year turnover. What is the aggregate turnover of the last year? Please exclude interest income, and your last year turnover is 1 crore rupees. Am I eligible? Yes. Anyone? Any doubt till here? Sir, supposingly if I am eligible, how much services I can provide? Then you will see turnover. Can you tell me how much is the turnover in the state of Karnataka? 50 lakh rupees. How much is the turnover in the state of Tamil Nadu? Okay, I'll make it 60 and 60, everyone. If I make it 60 and 60, then you will go ahead and tell me 1.2 CR. Am I eligible? Yes. Now you will go ahead and tell me what is the turnover 60 lakh here and 60 lakh. Always exclude interest. Now out of this turnover, how much services I can provide in Karnataka? 10% of 60 lakh, which is 6 lakh, or 5 lakh, which is higher? 6 lakh. Out of this turnover, how much can I provide in Tamil Nadu, everyone? Services 6 lakh or 5 lakh, whichever is higher, which is 6 lakh rupees. Are we clear, everyone? Remember one thing, last year turnover I can provide 10% of 5 lakh, whichever is higher. Are we all clear till here? And current year also, you should not go ahead and exceed your 1.5 crore. Including this amount, you should not go ahead and exclude 1.5 crore. Are we clear? And listen to me one thing. And this also is excluding the 6 lakh and 6 lakh. In the current year, you can provide purely other services excluding interest and discount. And that is what is being told over here. After calculating 10% of 5 lakh, whichever is higher, exclude interest and discount in current year also. Remember one thing, a composition person who is there always goes ahead and makes quarterly payment. Once the quarter gets over, quarter is always fixed: April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, Jan, Feb and March. Once every quarter gets over, whatever is the turnover, they will go ahead and make the payment and file one intimation in CMP 08. After every quarter, by 18th of the next month, they have to file CMP 08 after making the payment. Can I go ahead, everyone? And once the year gets over, by 30th of April, they should file GSTR 4 and sir, which is their return, and annually they should file GSTR 9A by 31st of December. Whenever you are a composition dealer, you should always mention I am a composition taxable person and I am not eligible to collect tax on my supplies in your bill, so that people don't ask you, write it over there. The next one is, if you are a composition dealer, on your notice board, on your head, whatever the notice board or signboard is there, you should go ahead and write what? I am a composition taxable person. At your principal place or additional place of business, whatever the notice board is there, in that you should go ahead and write I am a composition taxable person. The next one is, sir, intimation. Remember one thing, everyone, if you want to come into composition, if you want to come inside composition, if you are a first time registration, if you are taking, then baba, no tension at all. When you are taking a new registration in your GST REG 02, GST REG 01 ka part B may, when you are going ahead, then Baba, when you are filling part B, there is an option you can just tick and your registration will come as composition dealer. Are we clear? Sir, but supposingly, I want to switch to composition. If registered person wants to switch to composition, then prior to the commencement of the year, Baba, when you want to come inside composition, prior to the beginning of the year, you have to go ahead and file what, everyone? CMP02, and that's an intimation which you file prior to the year, and from the beginning of the year, you will come under composition. And that is what is told. One intimation, pan wise, is required and not state wise. One intimation, if you file across every state wherever you are under composition, you will come under, where you are under normal registration, all your registration will come under composition. Are we clear, sir? First time registration, when you are filing your GST REC 01, part B may just tick you want composition and your registration will come as composition. Supposingly I have taken normal registration, now I am to switch to composition scheme, then Baba, at the beginning of the year, you have to go ahead and file what, everyone? GST CMP02 intimation, and your registration from the beginning of the year will come under composition scheme. Everyone over here now. Intimation 02 is not required to be filed every year to continue under composition. Means if you have taken once composition, by filing intimation CMP02, every year you will be under composition unless you become ineligible or you opt out. The next one over here is applicability. When you are going in and checking whether composition scheme is allowed to me or not, you should check always aggregate turnover. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, when you have to go ahead and make the payment, always remember one thing, state-wise payment is done. When you check as applicability, it is fan-wise aggregate turnover. But when you have to make the payment, it is always state-wise turnover. Compliances and returns and records are always state-wise. The next one over here is for determining tax payable and for determining eligibility. Everyone listen to me very carefully. If I go ahead and tell you, supposingly, till now I have not gone ahead and taken registration, till now I have not gone ahead and come under registration. Every year, your turnover calculation starts with 0. Means every year is a new year. Can I go ahead, everyone? Unless you are registered. Supposingly, I have not gone ahead and taken registration till now, and this is my first year when I have not taken registration till now. Sir, 2021, supposingly, 2020, 21, and till here, I am not liable to register only because my aggregate turnover crossed 40 lakh over here. For an example, so here my taxable supplies was 40 lakh rupees. Here my taxable supplies was remaining period ke liye, remaining supplies was 60 lakh rupees. Here my interest was 20 lakh rupees. Can you tell me when I am checking 21, 22 May, if I am eligible under composition scheme? Okay, if I am going ahead and checking what is my turnover for the purpose of making the payment, can you tell me on what turnover will I make the payment? Remember, from 1st April up to the date of becoming liable for registration, anyways, you will not make any payment of GST on this because it's your first year when you are not registered till now. If you are not registered till now, up to 40 lakh, you don't have to go ahead and pay any GST. And after that, whatever is the turnover, please exclude interest. And on 60 lakh rupees, you will be required to make the payment. Do you guys agree with me? 60 lakh you will pay under composition scheme. So that is what they are telling. For determining tax payable, turnover shall always exclude 1st April up to the date of becoming liable. This turnover will be excluded, and also from your turnover exclude exempt supply of service, which is interest or discount. Are we clear, everyone? But then they are going ahead and telling, sir, if supposing in next financial year I want to check whether I am eligible or not, then I will need what, everyone? Aggregate turnover. This is for the payment I have told you turnover. Now, if I have to check aggregate turnover, remember one thing, aggregate turnover 1st April up to the date of becoming liable for registration also has to be included, and this turnover also has to be excluded, but interest will not be included in aggregate turnover also. Can you tell me what is my aggregate turnover? 40 plus 60, 1 crore rupees. Am I eligible? Yes. They have gone ahead and told over here, for determining eligibility, aggregate turnover shall include supplies from 1st April up to the date of becoming liable. So this turnover also will be included in aggregate turnover, and this will also be included in aggregate turnover. But aggregate turnover say also you should exclude exempt supply of service, which is interest or discount. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Now, if you come on the right hand side, I have gone ahead and written section number 10.5. If supposing the officer has a doubt on you, if proper officer has reason to believe that registered person is not eligible for composition, or you have done already some contravention, but you are still continuing with composition scheme, then sir, proper officer will issue a show cause notice to you. Proper officer will issue a show cause notice in GST CMP 05. You have to go ahead and reply to the officer in GST CMP 06. Once you reply, then within the next 30 days, either he will go ahead and allow you to be under composition, or he will go ahead and say, I'm denying composition to you. So, sir, he will go ahead and give you once you go ahead and give a reply, he will give you an order in GST CMP 07. Either he will allow you composition or he will deny you composition, and he will tell from which date, from the date either you have taken the option or from the date you have gone ahead and done some contravention, from that day he'll deny the composition. If he denies the composition to you, for an example, as a manufacturer you're paying only 1%, but on your goods 18% is applicable, then the differential 17% he will go ahead and recover. If composition is denied, you have to pay the differential tax with penalty. And remember, provision of section number 73 and 74 shall be applying. Mutatis means for that 17% recovery, he will give you a demand order. And if you don't pay the demand order, you know what happens? In 3 months, if you don't pay the demand order, they can hang you upside down and recover. Can I go ahead, everyone? Are we clear till here? Everyone over here now. What did I tell you till now? People, I went ahead and told you in the preceding financial year, our turnover is 1.5 crore, 75 lakh, excluding interest or discount. Then in the current year, you will have an option. Option is to take what, everyone? Composition scheme. Eligible is MTR, ineligible is mines. If you are ineligible under 10.1 and 10.2, you can come to 10.2A, which goes ahead and says what, everyone? If your turnover is last year was up to 50 lakh, in the current financial year, you can be under composition up to a turnover of 50 lakh rupees. But you have to pay 3% CGST and 3% SGST. Mine is ineligible under 10.2A. Clear? Now, everyone over here, when you have to take composition scheme, you file CMP 02, right, everyone? When you have to take composition scheme, you have to file CMP 02. Now, if supposingly you go ahead and cross threshold limit, or you voluntarily want to withdraw, or you violate the condition and become ineligible, now you are become what you, the day you violate or the day you become ineligible, you are a normal person, take ITC, charge GST. Take ITC and charge GST, and also you should go online and suo moto on your own. But to come in, you have to file CMP 02. To go out, you have to file CMP 04 within 7 days of the event. Are we clear? In case of self-withdrawal, sir, I self want to withdraw. Baba, coming in has to be at the beginning of the year only. Coming in has to be at the beginning of the year only. New registration, you can come in anytime. But otherwise, if you want to come in, it has to be at the beginning of the year. Going out, there is no time limit. Baba, if you want in between the year, you can go out. Just have to, before, in case of self-withdrawal, CMP 04 before the date of such withdrawal. Are we clear, everyone? Now listen to me very carefully. One thing which I want to tell you, sir, tell me one thing. If I was a normal person, Baba, I am a normal person only. I was under normal registration. Normal registration, and now I want to come into composition. What did you tell me? Normal registration. I want to come into composition. CMP 02 has to be filed at the beginning of the year. Also, when I was a normal person, I was taking input tax credit. But when I am a composition person, I will not go ahead and charge GST. I should not be taking ITC. Okay. Whatever I do now, I'll not take ITC. I'll not charge GST. But my question over here is, sir, when I came under composition, one day before, inputs are lying in my stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods. Correct, everyone? And also, sir, capital goods are lying with me, and all those things I had gone ahead and taken the ITC. When I sell them, I'm not going to charge any GST. When I sell them, I'm not going to charge any GST. So whatever input tax credit I had taken on the inputs and capital goods has to be reversed. Are we clear, everyone? And that reversal method is given in. You have to go ahead and file whatever amount you have to reverse. For that, you have to file what, everyone? GST ITC 03 within 60 days of commencement of the financial year. And that reversal story we'll be learning in section number 18.4, read with rule number 44 in our ITC chapter. Reversal on inputs and capital goods has to be done. Now, everyone over here, sir, I was under composition scheme. I was under composition scheme. Now I came under normal registration. So, sir, first of all, I have to file CMP 04. And sir, I was not taking the input tax credit. Now I can take ITC also. I will charge GST also. So, sir, one day prior, whatever inputs are lying in my stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods, and also capital goods which are lying with me, I had not gone ahead and taken the ITC, sir. I had not taken the ITC. But now, because I am going to charge GST, all these ITCs you can go ahead and take. Sir, how much I can take, how much I can't take, that is told in. You have to go ahead and file GST ITC 01. Details of your input is stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods and capital goods. That will be told in section number 18.1c, read with rule number 40. How much credit you can take, that we'll discuss in the chapter of input tax credit. Remember one thing, ITC 01 has to be filed within 30 days from the date when option was withdrawn. Within how many days? 30 days, or the day officer had gone ahead and denied you composition. From that day, within how many days? 30 days. Can we go ahead, everyone? So tell me one thing. To come in, you file CMP02. Along with that, to take the ITC, or to pay back the ITC, to reverse the ITC, you will go ahead and file what, everyone? ITC 03. Sir, to get out of composition, you will file CMP 04. And along with that, to make the payment of the ITC, or to take the ITC. To take the ITC, you will have to go ahead and file GST ITC 01. To come in, CMP 02 and ITC 03, and to go out, CMP 04 and ITC 01. Clear, everyone? Remember this point. And sir, what is the difference between normal scheme and composition scheme? I have just written over here. Normal is under section number 9. Composition scheme is under section number 10. Normal rates are 5%, 12%, 18%, 20%, 28%. Composition is 1%, 1%, 5%, and 10 to MA it is 6%. Normal scheme, we go ahead and pay return. We go ahead and file our GSTR 3B by what date, everyone? 20th of the next month. Normally, Baba, quarterly return 22nd, 24th, etc. is there, but normally we file by what date? 20th. And composition dealer files quarterly. He does not file return. He gives an intimation that I'm going ahead and making the payment. And that once you do the payment, you file an intimation CMP 08. And annually, you file your return by 30th April. Can I go ahead, everyone? Here, your GSTR 3B and annual return is GSTR 9. Here, GSTR 4 and annual return is GSTR 9A. Here, you issue tax invoice normally. Composition dealer issues bill of supply. Normally, you can take ITC. Composition dealer cannot take ITC. So, whatever he has to pay, 1%, 1%, 5%, or whatever 6% he has to pay, or reverse charge ka GST he has to pay, everything has to be paid in cash only. Right, everyone? Here I will go ahead and close my revision over here. It's a B graded chapter. Sometimes they go ahead and ask a question. Sir, what are the important points to remember? Remember the limit for 75 lakh and 1.5 crore. Remember, MTR has to go ahead and pay 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Trader ka case may be very careful. It is only on the taxable turnover. Remember section number 10 to A. It is important. Remember mines. Who are the people who are ineligible for composition scheme? Also remember this small point CMP 02, CMP 04 wala point which I have gone ahead and told you. And sir, otherwise these 2 points. Can you see these 2 points at the down? When you are calculating aggregate turnover and turnover for the purpose of making payment, these 2 points has to be remembered. Right, everyone? I'll go ahead and close my revision on the chapter of composition. Congratulations, people. Done. Now, what are the various changes in the chapter of composition applicable for your May 24? Listen, here, if you are a supplier of goods through e-commerce where the e-commerce is going to deduct TCS, then you are not eligible for composition scheme. But now the word goods has been excluded from here, meaning thereby even if you are a supplier of goods through e-commerce where the e-commerce deducts TCS, you will still be eligible to opt for composition scheme. So sir, supplier of goods through e-commerce now eligible for composition scheme. Goods word has been deleted. But one special procedure also has been notified for the e-commerce operator, wherein it has been told that e-commerce operator should not allow these people to make any interstate supply. So if you are a composition dealer, supplier of goods and composition of dealer, and you are supplying through e-commerce operator will not allow you any interstate supply. Only intrastate supply has to be done. E-commerce operator, for that composition dealer, e-commerce operator will collect TCS and pay the TCS to the government. Plus, e-commerce will also furnish those details that, sir, this was the composition dealer for whom we have gone ahead and collected TCS, and this TCS will be paid to the government. And also this detail the e-commerce operator will furnish in the GSTR 8. And when he furnishes this detail in GSTR 8, the composition dealer will be able to take the credit of the TCS which was deducted, and this credit will come in his e-cash ledger. The composition dealer ka e-cash ledger mein this credit will come. I hope this point is clear. Number 1, now supplier of goods word has been deleted, and hence supplier of goods are eligible. Supplier of goods through e-commerce are eligible to opt for composition scheme. Special procedure given for e-commerce operator also. E-commerce operator, number 1, they should not allow any interstate supply by them. Number 2, e-commerce operator will deduct TCS. Number 3, e-commerce operator will pay the TCS to the government and also furnish the details of such supply in the GSTR 8 which is being furnished by them. I hope this point is clear. That was the only amendment in the chapter of composition. Done. Please make the changes in your chart book. Done. Alright, students, let's go ahead and now revise the chapter of registration. Sir, can you please go ahead and give us a quick linking? Yes, Baba, I'll go ahead and give you a quick linking of the chapter. We started learning GST with what, everyone? Goods or service. Whenever goods or service will be supplied, supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be intrastate. Interstate supply, IGST will be levied. Intrastate supply, CGST will be levied. Once GST is levied, GST has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. Now, sir, what do you mean by taxable person? Baba, taxable person means a person who is registered or liable to be registered under section number 22 or 24. Can I go ahead, everyone? In the chapter of registration, when we go ahead and talk, we'll be talking about section number 22, section number 23, and section number 24. Section number 22 says people who are liable. Section number 23 says people who are not liable. Section number 24 goes ahead and talks about compulsory registration. And we have section number 25 to section number 30, which is basically relating to the procedural things which are there. Section number 25 says what are the procedures for registration. 26 will come deemed registration. 27 is special provision with respect to CTP and NRTP. 28 will come for amendment. 29 cancellation, and 30 revocation of cancellation. Now everyone over here to your chart, we'll go ahead and now learn, revise section number 22, people who are liable. Section number 23, people who are not liable, persons who are not liable, and section number 24, who are required compulsory registration. When you go ahead and learn section number 22, one goes ahead and says, sir, who will be liable? Supplier will be liable in the state or union territory from where he makes taxable supply when his aggregate turnover crosses 20 lakh rupees. Sir, provisos are there which goes ahead and says, if you are doing taxable supply from a special category state, which is M square and T, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, and Tripura, then you will be liable if your aggregate turnover crosses 10 lakh. But section number 21 has to be read with the notification which has been issued under section number 23.2, which goes ahead and says, sir, if you are exclusive supplier of goods up to 40 lakh rupees, then Baba, if you are exclusive supplier of goods, then up to 40 lakh rupees you are not required registration. But sir, this 40 lakh limit is not applicable, not available to, sir, those people who are required compulsory registration under section number 24. If you are required compulsory registration, then to Baba compulsory. What 20 lakh, what 10 lakh, what 40 lakh. And this is also not available to persons supplying what? Pan masala. Aerated water I have not included here. Only pan masala ke liye 40 lakh rupees limit is not applicable. It means, sir, if I am supplier of aerated water, cold drinks, etc., then Baba 40 lakh limit you will get. Who will not get 40 lakh ka limit? Pan masala wala supplier, ice cream and other edible ice ka supplier, tobacco and tobacco substitute ka supplier who is there. Sir, supplier means who is manufacturing and selling. Then also is a supplier. If you are buying and selling, then also you are a supplier. Then, sir, fly as bricks, blocks or aggregate ka supplier, bricks of fossil meal or similar siliceous earth, building bricks, earthen or roofing tile. If you are a supplier of this item, then also 40 lakh rupees limit is not applicable to you. You will be getting a limit of 20 lakh rupees. But one point I told you, aerated water wala, I've cut it over here. Hence, aerated water wala will get 40 lakh ka higher limit. The next one is, if you are a Bakra exercising voluntary registration or you intend to continue with your registration, then what 40 lakh rupees limit to you. And also, if you are an intrastate supplier within the state supplier in M square NT and Pumas of Telangana, then Baba 40 lakh rupees limit is not applicable to you. What I went ahead and did is section number 22. One, read with section number 22 notification. I have gone ahead and told you the registration limit over here. That, sir, if you are in the state of M square NT, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, and Tripura, for you the limit will be always 10 lakh rupees. If you are there in the state of Pumas of Telangana, sir, Pumas means P for Puducherry, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, and Telangana, for you the limit will be 20 lakh rupees. 20 lakh for supplier of goods, 20 lakh for supplier of service, goods plus service also 20 lakh rupees. Sir, then we have Oak of Himachal Pradesh, all the other states basically which are there, other states plus Assam, Jammu and Kashmir and Himachal Pradesh. Remember, supplier of goods, the limit is 40 lakh rupees. Supplier of service, the limit is 20 lakh. Goods plus service also 20 lakh rupees. But this 40 lakh will not be applicable if you are required compulsory registration. If you are going ahead and supplying those pan masala, ice cream, tobacco, bricks and earthen or roofing tile, or Baba, if you are going ahead and taking registration voluntarily, then also 40 lakh rupees ka limit is not applicable. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now we have over here, it says section number 21 ka provisos goes ahead and says, second proviso says government has the power to increase in case of special category state the limit from 10 lakh to 20 lakh. Okay, sir. Government also has that power to go ahead and increase on the request of a state and recommendation of council the limit for exclusive supplier of goods from 20 lakh to 40 lakh. But government did not use the power. Government used this power under section number 23(2) and has exempted the threshold limit for supplier of goods up to how much, everyone? 40 lakh. Government told up to 40 lakh. If you are exclusive supplier of goods, then you are not required to take registration. The next one over here is, always remember one thing. If you are going ahead and giving interest, if you are giving loans in advance or depositing money and you are getting interest, interest is what? Interest in an exempt supply of service. Exempt supply of service comes in your aggregate turnover. Correct, everyone? Exempt supply of service comes in your aggregate turnover, but because you have exempt supply of service of giving money to use and receiving interest, that will not make you ineligible for a higher limit of 40 lakh rupees. Baba, exclusive supplier of goods get 40 lakh rupees, and even if you have interest income, you will be assumed as an exclusive supplier of goods. Interest will come in your aggregate turnover, but still you will be assumed as you will be deemed as exclusive supplier of goods and you will be given a high limit of 40 lakh rupees. Are we clear, everyone? Baba, always remember one thing. It says the section number 25(2) goes ahead and says, now, sir, who are the person? Whoever was registered under the existing law means VAT, service tax, etc. With the coming of GST, now you are liable to register under GST from the appointment date. Appointment date of GST for registration provision was 22nd of June 2017. The next one over here is section number 23. Transfer is liable from the date of transfer or succession, provided the supplier, the transferor was a registered person and he has transferred the business as going concern. The next one over here is section number 24. In case of transfer of business, basically amalgamation, demerger, etc., because of court or tribunal ka order, always remember the day ROC issued certificate of incorporation, from that day you become liable. Section number 22, I went in and told you section number 21, supplier liable when he crosses 40 lakh, 20 lakh or 10 lakh. Section number 22(2), existing registered person on the appointment date. 23, transferee on the date of transfer or succession. 24, transferee in case of court order, basically on the date the certificate of incorporation is given. Why am I telling you when do you become liable? Because the day you become liable, you should always apply for registration within 30 days. That is told by section number 25. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is section number 23. So section number 23 has section number 23(1)(a) and B. Section number 23(1)(a) goes ahead and says, if you are exclusively engaged in supplying of those goods, services, or both, when you're not liable to pay any tax, or those goods, services are basically wholly exempted from tax, then they are going ahead and telling, if you don't have to pay anything, why will you take registration? Then the second point over here is agriculturist. Agriculturist, if it does cultivation of land, to the extent of cultivation of land, he is not required to take registration. Agriculturist, whatever he grows, even if the item per GST is there, but because he has grown and is selling, there will be no GST. But basically, GST is there, but he will not have to take registration, so he will not have to collect any GST. Even if his turnover is 5 crore also, because he is cultivating and selling, not required registration. Can I go ahead, everyone? Remember one thing, who is an agriculturist, everyone? An agriculturist means I am individual or HUF who puts his own labor, Baba, who does cultivation of land by own labor, or he has got his family to work, family labor, or he or family and watching, and servants are working by servants on wages, or hired laborers under personal or family supervision. Right, everyone? The next one over here is section number 23(2), which goes ahead and says notified category of person are exempted. First notified category we went ahead and learned with section number 22(1). Now the remaining notified category I've gone ahead and told with section number 24. Section number 24 goes ahead and talks about compulsory registration. But section number 24 says, forget what is told in section number 22(1). Without any threshold limit, you will be required compulsory registration. Section number 24 may, the first one over here, It says, sir, if you are a person making interstate supply, if you are a person making interstate supply, interstate taxable supply, then you will be required compulsory registration. But then people went ahead and tried, and hence, Baba handicraft goods and craftsman goods ka supplier who are making handicraft goods and craftsman goods mainly by hand, predominantly by hand, even though some machine is used, but predominantly by hand, if you are making, then you are required, you were exempted up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh. Even if you are supplying interstate, 20 lakh or 10 lakh, that you are exempted from compulsory registration. But sir, other goods ka supplier, interstate supplier will be required always compulsory registration. Then Baba, interstate supplier of service came and told, sir, what about interstate supplier of service? Then government went ahead and told, see, interstate supplier of service, you are also exempted up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh. So sir, if I am a supplier of handicraft goods or craftsman goods, which are made predominantly by hand, if I am in the state of M square and T, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, then 10 lakh tak I am given exemption. If I am from the state, any other state, in up to 20 lakh, the exemption is given. Exemption is not given up to 40 lakh. Exemption is up to 20 lakh or 10 lakhs only. So, sir, if I cross 20 lakh rupees, even though you are a supplier of goods, for an example, from Karnataka, you will have to go ahead and take registration compulsorily. Baba, 22(1) ka limit will not apply to you. Can I go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear? Section number 21 read with the notification gave 40 lakh a limit, but you are not exempted up to 40 lakh. You are exempted only up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh. Are we all clear, everyone? Remember one thing, interstate means exports. Also, right, everyone? Interstate means exports are also interstate. So whenever you are going ahead and doing export of goods, 20 lakh or 10 lakh a limit is there, but in export of services, sorry, export of goods, compulsory registration. People, export of goods, compulsory registration. Export of goods, what did I say, everyone? Compulsory registration. So if you are a person going ahead and doing export of goods, remember you are an interstate supplier and you will be required to take compulsory registration. But if you are an interstate supplier of service, 20 lakh or 10 lakh taka exemption is there. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is, sir, casual taxable person making taxable supply. If you are a casual taxable person who is occasionally undertaking transaction in goods, services, or both, and Baba, you are going to any other state where you don't have a fixed place of business, then you are a casual taxable person. You have to take compulsory registration. But sir, again, exempted under section number 23(2) is what, everyone? Casual taxable person making interstate taxable supply of handicraft goods was exempted up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh rupees. Then, sir, if you are required to pay tax under RCAM, you have to take compulsory registration. But here also, government went ahead and told recipient is required compulsory registration. Supplier exempted, even though his turnover. Supplier, Baba, I am always going to pay the tax under RCM. So that supplier, even though his turnover crosses 20 lakh or 10 lakh, he is exempted from registration. Then, sir, if already, sir, I have to pay tax under RCM, I have to take compulsory registration. If I am already registered, don't take registration again. Can we go ahead, everyone? And it says exemption under 23(2), person making taxable supply where the tax is payable under RCM. Sir, supplier ka case mein, they have exempted him because always the tax will be paid by recipient. Recipient will take compulsory registration and supplier will be exempted. The next one over here is, if I am a person who is required to pay tax under section number 9(5) in case of transportation of passenger by motor cab, maxi cab, etc. H for housekeeping services, A for accommodation service, and R for restaurant service. Whenever the e-commerce operator is liable, e-commerce has to take compulsory registration. Remember one thing, notified services are transportation of passenger by radio taxi, motor cab, maxi cab, etc. Housekeeping services, accommodation service, and restaurant service, THAR, THAR. The next one over here is non-resident taxable person. Remember, non-resident taxable person is a person who occasionally undertakes transaction of goods, services, or both in a place. Basically, has come to India, and in India, he does not have a fixed place of business or he does not have a residence. Then, in India, he is a NRTP, and NRTP has to take compulsory registration, and the registration is 5 days prior. He has to apply, and when he's applying, he has to pay advance main net estimated tax liability. Yes, everyone. The next one over here is TDS deductor. Baba, TDS deductor, Department of Central Government, State Government, Local Authority, Governmental Agency, or notified categories which are there. Those people who are the TDS deductor, when they have to deduct TDS, they have to take separate registration as a TDS deductor. The next one over here is, sir, if I am a person who is applying on behalf of other taxable person, as an agent or otherwise, Baba, my boss is registered who is supplying me the goods and I'm supplying it further in my own invoice, then I'm an agent as per section number 71C. This agent needs to take compulsory registration if his boss is a registered person. The next one over here is ISD, Input Service Distributor. Always remember one thing. If I have Reliance head office, supposedly, head office wants to distribute the credit to its branches of the input services. Head office has to take registration as an input service distributor. And it's a separate registration. The next one over here is TCS. Baba, remember one thing. Section number 95 ka applies to, those cases where TCS is not applicable. Other than that, Flipkart, Amazon, etc. Baba, this and this has to be read together. Always remember one thing. If supposedly one person places an order on Flipkart and Flipkart directs the order to the supplier, supplier will pack and supply. This supplier is also required compulsory registration because it's supplying through e-commerce, and e-commerce is also required to take compulsory registration as a TCS collector. Always remember one thing, e-commerce operator who is required to collect TCS will have to take compulsory registration, and also the person who is supplying other than 95 wala supplies, because 95 ke liye to always e-commerce is liable or supplier is liable. There TCS provision does not come. So if a person is supplying through e-commerce who is required to deduct what? TCS, required to deduct or collect TCS, then Baba always remember one thing, who will be liable? Person who is supplying will be liable to take compulsory registration. But then government went ahead and told, if you are a supplier of service and your turnover has not crossed 20 lakh or 10 lakh, then Baba, in that scenario, e-commerce will not deduct TCS also, and you will not be required to collect, you will not be required to take compulsory registration also. Are we clear, everyone? Now I want to ask you, supposingly under me all the suppliers who are there, supplier of services, are having turnover of 10 lakh, 12 lakh rupees, and they are not, none of them have crossed the threshold limit. It means under me all the suppliers who are there are small. Then Baba, in that scenario, I'll not be required to go ahead and deduct TCS or collect TCS. Then in that scenario, I'll not be required compulsory registration. But then, sir, e-commerce, when will he take compulsory registration? E-commerce, when will he have to go ahead and take compulsory registration? Only when he goes ahead and crosses the threshold limit. Only when he has to collect TCS, and e-commerce is required to take compulsory registration. One more point, all my suppliers are small, unregistered person. In that scenario, I don't have to collect TCS. Then, sir, in that scenario, what will happen? In that scenario, I will take registration only when my commission income exceeds the 20 lakh or 10 lakh limit. Can I go ahead, everyone? And that is what I have told. E-commerce is not required to deduct TCS. Threshold benefit will be available. The next one is overseas OIDR. Baba, Netflix, etc., who are supplying services from outside India to an unregistered person. In that scenario, they will have to take compulsory registration under section number 24. And the last one is such other person notified by the government on recommendation of council. I told you have to remember CREA. TIONS creations, so that you can remember compulsory registration. Number one, casual taxable person. R for person required to pay tax under RCM. E for person supplying goods through e-commerce. Services wala to is exempted up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh. A for agent. A for aggregators. Aggregators under section number 95. Baba, THAR services. T for TDS deductor. T for TCS collector. I for ISD. I for interstate supplier of goods other than handicraft goods. Getting it? O for OIDAR, who is supplying from outside India to an unregistered person. N for NRTP. S for such other person notified by the government on recommendation of council. Now over here, when you go ahead and see, one small point is aggregate turnover. Sir, what do you mean by aggregate turnover? Remember, tie 2. Taxable supplies, interstate supplies, exempt and export supplies are always to be included in your aggregate turnover. What is to be excluded always? Inward supplies. Inward supplies on which you are paying the tax. Inward is never your turnover. But outward supplies, on recipient will pay tax, but it is my outward, it is my. Can I go ahead, everyone? So it says aggregate turnover. Turnover means taxable, interstate, exempt, and export. Inward supplies to be excluded on which you are paying the tax under RCM. Exclude always GST. And turnover should be calculated. Aggregate. Aggregate means pan-wise turnover on all India basis has to be calculated. Always remember one thing, everyone. If I am an agent selling on behalf of principal, always remember whatever the turnover is there, that because invoice is issued in my name, Baba, when you're supplying on behalf of principal, invoice is in your name, and that will be included in your turnover. The next one over here is supply of goods by registered job worker. Job worker ka premises are supplied, but actually it's a supply of the principal, because principal issues the invoice, it will be included in the turnover of the principal. And always remember outward supply on which recipient will pay the tax. Outward means it is my turnover. Can I go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear with this point, everyone? I went ahead and told you, Baba, we are done with section number 22, 23, 24. This chart is an A-graded chart. Remember, 22, 1, 23 completely, and section number 24. You have to remember this point. This chart may say anything can come. Although section number 22, 3 and 4 might be okay, but otherwise you have to remember this chart completely. Can I go ahead, everyone? I'll close my discussion on the revision for section number 22, 23 and 24. Now, let's go ahead and move to the next section, everyone. The next section over here is section number 25. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Once you become liable under section number 22 or 24, once you become liable under section number 22 or 24, section number 25 comes and section number 25 goes ahead and says person who has become liable should always go ahead and apply for registration within 30 days. Then it goes ahead and talks about a proviso. Proviso goes ahead and says if you are a casual taxable person or a non-resident taxable person, you should always apply 5 days prior to the commencement of your business. Sir, SEZ unit or SEZ developer should always apply for a separate registration. And sir, one explanation says if you are a supplier in the territorial waters of India, please take registration in the nearest coastal state or union territory. Section number 25(1) has to be read with rule number 8, rule number 9 and rule number 10, which is also there. But before I go ahead and do that, I want to go ahead and talk about section number 25(2). Section number 25(2) goes ahead and says if you are a person, you are going ahead and having multiple place of business, always remember one thing: if you have multiple place of business in a state, you may be granted multiple registration. Separate registration may be granted for each place of business if you want. Otherwise, if you want, you can manage with one registration also, or if you want separate registration, separate registration can be granted. And for separate registration, rule number 11 goes ahead and says separate application has to be given in GST REG 01. Along with that, with respect to each place of business, rule number 9 and 10 will apply. Mutatis mutandis means verification will be done and then registration certificate will be granted. Then sir, section number 25(3) goes ahead and talks about person even though not liable, but if he still wants to be the bakra and says I want voluntary registration, then baba voluntary registration can be taken. But remember one thing: what are the effects of voluntary registration, everyone? All the provision of the act will be applicable to the registered person. As applicable to the registered person shall apply to you. It means you should take ITC, you should charge GST, you should set up, pay the balance amount, file your return. All the provision as applicable to a registered person will apply to a voluntary registered person. Can I go ahead, everyone? Remember, there is no lock-in period. If ever you take voluntary registration and you feel you want to cancel, then you can go ahead and cancel your registration. The next one over here is section number 25(4) and section number 25(5). If in the same state, I go ahead and take two separate registration, then both registration will be deemed as what, everyone? Distinct person. Sir, if under my PAN number, one state may take one registration, another state may take one more registration, then also because of separate registration, it will become distinct person. Sir, one state may, one establishment have taken registration, another state may, for an example, I am supplying alcoholic liquor and I have not taken registration, then also this will be deemed as establishment of two different person. Are we clear? Under my PAN, same state, two registration, distinct person. One state registered, another state registered, distinct person. One state, one establishment registered. One state, one establishment not registered, then also distinct person. Everyone over here. Section number 25(6) goes ahead and talks about PAN. Section number 25(6) goes ahead and talks about PAN. It says PAN is mandatory for registration, TDS deductor, and may go ahead and have what, everyone? TAN in order to be eligible for grant of registration. Rule number 12 is applicable. Rule number 12, there is a small amendment. Everyone over here. Rule number 12 goes ahead and talks about applicable. It is applicable to whom? TDS deductor and TCS collector. Whenever they want to apply, they should always apply in GST REC 07. And sir, when they go ahead and apply in part A, they should always go ahead and mention the state where the registration is required, and part B they will go ahead and mention the state where the principal place of business is there. And sir, registration will be granted to them within 3 working days. Sir, after verification, basically rule number 9 and rule number 10, verification and then grant of registration certificate. Always remember one thing: note, if proper officer earlier this facility was not there, the TDS deductor and TCS collector can apply. If you want, you can go ahead and request, means TDS deductor and TCS collector can now request that I want to cancel my registration, or if proper officer upon inquiry or pursuant to any other proceedings is satisfied that person is no longer liable, then he can liable to deduct, or you are no longer liable to collect, then proper officer may cancel the registration. Are we clear, everyone? What is the amendment over here? Now you can also go ahead and request for cancellation of your TDS deductor, TCS collector ka registration. The next is 25(6)(a), 6(b), 6(c), and 6(d), which goes ahead and talks about Aadhar authentication. Aadhar authentication. Section number 25(6)(a) goes ahead and says a registered person shall undergo Aadhar authentication, or he shall furnish proof of Aadhar number, or he will be given alternate and viable means of identification. But that will happen. This is for existing registered person. Existing means already registered person who took registration, might be from 2000. I'll not say existing, I'll say already registered person who took registration from 2017 to 1st of April 2020. Before that only, if you have taken registration, then you would have taken registration without Aadhar authentication. You will also have to do Aadhar authentication, but from a date to be notified. Can I go ahead, everyone? Because Aadhar authentication came from 1st April. Now from 1st April, 6B goes ahead and says if you are an individual, and if you want registration, you shall undergo Aadhar authentication or furnish proof of Aadhar, or you will have given what, everyone? Or you will be given alternate and viable means of identification. What is alternate and viable means of identification, everyone? Officer will come to your premises, do physical premises ka verification, take photographs, and then registration will be granted. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next is section number 25(6)(c), which goes ahead and tells about all other people who will be required to do Aadhar authentication. And in this, they have gone ahead and notified that if you are a authorized signatory of all types, managing an authorized partner, and if you are the karta, then also you should undergo Aadhar authentication. And this both ka case mein you guys have to undergo Aadhar authentication from which date? 1st of April 2020. Whoever is taking registration from 1st of April 2020. The next one is section number 25(6)(d). 6A, 6B, 6C, and 6D is not applicable to such person or class of person or any state or union territory as may be notified, and government have gone ahead and issued a notification for whom Aadhar authentication will not be required. So they are going ahead and telling person notified under section number 25(6)(d), that is 6A, 6B, 6C is not applicable to whom? New Delhi, PSU. And for non-Indian citizen, if you are not a citizen of India, or you are a department or establishment of central government, state government, or you are a local authority, or you are a public sector undertaking, or you are a statutory body, or you for UN holder, then in this scenario, for you guys, what is not applicable? Aadhar authentication. So what did I tell you about Aadhar authentication, everyone? I went ahead and told you section number 25. Section number 25, Aadhar authentication, which is Aadhar authentication ka section 6A, 6B, 6C, and 6D. Are we clear, everyone? 6A went ahead and told if you are already registered person, then you will have to do Aadhar authentication, but from a date to be notified. 6B went ahead and told, and 6C went ahead and told about Aadhar authentication will be required by whom? 6B and 6C went ahead and told individual, authorized signatory, managing an authorized partner, and karta will be required to undergo Aadhar authentication with effect from 1st April 2020. I am the karta. Who are the people not required? New Delhi, PSU. Non-Indian citizen, Department of Central Government, State Government, Local Authority, Public Sector Undertaking, Statutory Body, and UN holder. These people are not required to do Aadhar authentication. These people are not required at all. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is section number 25(7). Section number 25(7) says if you are a NRTP, non-resident taxable person, NRTP application always goes for registration in GST REC 09. Along with the application, they go ahead and give self-attested copy of the passport, and application should always be 5 days prior. Can I go ahead, everyone? 5 days prior to the commencement of business, they should file their application for registration. And NRTPs are compulsory required registration. Can I go ahead, everyone? NRTP making taxable supply is required compulsory registration. Advance tax to be deposited on the basis of temporary reference number. They will be given a temporary reference number and they have to deposit their tax in advance. Net estimated tax liability has to be deposited in advance, and after that only verification will happen and registration certificate will be granted. Remember one thing, because NRTP might run away, government is going ahead and telling NRTP, we will give you registration only if application made by NRTP shall be signed or e-verified by an authorized signatory who is a resident of India and having a valid PAN. Can we go ahead, everyone? Then we have section number 25(8), which goes ahead and talks about suo moto. Hey, you did not take registration, then officer can go ahead and register you suo moto. It says person failed to obtain registration, proper officer may register him suo moto. Rule number 16 goes ahead and says, sir, if you fail to take registration and supposedly there is an investigation, survey, inquiry, etc. which happened, and proper officer finds out that you are liable but you have failed to obtain registration, then he will go ahead and register you by issuing a GST REG 12. Are we clear, everyone? Now, temporarily, he has gone ahead and registered you. Now, you will have 90 days. Either 90 days, may you can go for an appeal, or you can go online and give a formal application for registration. You will submit your registration application in rule number 8. Verification will happen, and rule number 10 may registration certificate will be granted. Remember one thing: when the registration certificate is granted, registration certificate will be valid from the day officer had given you the GST RG 12. Now, sir, supposingly I filed an application, I filed an appeal against it. 90 days is the time limit to file an appeal. You went ahead and filed an appeal. Then they are going ahead and telling, if appellate authority sets aside the order of the proper officer, they tore the order and threw, then you don't have to take registration. But if appellate authority upholds the order, then Baba, you will have to go ahead and take registration within the order ka next 30 days. And then you have to go online. Rule number 8, application has to be given. Rule number 9, verification will happen. And rule number 10, registration certificate will be granted. Are we clear till here? And registration certificate will be always effective from the date of REG 12. Are we clear till here, everyone? Can we go ahead? The next one over here is section number 25.9, which goes ahead and talks about if you are a specialized agency of United Nations organization, or you are any multilateral financial institution, or you are an organization which is notified under the United Nations Act, or you are a consulate or embassy of a foreign country, or any notified class of person which is basically who is notified by the commissioner, those people shall be granted UIN number for the purpose including what, everyone? Refund of taxes on notified supplies of goods services received by them. So they will be given UN number. Baba, all these United Nations organization, consulates, embassies are given what, everyone? UIN number. UN number ke liye application is GST REG 13. And sir, post verification UL will be given to you within how many days? 3 days. And remember one thing, UIN which is given to you, UIN is always applicable to the territory of India. Means it is valid across India. Everyone over here, what did I tell you in section number 25? I went ahead and told you section number 25 may, section number 25.1. What did I tell you in section number 25.1, everyone? I went ahead and told if you become liable under section number 22 or 24, you should take registration within the next 30 days. CTP or NRTP 5 days prior. SEZ separate registration. TWI, you should take registration in the nearest coastal state. Sir, multiple place of business, you can go ahead and take multiple registration, multiple application, multiple verification, and multiple registration certificate will be granted. Section number 25.3, voluntary registration. If you want to be the bakra, no one will stop you. You will be granted voluntary registration. Section number 25.4, everyone. Distinct person. Section number 25.5, everyone. Distinct person. Section number 25.6, everyone. PAN is mandatory. Baba, TDS deductor, TAN also can be there. Rule number 12 is applicable over here. Can I go ahead, everyone? 7th one went ahead and, okay. Now we have 6A, 6B, 6C, okay. 6A, 6B, 6C, and 6D. Correct, everyone? Who are the people who are already registered person will be required to do Aadhar authentication from a date to be notified. 6B and 6C went ahead and told about what, everyone? That I am the Karta. I am the Karta will be required Aadhar authentication. I for individual, authorized signatory of all types, managing an authorized partner, and Karta. And 6D, everyone. 6D went ahead and told New Delhi PSU is not required Aadhar authentication. 7 went ahead and told about INRTP. 8 went ahead and told about suo moto registration. Right, everyone? And 9th one went ahead and told about the UIN. 10, 11, 12 which is there is total bakwas. Everyone over here. Section number 25.1 went ahead and told you should take registration within 30 days. TWI may nearest coastal state, SEZ separate registration. But sir, how to take registration? How to take registration is told by rule number 8, which goes ahead and gives application. Rule number 9, everyone, goes ahead and talks about verification. And rule number 10 goes ahead and talks about grant of registration certificate. Now let's do rule number 8, rule number 9, and rule number 10. Please come to a chart, everyone, over here, everyone. Now, whenever a person becomes liable, so if there is any person and this person becomes liable, then I went ahead and told you in section number 25 that whenever you become liable, you should go ahead and apply within 30 days. Sir, I did not say. Section number 25.1 says that you should go ahead and apply within 30 days. CTP and RTP 5 days prior. SEZ separate registration. TWI people nearest coastal state. Now, when they go ahead and apply, rule number 8 comes, which goes ahead and talks about application. Rule number 9 goes ahead and says your application will be forwarded for verification. And then rule number 10 may your registration certificate will be issued. Everyone over here. Rule number 8, which we go ahead and talk about. Rule number 8, sir, why did you mark green? Rule number 8 and 9, because it's an amendment. Where is an amendment? I will talk about it. It says every person who becomes liable for registration under section number 25 other than NTO. NTO means N means NRTP. NRTP के लिए application is rule number 8 is not applicable. Rule number 8 is not applicable for NTO. N means NRTP. For them, rule number 13 is applicable. They have to apply in GST RC 09. TDS deductor TCS collector के लिए rule number 12 is applicable. They have to apply in GST RC 07. Sir, OIDR के लिए rule number 14 is applicable and they have to apply in RC 06. So other than NTO, whoever is going in and applying for registration under section number 25, they have to go ahead and one form is there which is GST RC 01. In GST RC 01, they have to fill part A. Baba, when you fill part A, you have to go ahead and give your PAN number which will validate it from the CBDT database. And now everyone listen to me very carefully. Earlier when you are filling part A, in part A you have to go ahead and give mobile number and email ID which will be verified through OTP. But now they are telling, now they will not go ahead and ask you mobile number and email ID in the part A. They are telling whichever mobile number and email ID you had given when you are taking PAN number, or might be basically when you had applied for PAN, whatever mobile number or email ID you had given, they are telling, or might be you updated it when you are filing income tax return, whatever the updated mobile number and email ID is there, which is basically connected to your PAN, on that they will go ahead and send what OTP to the mobile number and email ID which is linked to the PAN. That is the amendment over here. They are telling OTP will be sent, PAN will be validated through CBDT database, and we will go ahead and verify. We'll also go ahead and verify through what everyone? OTP which is sent to the mobile number and email address linked to the PAN. Can we go ahead everyone? Now, so PAN will be verified and they will also go ahead and send one mobile number and email address mein OTP which is basically the mobile number and email address linked to your PAN. Now they are going ahead and telling, now you go ahead and mention your state or union territory in the part A, and post verification one temporary reference number will be generated. Now you can use your TRN number, start filling the part B which is there. In the part B they are going ahead and telling, when you submit part B should be submitted along with e-verification with the document signed or e-verified with document. And they're telling, now if you go ahead and fill your part B, in the part B you will get an option to do Aadhar authentication. If you go ahead and say a yes to Aadhar authentication, then that date of submission of the application, the date of submission of the application will be the day you actually go online and do the Aadhar authentication. Basically, when you say yes to Aadhar authentication and submit your part B, one link comes on your mobile number. Not on mobile number, email address, one link will come. That link pay when you click, you have to put your Aadhar number, then put the OTP which is linked to the Aadhar, and Baba, your Aadhar gets verified. Now, what they are telling is the day you do the Aadhar authentication, that will be the date of submission of part B, or sir, 15 days from the submission of part B. The day you submit part B, from that day, 15 days. After that, basically, once 15 days gets over, the officer will pick it up for verification. So either you do the Aadhar authentication, the day you do the Aadhar authentication, or 15 days from the submission of part B. So if you have gone ahead and filled your submitted your part B on 1st of January, then they are telling 15 days will be given to you. 10 January, if you do the Aadhar authentication, 10 January will be the date of submission. If you don't do on 10 January, 15 days will get over. They are telling 16th of January, the officer will pick up your application for verification. Are we clear? And one acknowledgement will be given in GST RC 02. And here one note is there, CTP will be given temporary reference number for depositing of tax, and acknowledgement will be given only once they deposit the net tax liability in advance. And always remember one thing everyone, if you have gone ahead and told I don't want to do Aadhar authentication, means from your point of view your application is complete, so the date of submission will be the actual date of submission of part B. Now everyone, one small point has come over here. One amendment has come in rule number 8 which says a star. Can you see on the right hand side? Now if you are a person who has opted for Aadhar authentication, but now what they are going ahead and telling, portal will go ahead and identify risky people. Portal will identify risky people. So it says, and you are being identified by the portal based on what? Data analysis and this parameter. Then it shall be followed. Means now what will happen? If supposingly you went online and you have opted for Aadhar authentication, you have gone ahead and opted for Aadhar authentication. They are going ahead and telling now, when you go online and opt for Aadhar authentication also, still if the portal identifies you on the basis of risk parameters, then they will go ahead and tell you it shall be followed by what everyone? Biometric based Aadhar authentication means that you will be called to one of the facilitation center where you have to go give your biometric and also taking photograph plus the verification of the original document which you had uploaded along with the application. That original document will be verified at one of the facilitation center which is being notified, and the application will be deemed to be submitted. Means your application will be deemed to be submitted, not after Aadhar authentication. They will still wait for you. You have to go do your biometric. They will take your photograph, and you have to show original document. Only then your application will be deemed to be submitted. It says application shall be deemed to be complete after completion of the process. And rule as of now, this rule has only been made applicable in the state of Gujarat. Are we clear, everyone? Everyone over here now. Now, sir, once my application, if I was identified by the, if I'm not identified by the portal, then Baba, the date of submission I have already told you. But star I have put that if you by chance are identified by the portal, Aadhar authentication you have opted also. But if you're still identified by the portal, did Aadhar authentication, but still what they are telling over here, they are telling we will go ahead and take your biometric at a facilitation center. You have to go to give your biometric, photograph, and original document has to be shown. Only then your application will be deemed to be submitted, and then the further process will happen. And they are telling once rule number 8 May you have gone ahead and submitted the application is forwarded to the officer starts checking. So what they are going ahead and telling, rule number 9 May, examination of the application and accompanying document will happen. Sir, first stage you went ahead and told if the application is on order. Sir, two things are there, application and Aadhar authentication. Application is in order, but person is notified under section number 25(6)(d), New Delhi, PSU. If you are that person, non-Indian citizen, Department of Central Government, State Government, local authority, public sector undertaking, statutory body, or UN holder, then these people are not required to do Aadhar authentication. So they are telling if your application is fine, we will go ahead and within 7 working days of the date of submission, we'll approve the grant of registration and we'll give you the registration certificate. Registration certificate, remember one thing for everyone, the GST registration certificate is what? GST REG 06. It will show the principal place and additional place of business, and it shall be made available on the portal, plus one GSTN number of 15 digits will also be assigned to you. Sir, supposingly I am a person, application is in order, and I am a person who is required Aadhar authentication. I have opted also, while filling part B, I have opted also for Aadhar authentication, and Aadhar authentication is successful also. Then they are telling, very good, application is fine, Aadhar is also fine. Within 7 working days, we'll approve the registration and we'll grant you the registration certificate. Sir, I went ahead and application is in order, Aadhar authentication required, opted also, but failed, sir. Aadhar authentication required, did not opt only. Are we clear, everyone? Or sir, applicant is required Aadhar authentication, opted also, Aadhar authentication became successful also, but sir, portal has identified me. Application to went while verification was happening, portal identified me during the process of verification. So if a person is undergone Aadhar authentication but is identified by the portal on the basis of data analysis and risk parameter for carrying out physical verification, okay, everyone, either portal identified you or even after Aadhar authentication was successful, proper officer identified you as a risky person. Proper officer will go ahead and do what, everyone? He will go ahead and with the approval of the officer authorized. Who is the officer authorized, everyone? Greater than equal to assistant commissioner. He will take assistant commissioner ka permission, and because proper officer deems it fit to carry out what, everyone? Physical verification of place of business. Now in all these scenarios, sir, application is in order. Applicant required Aadhar authentication, failed Aadhar authentication. Required Aadhar authentication, did not opt Aadhar authentication. Aadhar authentication done, but still portal identified you or officer has identified you. Then they are going ahead and telling, then sir, this is the amendment, everyone. Portal can also identify you based on risk analysis for physical verification. Then first, they will do physical verification of your place of business, and other document ka verification will be done as the proper officer deems fit. Sir, once they have gone ahead and done, within 30 days of the submission of application, your application will be processed basically, and approval of registration will be done, and registration certificate will be issued. Are we all clear till here, everyone? Tell me one thing, everyone. Application is in order, Aadhar authentication not required, 7 working days. Application is in order, Aadhar authentication required, done also, no problem at all, 7 working days. Application, Aadhar authentication required, failed Aadhar authentication, sorry, application is fine, Aadhar authentication failed, did not opt only, opt but failed, did not opt only, portal identified you or officer identified you. Officer will identify, then he will take assistant commissioner ka permission. After all this scenario, they are going ahead and telling if all these scenarios are there, first they will come for physical verification of place of business. Because they will come, they will take some time. So now the time limit will be 30 days. Everyone over here, sir, application mein there is a problem. Now what we are speaking, application mein there is a problem. Aadhar authentication required, opted, and Aadhar authentication was successful also. Aadhar authentication is fine. Application mein there is a problem. Then they will give you a notice in GST RC 03 within 7 working days. Within 7 working days, either approval is given or they will give you a notice in GST RC 03. And applicant has to give CID, clarification information and document within the next 7 working days. In which form everyone? GST RC 04. Officer likes it. Within the next 7 days, he will approve and grant you the registration certificate. Officer does not like it. Officer is not satisfied or no reply within 7 working days, then they are going ahead and telling either you replied, he did not like it, or you did not reply only. Then proper officer may record the reason and he will reject your application and inform you on GST RC 05. Are we clear till here? Can I go ahead? The next one over here, everyone. Sir, application was found. People, application also problem. Aadhar authentication did not opt only. Required did not opt. Opted but failed. Portal identified you or officer identified you for physical verification. So beta, application also problem. And here also there is a problem. What they are telling, application is a deficit. Aadhar authentication required, you did not opt. Aadhar authentication failed, or portal identified you. This is the amendment part. Based on these parameters, portal identified that physical verification should be done of place of business, or proper officer identified you for physical verification. Then first they will carry out physical verification, and they will when they come, they will check other documents also if they want. And then, sir, one notice will be given. Now this notice ka time limit will be how many days, everyone? Within 30 days from the date of submission. You have to reply within 7 working days. He likes it, he will approve. He does not like it, or you did not reply within 7 working days, they will go ahead and do what? Record the reason and reject the application, and baba, that's it. He will inform you in GST RC 05. Are we clear, everyone? Always remember one thing, application ka time limit. Sir, everything is fine, 7 working days may should approve. If everything is not fine, within 30 days, basically it should come for physical verification. Correct or not, everyone? Sir, I replied, he should take more how many days? 7 working days. Baba, if officer fails to take action within 7 days of successful submission of successful Aadhar authentication, or 30 days from the date of submission in case of failure or not opting for Aadhar authentication, or where physical verification is required, or beta, one more point which they have not written in the law, but sir, portal identified you, then they are going ahead and telling, or 7 days from the date of receipt of clarification information document if officer does not take any action. Auto approvals are given. Basically, application will be deemed to be approved, and GSTN number and registration certificate signed or e-verified to be made available within the next 3 days after the expiry of this 7 working days, 30 days, or 7 working days. Are we clear, everyone? Can I go ahead, everyone? Remember one thing, once you get your registration certificate, always remember, put your registration certificate on the prominent location at your place of business or additional place of business, and also put your GSTN number on your head. Head means shop ka head, baba. Your shop ka notice board which is there, on that name board which is there, you should put your GSTN number. Rule number 18 says display registration certificate at the prominent location of your additional place or principal place of business, and also GSTIN number on the name board exhibited at the entry of the place of business or additional place of business. You should put your GSTN number. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Once you are given a registration, you become a registered person. When you became liable, you were a taxable person. When you are granted registration, now you are a taxable person also, and you are a registered person. Remember one thing, registered person, once he is granted registration, he should go online and he should put his bank account details. Rule number 10A comes. Rule number 10A comes, which goes ahead and says, sir, furnish your bank account detail within how many days? Due date of monthly return, or 45 days from the grant of registration certificate. From the registration certificate, first monthly return, or 45 days from your registration certificate, whichever is earlier, you should furnish your bank account details. Sir, I will not furnish, then Baba, PO may cancel your registration. Remember this. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, when you read rule number 10 may one small point is over here. Sir, what is this point talking about? Sir, whenever you become liable, please go ahead and submit your application within how many days? 30 days. If you go ahead and submit your application within 30 days, sir, I became liable over here. Within 30 days, I submitted. Registration certificate granted. Registration certificate will be valid from the date of becoming liable. Remember, registrant certificate will be valid from the date of becoming liable. Sir, I became liable over here. Within 30 days, I did not submit. I submitted after 30 days. Registrant certificate granted. Registrant certificate will be valid from the date it is granted, and hence it will not be made retrospectively effective. Are we clear, everyone? It will be effective from the date of grant. People remember one thing: I became liable. I applied within 30 days, and registrant certificate granted. Registrant certificate made valid till from the date of becoming liable. So from the date of becoming liable till the date of grant of registrant certificate, whatever supplies I have done, can I issue revised tax invoice within the next 1 month from the date of grant of registrant certificate? Sir, I became liable over here. I should have applied within 30 days. Did not apply. I applied after 30 days. Registrant certificate granted. It is valid from the date of grant. And hence, in this scenario, from the date of becoming liable till the grant of registrant certificate, whatever supplies you have done, you have to pay GST from your own pocket. You can't go ahead and issue revised tax invoice, and you can't collect it from your customer. Is my point clear to all? Can we go ahead? Chalo. Now, when you come down over here, you have rule number 10B. Baba, rule number 10B goes ahead and says, supposingly, rule number 10B goes ahead and says, sir, you had already taken your registration, might be before 1/4/2020. From 2017 to 2020, 1st of April 2020, Aadhar authentication was not there. You are a person, now you are required Aadhar authentication. But that time when you took registration, you are not required Aadhar authentication. So you have taken registration, or might be now you have taken registration without Aadhar authentication. How, sir? Physical verification of place of business, I got it done and I took registration. Government is telling, okay, I can't mandate Aadhar for you, but for some things, if you don't go ahead and do Aadhar authentication, we will not go ahead and accept those applications. Like, the government went ahead and told a registered person other than 25/6D. 25/6D means, Baba, New Delhi PSU. Other than that, who is required Aadhar authentication? Who is required, everyone? IAMK, individual, authorized signatory of all type, managing and authorized partner, and Karta. Basically, the people who are required, who are not required, you leave them. Other than that, who are required Aadhar authentication, they will be issued a registered who has been issued a registered certificate, who are already issued without undergoing Aadhar authentication. Aadhar authentication, they shall undergo Aadhar authentication of proprietor, partner, Karta, managing director, any whole-time director in case of company, members of managing committee of association of person or body of individual or society, or trustee or board of trustees in case of trust, and Baba, proprietor and of the authorized signatory, partner and of the authorized signatory. So you should go ahead and undergo Aadhar authentication. Are we clear, everyone? So people, one of the proprietor and one of the authorized signatory. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, partner and authorized signatory, which is there. People remember, they are telling proprietor and authorized signatory, partner and authorized signatories who are there. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. And it says you have to do Aadhar authentication for what? For this purpose. Means already registered person under section number 25(6)(a) also, and to undergo what? Aadhar authentication if they want to enjoy these things. Sir, what? Number one, filing revocation application under GST 21. Filing what? Refund application under rule number 89, and for filing refund application under rule number 96, you have to do Aadhar authentication. Otherwise, you can continue your business. But revocation application and refund application, you will not be able to. But sir, I don't have Aadhar. I want to go online and apply. People, government says if no Aadhar, furnish Aadhar enrollment ID slip. Go apply. Aadhar enrollment slip along with that bank passbook with photo, voter ID or passport or driving license you attach, and we will take your application. But proviso says such person shall undergo Aadhar authentication within a period of 1 month of what, everyone? Within a period of not 1 month, within a period of 30 days of the allotment of Aadhar number. People, rule number 10B says you have to undergo Aadhar authentication even if you are already registered person, or might be you are granted registration by doing physical premises ka verification. You should other than people who are under 25(6)D should undergo Aadhar authentication if they want to apply for revocation and refund application. Sir, I don't have Aadhar, then apply for Aadhar enrollment ID slip along with that bank passbook, voter ID, etc. You can go ahead and voter ID, passport, any document you can go ahead and give, and your application will be taken. But once you are given Aadhar number, within the next how many days, everyone? 30 days, you should go online and do your Aadhar authentication. The next one over here is rule number 25. Rule number 25 goes ahead and says proper officer has the power to get physical verification. Who told? Rule number 25 allowed him, proper officer may get physical premises of the place of business done before granting or after grant also. And Baba, when they come for a physical premises of verification, they will upload verification report along with other document, including photograph. They will come to your place of business, they will take some document from you, they'll take photograph, they'll upload in GST 30 within how many days? 15 days. 15 working days. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, can verification be done before grant? Yes, because you failed Aadhar authentication or you did not opt for Aadhar authentication. Additional point now. Physical verification can be done if portal identifies you or officer identifies you. Correct or not, everyone? Then verification can be done after grant also for any other reason. Might be you are doing something wrong and officer gets it out, then they can come for physical premises ka verification. I told you over here, section number 25.1, people, section number 25.1, 30 days may you should apply for registration. Section number 25.1, what everyone? 30 days may you should apply for registration. CDP and RTP, 5 days prior. SEZ, separate registration. TWI, nearest coastal area. How will you apply? Rule number 8. Rule number 9, verification. Rule number 10, registration certificate will be granted. 10A, bank account details should be furnished. 10B, Aadhar authentication for 3 special purpose. Refund, revocation, refund under rule number 89 and refund under 96. Can I go ahead, everyone? And then I told you about physical premises ka verification, rule number 25. I told you about rule number 18, hang your GSTN number, correct? GST certificate and put your GSTN number on the notice name board, which is there outside your shop. Correct, everyone? And that's it, everyone. We have gone ahead and done with section number 25.1. Read with rule number 8, 9, 10, 10A, 10B, rule number 25, and rule number 18. Now, everyone over here, I went ahead and told you section number 25.2 also. People, what is section number 25.2? Multiple place of business, multiple registrations can be taken. Section number 25.3, Bakra, voluntary registration. Section number 25.4 and 5, distinct person. 6, PAN is mandatory. TDS deductor can use 10. Right, everyone? 7 was NRTP. 6A, already registered person. 6B and 6C, IAMK has to do Aadhar authentication. 6D, New Delhi PSU, not required Aadhar authentication. 7th one, everyone. NRTP, 8th one, suo motor registration, 9th one, UIN holder. Right, everyone? Now, over here, you have a small point. Section number 26 talks about deemed registration. Registration certificate or UIN granted or rejected under SGST or UTGST Act. Baba, deemed, granted or rejected under the SGST Act also. Now, the next section over here is section number 27. Everyone over here, section number 22 told about person who are liable. 23 told about person who are not liable. 24 told about compulsory registration. 25, procedure. 26 told about deemed registration. 27 now talks about special provision with respect to CTP and NRTP. If you are a casual taxable person or an NRTP, when you are going to commence your business, 5 days prior, you should go ahead and apply for registration. CTP applies in GST REC 01 and NRTP applies in REC 09 along with a self-attested copy of passport. And sir, when they are going ahead and applying for registration, they should always go ahead and pay what? Net estimated tax liability in advance, and that will be credited to the e-cash ledger. And now, whenever they make a supply for every month when they are filing a return, they can use from the e-cash ledger. Remember one thing, when they go ahead and put the amount, once they go ahead and deposit the advance tax liability, basically net estimated tax liability in advance, then Baba, verification will be done by the proper officer and registration certificate will be granted. Can I go ahead? Now, what happens over here? Once they are granted the registration certificate, only then they should go ahead and start making taxable supply. Remember one thing, registration certificate granted to them is for a period specified or it is 90 days, whichever is earlier. Now, sir, once they go ahead and start their business, supposing they have been granted registration for 90 days, and sir, the period or whatever period they have been granted, the period is going to expire, then sir, they can go ahead and ask for extension. Extension should always be before the original expires. Rule number 15 is applicable, which goes ahead and says that you can apply for extension in GST RC 11. Along with that, because you want extension, extended period ke liye, additional net estimated tax liability has to be given. Can I go ahead, everyone, in advance? And sir, remember one thing, you can be a casual taxable person in a state for 90 days plus maximum 90 days means 180 days ke period. You can't be casual in a state. So sir, supposingly one circular came and people went in and asked, sir, supposingly 180 days got over and after that I want casual taxable person ka extension. Government says extension is not possible. Might be your exhibition got extended and you want extension. Extension is not possible in this scenario. Further beyond 180 days, you can take normal registration. Now, no advance tax has to be paid. Whatever you want, whenever you supply, you go ahead and pay the GST. Every month you go ahead and file your return, pay the GST. And sir, when you leave the state and go, just surrender your registration when the exhibition is over. The next one over here is section number 28, which goes ahead and talks about amendment. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Amendment can be core field amendment. Amendment can be non-core field amendment, which is other amendment other than core field. And amendment can be because of change in constitution, which is resulting in PAN change. Remember one thing, if there is a change in constitution of business, remember one thing, whenever there is a change in constitution of business, PAN has changed. PAN change may you can't do amendment of registration. New registration has to be taken. Old registration cancel and apply for a fresh registration. Sir, if there is non-core field ka changes, non-core field, sir, authorized signatory, you want to change it, all those field ka changes may they are telling, sir, there is no approval of the proper officer which is required. Might be, okay, I'll go ahead and give you a simpler thing. Might be supposing you have to put your bank account detail differently, you have to change your bank account detail, etc. Then they are going ahead and telling other changes ke liye non-core field may they are telling just apply in RG14 and baba upon submission registration certificate will get amended. Sir, if there is a core field amendment means there are three things which are known as core field amendment. You can please remember this for your exam purpose, be graded, but still remember. Non-core field means legal name of your business has changed. Sir, addition deletion has happened in the principal place or additional place of business, PPOB or APOB, principal place of business or additional place of business, addition, deletion, retirement of partner, director, karta, managing committee, board of trustees or CEO who are basically responsible for day-to-day business affairs, day-to-day affairs of the business and which do not need cancellation. You can go online and apply for what everyone? Amendment. Can I go ahead everyone? So whenever these three field amendments are there, they are telling whenever there is a change in the registration ka particulars which you are furnished at the time of taking registration or UIN में there is a change. Please, whenever this kind of amendments happen, you have to go ahead and apply within how many days, everyone? 15 days you should go ahead and apply. Application will go in GST 14. Along with that, you should always go ahead and give supporting document. Then, sir, verification of the officer will be done. Once the officer verifies, if the officer is of the opinion that amendment is warranted, documents are complete and correct, then Baba, within the next 15 working days, he will go ahead and approve and issue you a GST REG 15 that your amendment has been done. The next, sir, if amendment is not warranted, not documents are not complete, documents are incomplete or incorrect, then officer will go ahead and give you a love letter. He will go ahead and send you a show cause notice in GST RG03 within how many days? 15 working days to show cause within the next 7 days why your application should not be rejected. You entered and replied him in GST RG04 and reply was satisfactory. Then he will go ahead and approve the amendment and issue an order in GST RG15. But sir, if reply is not satisfactory or you did not reply at all, then Baba, he will get angry and he will reject the application and pass an order in GST RG05. Remember, to approve or amend, reject, he will take 7 working days. Everyone over here, we went ahead and learned section number 22, 23, 24, 25 procedure, 26 deemed registration, 27 CTP, NRTP, 28 everyone. 28 amendment. Now the next section which comes is section number 29. Section number 29 ke baad we will be going ahead and learning about suspension. Section number 29 goes ahead and says cancellation or suspension of registration read with rule number 20, 21, 21A, 22 and rule number 44. It says section number 29 has section number 29 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Section number 29 1 goes ahead and says when your registration can be cancelled. Section number 29 1 says proper officer may suo moto, or if you give an application or supposing one person dies, then legal hire will go ahead and give an application and that time your registration can be cancelled. Where? So it says proper officer can cancel your registration suo moto, or one person can apply, or if one person has died, legal hire can go ahead and apply when business is discontinued or transferred fully because of death, disposed of, or demerger or amalgamation. Secondly, there is a change in constitution, proprietorship became partnership. So, Baba, your old registration has to be cancelled by you. Sir, this taxable person says, I am no longer liable, sir. I am no longer liable under 22 or 24 to remain registered. Then you can go ahead and apply for cancellation. Or you intend to opt out. You became voluntary bakra under section number 25(3). You took registration and now you are telling, sir, I don't want registration. Then you can go ahead and apply for cancellation. So these are the three scenarios when proper officer can cancel your registration suo moto, or one person can apply. If he has died, might be legal hire can go ahead and apply. Section number 29(2) being the most important part, which goes ahead and says what are the scenarios when proper officer can go ahead and cancel your registration? Remember, proper officer may cancel your registration where there are 5 scenarios: A, B, C, D, E. Are we clear, everyone? It says over here, when the registered person has contravened such provision means as per rule number 21. If you have gone ahead and done what, everyone? Contravene such provision of the act or rules, then they are going ahead and telling your registration will be cancelled. What are the such provision, everyone? Number 1, rule number 21 says you are not doing business from the declared place of business, or you are issuing an invoice or bill of supply without supplying goods services in violation of act or rules. Bogus invoice you are issuing, then, or you are violating the provision of section number 171 of the act or rules made thereunder. Matlab you are doing profiteering. If you are doing profiteering, then in that scenario also your registration can be cancelled. The next is, after you have got registration, you did not furnish your bank account detail. Bank account details should be furnished within 45 days or your first monthly return, whichever is earlier. If you don't go ahead and furnish, then they can go ahead and cancel your registration. Sir, you availed the ITC in violation of section number 16 of the act or rules made thereunder, then they are going ahead and telling if you don't follow section number 16 or rule number 36, etc. is there in section number 16. Now they are going ahead and telling if you don't go ahead and follow the act or rules, section number 16 means you are going ahead and taking ITC in violation of section 16 of the act or rules, then they are going and telling your registration can be cancelled. The next is you furnish the details in your outward supply in GSTR1. Supposing in GSTR1 you showed 1 crore rupees, 18 lakh rupees ka credit you passed on, but when you have to go ahead and file your GSTR3B, in GSTR3B you showed less amount of supply and less tax you paid, then they are telling if you furnish details in outward supply in GSTR1 greater than outward supply declared in valid return under section number 39, means your GSTR3B may you are showing less sale and you are paying less taxes. It means you have passed on extra credit to your customers. They are telling your registration can be cancelled. The next is if you violate the provision of rule number 86B, which is in your payment of taxes chapter, where we'll be going in and learning that 1% at least of your liability you should pay in cash. That is spoken in, you can't use 100% credit. That is told in rule number 86B. They say 1% has to be paid in cash through your e-cash ledger. That is told by rule number 86B. If you don't follow the provision of rule number 86B, then also your registration can be cancelled. Sir, I have gone ahead and taken normal registration. It says being a person required to file return under section number 39(1). For each month, you have to file return for every month, and you have not filed your return for a continuous period of how much? 6 months, then your registration can be cancelled. Or you are a person who is other than section number 39, who is required to file, if you are required to file return under section number 39(1) for each quarter, you have opted for what return, everyone? Quarterly return, and your GSTR3B, you have to file for every quarter. If you don't go ahead and file for 2 quarters, your registration can be cancelled. 2 tax period ke liye, 2 continuous tax period means 2 quarter ke liye you have not filed, then your registration can be cancelled. The next one over here is section number 29(2)B, which goes ahead and says if you are a composition dealer, for composition dealer, the date to go ahead and file their GSTR4 is 30th of April. Once the year gets over, by 30th April. From 30th April, if you don't file your return within next 3 months, they are telling composition supplier has not furnished return for a financial year beyond what date, everyone? 3 months from the due date of furnishing the said return. 3 months have already gone by, and your 30th April ke baad, the due date was, for an example, 30th April or extended, then extended due date say within 3 months if you don't go ahead and file your composition dealer ka GSTR4 ka return, they are going in and telling your registration will be cancelled. Sir, registered person other than compo has not filed continuous tax period ke liye as may be prescribed. Sir, what is prescribed, everyone? Normal person GSTR3B for 6 months, or if he is under quarterly return, then 2 quarter. If you don't go ahead and file your return, your registration can be cancelled. The next one over here is if you are a voluntary registered person and you have not commenced your business within how much time, everyone? 6 months, then they are going ahead and telling basically you are filing nil return. Voluntary registration you have taken, then they are telling if you don't commence your business within 6 months, we will cancel your registration. Then the last point over here, if your registration was taken by fraud, willful misstatement or suppression of fact, then also your registration can be cancelled. Everyone over here now, remember one thing. Number 1, if you contravene such provision of the act or rules, composition dealer ke liye return ke after the return ka due date is over, 3 months you have not filed your return, then registration can be cancelled. Normal person 6 months or 2 quarter. 6 months or 2 quarter if you have not filed continuously your GSTR 3B basically, or monthly return whichever is there, or quarterly return, then bye registration can be cancelled. Fourth one thing, voluntary registered person has not commenced business for 6 months, then his registration can be cancelled. And the last one, everyone, if you have taken by the registration by fraud, willful misstatement or suppression of fact, then bye registration can be cancelled. Sir, my registration is cancelled. Section number 29(2), 29 1 May or 29 2 May, if your registration cancelled, sir, aram say whatever money I have taken, I will not give. Government is telling, beta, even if your registration is cancelled, you are still liable to go ahead and pay the dues which is there. Cancellation not to affect the liability to pay tax and dues. Dues means whatever interest, penalty, late fee, or any other amount you have to pay. They are telling whether or not determined before or after cancellation. Might be before cancellation they would have given you a demand order, or might be after cancellation they give you a demand order. Whatever it is, you are still liable to pay the dues, because that time you were, when you were registered, that time if any dues etc are there, they will go ahead and collect. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, section number 29(4) goes ahead and says cancellation under SGST Act deemed cancel under CGST Act. The next one is section number 29(5) read with rule number 44, which goes ahead and says once your registration is cancelled, you will be liable to pay the tax on cancellation. Whatever inputs are there, you will take it home. Capital goods, you will take it home. So you will be liable to pay the GST. They're telling inputs in stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods, you have to go ahead and pay whatever the ITC calculated proportionately on the basis of tax invoices. Means those goods which you are taking home, of those goods, you take out the invoice, whatever GST you had paid. Are we clear, everyone? Whatever GST you had paid, you would have taken the ITC, or if you would have sold them, what is the output tax payable? Whichever is higher, the output tax payable, whichever is higher, you have to go ahead and pay on your inputs. Inputs which are in your stock, inputs which are in your semi-finished goods and finished goods. Sir, capital goods and plant and machinery, they are going ahead and telling whatever the ITC you have taken, you have to reduce it. You have to reduce it little, and then that remaining ITC you have to pay. Or if you sell the capital goods, what is the GST payable? Whichever is higher. So it says ITC for the remaining life, whatever the remaining life is there, that basically is calculated taking 60 months. This you understand in your ITC chapter, right, everyone? That, sir, ITC for the remaining life or tax payable on transaction value, whichever is higher, you have to go ahead and pay on capital goods and plant and machinery. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Now, sir, what is the process of cancellation? For an example, one event has happened, registered person. Once the event happens, you have to go ahead and seek for cancellation within how many days, everyone? 30 days. When you go ahead and seek for cancellation, you have to apply in GSTRG 16, including, Baba, this is an application for cancellation. It's including the details of your input in your stock, semi-finished goods, finished goods, and the capital goods ka detail, capital goods and plant and machinery ka detail, which is on the date from which cancellation is sought. The day you are asking for cancellation, on that day, your stock position and your capital goods and plant and machinery position, along with that, whatever is your liability plus the payment detail and the supporting document you have to give. Officer will start the cancellation proceeding, and once the cancellation proceedings are over, they will give you a cancellation order after giving opportunity of being heard. And Baba, the cancellation order comes in GSTRG 19. And once the cancellation order comes, Baba, within the next 3 months, if you have any dues which are there, please go ahead and pay them and file one bye-bye return, which is your final return GSTR 10. And Baba, in your cancellation order, basically you are directed by the proper officer that you have to go ahead and pay whatever tax, interest, penalty, and sir, amount payable as per section number 29(5), which is inputs pay tax, or plant and machinery pay whatever tax is told in section number 29(5), you have to go ahead and pay that. Are we clear, everyone? Sir, if I had already paid, then again you don't have to pay. If you had already paid while filing GSTRG 16, then you don't have to pay again. The next one over here is, sir, if the cancellation is done by the proper officer, then always remember proper officer will go ahead and issue you a show cause notice. You have to go ahead and reply to the show cause notice. If he likes your reply, then no problem. But if it does not, so if you reply in GSTRG 18, if reply is satisfactory, or instead of replying, you told, let me go ahead, he's going to cancel my registration because I have not filed my return. Let me file the return, pay all the tax, interest, late fee, whatever is there. So people furnish your return, pay all that dues which is there. Then also proceedings will be dropped, and GSTRG 20 may will say, okay, I've dropped the proceeding. But sir, when you go ahead and reply, and he does not file your reply satisfactory, then he will decide a date and he will start the cancellation proceedings. Remember one thing, cancellation proceedings he will finish within 30 days, and he will give you a cancellation order, and he will direct you whatever is your liability to be paid and the amount to be paid as per section number 29(5). Within the next 3 months, please go ahead, file your bye-bye return after making all the dues ka payments. Remember one thing, everyone, whenever your registration is cancelled, cancellation proceedings will be going on. That time your registration is suspended, and that suspension ka talk is being done by rule number 21A, suspension of registration. What does rule number 21A says? Rule number 21A goes ahead and says, if you are a registered person, you have applied for cancellation, pending the cancellation, registration will be suspended from the date you submit or from the date you are asking for registration cancellation, whichever is later. You asked on this date, you applied on this date, but you are asking cancellation from this date. So, sir, from this date, when the cancellation proceedings will start, your registration will be suspended from the date of submission or from the date when cancellation is sought, from which cancellation is sought, whichever is later. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is, a proper officer has reason to believe. Now, this was when you applied. But if proper officer has reason to believe that he wants to cancel your registration, first he will give you a show cause notice, he will reply, and then he will decide a date from which cancellation proceedings will start. The day he decides, from that day your registration will be suspended. It says the proper officer has R to be reason to believe that registration is liable to be cancelled, then he may suspend the registration with effect from a date to be determined by him, pending the completion of the cancellation proceeding. The next one over here is third case, where basically first one is you applied, second one proper officer went ahead and suspended, the third is an suspension because you would not have because might be your GSTR1, GSTR3B may etc. may anomalies are being noticed. It says where a comparison of the return furnished by the registered person, basically your GSTR3B, which is furnished under section number 39, they are telling it was compared with the outward supply detail which are furnished in GSTR1. Your GSTR3B and GSTR1, when we compare, there are huge differences. Here you showed 1 crore rupees ka sale, here you are showing 1 lakh rupees ka sale. There are anomalies which are there. Or your GSTR 3B, we compared with your details of inward supply derived on the basis of supplier GSTR 1. Your GSTR 3B and GSTR 2B we compared, which is basically on supplier ka GSTR 1, your GSTR 2B got created. We are comparing that, and or such other analysis carried on the recommendation of council shows that there are significant differences or anomalies, and it indicates that you have done some contravention of the act or rules which is leading to cancellation of registration. Then, Baba, you know what? Your registration will be suspended and you will be informed in GSTRG 31 on the common portal or by email, highlighting the difference as and anomalies. Now, beta, you have to go ahead and reply within 30 days as to why your registration should not be cancelled. Are we clear, everyone? I told you over here. Remember, what are the three scenarios when registration can be suspended? You entered and applied from the date of application? No. From the day you go ahead and apply and from the date you are seeking cancellation, whichever is, later say your registration will be suspended. If proper officer is reason to believe, then in that scenario, proper officer will decide a date when the cancellation proceeding basically starts. From that day, he'll suspend your registration. Third one, your GSTR3B, GSTR1, GSTR3B, GSTR2B or such other comparison indicates that there are some anomalies. Then Baba, portal will go ahead and suspend your registration. Basically, your registration will be suspended and they will send you a notice basically in GSTRG 31 that, sir, registration has been suspended. You will be given 30 days to show cause why your registration should not be cancelled. Always remember one thing, if your registration is suspended under 1, 2 or 2A, you should not go ahead and furnish any return also, and you don't have to make any taxable supply also. What do you mean by not to make taxable supply? It means you can make supply, but you can't issue tax invoice. It says it means he shall not issue tax invoice and not charge tax on the supplies during suspension. Sir, but tell me one thing. I can make supplies. I will not go ahead and issue tax invoice. It means I can issue only commercial invoice. I can't charge GST to my customer during the period of suspension. Supposingly, sir, this period my registration was suspended. I made supply. I gave invoice. I did not charge GST. Later, government went ahead and told, Ramesh, your registration will not be cancelled. Then what, sir? Now my rebirth has happened. I am now again a registered person. So during this period, whatever supplies you did, for that you did not charge GST, but you are liable. You are registered already. Suspension is revoked. Then they are going ahead and telling over here, if suspension is revoked and registration is revived, for all the invoices, you should issue what? Revised tax invoice, and you should furnish your first return with respect to the supplies during the period of suspension. All these supplies ke liye, invoices ke liye, you should issue revised tax invoice. Revised tax invoice should be showed in the first return which you go ahead and file after your registration has been revive. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next point over here is a person whose registration has been suspended under 2 or 2A. 2 or 2A means basically when proper officer suspends or when portal may, because of discrepancies, your registration has been suspended, then they are going in and telling you shall not be granted any refund under rule number under section number 54 during the period of suspension. And always remember the suspension under rule number 1, 2 or 2A shall be deemed to be revoked upon completion of cancellation proceeding. Might be during this period you are suspended and later what happened, cancellation result came, they cancel your registration. So it will not be that during this period your registration was suspended, then it was cancelled. Baba, they will go ahead and tell you that from this date we have cancelled your registration and hence suspension will be revoked and revocation will be effective from the date on which suspension had come into effect. From this date your registration will be, your suspension will be revoked and basically they will go ahead and say from this date we are cancelling your registration. PO may revoke suspension anytime during the pendency of cancellation proceeding. PO was going ahead and doing your cancellation proceeding and he noticed that sir we should not cancel his registration, so your registration which was suspended will be revived again. Can I go ahead, everyone? He can revoke the suspension anytime. The next is proviso, where registration has been suspended under 2A, basically because of anomalies, your registration was suspended and you are issued a GST 31 highlighting the anomalies. They are telling for contravention of 29 2B and C, might be GSTR 1B you showed the sale, GSTR 3B you did not file only. You're not filing your GSTR 3B. It means there are differences. GSTR 3B, you're not filing only. GSTR 1B, you're showing the sale. So in that scenario, proper officer can go ahead and, in that scenario, what happened? Because of the anomalies, your registration gets suspended. Now, instead of going ahead and replying, what you did, it says, for contravention of 29 2B and C and registration is yet to be cancelled, the suspension shall be deemed to be revoked upon furnishing of all the pending return. You went ahead and did what? Your registration was suspended because might be there was anomalies, you are not going ahead and filing your returns, etc. Baba, just go online and file your return. Pay all your taxes, etc. And they are telling what, everyone? Your revocation will be suspended. It says the suspension shall be deemed to be revoked upon furnishing of all pending returns. Are we clear till here? Sir, my registration is cancelled, sir. Please revoke the cancellation. Please tear this cancellation order and throw. Then it comes section number 30. Revocation of suspension under rule number 23. It says registered persons who registration has been cancelled by the proper officer within 30 days you can go ahead and make an application in GSTRG 21. Whenever you make an application for revocation, remember your Aadhar authentication must be done. Revocation application should go within 30 days. If you can't go within 30 days, extension can be given by additional commissioner or joint commissioner by how many days, everyone? 30 days, and commissioner can give you additional time of 30 days. Once you go ahead and apply, if proper officer is satisfied, he will revoke the cancellation and issue an order in GSTRG 22. If he is not satisfied, he will go ahead and give you a show cause notice. You have to reply within 7 working days. If reply, when you give a reply, you should give what, everyone? Clarification information document. And within the next 30 days, if proper officer is satisfied, he will revoke the cancellation and issue an order. If he is not satisfied, he will get angry and he'll reject the application and he will pass an order in GSTRG 05. Always remember one thing, if you are applying for revocation because you are not filed your return and paid your taxes, please pay your taxes, file your return and then apply for revocation. It says proviso, if registration was cancelled due to non-filing of return, before applying, please file your return, pay the tax, interest, penalty, whatever is the late fee, please pay. Then file your return and then apply for revocation. For an example, I have gone ahead and written over here that, sir, supposingly April to September you did not file your return, it means they can go ahead and issue your show cause notice. You have to reply and then proper officer will give you a cancellation order because you are not filing your return. So they are going ahead and telling if your cancellation order has come over here, first to 6 months ka return you are not filed, plus October month ka return is also due in November, correct? November month ka return is not due by December 5th. So whatever the returns are due till cancellation order, first you have to go ahead and file the return till your cancellation order, pay all your tax, interest, penalty and late fee. And then, Baba, you have to apply for revocation. Once the revocation order comes, from revocation order till the, from cancellation order till the revocation order, whatever returns were due, those will be filed within the next 30 days. Are we clear, everyone? Sir, supposingly, this was about prospective registration cancellation, means your cancellation of registration was done from here.
Supposingly, if you don't file your 6 months ka return over here and they went ahead and gave you a show cause notice, you replied and they gave you a cancellation order effective retrospectively from April. If retrospective effect is given to a cancellation order, you will not be able to file these returns now because you are not registered only. Your registration has been cancelled retrospectively. Then Baba, they are telling first apply for revocation within 30 days plus extended period. Correct everyone? 30 days ka extension can be given and another 30 days ka extension can also be given. Remember one thing, first file your revocation application without filing any return. They will give you the revocation order. Now, from here till the revocation order, whatever returns are due, all can be filed within the next 30 days. Are we all clear? This was about retrospective cancellation of registration. Remember one thing, registration chapter is a very, very important chapter. Sir, can you please tell us what are the important points? Remember one thing, Baba, this is A graded. Your first chart which is there, section number 22 ka 1 point, section number 23 completely, and section number 24. Must remember 100% small point here and there will be there in the exam. The next one over here, section number 25. I will recommend you to read this chart. Why, sir? Because small amendment is there. This point is there, which has come new. Sir, registration should be applied within 30 days. Wala point which is there. Rule number 10B, which is there. I like this point, everyone. This 3 point, I like it. Other than that, also you should read this chart. B graded, although from exam point of view, but please, because of amendment, read this and go. They will go ahead and tell you, for an example, they will tell you, sir, one person is there, and what has happened is he has come under he has done Aadhar authentication but has been identified by the portal. What are the further steps he should be taking? He should go to the facilitation center, correct or not, biometrics, taking photograph, etc. All those things you have to write and come. Can I go ahead? They will say Ram of Gujarat because only applicable in Gujarat. Done, everyone? So please read this and go. Can we go ahead? The next one over here is section number 25. In this, what I like is 6A, 6B, 6C and 6D. Aadhar authentication. Okay, everyone? Other than that, you should remember one more point over here is the amendment part that TCS and TDS deductor and TCS collector can now make an application for cancellation of registration. Sir, done. This is important point which I like it. Other than that, 4 and 5 is anyways distinct person wala point. This chart is a big graded chart, everyone. Okay? Sir, this one, in this, I want you guys to remember core field of amendment. What are the different core field of amendment? This point you can remember. And remember one thing, amendment is always effective prospectively unless the commissioner gives you an order that your amendment will be given retrospective effect. Are we clear, everyone? See, here though always amendment is prospective. Here amendment can be retrospective provided the commissioner gives an order. Done, sir. Suspension may please remember the first 3 points which are there for suspension. Sir, what if suspension is revoked? This last point which is there, please be very careful. In section number 29, what I find important is section number 29.1 and section number 29.2. Are we clear? Otherwise, in this chapter, the primary chart which is there is your first chart, section number 22, 23, 24. Others are all B graded, but still, whatever points I find important, I've told you, important does not mean you leave everything other than that and go. Right, everyone? I'll close my discussion or I'll close my revision on the chapter of registration. Congratulations, people. Done.
Now, what are the amendments in the chapter of registration? Let's go ahead and quickly cover them. Number 1. Registration ka chapter mein, if you go ahead and see over here, if you are a person supplying through e-commerce who is required to collect TCS, then you are not, then you had to take compulsory registration. So supplier of services ke liye to government had gone ahead and told if you are a supplier of services up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh, you will be exempted from registration. But supplier of goods ke liye there was nothing. Now government have gone ahead and brought one small change over here, and government have gone ahead and issued a notification saying if you are a supplier of goods, here is the notification. I have gone ahead and put it on the top. You can write down this point in the chart book itself. Now, what government is telling? Government is telling if you are a supplier of goods through e-commerce, you will also be exempted from compulsory registration provided your aggregate turnover in the last year and in the current year is not exceeding the registration limit, but this will be subject to the following condition. What are the following conditions? Number 1, you should not make any interstate supply, because as soon as you make interstate supply, compulsory registration is there. You should not make any. So if you are a person supplying through the e-commerce operator, last year and current year ka turnover has not crossed registration limit, which is 40, 20 and 10 in some states. If you have not gone ahead and crossed that registration limit, then now you can go ahead and supply through the e-commerce operator without requirement of compulsory registration. But number one, you should be making only interstate supply. You should be making only interstate supply should not be done. You should not make supply of goods through e-commerce in more than one state or UT. Only in one state you should be supplying. Then obtain, you should take PAN number, declare that PAN number, address, state on the GST portal, and when successful validation will be done, no, you will be given one enrollment number. So basically, every person supplying through the e-commerce who is unregistered and supplying through the e-commerce operator should now go ahead and enroll themselves on the GST portal. And once the enrollment is granted, remember only one enrollment will be granted in a state or UT, and you will be able to make supply, no supply before such enrollment has been granted to you. Only when the enrollment is granted, you will be able to make the supply. Done, sir. This point is clear. Can you tell once again, sir? Yes, sir. Remember, now supplier of goods through e-commerce without compulsory registration also can go ahead and supply goods through e-commerce, provided services के लिए 20 lakh 10 lakh remit was already there. Supplier of goods के लिए they have gone ahead and told unless you cross the registration threshold, you can go ahead and supply through the e-commerce, but subject to some condition, which is basically obtaining a PAN number and taking enrollment, and then you can make supply. Now, sir, what if this person who is supplying through the e-commerce operator, the e-commerce operator does the e-commerce operator also has to take care of something? Yes, government have gone ahead and told e-commerce operator also has to follow special procedure. They should allow supply of goods by these people who are exempted from registration only if they have enrollment number has been allotted to them. So what is the special procedure for e-commerce operator to be followed here? E-commerce should allow only if I have enrollment number. E-commerce shall not allow any interstate supply by me. E-commerce shall not collect any TCS from me. Okay, and e-commerce should furnish this detail in the GSTR 8. Whatever supplies has been done by this unregistered person, all the details should be furnished in the GSTR 8 by the e-commerce operator. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir. This was the first amendment. The next amendment is if a person is supplying online money gaming from outside India into India. For an example, poker.com. They are US ka person, and they are giving online money gaming. People can put money and do online money gaming with them. Remember, those people who are supplying online money gaming from outside India into India, compulsory registration. Compulsory registration now has been prescribed. This is the second change which has come. I have added this point over here. Now let's move to the next chart. In the next chart, first amendment which has come in the rule number 8, which is there. Rule number 8, I hope you guys remember. Here, OIDR was there. OIDR के लिए rule number 14 is there. They have told rule number 8 will also not be applicable to a person who is supplying online money gaming. So if you are a person who is supplying online money gaming from outside India, remember online money gaming from where? From outside India. Then Baba, remember, because OIDR suppliers who are supplying OIDR services from outside India, for them also REG 10 is applicable. Same way, online money gaming who is supplying from outside India, for them also REG 10 will be applicable. This is rule number 8 ka amendment. Then I hope you guys remember that if a person is identified by the portal for biometric based Aadhar authentication, then once he has done biometric based Aadhar authentication by going to that facilitation center, only then his application will be deemed to be submitted. This provision was made applicable only to the state of Gujarat. Now this provision has been extended to Puducherry. So please use word to be added and Puducherry. Done, sir. Point is clear. Next, rule number 9. Rule number 9, one point has been added. Nothing. Earlier, what used to happen? Only if you are present, then physical verification of your place of business used to happen. Now, they have gone ahead and made one small change in the rule number 9, and they have gone ahead and told even if a person is not present, requirement of presence of the applicant for physical verification of the place of business has been done away with. That's all is a small point made over here in rule number 9. Rule number 10, there is no change. Rule number 10A. Furnishing of bank account detail. Remember, now furnishing of bank account detail, earlier it was first monthly return, GSTR 3B or 45 days. Now they have gone ahead and told within 30 days, not 45, within 30, or before furnishing GSTR 3B, nahi, before going ahead and furnishing GSTR 1, or if you are under QRMP scheme, invoice furnishing facility, whichever is earlier. This 2 point, now rule number 10A has been amended. Done, sir. Other than that, rule number 25. Rule number 25 may, if you are granted registration. After that, if the proper officer wants to come for physical verification, he used to come for physical verification. So physical verification, PO may get physical verification done. This before word I have cut over here. After grant of registration and upload verification report within how many days? In GST REG 30, he will upload the verification report within 15 working days. This is still there. But verification report before grant of registration, verification if it is to be done before grant of registration. Now, why will verification be done before grant of registration? Sir, person has failed to authenticate Aadhar, does not opt for Aadhar authentication, person has been identified by portal for physical verification, or proper officer wants to do the physical verification of the place of business. 4 reason, even after grant of registration. Remember this 4 reason. This 4 reason may your after grant of registration also, sorry, before grant of registration. For this 4 reason, before granting you registration also, they can do physical verification. Now, they have gone ahead and told verification report, verification before grant of registration. For this 4 reason, verification report to be uploaded at least 5 working days prior to the completion of 30 days. Basically, within 30 days of submission, they have to go ahead. And come for physical verification. Remember, at least before completion of this 30 days, 5 days prior only, they should go ahead and upload the physical verification report. I hope this point is clear. After grant, verification report to be uploaded within 50, if verification done, verification report to be uploaded within 15 working days. Before grant, verification report to be uploaded 5 days prior to the time limit completion. Time limit was 30 days. So before that, before 5 days only, physical verification report has to be uploaded. Okay. The next amendment is chart number 12, wherein I've gone ahead and told, you remember now, provisions of rule number 10A was there, wherein bank account detail has to be furnished. Remember, if bank account details are not furnished, automatic suspension of your registration will be done. And that is the point inserted in 2A, and hence I have gone ahead and written over here. 2A may, this point is A. This B point is nothing over here. You can cut this B point over here. You take this as A and now make this as B. So because here A will continue or the details. So this will continue, and they have made one B point saying that if there is a contravention of rule number 10A, then also your registration will be suspended, automatically suspended. Sir, what if I go online and I provide all the details later with and registration is not yet cancelled? Then Baba, they have gone ahead and told over here, see, where registration is suspended for contravention of all this and for contravention of 10A and registration is yet to be cancelled, the suspension shall be revoked upon furnishing of all pending returns or furnishing, you write over here, bank account details. If registration is not cancelled and you furnish the bank account detail, Baba, done. Registration suspension will be revoked. Done. Now, in the next chart, chart number 13, please make this change. Baba, trust me, if you are making these changes with your own hand, it will help you a lot. Listen, this 30 days now became 90 days. Revocation. My registration, sir, cancelled. Please do something. Then, Baba, if your registration is cancelled, revocation ke liye, now you can apply within not 30 days, 90 days. Earlier, it was like, sir, apply within 30 days, further extendable by another 30 and 30. Government told what? 30, 30, 30. Directly give 90. ठीक है, तो गवर्नमेंट डायरेक्टली गेव 90 days. सर आई वांट मोर. देन बाबा आफ्टर 90 यू कैन डायरेक्टली टेक 180. ठीक है, तो रिमेंबर 90 and 180. ठीक है सर, पॉइंट इज क्लियर. तो एक्सटेंशन कैन बी फर्दर ग्रांटेड ऑफ 180 days. I hope this point is clear to all. Revocation application not within 30 days. You can file your revocation application without any extension within 90 days. If you want further extension, 180 days ka extension will be granted. I hope these points are clear to all of you. Please make these changes in your chart book. Done, sir. Here we are done with all our amendments relating to a chapter of registration. Done. Right, students, let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is exemption. Everyone over here, let's go ahead and take a quick linking. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate. Interstate, IGST will be levied. Intrastate, CGST will be levied. Once GST is levied,
GST has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. Now, before he goes ahead and collects, government goes ahead and says, once GST is levied, I don't want you to collect on certain item and pay GST to me. And hence, government puts those items under exemptions. And hence, we are going to learn about the chapter of exemption now. In the chapter of exemption, we have exemption with respect to goods also. We have exemptions with respect to services also. Goods related exemptions are not a part of your CA final exam, but services they can go ahead and ask. Approximately 90 to 100 services are there. Take care up and down. And hence, let's go ahead and quickly revise the services. Exemptions under GST. Exemption is given by the government by using the power under section number 11 of the CGST Act and section number 6 of the IGST Act. Basically grants the power to the government to go ahead and grant the exemption. Section number 11(1) is the general power. That's it. If government wants, then government can go ahead and issue a notification and exempt generally either absolutely or subject to some condition. Whole of the GST say government can give exemption, or part of the GST say government can give exemption with effect from a date which will be specified in the notification. And using this power, government has issued notification number 12/2017 central tax rate for the exemption, and IGST notification is notification number 9/2017 integrated tax rate ka notification which is there. And then sir, these notifications only government keeps amending from time to time, adding, deleting, etc. The next is section number 11(2), which is a special power with the government to go ahead and grant exemption. And this is like case to case basis pay. Government can give exemption by using the power under section number 11(2). The next one is section number 11(3). If government thinks that after the exemption or the exemption notification has been issued, if government wants to insert an explanation, then government can insert an explanation within how much time, everyone? 1 year. And if government inserts an explanation, that explanation will have retrospective effect. Are we clear, everyone? Now, the next one over here is a small circular. Supposingly, one notification was issued. After the notification was issued, there was an entry which was inserted in the notification. And now, relating to the entry, if there is an explanation which is inserted, that explanation can be inserted within 1 year from the inception of the entry. And sir, when the explanation is inserted, it will be retrospectively valid from the date of the entry and not from the date of the original notification. It says explanation inserted is effective from the date of inception of entry in the notification and not from the date of notification becoming effective. And hence, there is a small example. Now, let's go ahead and start understanding the not the amendment, Baba. Let's go ahead and now revise the chart of charitable and religious activities, everyone over here. So, if you are an entity which is registered under section number 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act, where you have been given for your income exemption under section number 12AA or AB of the Income Tax Act. Now, if you are an entity registered under 12AA or AB and doing charitable activity, now government have gone ahead and told what are charitable activities. So, if you are a charitable institution, I can call it a charitable institution which is registered under 12AA or AB, and you are doing charitable activity. Sir, what kind of a charitable activity? Charitable activity has to be public health related activity. If you are doing charitable activity which is relating to public health, how, sir? By way of care or counseling of terminally ill people, about to go terminally ill. Then, Baba, severely physically or mentally disabled people, sir, HIV or AIDS infected, again about to go. Drug addict, alcohol addict, Baba, again government is going ahead and telling all these people, if you are a charitable institution doing charitable activity, which is relating to what, everyone? Public health. And public health, how are you doing it? By care or counseling of terminally people with me, terminally ill people, sir, severely physically, mentally disabled people, mentally disabled, then HIV or AIDS infected, and Baba, the last one is alcohol addicts. And then it says if you are doing public awareness of preventive health. So public health, you are taking care by doing awareness of what? Preventive health. Then family planning, prevention of HIV infection. Then, Baba, whatever activity you are doing, if you go ahead and charge any amount, they are going ahead and telling it will be exempted. Then they are telling charitable institutions doing charitable activity by advancement of religion, spirituality, and yoga. You went ahead and started teaching yoga, and Baba, they are going in and telling it is if you are a charitable institution registered under 12AA or AB and doing charitable activity, which is what, everyone? Advancement of religion, Baba, Hinduism, Buddhism, Baba, you are teaching something for religion. Then, sir, you are doing something for advancement of, not teaching, advancement of your religion, spirituality or yoga, then Baba, that shall also be exempted. If you are going ahead, if you are a charitable institution doing charitable activity, which is, everyone, advancement of educational program or skill development program you are providing relating to what? Abandoned, orphan, homeless children you are providing to physically, mentally abused, traumatized person, prisoners, or person greater than 65 residing in rural area. Baba, remember rural area. If you are going ahead and providing these educational and skill development programs, then Baba, if you are a charitable institution doing this charitable activity, your activities will be exempted. The last one over here is if you are a charitable institution doing charitable activity, which is what everyone preservation of environment, watershed, forest, wildlife, etc., then also your service will be exempted and you don't have to charge any GST. Sir, remember one thing: charitable institution doing charitable activity, which is PAPI activities. What is PAPI, everyone? P for public health related activity, A for advancement of religion, spirituality, and yoga, P for preservation of watershed, environment, wildlife, forest, etc. E for educational program and skill development program. If you are going ahead and doing for abandoned, orphan, homeless children, sir, physically, mentally traumatized, mentally abused, traumatized person, prisoners, or if you are going ahead and doing it for person greater than 65 who are residing in rural area. Remember everyone. The next one over here is, sir, if you are charitable institution registered under 12AA or AB and you are running an old age home, old age home, if you are running, number one, for resident, number two, greater than equal to, remember resident should be greater than equal to. You know why I'm stressing like that and telling? So that if you're remembering the revision properly in the exam, you'll feel, sir told, you'll think that sir is sitting on the side and telling, hey, greater than equal to, equal to, equal to. Baba, it should be greater than equal to 60 years plus consideration is up to 25,000. Then Baba, remember one thing, it shall be also exempted if consideration is for boarding, lodging, or maintenance, and it's 25,000 per month per member. So if they go ahead and tell you Mr. and Mrs. a year, then Baba, remember Mr. के लिए 25 and Mrs. के लिए 25. And sir, remember if the old age home is run by central government, state government, or also exempted if the amount is up to 25,000 per month per member. Then I'm going ahead and telling you entity which is registered under 12AA or AB, and if it is going ahead and doing what everyone, renting of precincts of a religious place meant for the general public. So Baba, if there is a temple which is there and temple is going ahead and giving room on rent, then up to 999 per day it shall be exempted. Sir, if it is giving premises or kalyan mandapam, kilometer nahi Baba, kalyan mandapam for how much? 9999 per month, then it shall be exempted. And shop, if they are giving 9999 per month, then it shall be always exempted. Remember one thing, if there is a charitable institution, or might be it will be exempted if it is provided by a trust or institution which is registered under 1023C5 of the Income Tax Act, or a body or authority which is registered under 1023BBA of the Income Tax Act. Baba, if they are also providing renting of precincts of a religious place, Baba, like Gurudwara or might be temple which is there, if they are going ahead and giving room on rent 999 per day, sir, Kalyan Mandapam 9999 per month. We will get married for per month. No, Baba, it is per day. And then remember one thing, everyone, shop 9999 per month, and they will not go ahead and charge GST. Always remember, temples, etc. May you have hundi. So you will put 1 rupee in the hundi. If they ask you 10,000 rupees, you put 1 rupee in the hundi, and 999 or 9999 is always exempted. Now, the next one, this is not connected. This point is not connected to the above one. This is not connected to a charitable institution, but what they are telling, if anybody is going ahead and conducting religious ceremony, remember one thing, any person, not necessarily by a charitable institution, it will always be exempted. So for an example, if Panditji is going ahead and doing puja and he is going ahead and charging an amount, he is doing a religious ceremony and he will not go ahead and charge you any GST. The next one over here is if there is an entity which is registered under 12AA and it is providing training or coaching in sports, entity registered under 12AA or AB and it is providing what everyone, training or coaching in sports, then Baba, it shall be exempted. And this is not connected to an entity which is registered under 12AA or AB, and hence I have provided it separately. See over here, first B I have written. Why? Because B is connected to entity registered under 12AA or AB, and this point is training or coaching in recreational activity relating to art or culture. Art or culture ka classes, if it is given by whom, everyone? Individual, which is basically training or coaching in recreational activity relating to art or culture, it shall also be exempted. Now over here on the right hand side you have religious pilgrimage. Baba, religious pilgrimage which is provided by KMVNL, Kumaon Mandal Vikas Nigam Limited. KMVNL, Kumaon Mandal Vikas Nigam Limited. They provide Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. For that, whatever they charge you, there will be no GST. If Hajj committee is going ahead and taking people to Hajj, then Baba, for that also whatever they are going ahead and charging, remember there will be no GST. Now over here, services by rehabilitation professional. For an example, this is over here Naveen, and Naveen has started drinking. Now Baba, he'll be taken to rehab, and in the rehab there will be rehabilitation professional. Although those people are not doctors, but they are all like doctor, and their services when they are going ahead and providing that they are providing rehabilitation, therapy, or counseling, and their services when they are providing at a rehab center, which is a medical establishment, or at an educational institution, or rehabilitation center, which is established by central government, state government, union territory, not by local authority. If they are providing their services at a rehabilitation center established by the central government, state government, union territory, or an entity registered under 12A or AB, then Baba's rehabilitation professional ka services at those institutions will also be exempted. Now over here we have a small circular which goes ahead and says circular on GST, excuse me, on residential program or camps. It says if primary or predominant objective or is the purpose or and purpose is advancement of religion, spirituality, and yoga, it shall always be exempted. Sir, if charitable trust is merely providing or religious trust is merely providing accommodation or serves food and drink against consideration in the form of donation, Baba, you call it a consideration, you call donation or whatever. If you are charging any amount and giving this food, accommodation, etc., where the primary objective is not advancement of religion, spirituality, and yoga, then you are going ahead and providing a service which is not exempted and it shall always be taxable. Holding of fitness camp, classes, aerobics, dance, music, etc., always GST is payable. People, remember one thing in this chart, what I find important is they can go ahead and ask you this small point which is 999, 9999. Correct, everyone? You should be careful about it. Other than that, to Baba, anything and everything can come. What do you say? Right, everyone? Chalo. We are done with our first chart of exemption, which is relating to charitable and religious activities. Come to the next one, everyone. The next chart is on central government, state government, union territory, or local authority. Please come to the next chart. Now, the next chart which we are going to revise is government related services, central government, state government, union territory, or local authority. Remember one thing, central government, state government, the first department which they have is the Department of Post over here. Department of Post ka services, always remember postcard, inland card, book post, ordinary post, where envelopes weighing up to less than, not up to, envelope saying less than 10 gram is always exempted. Post, inland letter, book post, or ordinary post, where Baba letters which are less than 10 gram PBO ka services may it will be always exempt. Department of Post providing any other services, all other services which are there, speed post, agency service, life insurance, express parcel, or any other services provided by Department of Post, always GST will be payable under forward charge mechanism. There is no exemption at all. Now, if you see in the exam, services in relation to aircraft or vessel, always remember one thing, services in relation to aircraft or vessel. Number one was post over here. This is airport or port related service. Inside or outside the airport or port, GST will always be payable under FCM, forward charge mechanism. The third one is renting of immovable property. Always remember one thing, if government is going in and renting immovable property, registered person, always GST will come under RCM. Unregistered person, GST will be always under forward charge mechanism. PAIT, T for transportation services. Remember one thing, transportation services, always GST will come under forward charge mechanism. Can I go ahead, everyone? But there also some exemptions are there, which we'll be talking about in the next class, next chart actually. Everyone over here now. Sir, other than this post, airport or port, immovable property or transportation service, if any services, all the other services which are provided, other than post, airport, immovable property and transportation related service, if they are provided to a business entity by the government, remember, if they are provided by the government to the business entity or non-business entity, if government is providing other than PAIT services to anyone other than business entity, it will always be exempted. But if it is provided to a business entity which is in the taxable territory, GST has to be paid by the business entity under RCM. But there is also an exemption where government went ahead and told, if you are a small business entity means whose last year ka turnover is less than the registration limit, then Baba, it shall be exempted. Otherwise, it has to pay GST only when the consideration is more than 5,000. GST has to be paid under RCM. Everyone remember one thing, but if the amount is less than equal to 5,000, then GST shall be exempted. So if I go ahead and tell you everyone over here, if government services are provided, government services relating to post, remember one thing, PIBO services are exempted, all other services taxable. Government is providing airport or port related service, always GST will come under forward charge mechanism. Government is providing immovable property related service, registered person, RCM, unregistered person, FCM. Can I go ahead, everyone? Then, sir, transportation service, always remember forward charge mechanism will come. And the last one, all other services other than PAIT services. And there are some more services which are exempted, correct? We'll talk about it. Other than PAIT services, some services which are exempted, leave it. Other than that, any services which are provided by the government, always GST will come under RCM provided your business entity whose last year turnover is more than registration limit plus the amount charged by the government is more than 5,000 rupees, then you have to pay GST under RCM. Are we clear, everyone? Now, over here, everyone, sir, what are the services which are being exempted? Government went ahead and told if government is going ahead and providing guaranteeing loan of their undertaking or PSU, Baba, if government is guaranteeing the loan of their undertaking or the public sector undertaking, then from a bank or a financial institution guaranteeing loan ka services are provided, then it shall be exempted. It is only applicable in case of central government, state government, union territory. The next one is if they are going ahead and allowing, government is providing whom? Business entity, government is allowing business entities to operate as telecom operator, use radio frequency for a license fees. Always remember one thing, GST has to be paid, GST will be exempted. These are for prior agreements which are prior to 1/4/2016. The next one is government is providing registration required under the law, including testing, calibration, safety checks, certification to protects for relating to protection of workers, consumers at large, including fire license required under the law. People remember one thing, GST will be exempted, but here government is providing registration, then Baba, then it will be exempted. But if renewal is done, then you have to pay the GST under RCM. The next one over here is passport, visa, DL. All these issuance services also will be exempted. Merchant overtime fees, GST will be exempted. Tolerating non-performance of a contract against fines or liquidated damage. If government is tolerating, then also exempted. If anyone else is also tolerating and you have paid liquidated damages, etc., that is also exempted in the supply chapter now. Correct, everyone? The next one over here is assignment of right to use natural resources to an individual farmer. Remember, assignment of right to use natural resources to an individual farmer for cultivation of plant, rearing of all life form of animal, except horses. Remember, horses are always commercial and government will also get commercial. But other than that, if government is providing right to use natural resources to all the natural resources belong to the government, and if government provides you right to use the natural resources, then to whom? To the individual farmer for cultivation of plant and rearing of all life form of animal, then it shall be exempted. Now over here comes one excess royalty collection contractor. Everyone over here, I'll go ahead and quickly tell you excess royalty collection contractor may what happens? State government will go ahead and give one minor. What everyone? This is minor mining license, and he will give a fixed lump sum amount. On the fixed lump sum amount, he'll go ahead and pay the GST under RCF. Now over here, government says that if you do any excess mining, then you have to go ahead and pay excess mining, pay excess royalty. And when he does excess mining, he will pay on the excess royalty also GST under RCM. Are we clear? For an example, he has paid GST under RCM 18 lakh rupees. Now, always the excess royalty collection ke liye government does the bidding. Now, this person won the bid that he will collect the excess royalty. So, from everyone, he will be collecting the excess royalty. Government has given him the right to collect the excess royalty, which is a supply of service. For example, he has to go ahead and pay to the government 1 crore rupees for the excess excess royalty collection contractor ka rights. Now, on this 1 crore, because you are a business entity, you have to pay on this 1 crore also GST under RCM. For an example, 18 lakh rupees. But government says because you are collecting the royalty from here only and giving it to me, that 1 crore rupees. What is 1 crore rupees? Ultimately, you are collecting the royalty from that and you will give me this 1 crore rupees. So government says that whatever the excess royalty pay, GST is already paid. You don't pay that much GST to me. This will be exempted under section number 65B. Now tell me one thing. For an example, he has to pay 18 lakh rupees and this minor has only paid 16 lakh rupees under RCM on the excess royalty. Then Baba, exemption will be limited to 16 lakh and this person has to pay 2 lakh rupees under RCM. I hope this point is clear. Please be very careful about it. What are they telling? For an example, I go ahead and tell you, sir, minor contracts with the government for a fixed amount which is 1 crore rupees for mining. 1 lakh ton, but he has done the mining of 3 lakh ton. It means he has to pay 2 lakh ton पे 100 rupees करके excess mining के लिए excess royalty. On this 2 crore rupees, he will pay GST, which is there, which is 36 lakh. Excess royalty collection contractor को government gave the license, and when government gave the license to him, he has to go ahead and pay, for an example, 1 crore rupees. On 1 crore, the GST works out to be 18 lakh, but miner has already gone ahead and paid 36 lakh rupees under RCM, so this amount will be exempted. Now, sir, if supposingly miner has done mining of only 2 lakh ton, 1 lakh ton was allowed, 1 lakh is the extra ton which he has done the mining. On 1 lakh ton, he has to pay 1 crore rupees excess royalty. On 1 crore rupees, 18 lakh is the GST payable under RCM by the miner. But excess royalty collection contractor ko government gave the license for 2 crore rupees. On 2 crore rupees, the GST payable is 36 lakh. He has to pay 36 lakh, but here only 18 lakh is paid, and hence he will get exemption of 18 lakh rupees, and 18 lakh rupees he has to pay under RCM. Please remember one thing, this thing is very, very important. Now, everyone over here now. Sir, other than that, if you see over here, if central government, state government, local authority or union territory government ko, okay, leave that point. Now, listen, sir, supposingly there is a fair trade shop, that ration wala shop which is there is going ahead and distributing ration, and government is going ahead and paying commission to that guy. That ration wala ka commission is always exempted. Fair trade shop, fair price shop to the central government, state government under public distribution system, fair price shop ka services are being exempted. The next is government share of profit petroleum. Do you remember, everyone? Government gave the license to go ahead and to explore the petroleum. Now, when you explore the petroleum, out of that cost petroleum was deducted. Remaining profit petroleum ka share you give to the government. When you give that share to the government, government is giving you the service and you are giving profit petroleum ka share. You have to pay the GST under RCM, but government went ahead and told GST will be exempted. Training program, the government is going ahead and paying 75% of the expenditure is also exempted. Insurance scheme premium is paid by the government. Remember one thing, it will also be exempted. Now, pure service or composite supply where goods and service both are involved, but goods ka amount is up to 25%, and you are providing pure services in which only labor is involved, or composite supply where value of goods is only 25% and you are providing in relation to 243G and W, then Baba, your services to the government also will be exempted. Now here there is a circular which goes ahead and says, sir, sanitation and conversancy services, if they are provided to army or any other government department, if the army ka department or government ka department is not providing 243G and W ka activities, if they are not doing 243G and W ka activities, and if they take these services which are in relation to 243G and W, it shall not be exempted. Who do not perform the function under 243G and W as local authority, thus for the public, hence no exemption. Remember one thing, government goes ahead and does what, everyone? Government goes ahead and government में local authority does 243G and W ka activity. Now, when local authority is doing 243G and W ka activity, that is neither supply of goods nor supply of service, because they are doing it for the public. Now, other than, so if local authority is taking 243G and W related services, then it is exempted. But other than local authority, if supporting any government department is going ahead and taking those 243G and W related services, because outward is not 243G and W related service, these services, when you are providing to other government department, it shall not be exempted. Now, over here, if you go ahead and see, there's one governmental authority and one is governmental entity. Sir, what is the difference between a governmental authority and a governmental entity? I've gone ahead and told you over here. A governmental authority means an authority, board, or any other body which is set up under an act of parliament, state legislature, or which is set up by the government, and Baba, with 90% or more participation by way of equity or control, to carry out the function which are told under 243G and W. So, governmental authority is created by the government to carry out the functions which are told under 243G and W, and 90% control is of the talk. Everyone over here. Governmental entity means what, everyone? They are there not to perform a 243G and W wala function. They also have 90% equity or control of the government, but they are there to do any function on behalf of the government. Are we clear, everyone? Now, what they are going ahead and telling is, if you government goes ahead and government can set up one governmental entity or governmental authority. If governmental authority is there and it is providing services to the government, and government is going ahead and it is providing services to the government by doing 243G and W activity, governmental authority giving services to the government is always under. People, remember one thing, governmental authority going ahead and giving services to the government, Baba, basically it is going ahead and doing 243G and W activity, their services also will be exempted. And governmental entity giving services to the government, for which government is giving grants also will be exempted. Remember one thing, central government, state government, local authority, union territory government, government to government services are always exempted. And other than that, one entry number 9 I've gone ahead and told over here, which we have already connected over here. But still, I've mentioned it separately over here. Supply of service, where the consideration is up to, if government is giving any services to you, where the GST is to be paid under RCM. Remember one thing, the consideration is less than equal to 5,000. Wherever the GST is payable, if the consideration is, if government services are there and the GST may, and the consideration is payable is up to 5,000 rupees, then it will always be exempted. Remember, but this is not applicable in case of services by Department of Post. Baba, P. No. Department of Post, airport or port related service and transportation. Department of Post, PAT. It is not applicable in case of PAT. Are we clear, everyone? Now they are going ahead and telling in case of continuous supply of service, exemption is applicable only when the amount is less than equal to 5,000 rupees per annum. Are we clear, everyone? And hence you will go ahead and tell me, sir, what about renting of immovable property? Renting of immovable property may you have to go ahead and see. People, renting of immovable property may you have to always go ahead and see that, sir, if the government has gone ahead and rented you the immovable property, if the amount is less than equal to, because renting is a continuous process, if the amount is less than equal to 5,000 rupees per annum, might be per month is only 200 rupees, 300 rupees. So per annum, you have to go ahead and see over here in case of continuous supply of services. Are we clear, everyone? If it is less than equal to 5,000, then it shall be exempted. Otherwise, GST has to be paid under RC. Are we clear, everyone? Can we go ahead? Are we all 100% clear? Done, everyone? Chalo. We are done with our exemption. People, here, amendment is there. Entry number 6 may one small amendment is there. Circular has come that accommodation services provided by Air Force, Army, Navy, paramilitary force, mess to the personnel or any other person. Always remember one thing, other than business entity, it will always be exempted. Are we clear, everyone? It is services provided by the government, and if services provided by the government, if it is getting covered under entry number 6 and it is provided to non-business entity, anyways it will be exempted. So if it's an accommodation services which are provided by the Air Force, Army, paramilitary, police force to the personnel or any other person, it shall be exempted under entry number 6, provided it is provided to a non-business entity. Business entity, then sir, business entity, then you will have to go ahead and see if the amount is business entity last year turnover is more than registration limit, and then the amount is more than 5,000 rupees. Are we all clear? People, very important is government related service from exam point of view. I'll close my revision on the chapter of on the exemption relating to government. Sir, what is important from exam point of view, everyone? This one, excess royalty collection contractor. This point is good, important. This amendment wala point is important. These small points which are there, no, anything can come. And this last wala point which is there, other than PAIT services, any services which are being provided by the government, this you have to be little careful about. Can I go ahead, everyone? Chalo. Please come to the next chart, everyone. The next chart is transportation services. Please come to transportation related services. Please come. Chalo. The next chart over here is transportation related services. Transportation can be of passengers. Transportation can be of goods. Now, passenger related services, passenger ko when the transportation services are given, always remember passenger transportation can be with or without accompanied baggages, means accompanied belongings. You might have baggages along with you, you might have bags along with you, which is belongings, or you might not have any belongings along with you. That is also okay. And transportation can be of goods also. Remember, passenger transportation can be by air, rail, road, or water. Goods transportation can be by road, rail, water, or air. Now, here they are going in and telling transportation of passengers is happening by air. People remember one thing, if air transportation is happening in economy class only, so if there is any Indigo airline and they are going in and doing passenger transportation by air, Indigo airline for an example, if the plane is going to or it is coming from, embarking from, or terminating in. If it is terminating in a place or it is starting from a place which is basically Bagdogra in West Bengal, Arunachal Pradesh, Tripura, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Assam, and Nagaland, then it or Sikkim, it shall always be exempted. Remember, Batmans always fly free. Batmans, B for Bagdogra, A for Arunachal, T for Tripura, M for Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, A for Assam, Nagaland, and Sikkim. Batman's always fly free. Remember, Batman's going and Batman from coming. Whatever is the air transportation, GST will always be exempted, provided it is economy class. Remember, business class will always be taxable. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is, if government is going ahead and providing, not government, anyone who is going ahead and providing transportation of passenger, which is by road. Remember one thing, road transportation may, if it is stage carriage. What is stage carriage, everyone? Which goes in stages, like our local buses which are there, which are going in stages. Remember, non-AC is always exempted. AC is always taxable. If you can afford AC, you can afford GST also. The next one over here is contract carriers. Always remember, what is a contract carriage, everyone? Which you have taken under a contract to go from one point to another point. Remember, contract carriers, non-AC is always exempted, but AC, radio taxi, tourism, conductor, charter, etc., always GST will be payable. The next one over here is meter cab, auto rickshaw, e-rickshaw. Meter cab, auto rickshaw. Meter cab is what, everyone? Show your hand, it will stop. Auto rickshaw, baba. Auto rickshaw is auto rickshaw. E-rickshaw is that battery rickshaw which is there. Always GST will be exempted. Wherever I've gone ahead and told you, stage carriage exempt, contract carriage exempt, and sir, auto rickshaw, e-rickshaw, etc. are exempted. Wherever meter cab, auto rickshaw, e-rickshaw, I've told you the exemption. Exemption will not be applicable if these services are provided through e-commerce operator. In that scenario, e-commerce operator will become liable. He will collect the GST and pay the GST to the government. E-commerce operator is he or she. How do I know? They will collect the GST and pay to the government. Are we all clear till here? Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is, if transportation of passenger is done by rail, remember, metro rail, monorail, tramway is always exempted. Indian Railway, remember one thing, non-AC is always exempt. P. What is this? P is missing, everyone. Okay, exempted. And then, sir, first class or AC, GST is always payable. The next one over here is water ke through if transportation is happening. Remember, vessel, sea transportation if it is being used. Baba, what happens? India has a coastline from one port to another coast. They will go ahead and use coastal transportation ke liye public transportation, right, everyone? In that scenario, public transportation is always exempt in India. Tourism, transportation outside India, always GST is payable. Remember, water transportation ka case mein inland waterways used for passenger transportation will always be exempted. Now, over here, we have some circulars which came. Let's go ahead and talk about the circulars. But before I talk about the circular, I have to go ahead and teach you some other thing. Okay, we'll finish first all this thing and then we'll come back to the circulars. Everyone, passenger transportation. Remember one thing, passenger transportation. Now, in the exam, people, you have to start visualizing. Your picture memory has to be very, very strong. Before the exam, if you revise things properly before 2 to 3 times, in the exam, you'll remember the memory. Everyone over here, you remember now, air may going to Batman's, coming from Batman, GST will be exempted. Economy, you have economy class. Then, Baba, road transportation may remember, road transportation, stage carriage, stage carriage? No. Louder you talk, no. Non-AC is always exempted. AC is always taxable. The next one, everyone. Contract carriers, remember, non-AC is exempt. All others taxable. Sir, metered cab, auto rickshaw, e-rickshaw, always exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? Rail transportation may monorail, metro rail, tramway, always exempted. Indian Railway, non-AC is always exempted. AC or first class is always taxable. Correct, everyone? The right side, which we had, vessel transportation, public transportation of through sea is always exempted. All other tourism, etc., is always transportation outside India taxable. Inland waterways, government is selling inland waterways. There is no traffic. Use the rivers how much ever you want, and public transportation ke liye there will be no GST. Right, everyone? Now over here we have goods transportation, which is there. Sir, in goods transportation, remember, goods transportation can happen by road, it can happen by rail, it can happen by water, it can happen by air. Remember, air transportation domestic is always GST is payable. People, air transportation of goods. People, don't write in air transportation going to Batman, coming from Batman. Baba, we are talking about goods over here. Are we clear? Goods transportation, always GST is payable. International, from outside India to India, is always exempt. From India to outside India, always GST is payable. Goods transportation by water. Remember, vessel ke through, if you are using coast to coast going through ships, etc., then they are telling coastal transportation in India, GST is always payable if it is transportation of goods. But random items are always exempted. What is random item, everyone? Relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense and military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain, rice, flour, and pulses. What will you remember, everyone? Egg. Hey, he's everyone. Relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense and military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain, rice, flour, and pulses. Never say egg and all. Okay, everyone. He's telling, sir, we will make one bowl. In the bowl, we'll put what, everyone? Some flour we'll put, some rice we will put, some pulses we'll put, some food grain we'll put some salt, and put some milk. Are we clear, everyone? There is no sugar over here. There is no egg over here. Okay, everyone. Remember, milk, salt. People, serious it is. Milk, salt, food grain, flour, pulses, and rice. Okay, everyone. Please be very careful. Only if it is a random item, then GST will be exempted. The next one over here is international transportation. Remember, international transportation from outside India to custom station in India, GST is always payable. From India to outside India, GST is always payable. In Indian shipping company will charge GST under forward charge mechanism. Foreign shipping company then reverse charge mechanism may the importer has to pay the GST under RCM. Then, sir, inland waterways. Remember, inland waterways ke through if you are transporting goods, it will always be exempted. Sir, rail ke through if you are transporting goods, GST will be payable, but exemption is for random item. Tell me with me, everyone. Random item, relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense and military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, flour, rice, pulses, grains. Can I go ahead, everyone? Food grains. Road ke through, if goods courier ke through transportation is happening, remember door to door services always, courier is what? Door to door services, GST is always exempted. The next transport is, sorry. Courier is always payable. Courier GST is always payable. Courier GST is always payable. GTA, remember one thing, GTA is one who issues a consignment note. GTA is one who issues a consignment note. In the exam, very, very important. Baba, for big question and all, you'll need it. If anyone is not issuing a consignment note, he is not a GTA. It means others ka case mein, individual truck wala, tempo operator, bullock cart, horse cart, who don't issue any consignment note, their transportation services are always exempted. But GTA, who issues a consignment note, GST is payable. In GTA also, remember, if GTA is providing services to FB Scoop, factory, body corporate, society, cooperative society. Baba, F for factory, body corporate, society, cooperative society, partnership firm. GST is always payable under RCM or forward charge. If GTA has opted for 5% reverse charge, then you will have to pay GST under GTA is unregistered. You have to pay GST under 5% reverse charge. If GTA is opting for 5% forward charge or 12% forward charge, then they will charge. Whatever it is, GST will be payable. If you are a registered person, if registered person is central government, state government, local authority, union territory, or governmental authority, governmental agencies. Baba, TDS deductor or central government, state government, union territory, local authority, or governmental. Sure. Who are the TDS deductor? Governmental agencies or governmental authority? Recall. It is governmental agencies. Correct, everyone? Governmental agencies. Remember, if they are registered as TDS deductor, GST will always be exempted. Any other registered person, GST will always be payable. Unregistered person, others, GST is exempted. Unregistered person is casual taxable person, GST is exempted. If it is specified goods, wherever GST is payable, GST will be exempted. If it is random item, relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense and military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain, rice, flour, and pulses, GST will be exempted. Are we all 100% clear till here? Now, everyone over here on the left hand side, I've gone ahead and told if airline is going ahead and telling the government, okay, government will go to those region where you want us to go to promote regional connectivity, we'll go over there. And government is telling, okay, if you are going ahead and providing me those services of doing transportation services to those regions to promote regional connectivity, I will go ahead and give you what, everyone? Viability gap funding. Remember, viability gap funding is always exempted, but is only exempted for the first 3 years. The next one over here is right side, services associated with transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan. Always remember, it will always be exempted. Over here, if government is going ahead and granting you national permit to goods carriage, remember, to goods carriage to operate throughout India or contiguous state, it will always be exempted. National permit or to permit to other contiguous states which are sharing the common border, then also it will be exempted. Now over here we have down by one small exemption, entry number 22, which goes ahead and says giving on hire or renting. Baba, hire includes renting also. If anyone is giving to a state transport undertaking one motor vehicle to carry more than 12 passenger, to a local authority electric vehicle to carry what everyone greater than 12 passenger, or you are giving to a goods transport agency means of transportation of goods, always remember this shall be exempted. Now over here there is one entry number 19C which goes ahead and says satellite launch services when they are provided by Indian Space Research Organization, Antrix Corporation, New Space India Limited, it will always be exempted. Now over here, they are going ahead and telling circular. Baba, the circulars are going ahead and telling if Baba transit cargo is going to Nepal and when it is coming back, the empty containers are coming back and there is any amount which is being charged, because when the containers will go with the container, the container will go to the Nepal Bhutan border. When they are coming back as empty container, there are some charges which are being charged. So Baba, going and coming ke liye, whatever is being charged for transit cargo, they are going ahead and telling GST will not come. It says movement of empty container from Nepal and Bhutan after delivery of goods is also services associated with transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan, and that shall also be exempted. Now, renting of truck with other vehicle and other vehicle with driver for a period is services of what everyone? Renting transport vehicle with operator and not a service of transportation of goods by road. Now, people went ahead and told, sir, I have given one person renting of a truck along with operator. I have gone ahead and given, and they are telling, sir, it will come under. We are not issuing consignment note and it shall be exempted. Government told, sir, that is not transportation ka service. That is what everyone? That is renting ka service, renting of motor vehicle, renting of truck along with operator is not transportation of goods ka service. It is renting a service which is taxable under GST. The next one over here is private ferry. Remember one thing, Baba, in Andaman, Nicobar, etc. What happens? Small islands are there and ferries go from here to here, here to here. Remember one thing, ferries are public transportation, and remember, public transportation is always exempted, whether the ferry is owned by government or whether it is owned by a PSU or it is owned by anyone privately. Government says over here, private ferry for transportation of passenger is always exempted, whether the ferry is owned by and operated by private sector enterprises or PSU or the government. Sir, if I have gone ahead and taken one higher pay, if I have taken a contract carriage, if I have taken contract carriage on hire just to transport my employees, remember one thing, there is no exemption in that scenario. Taking contract carriage, hiring of non-AC contract carriages by a firm will not come under exemption. Of transportation of employee, it is not under exemption. GST is always payable. Remember, contract carriage, non-AC for public transportation is exempt. If you take it on hire for transportation of employees, it is not under exemption. Have you gone ahead and covered all the exemption, everyone? The most important exemption over here, Baba, small point to anyone can come, but this road transportation is very important. Remember, a GTA which is there, this discussion is very important, and if GTA is not there, if it is not a GTA who is not issuing a consignment note and it is coming over here, which is individual truckwalas, individual tempo operators, bullock cart, etc., it will always come under exemption. We are done with our discussion relating to transportation services. The next one over here is admission related services. Everyone over here, what is admission, Baba? School ka admission? No, Baba, they are talking about admission means selling of entry ticket. Entry tickets when they are being sold for a museum, national park, wildlife sanctuary, tiger reserve, or zoo. Okay, everyone. Supposing this is not Naveen. I'm not telling this is Naveen. Naveen went to the zoo. Okay, everyone. Then no value limit. Remember one thing: any amount GST will always be exempted. Okay, everyone. Next. Protected monuments. Baba, if entry tickets are sold for what, everyone? Protected monuments which are declared under the Archaeological Sites and Remain Act as a protected monument. Remember, like the Taj Mahal, all these places which are there, which are being declared as a protected monument, and the tickets are being sold. Whatever is the value they charge you, there will be no GST. Sir, other than that, if admission related service means entry tickets are sold for circus, dance, theatrical program, drama, ballet, award function, concert, pageant, musical performance, any sporting event, other recognized sporting event, or a recognized sporting event, or planetarium. And if the consideration charge is up to 500 rupees per person, GST shall always be exempted. Sir, if it is 510, total amount will come under GST. Sir, FIFA under 17 women. FIFA under 17 World Cup, which was held in India, the entry tickets paid, there was no GST. FIFA under 17 Women World Cup, whenever it is rescheduled, because 2020 mein to COVID came. After that, whenever it is being rescheduled, they are telling when the ticket will be sold, there will be no GST. Sir, Asian Football Confederation Women Asia Cup 2022, when the entry tickets are sold, there will be no GST. Other than that, they have told Asian Football Confederation or FIFA and its subsidiary, when they came to India for this FIFA World Cup and all, if they are taking any services or if they are providing any services, remember, if the service is certified by the Director of Sports, services taken by them or services provided by them, both will come under exemption. Other than that, I've given some notes so that you are careful in the exam. Water park, amusement park are always fully taxable. Film city, snow city, theme parks are always fully taxable. Cinema halls are always fully taxable. Sir, entry number 78. Services by way of by an artist by way of folk or performance. Performance in folk or classical art form of music, dance, theatre exempted if the consideration is up to 1.5 lakh. So all these people who perform in folk and classical art form. Remember, folk and classical art form, if you are doing performance, then you will not go ahead and charge GST on your services. The next one over here is, sir, note, performance in Bollywood song is GST is always payable. Baba Shah Rukh Khan went ahead and did lungi dance, and for lungi dance, he went ahead and charged any amount. Remember one thing, there is no GST which is exempted. GST will come. The next one over here is brand ambassador services are always fully taxable. Remember, if you are a brand ambassador for anyone and you are going ahead and doing any performances, etc., as a brand ambassador, then Baba, remember, it will always be taxable. Here we are done with your small and sweet chart relating to admission related services. Come to the next one, everyone. Come to the next one. Now, the next exemption is relating to agriculture. Everyone relating to agriculture. Agriculture being the backbone of the country, government has gone ahead and provided lot of exemption to agriculture, because agricultural produce pay generally there is no GST. Government says if people go ahead and charge GST, agriculture will not get any input tax credit, and that agricultural produce will become expensive, and hence government has gone ahead and given lot of agriculture related services pay exemption. If generally there is no output tax, hence there will be no input tax. Why? Because government is telling if no input tax credit, then it will form part of the cost and agricultural produce will become expensive, and hence government has given lot of exemption. Let's go ahead and understand agriculture related exemptions. Everyone over here. Entry number 54, which is telling services in relation to cultivation of plants. So if you are taking any services in relation to what, everyone? Cultivation of plant or rearing of live form of animal, except horses. So for cultivation of plant or rearing of live form of animal, if you are taking services, remember those services will be exempted. What they are telling is you are doing cultivation or rearing of live form of animal, can be for food, fiber, fuel, raw material, or any other similar product or agricultural produce. Basically, you are doing the cultivation for agricultural produce, or might be your rearing life form of animal. For what, everyone? Food. Baba, this is food. This is also food. This is fuel. Baba, that correct, out of the cow dung which is there. Correct, everyone. Then this is fiber, the cotton which is there. This chicken is the food which is there. So if you are going ahead and doing rearing of life form of animal, or except what, everyone? Horses, rearing of life form of animal, or so any services which are in relation to cultivation of plant or rearing of life form of animals, for what, everyone? Food, fiber, fuel, raw material, or any other similar product or agricultural produce, and those services are by way of agricultural operation directly in relation to production of agricultural produce, including cultivation, harvesting, threshing, plant protection, etc., and testing. So people, tell me one thing: if anyone is going ahead and providing any services in relation to cultivation of plant, testing, people, so for an example, I gave soil testing ka services, etc., plant ka protection related services, etc., all those services will be always exempted. Okay, everyone. The next one. So for doing an agriculture, what do we need? We need what, everyone? Land. So if I go ahead and take anyone's land, so if anyone is renting me vacant land with or without incidental structure, he will not go ahead and charge me any GST. Now I want agricultural machine, so anybody get me agricultural machine also, he will not charge me any GST. Sir, I want laborers, so anybody supplies me farm laborers also, he will not go ahead and charge me any GST. So if, first of all, to do the agriculture, what do we need? We need land. If anybody gives me the land, he will not charge me GST. On the land, I need a tractor, agricultural machine. If anybody is giving me agricultural machine on rent, they will not go ahead and charge me any GST. To work in the agricultural farm, I need laborers. Anybody is going ahead and giving me labor-related services, they will not go ahead and charge me any GST. Now, this next one over here is, sir, now to do the agriculture, if I am taking agriculture related services also, people will not go ahead and charge me any GST. Now, once the agriculture is done, what will you do, everyone? There are processes which are undertaken at agricultural farm like husking, dehusking, trending, pruning, cutting, drying, cleaning, fumigating, curing, sorting, grading, cooling, bulk packing services, etc. Always remember one thing, everyone. All these services which you go ahead and take, which do not change the essential characteristic but makes it marketable for primary market, those services when you take, it will always be exempted. So remember one thing, if you are supposedly going ahead and taking services which makes agricultural produce remain agricultural produce, then those services will always be exempted. But because somebody gave you a service, agricultural produce became non-agricultural produce, then the service will always be taxable. Remember what is agricultural produce and non-agricultural produce. Apple, agricultural produce. Somebody gave you a service because of which apple remained apple only. Cleaning, drying, cutting, bulk packing, etc. Apple remained apple only. Apple did not change the characteristic. Then remember that service will always be exempted. But because of the service, if Apple became happy, then that service will always be taxable. Remember, agricultural produce services which are given in relation to agricultural produce, remaining agricultural produce will be exempted. But services which are given which makes agricultural produce become non-agricultural produce, that service will always be taxable. Sir, what is agricultural produce? Apple. Apple juice is not agricultural produce. Apple, potato, agricultural produce. Potato chips are not agricultural produce. When we did one big question, potato chips had come. Potato chips related, you had given some services. Those services will always be taxable. Remember, tomato is agricultural produce, ketchup is not agricultural produce, coffee beans are agricultural produce, processed coffee beans, powder are not agricultural produce, paddy is agricultural produce, rice is not a agricultural produce. And hence, tell me one thing, if somebody does milling of paddy into rice, those services are not intermediate services and they are not exempted. They shall always be taxable. Tea leaves are agricultural produce. Tea is not agricultural produce. Sugarcane is agricultural produce. Jaggery is not an agricultural produce. Whole pulses are agricultural produce. Dehusked pulses, processed spice, processed dry fruits, biscuits are not agricultural produce. Remember, any services which are in relation to agricultural produce and which makes agricultural produce remain agricultural produce will be exempted. Other than that, any service which leads to a non-agricultural produce, agricultural produce becoming into non-agricultural will always be taxable. So, sir, first of all, I went ahead and took a land pay no GST, agricultural machine pay no GST, laborers pay no GST, cultivation related activity, testing, soil testing, there'll be no GST. Then, sir, I went in and did intermediate processes. For all this intermediate process, whatever services you go ahead and take, there'll be no GST. Now you will go ahead and store the agricultural produce in a warehouse. Remember, if anybody is doing warehousing of agricultural produce or rice, that shall always be exempted. Warehousing of minor forest produce like tamarind, curry leaf, tendu bamboo, honey, etc. is always exempted. Warehousing of cereal, pulses, fruits, and vegetable is also exempted. Now, over here, I want to tell you one thing. If fumigation services are provided, fumigation services, which is plant protection related services, if they are fumigation services provided over here, exempted, not exempted? Exempted. Over here, everyone, exempted. But if fumigation services are provided in a warehouse of agricultural produce, earlier it was exempted, now it is no more exempted, it is taxable. So, warehouse may, if any fumigation services are provided, even though warehouse belongs to agricultural produce, still the GST will be always charged. Now, after this, the next stage comes, sir, what will happen? Sir, what will you do with your agricultural produce? Now, the goods will be sold. There will be services which are provided by the agricultural produce marketing board or commission agent under the agricultural produce marketing committee. Basically, they are going ahead and buying and selling your agricultural produce. Whatever commissions are being charged by them, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. After that, what will happen, everyone? Loading will happen. So, if loading, unloading, packaging, storage of agricultural produce or rice is happening, then always there will be no GST. Now, once the loading is done, it will be transported. Remember, transportation of agricultural produce or rice, random item. It had come in random item. Agricultural produce or rice by GTA, rail, or vessel is always exempted. Air is not exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, here, over here, it is told agricultural extension services, that is providing new knowledge or training for agricultural produce to practice to farmers. So, if you are going ahead and providing knowledge or training about the agricultural practice to farmers, then your services of agricultural extension services will always be exempted. Now, over here we have on the right side entry number 55, which goes ahead and says artificial insemination ka services. Artificial insemination ka services of livestock is always exempted, but if it is with respect to horses, it will always be taxable. The next one over here is entry number 55, which talks about services by way of pre-cooling, ripening, waxing, retail packing, labeling of fruits and vegetable, which do not change the essential characteristic, is also exempted. The next one is NCCD, National Cold Chain Development Authority, which tells you how to take your fruits, etc., or how apple, supposedly from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, how to take your apple. Correct, everyone? NCCD, which is under the Ministry of Agriculture, which is services by way of what, everyone? Cold chain knowledge dissemination. They go ahead and provide about they provide knowledge about the cold chain, etc., to the farmers. Supposedly, they are charging any amount, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. Services supplied by electricity distribution utility by way of construction, erection, commissioning, installation of infrastructure for extending electricity distribution network up to the tubewell of the farmer or agriculture for agriculture operation. Baba, BESCOM is there. Supposedly, BESCOM has gone ahead and provided electricity for a farmer. Now, to extend the electricity from the main network to till there, they have gone ahead and charge a small amount. That amount which they go ahead and charge to an agriculturist, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. The next one over here, I've given some examples of what are rearing of life form of animal, like breeding of fish is rearing of life form of animals, silkworm, etc. This is what, everyone. Horticulture, forestry, all these are what, everyone? Rearing of rearing of life form of animal or cultivation of plants related. If any services you go ahead and take in relation to this, generally government have gone ahead and given exemptions. We have covered everything here, everyone. Entry number 155 is there. Carrying out a intermediate process. All these are intermediate processes. Which one, everyone? All these are intermediate processes. If anybody goes ahead and does it as job worker also, in relation to cultivation of plant and rearing of life form of animal, all this will also be exempted. So, if you are a job worker who is going ahead and doing intermediate process with respect to cultivation of plant or rearing of life form of animal, then that will also be exempted. The most important point to remember over here is, sir, Apple related services, if you go ahead and take services in relation to agricultural produce, remaining agricultural produce, then that service will be exempted. But any service which leads to apple becoming happy, tomato becoming ketchup, sugarcane becoming jaggery, paddy becoming rice, all this intermediate process will not be exempted because it is leading to agricultural produce becoming non-agricultural produce. It will always be taxable. Done. Let's move to the next chart. Please come to the next chart, which is healthcare services. Now, the next service which we are going to talk about is the health service. Everyone over here now. Health services, first of all, you should know, before learning about the exemption relating to health service, you should know what is health services. People, health services may, they go ahead and say health service means any services by way of diagnosis. First they will diagnose, then they will do the treatment, and then diagnose, treatment, and care. And sir, it should be relating to what? Pregnancy, abnormality, illness, injury, deformity. People remember, health service means diagnosing, treating, and care. Relating to what, everyone? Pregnancy, abnormality, any illness, injury, or deformity. And it should be in recognized system of medicine. It should be in recognized system of medicine, which is Ayushan. Sir, A for allopathy, Y for yoga, U for Unani, S for Siddha treatment, H for homeopathy, A for Ayurveda, and N is naturopathy. Remember one thing, if anybody does diagnose, treatment, and care in PAIID in Ayushan, recognized system of medicine is Ayushan. If they go ahead and do all these things, remember, diagnose, treatment, and care in PAIID in recognized system of medicine, then that person is providing what? Health services. Are we clear? But remember, Acupuncture, Chinese medicine, Reiki treatment, all these are unrecognized. Baba, I told you about Baba. Baba went ahead and took a broom and gave you jhada. Correct? All those treatments are not recognized system. Remember, hence always GST will be payable provided their turnover is more than registration limit. They will go ahead and start charging GST. Everyone over here now. Health services, we understood diagnose, treatment and care in PAIID in Ayushan. But sir, health services also includes services by way of transportation of patient to or fro a clinical establishment. Taking a patient from a clinical establishment, home, hospital, say home to the hospital, all this transportation of a patient is always exempted. Baba, when a person is a patient, that time transportation is also exempted in healthcare services. When a person is gone, then that transportation is not exempted. It is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Are we clear, everyone? Next, health services does not include hair transplant. For example, this is Naveen over here for a classroom purpose. Okay, everyone? Naveen got the hair transplant done over here. Hair transplant and cosmetic and plastic surgery, if it is done for beautification, if you can afford beautification, you can afford GST also. It is not healthcare. If it is not healthcare, it is not exempted. But if it is done to restore or restructure defect or injury, then always remember one thing. It is what, everyone? It's a healthcare. And now, healthcare services provided by whom will be exempted? Healthcare service. Baba, during COVID, I told you have COVID. I started giving people dolo. Am I providing healthcare service? Yes. But healthcare service by whom are exempted? Healthcare services provided by clinical establishment. Clinical establishment means nursing home, hospital, nursing home, clinic, sanatorium, or any other institution that offers what? Diagnose, treatment, and care for pregnancy, abnormality, illness, injury, and deformity in Ayushan, and a place to carry out diagnostic or investigation service, labs, etc., diagnostic labs, etc. All these are what, everyone? Clinical establishment, and their service will always be exempted. The next is authorized medical practitioner going ahead and giving their services, which are healthcare services. Healthcare services by authorized medical practitioner who are registered with the council. Their services are also healthcare services, will be there. If they are providing healthcare service, that will also be exempted. Sir, paramedics going ahead and giving healthcare services. Paramedics are basically trained healthcare professional who are what, everyone? Nursing staff, physiotherapists and technicians. Their services also will be exempted provided they are giving healthcare services, which we have learned over here. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is, sir, if healthcare services are given by Baba, healthcare services already includes transportation of patient to or fro a clinical establishment. Now, supposingly, if transportation of patient in an ambulance other than those in A, if supposingly during the COVID time I started running an ambulance, my services also they are going ahead and telling transportation of patient ka services you are giving. You are not a clinical establishment, but still your services will be exempted. The next is services by veterinary clinic in relation to healthcare of animal, birds, etc. Baba, animal, birds, etc. This one, not this one. ठीक है everyone? Animal, birds, etc. हाँ, ठीक है. Sorry. Okay, what I meant was animal, birds, etc. Their healthcare also is being exempted. The next one over here, when you come down, circular. What are they telling over here? Circular may room rent charged for inpatient. Remember, room rent charge for inpatient is basically for care. And sir, there also exemption is there, but exemption is limited to 5,000 rupees per day per person. If the amount is exceeding 5,000 rupees per day per person, always it will be taxable. It will be shown separately, and they will go ahead and charge you GST on that room rent. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is doctors and consultants give services to the hospital, and hospitals provide the services to the customer ultimately. Now, when doctors are providing the services to the hospital and hospital is paying them, is that also healthcare? Yes, they told doctors are hired by hospital and hospital pays them. That is also exempted. Now, hospital went ahead and supposedly one person is admitted in the hospital. Hospital charged 10,000 rupees, 7,500 was for treatment, etc. 2,500 they kept because they retained 2,500 because they went ahead and did other blood checkup, or might be they went ahead and did other services like BP checkup, etc. or BP checking, etc. They kept 2,500 rupees. Now they are going ahead and telling retention money which is being charged from patient is also covered in healthcare, and that will also be exempted. Sir, if a person is being admitted in the hospital, Baba, he is not admitted to eat over there. He is admitted in the hospital to take healthcare service. Along with the healthcare, if food, etc., is being provided to an inpatient who is admitted. It's a composite supply bundled with healthcare. And sir, food ke upar also GST will not come because the principal supply healthcare is exempt. Food, etc., provided will also go exempted. Now, food to outpatient, whenever a person is admitted, Baba, That person to meet many people will come. First, they will go to the canteen and eat. When the canteen is going ahead and providing services to outpatient, or basically outpatient does not mean those relatives. Relatives are here, visitors, attendants, or any outpatient. Outpatient means who is not admitted and he goes to the canteen and eats something. Always GST will be payable. The canteen will charge you GST. Now next, ambulance services provided under the National Health Mission. Always remember, National Health Mission, dial 108. That service may ambulance service which is provided is also exempt under entry number 3 or 3A. What is entry number 3 or 3A? Well, basically it is pure service or composite supply where value of goods is 25% in relation to 243 G and W. Because ambulance services comes under 243 G and W, these services, if they are provided by anyone to the government, it shall be exempted under entry number 3 or 3A. Clinical establishment gives shop, Baba, healthcare services does not include giving shops on rent. Sir, giving shops, auditorium on rent, display of advertisement, always GST will be payable. Remember, services by way of in vitro fertilization, which is IVF, are covered under healthcare and it will also be exempted. Healthcare is nothing, Baba, healthcare includes treatment for pregnancy and IVF is nothing other than treatment for pregnancy. Remember one thing for your exam, healthcare services always includes diagnose, treatment, care in pregnancy, abnormality, illness, injury, and deformity in Ayushan, Ayurveda or allopathy, Unani, Siddha, homeopathy, Ayushan. H is homeopathy, A for Ayurveda, and N for naturopathy. Remember, Ayushan is always healthcare service, and healthcare diagnose, treatment, and care in relation to PAIID in Ayushan is healthcare, and healthcare services provided by clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner, or paramedics is always exempted. The next one over here is our legal services. Please come to our legal services ka chart, everyone. In the legal services, first of all, you must know what is legal services. Legal services means any services provided in relation to advice, consultancy, assistance in any branch of law, and it includes what, everyone? Representational service before the court, tribunal, or any authority. So, sir, legal services provided by whom are exempted? In legal services, it comes if there is a firm of advocate of their individual as advocate, sir, or senior advocate. Remember one thing, whenever they are going ahead and providing services, always remember, if they are providing services to a business entity, which is whose turnover in the last year is more than registration limit, correct, everyone, then business entity will pay the GST under RCM. All other cases, legal services provided by advocate, senior advocate, or firm of advocate will always be exempted. But one more service, which is an addition over here, firm of advocate or individual as advocate providing services to another advocate, or it is providing to another firm of advocate, that is under exemption. If they are providing services to whom? Person other than business entity, who's other than business entity, then Baba, remember, it is exempted. If they are providing to a business entity whose turnover in the last year was less than registration limit, then Baba, exempted. If they are providing to a business entity whose turnover in the last year was more than registration limit, then RCM will come. If they are providing to central government, state government, union territory, local authority, governmental authority, or governmental entity, then also it is exempt. Senior advocate going ahead and providing services to person other than business entity, exempt. Business entity last year ka turnover, last year, not current year. Don't see current year ka turnover, see last year ka turnover is more than registration limit, then RCM, less than or up to registration limit, then it exempt. If it is provided to the government, then also it is exempt. Remember one thing, same thing is applicable for arbitral tribunal also. Arbitral tribunal going ahead and providing services to person other than business entity is exempt. Last year ka turnover less than equal to registration limit, then also exempt. But last year business entity ka turnover more than registration limit, then GST will be payable under RCM. If provided to government, also it will be exempted. Sir, what should we remember for exam purpose? Remember, arbitral tribunal, advocate, firm of advocate, or senior advocate providing to a business entity plus business entity ka aggregate turnover in the last year is more than registration limit, then RCM will come. This is the most important point you should remember for your exam. Can I go ahead, everyone? And sir, here I've gone ahead and told what do you mean by governmental authority? Governmental authority means in which 90% participation is of the government, and sir, it is made basically to do those functions which are told under 243G and W, and governmental entity will do any function which is entrusted by the government. And sir, here I have told you about who is a local authority also, only for the purpose of reading. I'll close my discussion on the legal services over here. Now, the next chart over here is education and skill. Please come to your education wala chart. Everyone over here. First of all, in education and skill, you have to remember what do you mean by an educational institution. When you read about an educational institution, it says educational institution means an institution providing services by way of preschool up to 12th or education as a part of curriculum for obtaining qualification recognized by law or education as a part of approved vocational education course. Always remember, first of all, school up to 12th, preschool up to 12th. Number one, your degree colleges which are there, postgraduate degree colleges also included over here. Or if there is a education which is provided as a part of what everyone approved vocational education course, then Baba, that person is also an educational institution. Remember one thing, educational institution providing services, any services if they are providing, educational institution, which is what everyone, educational institution means what, preschool up to 12, education which provides a degree basically. Educational institution means who is providing education which will lead to a degree college, post graduation degree college, etc. And the last one is approved vocational education course provider. They are going ahead and telling all the three, if they are providing, when they are providing any services to their student, faculty and staff, it will always be exempted. But sir, to their prospective student, they will go ahead and take their entrance test. They are not their student, but they are telling if they are conducting examination services by way of conduct of examination against entrance fees also will be exempted. Now, services provided by an educational institution is exempt. What are the services given to an educational institution? If you are giving, that will also be exempted over here, everyone. So, if you are providing a preschool up to 12th course, supposing transportation ka service, transportation of student, faculty and staff ka service, catering including midday meal services by the government. Sir, if you are providing security, cleaning, housekeeping services, remember, sir, security, cleaning, housekeeping services should be performed in such institution within the campus. Supposingly, a school ka annual day function is going on and that is going on outside the school and you have provided security services, that will not be exempted. Always remember, security, cleaning, housekeeping services should be provided within the campus. And then they are telling admission or conduct of examination related service. So if educational institution is going ahead and giving services of conduct of examination to the student, any fees charge, what will happen? Exempted. If they are taking this exam related services, if they are taking the exam related services also, it shall be always exempted. Like printing of paper, people are setting the paper and giving, people are correcting the paper, whatever amount is being paid to those people will charge an amount and it will be always exempted. So services taken with respect to admission or conduct of examination related service also will be exempted. These four services are exempted when they are provided to an educational institution up to 12. Are we clear? Now, the last one is not exempt. Now, if you come to the next one, transportation service, catering, security, cleaning, housekeeping services are not exempted when they are provided to an educational institution which is basically providing qualification recognized by law, basically a degree college or post graduation degree college ko if transportation services are provided, it is not exempt. Sir, catering services, security, cleaning, housekeeping services provided, it is not exempt. What is exempt, everyone? Admission or conduct of examination related service or online educational journal or periodical related service, because college ka students will read online journal. So if you are going in and providing online journal or periodical related services to an educational institution which is degree or post graduation degree, etc., all those services will also be exempted. Now here the last one over here is transportation, catering, security, cleaning, housekeeping, online journal, etc. services are not exempt, but only admission or conduct of examination related services are exempted when you are providing it to whom? Approved vocational education course ka institution which is there. Then everyone, one additional point is over here which I want to tell you guys. So supposingly one person goes ahead and gives school bus or any motor vehicle to a person who is going ahead and providing services to an educational institution up to 12 of what? Transportation of the student. So if you are providing me the transportation of student ka services, that is exempted. Now on the back end, if you take anyone's a motor vehicle, that will also be exempted. So it says entry number 22, entry number 22, which you had gone ahead and learned in your transportation related service. In that, one more point is there which goes ahead and says, sir, giving on hire motor vehicle for transportation of student, faculty and staff to a person providing services of transportation of student, faculty and staff to an educational institution. So if I am providing to an educational institution transportation of student, faculty and staff ka service, my service is exempt. If you are giving me a motor vehicle so that I can provide the service, your service also will not charge me any GST. But remember one thing, if I am giving to a college, then my service is not exempt. If I go ahead and take a motor vehicle from you, that will also be not exempt. Now, sir, if you are providing to a 12th wala institute, then it is exempt. If you are providing to a degree college or a post-graduation degree to college, or if you are providing to an approved vocational education course provider, it is taxable. But when they provide it to the student, always remember, any three of them providing the transportation service to the student, when they are taking, it is only exempt in the first case. But when they are providing, in all the three cases, student, faculty and staff ko any services provided will be exempted. Are we clear, everyone? The next one over here is on the right hand side. There are some circulars which I have gone ahead and included over here. Maritime institutions. Sir, maritime institution means who are going in and providing ship related courses. They are telling ship related courses who are providing, those are also educational institution, and as course conducted by them, and course conducted by them are always exempted. Supply of food and beverages by the educational institution itself. Sir, educational institution, any three of them providing student, faculty and staff ko food, exempted. Remember one thing, it is always exempted. But if any supposedly college went ahead and provided you the contract and you are running the canteen in the contract, remember, but if services if supplied by other person based on contractual agreement with the educational institution, then they will always go ahead and charge the GST will be payable. Okay. Entrance test fees is for issuance of eligibility certificate, migration certificate, always are being exempted. Anganwadis, remember, Anganwadis are preschools, and Anganwadis provide non-formal education, hence serving of food to them, always exempted. Remember one thing, Anganwadi, Baba, catering services provided to Anganwadis is always exempted. And sir, whether it is sponsored by government or donation from companies. Remember, catering services provided to Anganwadis will always be exempt, whether the catering ka money was given by government or whether it was given by a company as a CSR activity. It will always be exempted. Next is IIMs. IIMs are educational institution. All long-term courses conferring degree or diploma is always exempt because they will come over here. And when they are giving services to their student, faculty and staff, it will always be exempted. But short-time courses, short duration courses like Executive Development Program, EDPs, etc., always GST will be payable because that is not leading to a degree recognized under law. Everyone over here now. Sir, remember one thing, central board and state boards are treated as educational institution only for the limited purpose of providing services by way of conduct of examination. So central board, state boards which are there, if they are going ahead and taking a 10th ka, 12th ka examination and they have gone ahead and charged you a fees, they are also educational institution only for the limited purpose of what services, everyone? Conducting examination related service. And when they are taking they are conducting exam related, when they are providing exam related service and taking money from you, they will not charge any GST. My point over here, when they are going ahead and giving you services and that service is exempt, when examination related services are being taken by them, that will also come under exemption because they are termed as educational institution only for the limited purpose of providing examination. So people over here, when they are going ahead and treated as educational institution only for conducting what? Examination. Now to conduct the examination, if they are taking services, that will also be exempted. Over here is, there is a circular. Such services provided by the board by way of conduct of examination against entrance fees is always, against a fees is always exempted. Now input services like relating to admission to or conduct of examination such as result publication, printing of admit card, question paper received by the board will also be exempted. Any other services provided by the board like accreditation services which they are giving to schools, colleges, etc., that will always be taxable. Now over here there is an amendment which has come, then a clarification has come that sir, all this is any authority, board set up by the central government, state government, including national testing agency for conduct of examination for admission to an educational institution. Baba, national testing agency or any authority, board which is set up by the government, which takes examination of the student, and when the student passes that examination, he can get admission to a college. Now when they are taking the test of the student and charging a fees, for example, all these JEE exams are being held, they go ahead and take your test and they charge you an amount. Now if you pass in that exam, you can get institution mein admission. So Baba, they are telling over here, any authority, any authority, board or body which is set up by the government, including national testing agency for conduct of examination for admission to educational institution, shall be treated as educational institution for the limited purpose of providing what, everyone? Services by way of conduct of examination for admission to the educational institution. So Baba, all these national testing agencies, etc., which are there, which are set up by the government, where they will go ahead and take your examination and charge you a fees. On that fees also GST will not come. Are we clear, everyone? That is what, everyone. They are also treated as what, everyone? They are treated as educational institution for the limited purpose of providing services by way of conduct of examination for admission. Means when you pass their national testing agency, when they take your test and you pass it, then you will get admission to an educational institution. So they are termed as an educational institution only for the limited purpose of conducting examination. Are we clear, everyone? And when you are termed as educational institution only for the limited purpose of conducting examination, if you take any input services for getting that examination conducted, all those input services also will be exempted. Are we all clear till here? Everyone over here. Sir, what do you mean by this approved vocational education course? Approved vocational education course means a course which is run by the institute, industrial training institute, industrial training center affiliated to the national or the state council for vocational training, which offers course in designated trade like sir plumber ka course, electrician ka course. All these courses are being provided. Basically, they are telling it's a course which is run by the ITI, Industrial Training Institute, or Industrial Training Center, and which is affiliated to the National Council for Vocational Training or State Council for Vocational Training. And then it says approved vocational education course also includes, sir, an employable, modular employable skill course, a skill course which will lead to employment, approved by the National Council for Vocational Training and which is run by a person registered under the Directorate General of Training, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Done, everyone. The next one over here is, sir, skill related some services also have been exempted. Remember, entry number 69, services provided by National Skill Development Council, Sectoral Skill Council approved by the NSDC. So services which are provided by the NSDC or NSDC ke under, there is whom, everyone? Sectoral Skill Council or an assessment agency who is doing the assessment and which is under the NSDC or which is under the Sectoral Skill Council, or a training partner who is under the NSDC or Sectoral Skill Council, his services also will be exempted. So they are telling either NSDC is providing the service or Sectoral Skill Council is providing the service, or sir, under them there is an assessment body, or might be there is a training partner and they are providing the services, they will also be exempted. They are telling services provided by assessing bodies who are empaneled under the Director General of Training by way of assessment under the Skill Development Initiative. So, Baba, that assessment bodies cut services also will be exempted. And the last one, if you are a training provider, under the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kushal Yojana, then Baba, your services also will be exempted by way of offering skill or vocational training courses. If you are a training provider under the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kushal Yojana, your services also will be exempted. Very, very important is education related chart from exam point of view. Might be this attempt in the November, you might not go ahead and get any question, but still this amendment is there. You never know, November, May, whenever question will come, because education is a very important chart, right, everyone? Chalo, I'll close my discussion on education and skills. The next one over here is insurance related services. Baba, insurance related services, I am not going to teach you insurance related services that okay, these are the insurance, this is what is the content of the insurance, but just to make you memorize so that if any point comes out of it, you will be able to answer. I've gone ahead and drawn a chart over here. Sir, entry number 35 goes ahead and says general insurance business which is under the following scheme. Number one, Baba, in a village you will have a hut insurance scheme will be always exempted. Correct? Any premium which is paid, always GST will be exempted. Beside the hut, you have a self-employed woman. Self-employed woman ka group personal accident policy also with GST will be exempted. Now, sir, this woman has some cattle who are there. Correct? So they are going in and telling central sector scheme on cattle insurance or cattle insurance scheme which is there. Baba, central sector scheme on cattle insurance or cattle insurance scheme pe there will be always no GST. This cattle comes and hits, then Baba, this self-employed woman ka personal accident policy also there is no GST. This women ka husband is over here, tribal insurance, they are going ahead and telling any tribal insurance also there will be no GST. This tribal person was going in a bike, now they are telling what if he fell down, Janta personal accident policy or Gramin accident policy also there will be no GST. This person became old, when he becomes old, Jan Arogya Bima, Rashtriya Swasthya Bima, Nirmaya health insurance policies also GST will not come. On the premium, they will not charge any GST. Baba, besides this home, you have a coconut and palm insurance, there is no GST. Sir, now these people will do agriculture. So when you do the agriculture over here, Bangla Sasya Bima, Modified National Agricultural Scheme, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, Rashtriya Krishi Bima Yojana, pilot scheme on seed crop insurance, all this. Baba, under this crops, you will have seed. The pilot scheme which was launched for the seed crop insurance, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, Rashtriya Krishi Bima Yojana, Modified National Health Insurance, or Bangla Sasya Bima, all these insurances which are there relating to agriculture, GST will not come. Now, to do the agriculture, you will need what? Well and pump set. So agricultural pump set and failed well ka insurance which is there, on that also GST will not come. Once you have done the agriculture, but to do the agriculture you need weather. So restructured weather based crop insurance also there is no GST. And on the left hand side, sir, whatever export credits are there, export credit ka insurance also there is no GST. When you go ahead and see this whole, it is whole itself a universe, right everyone? This whole itself is a universe. Universal health insurance or Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima also there is no GST. These are the various insurances which are told under entry number 35. Other than that, we have on the left hand side life insurance. Remember one thing, this was general insurance. Now, this is what life insurance business is under Janashri Bima Yojana, Aam Aadmi Bima Yojana, Sir Aam Aadmi is there, Aam Aadmi Bima Yojana, life micro product having maximum coverage up to 2 lakh rupees. What is micro product, everyone? Small products where the maximum coverage, life insurance का product where the coverage maximum is 2 lakh. 2 lakh का coverage के लिए the premium will be so small that they are telling don't go ahead and charge any GST. वरिष्ठ पेंशन योजना, प्रधानमंत्री जीवन ज्योति योजना, प्रधानमंत्री जन धन योजना and प्रधानमंत्री वाया वंदना योजना. That is why I made प्रधानमंत्री over here. Remember, life insurance services which are provided under these yojanas, there will be no GST. Now, if you come down on the right hand side, Baba, Indian Army etc. का case में what happens? There is a central government का group insurance fund which is there. Group insurance fund के अंदर these people are insured and they will pay a small premium amount. On their premium also there will be no GST. So they are telling life insurance services to Army, Navy, Air Force, Coastal Guard, or CAPF. Baba, CAPF means Centrally Armed Police Force. Centrally Armed Police Force includes BSF, CRPF, all these people are included in the Centrally Armed Police Force under the group insurance fund. Baba, under the group insurance fund, they are being insured and a small premium is being charged. There will be no GST. Then the next one over here, any life insurance businesses which are provided by way of annuity under the national pension system, also there is no GST. Sir, on the left hand side, I have told services provided to central government, state government, union territory under an insurance scheme where the total premium is paid by the government. Already I have told you this in your government related services, that life insurance services provided to the government where the total life insurance or general insurance, whatever insurance scheme may any premium is paid by the government, there will be no GST. The last one, entry number 36A was inserted where it went ahead and told 35, entry number 35, 36 and Baba 40 May, whenever life insurance services or general insurance services are being provided, then GST is not there. Baba, if you get the reinsurance done, reinsurance services in relation to what everyone? 35, 36 and 40 also, there will be no GST. This was a small and sweet chart on insurance related services. Please come to the next chart. Other exemption. Please come to the next chart. Now, the next one is other exemption. Please come to the next exemption, everyone. Services by way of transfer of going concern as a whole or part thereof. Remember one thing, transfer went in and transferred the goods. And Baba, he went in and transferred the assets also. He went in and transferred the liabilities also. Over here, when you go ahead and transfer all the assets, when you go ahead and transfer all the liabilities, basically you have transferred your business as going concern as a part or an independent part thereof. Remember one thing, it shall always be exempted. The next is services by way of transfer of renting of residential house for the purpose of residence. Renting of residential house for residential purpose is always exempt, but exemption will not be applicable when it is rented out to a registered person. Here they have inserted one explanation now. Because when it is rented out to a registered person, GST will always be payable under RCM. See, renting of residential house is exempted. Renting of residential house for the purpose of residence is always exempted. But when it is rented out to a registered person has to pay GST under RCM. For an example, for my office use, I have gone ahead and taken a residential property where my office employees are being staying and I am claiming it as my business expense. But in that scenario, I have to go ahead and pay GST under RCM. Explanation is being inserted now. This entry shall cover services by way of renting of residential dwelling to a registered person where means exemption will apply where the registered person is a proprietor of a proprietorship firm and renting of the residential proper dwelling is in the personal capacity for use as his own resident. Means I've gone ahead and taken residential property on rent. Although I'm a registered person, but Baba, the residential property was taken in personal capacity. I'm not claiming it as my business expense. In that scenario, it will be still exempted. I don't have to pay any GST under RCM. And the next is exemption will apply if such renting is on own account and not of that of the proprietorship concerned. So basically, what they are trying to tell over here, supposing you are an individual or you have a registered proprietorship firm which is registered under GST, but the residential property which has been taken by you on rent, you are not going ahead and claiming it as an expense in the business. It's your personal residential property which you are taken. Then in that scenario, GST need not be paid under RCM. It will be exempted. This is the amendment entry over here. Services by Coal Mine Provident Fund Organization, ESI, Employee Provident Fund Organization. Remember, Coal Mine Provident Fund Organization, Employee Provident Fund Organization, Employee State Insurance Corporation, all their services will always be exempted. Services by way of access to road or bridge on payment of toll is always exempted. Earlier, services by way of access to road or bridges on payment of annuity when it was annuity payment, then also it was exempted. Now this has been deleted and hence it is taxable now. Only the services by way of access to road or bridges on payment of toll is under exemption. Then over here services, sir, whenever toll payment is done nowadays, higher toll is there when you don't have fast tag or overloading ka case mein, or higher toll charges for not having fast tag, that will also be exempted. Overloading charges or higher toll charges which are charged at the toll booths also will be under exemption. Transmission distribution of electricity by a transmission distribution utility also will be exempted. Remember, but transmission and distribution of electricity is exempt. Now, if the electricity distribution utility is going ahead and giving you what? Charging application or testing fees, meter rental, shifting charges, etc., that will always be taxable. Interest on loans and advances and forex conversion, bank to bank, dealer to bank, etc., other than interest involved in credit card services. Remember, credit card mein whatever interest is being charged, that pay GST will come. Other than that, all the interest which is there is an exempt supply. Are we clear, everyone? But sir, one point I'll link over here. When you go to section number 17.3, your apportionment ka purpose ke liye, always remember interest is not to be considered as exempt supply other than in case of banking services. Banking companies के लिए interest is exempt supply in apportionment also, but other people interest is not considered as exempt supply for the purpose of apportionment. But generally, interest is exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. So one more point I'll tell. When you are doing composition ka question, in composition levy, remember interest always is to be ignored from aggregate turnover also and from turnover also. Correct, everyone? Next. Can I go ahead, everyone? One more point I'll tell you. Registration chapter mein, even though you have interest income will come in your aggregate turnover, but still, even though interest is the supply of service, but still you will be assumed as an exclusive supplier of goods and you will get a higher limit of 40 lakh. Can I go ahead, everyone? Chalo. Next. Services to banking company, services to saving bank account holder under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, zero balance accounts which are opened. On that also, whenever any service is provided, there will be no GST on the service. Bank charges on credit card and debit card exempt up to rupees 2000 per transaction. Debit card and bank charges, Baba, whenever you are using your debit card, credit card, etc., supposingly I am over here, I used your debit card, credit card, I went ahead and the transaction amount was up to 2000, my bank will charge me an amount. When the bank will charge me an amount, they will not charge on that amount any GST. Here one circular has come, incentives which are paid by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Ministry of Information, Electronics and Information Technology to the acquiring bank for promotion of what, everyone? Rupee debit card and low value Bhim UPI transaction are subsidiaries, but they are also exempted. Remember one thing, incentives which are paid by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology to the banks are subsidy and it is being exempted. The next one over here, services by way of collection of contribution under the Atal Pension Yojana or any pension scheme of the state government is also under exemption. Services by business facilitator, business correspondent to a banking company with respect to its rural area branch. Rural area branch, people remember. Services by business facilitator or business correspondent in respect of to a banking company in respect of rural area branch or any person as intermediary to business correspondent or business facilitator, their intermediary services with respect to rural area branch shall also be exempted. And also they have told services by business facilitator or business correspondent to an insurance company in the rural area is also exempted, but not their intermediary. I am telling only services by business facilitator and business correspondent to insurance company are exempted, not business facilitator or business correspondent when they are providing services to insurance company with respect to rural area branch. If they have any with respect to rural area, if they have any intermediary services will not be exempted. The next one over here is intermediary services of financial services located intermediate services of financial services like banking services etc. located in a multi-services SEZ with IFSC status, international financial service status, center ka status to customers outside India when they are providing their service. On that service also there will be no GST. The next one is upfront amount for granting of long-term lease of 30 years or more of industrial plot or plot for development of infrastructure for financial business provided by whom? State Industrial Development Corporation or undertaking or by any other entity having 20% or more to the industrial unit or developer of any industrial or financial area business. Remember one thing, supposingly SIDC has gone ahead and provided me a plot so that I can develop industry over there. I am paying any amount for the long-term lease when I'm paying the upfront amount because they gave me long-term lease of land. I am going ahead and paying them an upfront amount. Upfront amount pay, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. Remember, this upfront amount can be paid in installment also. Then also GST will not come. This upfront amount pay GST is not there. Monthly rents when I'm paying to the SIDC on that GST will come. Is my point clear to all? Upfront amount paid in one shot, no GST. Upfront amount paid in installment, also no GST. But other than upfront amount, if I'm paying any monthly rent pay GST will come. Now SIDC sometimes goes ahead and says, sir, do you want any preferential land? Might be which is closer to the road. Then if they go ahead and charge you any preferential location charges paid upfront in addition to the lease premium, then remember upfront amount might be they told, sir, upfront amount is 1 crore if you take this land. This other land is preferential land. If you want this, you have to pay 1.5 crore. But that preferential charges which they have taken, that is also upfront amount and that will also be exempted. On the right hand side, we have services by way of transfer of development right, floor space index or upfront amount payable in respect of services by way of granting of long-term lease of 30 years or more on or after 1/4/2019 for construction of what everyone? Residential apartment by a promoter intended for sale to a buyer before completion certificate of first occupancy, whichever is earlier, shall be exempted. Sir, what do they mean over here? Listen to me very carefully. For an example, sir, whenever somebody is giving me long-term lease for land or floor space index or Baba, I'm so okay. You went ahead and gave me a development right or floor space index, or you went ahead and gave me a long-term lease of land. I'm going to give you an upfront amount. In that scenario, if I am a real estate developer, I always had to pay GST under RCM, section number 93. But sir, I will not pay the GST under RCM. It will be exempted on the development right, floor space index, or the long-term lease, provided I have sold all the property before completion certificate or first occupancy, whichever is earlier. If I have sold all the property before completion certificate or first occupancy, whichever is earlier, then on sale of these flats, GST will come and long-term lease or development right pay GST will be exempted. But sir, if I have sold the flat after completion certificate or first occupancy, whichever is earlier, on sale of flat, GST will not be there. And hence, on long-term lease or floor space index or development right, I have to pay the GST under RCM. The next one over here is incubator and incubatica services. Baba, do you remember incubator and incubati? Baba, these were the incubatees. What is this, everyone? These are the incubatees and this was the incubator. Who is an incubator, everyone? Arey, who is an incubator? I love drawing. Who is an incubator, everyone? Incubator is the person basically who is giving warmth to the startups. Are we clear, everyone? They are going ahead and telling incubator ka services are also exempt. Betis who are be given the work by the incubator. Incubating ka services are also being exempted. Remember one thing, services provided by incubati. This incubati is when they are going ahead and providing the services. They are telling within the premises. They should be within the premises of what? Technology business incubator. They should be within the premises of Science and Technology Enterprise Park, STEP, or Baba, if they are okay, they are within the premises of TBI or STEP and they are providing their services up to 3 years. Up to 50 lakh rupees, their services will be exempted, provided last year turnover in any year has not exceeded what, everyone? 50 lakh rupees. They are telling over here services by incubatee within the premises of Technology Business Incubator or Science and Technology Enterprise Park up to a turnover of 50 lakh in the financial year, provided last year turnover was less than 50 lakh and 3 years have not lapsed. The next over here is incubator. Who is an incubator, everyone? The person who is giving the work. His services also will be exempted. They are telling incubator, who is services provided by Technology Business Incubator, Science and Technology Enterprise Park, or Bio Incubator. Which incubators, everyone? TBI or STEP or Bio Incubator. Their services also will be exempted. And remember, when they are providing their services to these people, it will be exempt. When these people are providing their services outside, these people का services provided to the outside world, first 3 years के लिए services up to 50 lakh will be exempted, provided last year का turnover in any year does not exceed what, everyone? 50 lakh rupees. Everyone over here, services provided by way of collection and providing news by an independent news journalist, Press Trust of India or United News of India. Always remember, services provided by way of collecting or providing news by an independent news journalist, Press Trust of India or United News of India. Their services also will be exempted. The next one over here is services by an organizer to any person for business exhibition held outside India. Sir, business exhibition. Remember, this point is very, very important. So, if I am an organizer of a business exhibition which is going to be held outside India, my services also will be exempted. In a big question, they can give this to you as a part. Please remember, services by way of sponsorship of sporting event organized by the National Sporting Federation, Indian University, Inter University State Board. Baba, remember, sponsorship services provided to body corporate or partnership firm. Body corporate or partnership firm pays the GST under RCM. Other cases में forward charge is there. But sir, in sponsorship services also, please remember, if sponsorship services are provided to whom, everyone? Sponsorship of sporting event means you are providing the money and I'm providing sponsorship service relating to sporting event, and the sporting event is organized by whom? National Sports Federation, Indian University, Inter University State Board. Then it shall be exempted. Services by a foreign diplomat mission. It comes as a part of a big question. Services provided by a foreign diplomat mission located in India. Services provided to is not exempt. Services provided by is always exempted. Services provided under the Right to Information Act, RTI Act के अंदर whenever you are applying for your copies, etc. Yes or no, everyone? They will not charge any GST. The next is services provided to a recognized sports body by a player, referee, umpire, coach, team manager, or by another recognized sport body. One recognized sport body to another recognized sport body. Sir, recognized sport body ko player, referee, umpire is providing the service. There will be no GST. Remember, other than this, supposing there is a selectator, commentator, curator, all these people providing services to the recognized sport body, GST will come. The next is services by non-profit entity registered to its own member by way of reimbursement of charges or share of contribution as a trade union. If it is providing the service, GST will be exempted. Or sir, non-profit entity for carrying out it is providing services to its own member for what, everyone? For carrying out an activity which is exempt under GST and it is charging an amount, or if a non-profit entity which is registered and providing services to its own member and by way of reimbursement of charges, it is taking from the member. And what is the non-profit entity? Non-profit entity charges are up to what, everyone? 7,500 per month per member for sourcing goods or service from third person for the common use of the member in a housing society. Basically, if there is a resident welfare association providing services to the member and charging up to 7,500 per month per member, then GST will be exempted. Good exam point of view. Please take care. Circular is there. Sir, supply of service by RWA to its member up to 7,500 per month per member are exempted. RWA requires to pay GST only if the subscription amount is more than 7,500 per month per member plus Baba, only if 7,500 say exceeded. No, you also have to be a registered person. And aggregate turnover of the RWA by way of supply of service or supply of goods is more than equal to 20 lakh. M square NT का केस में Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland and Tripura ka case mein the limit will be only 10 lakh rupees. RWS are entitled. So Baba, people tell me one thing. Supposingly it is going in and charging 10,000 rupees to the members and it is already registered. Will it charge GST? When it is charging GST, will it get input tax credit? Yes, sir, it will go ahead and get input tax credit. RWS are entitled to take ITC of the GST paid on capital goods and provided you are charging GST, you will get ITC. Sir, if I am charging on some and some ke liye I am charging less than 7,500, I am not charging, then Baba, taxable supply, exempt supply, apportionment. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is, sir, ceiling limit of 7,500 per month per member shall be applied separately for each residential property. I have two properties in a resident welfare association. Supposing I went ahead and paid 7,500 into 2, 15,000. Will it come under GST? No, sir, because 7,500 has to be seen per flat wise. The next is, sir, if the amount exceeds 7,500, GST will be payable only on the differential or the entire amount. Sir, GST will shall be payable only on the entire amount. Remember one thing, the next one over here is services by non-profit entity engaged in activity for welfare of industrial, agricultural labor, farmer. So non-profit entity might be taking some money from them and doing their welfare. So sir, promotion of trade, commerce, industry, agriculture, art, science, literature, culture, sports, education, social welfare, charitable activity and protection of environment to its own member against a membership fees up to 1,000 per annum per member shall also be exempted. The next one over here is services provided by way of pure labor contract. Pure labor contract of what, everyone? Construction, erection, commissioning, installation, completion, fitting out, repair, maintenance, pure labor contract. Remember, pure labor contract of construction, erection, commissioning, installation, completion, fitting out, repair, maintenance, renovation, alteration of a civil structure or any other original work. Baba, it is repair or it is original work pertaining to beneficiary-led housing construction, individual house construction, enhancement under the Housing for All Urban Mission or Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, I have been given financial assistance by the government. Now, I told one person that I have to repair my home or I have to get my house renovated or might be I have to get a new house done. You provide me pure labor ka services. When I am making the payment to him, he will not charge me any GST because I am under the Housing for All mission of the government or I am under the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. So in that scenario, this person will not charge me any GST for repairing my home or going ahead and doing a new construction. The next one over here is services by way of pure labor contract of construction, erection, commissioning of or installation of original work pertaining to single residential house will also be exempted. Remember, if I have not gone ahead and got any Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana ke under any support of the government, but still, if I am going ahead and making my own home, single residential house, and you are providing me pure labor contracts, then Baba, pure laborers you are providing me and I'm making the payment to you. In that scenario, you will not charge me GST because roti, kapda and makan, what do you say, food, clothing and shelter should never be expensive and hence government says no GST. But remember, it is pure labor. Number two, it is in relation to single residential house. In the exam, if they give you commercial house and all, please be very careful. It will always be taxable. Services of public conveyance like 1 rupee, 2 rupees wala toilet is always exempt. Public libraries are always exempt. The next one is tour operator service which are performed partly in India, partly outside India, supplied by a tour operator to a foreign tourist. Baba, whenever a foreign tourist is there, supposedly one foreign tourist is there, one tour operator is there, tour operator is going in and providing the service, and this foreign tourist is there, he is come on a tour and the tour is happening partly in India and partly outside India. Remember one thing, to the extent of the tour happening in India, GST will come. To the extent of the tour happening outside India, GST will not come. But the exemption relating to the tour, for an example, he has come on a tour to India and Baba, the tour operator ka services which are being provided, the tour is going to be 1 lakh rupees is being charged. Tour is going to be 2 days in India and 3 days in Nepal. Remember one thing, 1 lakh rupees say exemption will be how much, everyone? 1 lakh into 3 days outside India. 3 divided by 5 days, it means 60,000 or maximum will be 50% of this. The exemption will be restricted on only 50,000 rupees. 1 lakh minus 50, you will have to pay GST on 50,000 rupees. Are we clear, everyone? That is what they are telling over here. That, sir, tour operator service which are performed partly in India and partly outside India, supplied by tour operator to a foreign tourist, to the extent of the value of the tour operator service which is performed outside India, exemption will be granted. However, value of tour operator service performed outside India shall be proportionate to the total consideration of the tour, which is equal to the proportion of the number of days for which the tour is performed outside India has to the total number of tour days comprising the tour, or 50% of the total consideration charge for the entire tour, whichever is less. So, sir, 1 lakh is the total amount charged. Sir, if you do proportionate, it is 60,000 rupees ka exemption should be given, but they are telling maximum exemption should be only 50,000 rupees, which is 50% of the amount charged, and hence taxable amount will be how much? 50,000. Can I go ahead and tell you, if I go ahead and do it reverse, 3 days in India and 2 days in Nepal, then sir, 1 lakh rupees has been charged. You will be granted exemption up to what? 1 lakh into 2 divided by 5, only 40,000, and GST will be charged on 60,000 rupees. Is my point understood by all? Remember one thing, over here they have gone ahead and told, supposingly it is 2 days, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. Can you tell me, everyone, then in that scenario what will happen? Less than 12 hours. Less than 12 hours will be considered as what, everyone? Half day. 12 hours or above? 1 full day. So remember for your exam also, less than 12 hours is half day, 12 hours or above is 1 full day. Okay, sir, point is clear. Services received from a service provider in the non-taxable territory by the central government, state government, local authority, union territory government, or the governmental authority, or individual for non-business use, or an entity registered under 12AA, or a person in the non-taxable territory, then remember one thing, GST will not be there. But sir, exemption is not applicable in case of OIDR services which are provided in relation to non-business purpose, or if it is provided to entity registered under 12A. Remember, in that scenario, OIDR will take registration in India, charge the GST under forward charge mechanism. And transportation services by a vessel from a place outside India up to the customs station in India, this will also not come under exemption. The next, Baba, in that scenario though, transportation of goods from a place outside India up to the customs station in India, if it is a foreign shipping company, then in that scenario you have to pay GST under RCM. Next, services supplied by an establishment of a person in India to any establishment of that person outside India, which is deemed as establishment of distinct person, and place of supply is outside India. Remember, sir, services provided by an establishment of a person in India to an establishment of that person. My branch office is outside India. Remember, supply is in India, recipient is outside India, place of supply is outside India. Even if you receive foreign convertible currency, because it's your branch, it is not export. Export is not there, then ITC ka refund you will not get. But government told, I will consider it as exempt. Even if government considers as exempt, ITC ka refund you will never get. IGST is not required to be paid, it will be considered as exempt. Clear? Next. Importation of service by United Nations or a specified international organization for official use is also exempt. Importation of service by a foreign diplomat mission or consular post in India, or diplomatic agent or carrier consular officer posted in India is also exempted from GST. Services provided by intermediary where location of supplier and location of recipient of goods is outside taxable territory. Baba, I am an intermediary over here. Supply is also outside India, recipient is also outside India. In that scenario, this service will be exempted. Then services provided by a tour operator to a foreign tourist people, partly in India, partly outside India, apportionment. Sir, totally outside India, then it is also exempt. Services imported by a unit of SEZ for authorized operation, whenever SEZ is importing services, that is also exempted. And importation of services in relation to temporary transfer or permitting use or enjoyment of IPR. Baba, remember, whenever you are going ahead and importing services, basically might be you have gone ahead and contacted one US ka guy and told him to provide you IPR etc. services. He went ahead and gave you IPR for temporary usage. He will not go ahead and charge. You will don't have to pay any GST under RCM, importation of service. Otherwise, you have to pay GST. But this has been exempted whenever it's an importation of service in relation to what? Temporary transfer or permitting use or enjoyment of a IPR. Done, everyone? Sir, what are the important points we should go ahead and remember out of this chapter? Listen. In this chapter, the store operator wala point, please take care of it. Tour operator wala point, please take care of it. Pure labor services wala point, please take care of it. Don't leave it. Here, residential property wala point is very, very important because it's an amendment. You please take care. Bank charges wala point is important because it's an amendment. Please take care of it. Here, all this business exhibition wala point is good. Foreign deployment mission wala point is this good. Then, sir, this one, non-profit entity wala point which is there. This is also good over here. And the last chart, anyways, I've gone ahead and told you. I'll do one thing, everyone. Now, Baba, I'll close all my discussion and revision on the chapter of exemption.
Now let's cover the amendments in the chapter of exemption. Exemption ka chapter mein please come to government related exemption. Now one entry number 3A has been inserted, which is a new entry over here. New entry, entry number 3A, which goes ahead and says that if you are providing services to a governmental authority by way of water supply, public health, sanitation, conservancy, solid waste management, slum improvement and upgradation, if you are providing these services to the government, it shall be exempted. Remember, governmental authority if you are providing these services. Secondly, Ministry of Railway. Remember, Ministry of Railway. Now all this entry number which were there like 6, 7, 8 and 9, on in all these entries they have gone ahead and told Ministry of Railways, Baba, all the services will come under forward charge mechanism. Remember, Ministry of Railways now under forward charge mechanism. So this entry number 8, entry number 9, basically which used to go ahead and say that, sir, government to government service or where the consideration is less than 5,000, these provisions will not be applicable for Department of Post, Airport or Port, transportation of goods. This provision also made applicable to Indian Railways. It means government to government service, or even if the amount which the Indian Railways is charging less than 5,000 also, or equal to 5,000 also, it will not be exempt. Forward charge mechanism will come because Indian Railways ka all services now under forward charge mechanism. Please make this point over here. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir, clear. Exemption में next chart is transportation का chart. You remember I went ahead and deleted charge of GST का chapter में one foreign shipping company going ahead and providing services in India. I told those reverse charge which the importer had to pay, RCM has been deleted. So please delete this point also from here because this RCM has now been deleted. The next amendment is satellite launch services. Satellite launch services given by ISRO, Antriksh, NSIL was exempt. Now government told satellite launch service is only exempt. Whether Ramesh Soni is giving, whether any other private player is giving, whether ISRO is giving, whoever is giving, it shall be exempt. Means only limited to these people it was exempt. Now by private players also made exempt. Done. In your exemption chapter, the last chart, which is chart number 24, here because that transportation of goods from outside India, all those entry has now been deleted. So government have gone ahead and made one consequential amendment saying this point, please delete it. So whenever any non-taxable territory say transportation services by vessel is being provided, RCM was there, correct? Now they have gone ahead and told that RCM entry is deleted and hence consequently they have gone ahead and deleted this point also from here. Nothing. That's it. Here we are done with all the amendments which are applicable for your exemption chapter. Done, Baba, done.
Alright, students, let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is value of supply. Baba, a brilliant chapter, A graded for your exam point of view. Let's take a quick linking. We started learning GST with what, everyone? We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Sir, goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate or supply can be either intrastate. Interstate supply, IGST, intrastate, CGST will be levied. Once GST gets levied, GST has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? How will he pay? He has to calculate GST, and GST is equal to, everyone, value of supply into rate of tax. Value is told in section number 15. Let's go ahead and understand section number 15. When we learn section number 15, 15.1 is there, which talks about transaction value. So, sir, how do we calculate GST? GST is equal to value into rate of tax. You have to see, is the value ascertainable? Because if the value is not ascertainable, if it is without consideration, you have to go to valuation rule. But if the value is ascertainable, then they are going ahead and telling section number 15.1, value of supply is always the transaction value. Now you will go ahead and tell me, sir, what do you mean by transaction value? Transaction value means the price which you have paid or the price which is payable. The price paid or the price payable when we are not related, the parties are unrelated and the price is the sole consideration, because if the parties are related, we go for valuation rule number 28. If price is not the sole consideration, you have paid me money plus something else also, then Baba valuation rule number 27. And hence they are going ahead and telling, remember in your exam, everyone, remember in your exam, if what is transaction value, everyone? Transaction value means price paid or payable when the parties are unrelated and price is a sole consideration. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is section number 15.2, which goes ahead and says, what are the things to be included in your value of supply? Basically, when you have to calculate GST, you should pay this. You should pay GST on the value of supply, and value of supply means these things are to be included. When I go ahead and teach you, I go ahead and say, please include topics. TOPIICS. T means, everyone, any taxes, any cess, any fees other than GST. If it is charged separately, please go ahead and include it. Then, sir, here, when I go ahead and talk about taxes, please remember any duties, any taxes, cess, fees other than GST, if it is charged separately. One circular is over here which goes ahead and says TCS, which is collected under the Income Tax Act. Remember one thing, TCS is an interim levy. It is not a final tax. Right, everyone? It is an interim levy and it is not to be included in your value of supply. The next one over here is O for obligation of the supplier. Obligation of supplier, which is made by the recipient. If any obligation of the supplier is made by the recipient, he had to pay someone, I paid him, then Baba, in that scenario, remember one thing, obligation of the supplier made by the recipient always will be included in the value of supply. If it is not included in the price paid or payable, if it is already included, then you don't have to include again. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is P for packing charges, I for incidental charges, and over here I will write commission, because this comes in, and this commission, everyone, selling commission, and this comes in the third point which says incidental expenses including selling commission, packing, and any amount charged for anything done with respect to the supply at the time of or before the delivery of the goods or supply of service. It is going ahead and telling it should be included in the value of supply. I went ahead and told the first one, any taxes other than GST has to be included, taxes, fees, cess, etc. Second, obligation of the supplier, if it is met by the recipient, that also has to be included. P for packing charges has to be included. Incidental charges, design, development charge, payment charges, all erection, commissioning, installation charges, transportation charges, always remember all this will be included in your value of supply. Can I go ahead, everyone? The one point you have to remember, if transportation charges are there and the supplier had told, I will go ahead and transport the goods for you, and in that scenario you pay the transporter or you pay the transporter or you pay the supplier, that transportation cost will be included. But if supplier went ahead and told, sir, it is not my obligation to transport, and I went ahead and booked a transporter and I paid the transporter, that time to, sir, it was not the obligation of the supplier, it was my obligation. I went ahead and got the goods transported, I only paid, it will never be included in the value of supply of the transporter. Transporter or supplier? Supplier. Are we clear, everyone? Remember, if he went ahead and told, supplier went ahead and told he will transport, and in that scenario you pay anything, that will be included in his value of supply. Or even if you pay directly to the transporter, then also it will be included in the value of supply. But if he never undertook to transport the goods, he told, I will give the goods at my factory gate, you can take and go X factory, then in that scenario transportation was your responsibility as a recipient, you pay to the transporter, that will never be included in the value of supply of the supplier. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is interest, penalty, and late fee. Interest, penalty, and late fee. Whatever interest, penalty, and late fee is being charged, please remember that will always be included in the value of supply. The next one over here is interest, penalty, and late fee for delayed payment. And as for subsidies, subsidies which are directly linked to price, but it should not be central government or state government ka subsidy. Are we clear, everyone? Can we go ahead? I went ahead and told you till now that, sir, always remember one thing. Section number 15.1 went ahead and told transaction value is the value of supply. That is the price paid or payable when the parties are unrelated and price is a sole consideration. In the transaction value, you should always include topics. Any taxes, cess, fees other than GST. But TCS don't include. O for obligation of the supplier made by the recipient. P for packing charges. I for incidental charges. I for interest, penalty, and late fee. C for commission, which is selling commission. Buying commission don't include selling commission. And as for subsidies, other which are directly linked to price other than government subsidy. Everyone always remember one thing over here: interest, penalty, and late fee. Whenever you see in the question, if they have not gone ahead and told anything, always assume interest, penalty, and subsidy, interest, penalty, and late fee as inclusive of GST. Principal supply ka rate of GST you can use over here because it is principal supply ka ancillary supply only, assuming inclusive of GST, and hence back calculation to be done, and then you will reduce the GST amount and add it to the value. Whenever you do this back calculation, say it is as per rule number 35. Can I go ahead, everyone? And sir, if rate of tax is not given in the question, but interest, penalty, late fee is there, what will you do? Interest, penalty, and late fee is given in the question, but if rate of tax is not there, then how will you do back calculation? Total amount can be included in the value of supply. Everyone over here, the next one over here is discount. Always remember one thing: discount. Section number 15(3) said discount is to be excluded if it is given before or at the time of supply. Discount do not include in the value of supply any discount by whatever name called. Cash discount, trade discount, or staggered discount also. Please don't go ahead and include in the value of supply. But sir, if discount is given after the supply, year end or turnover based discount, targeted discount, whatever discount is there, always remember one thing. Sir, if prior agreement has to be there, first of all, Ali condition. Prior agreement has to be there, linking to invoice and ITC reversal. I have an agreement with you that I will give you the discount. Number two, every invoice wise, I am able to link how much discount I am giving. Then I will issue you a credit note, and on the basis of credit note, you should go ahead and reverse the ITC. Only then government will give me an adjustment, and I will be able to reduce my value of supply, and I'll be able to reduce my GST. Means my GST which I had paid earlier, government will give me an adjustment. Can I go ahead, everyone? And hence discount will be excluded from my value of supply only if Ali condition is satisfied. Any Ali condition not satisfied, discount will not be excluded. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone, what did I tell you? Section number 15(1) transaction value, 15(2) topics, 15(3) discount. Everyone over here, very, very important from exam point of view is this amendment which has come: taxability of no claim bonus offered by insurance company. Everyone over here, insurance company told Ramesh sir, we are selling you insurance because everyone, there's one insurance company over here. Insurance company went in and sold me what, everyone? Insurance. Okay, and they are telling Ramesh sir, previous years you never went ahead and made any claim, so we will, instead of charging you 10,000 rupees, I will go ahead and give you 2,000 no claim bonus, and we'll go ahead and charge you only 8,000 rupees. In this scenario, people, have I gone ahead and given them a service? Have I gone ahead and given the services of refraining to not lodge a complaint in the previous year, for which they have given me 2,000 rupees ka no claim bonus? So government went ahead and clarified over here, no claim bonus is not a consideration. They have given me 2,000 rupees. Officer is telling they have given you 2,000 rupees no claim bonus because in the last year you refrained from lodging any complaint or any claim. So they are telling over here, no claim bonus cannot be considered as what, everyone? Consideration for supply of service, supply provided by insured to the insurance company in the form of agreeing to the obligation to refrain from lodging complaint in the previous year. I have not gone ahead and provided a service. They are telling what? You have provided a services of refraining from lodging a claim, and hence they gave you no claim bonus. No, Baba, no. Clarification came. It is not a service of refraining from going ahead and lodging a complaint, lodging a claim, and hence no claim bonus is not taxable. Can I go ahead, everyone? Secondly, it is not a supply only, and hence no GST will come. Can I go ahead? Secondly, they went ahead, and this is relating to your supply chapter. Secondly, they went ahead and told over here that, sir, whenever they are giving you no claim bonus, the insurance company has given insurance services for which they are charging 10,000 rupees minus 2,000 rupees. They have given you no claim bonus, and Baba, remaining 8,000 they have charged. 2,000 is nothing other than a discount which will be excluded from the value of supply. And when they are going ahead and charging you 8,000, they will charge you GST only on 8,000. Government told no claim bonus is a permissible deduction under 15(3)(a). It's a discount given at the time or before the supply. And sir, for the purpose of calculation of value of insurance service, GST is leviable on actual premium payable by the policyholder after deduction of NCB, after deducting no claim bonus. In my thought, in your current exam, they can go ahead and ask you, and hence you should be careful. Everyone over here, I went ahead and told you section 15.1 transaction value, 15.2 topics, 15.3 discount. I told you about no claim bonus. Now, sir, if value is not ascertainable, then you have to go ahead and apply what, everyone? Valuation rule number 27 to 31. 27 goes ahead and says, remember one thing, if money is not the sole consideration, might be barter happened, exchange happened, where along with money you give me a watch. Then what they are going ahead and telling, Ramesh, you should always go ahead and take the value of supply. I went ahead and supplied you. Of that supply, what is the open market value? If that is available, that will become the value of supply. Sir, if my supply open market value is not there, what money you gave plus whatever is the additional consideration, that additional consideration ka fair market value, with that will become the value of supply. Sir, additional consideration ka fair market value we are not able to find out, then what I gave you of that same thing, open market value is not there, like, kind and quality ka value I can go ahead and take, and that will become the value of supply. Sir, like, kind and quality is also not there, what you have given me, money plus additional consideration ka value, I'll find out how, by applying 110% of your cost of production, cost of acquisition, or cost of providing the service. Rule number 30, based on cost, 110% of cost of acquisition, cost of production, or cost of providing of service. Sir, if that is also not possible, government says apply your brain, which says rule number 31, best judgment method, means I will go ahead and apply reasonable means, applying section number 15 and earlier valuation rule, and I'll find out the value. So, sir, 27 told open market value, that is not there. What you have gone ahead and given me money plus fair market value of additional consideration, or what I have given you like, kind and quality ka value, or what you have given me money plus monetary consideration, whatever is the additional consideration, monetary plus additional consideration ka value, by applying rule number 30 and 31. Clear, everyone? Remember one thing, everyone, it is not or, it is sequentially. If this is not there, this is not there, this. Are we clear? It is sequentially. I told or means this, then next. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, rule number 28 goes ahead and says when your value cannot be determined, means you are not able to find out the value, or might be related person is there. So whenever you have to apply valuation rule for related person or distinct person other than agent, remember one thing, related person mein sole agent comes. But for sole agent, we'll always go ahead and apply valuation rule number 29, because they have specifically told other than agent. So, sir, principal send the goods to the agent, agent supplies it further, that agent also comes over here, and Baba, even if it is sole agent, it will come in valuation rule number 29. Everyone over here, rule number 28. Now we are talking about value of supply between related person, scope plus family plus sole agent. No. Sole agent goes with valuation rule number 29. And sir, what is related person? Shares greater than 25% in both of them. C for control. You remember, commonly we control someone, each other ko we control, or both of us control someone else. O for officer or directors of each other's business, partner, employer, employee. And sir, family. You remember family, everyone? Supreme Court always related. PGBS, parents, grandparents, brother, sister. Only if dependent related. Those related person ko if you supply, or distinct person, same state, separate registration, one state registered, another state registered, one state registered, another state not registered, still distinct person. Can I go ahead, everyone? So distinct person ka beech mein whenever supply is done, open market value, if that is not there, like, kind and quality, that is not there, rule number 30 and then rule number 31. Here remember, when you are supplying between related person or distinct person, the proviso is there. Proviso goes ahead and says, sir, if goods are further supplied by the recipient as such, I supplied you and you are my related person, distinct person, and you are going to supply as such, then whatever like, kind and goods, quality goods you supply, remember, not my goods which you are supplying for the like, kind and quality goods ka 90% can be taken as the value of my supply to you. I supplied you the goods, you supplied the goods further as such without making any changes, then whatever like, kind and quality goods you supply, of that 90% can become the value of supply between me and you. Is the point clear to all? Like, kind and quality goods ka 90%. And the next one over here is which I have supplied to my unrelated person. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is if recipient is eligible for full ITC. If my recipient is eligible for full ITC, remember one thing, I went in and supplied to my related person or distinct person and he's eligible for full ITC, then whatever you show in the invoice value, that will be deemed as the open market value, and open market value will become the value of supply. Then we have over here valuation rule number 29, which goes ahead and says value of supply of goods made or Baba goods ka case mein made or received through agent, which agent it is, the agent who supplies on behalf of the principal, either it can be a related person, the sole agent, or Baba any other person. Can I go ahead, everyone? It says if open market value is there, take that. Or if the agent is going in and selling like kind and quality goods, of that 90% can become value of supply between you and your agent. Not your supply car, like kind and quality car, 90% can become the value of supply. So here there is an option. Otherwise, always it is sequentially. But here there is an option that whenever you are going in and selling to your agent, open market value of your supply can be taken. Basically, open market value of the supply of such goods can be taken, or option is given 90% of the price of like kind and quality by the recipient, your agent, when he sells it further, like kind and quality goods, not your goods, like kind and quality goods, of that 90% can be taken as the value of supply between you and your agent. Can I go ahead, everyone? And when he is selling like kind and quality goods, whatever price he is selling to unrelated person, of that 90%. Sir, if that is not there, please go ahead and apply rule number 30 and then rule number 31. In rule number 31, there is a small proviso which goes ahead and says, in case of supply of service, the supplier can go ahead and opt for rule number 30 before applying rule number 31. I went ahead and told you section number 15. Section number 15, I went ahead and told you section number 15. 1, transaction value. 15.2, topics. 15.3, everyone. Discount, I went ahead and told discount given before or at the time excluded. Discount given after. Agreement should be there, linking to invoice, and ITC reversal should be done by the recipient. Then only exclude, otherwise do not exclude. Sir, section number 15, 4 went ahead and told valuation number 27, 28, 29, 30 and 31. Right, everyone? Now, section number 15, 5 goes ahead and talks about valuation rule which will be prescribed by the government in respect of certain supplies. Now, over here, government went ahead and told rule number 31A. Let's see rule number 31A. When you see rule number 31A, value of supply of lottery, betting, gambling, horses, etc. Always remember one thing. Lottery ka case mein always assume that the lottery ka face value or price notified in the official gazette is inclusive of 28%. You have to take out 28% and give it to the government. Remaining will be your value of supply. Lottery ka case mein 100 divided by 128 into face value or the price notified in the official gazette, whichever is higher. 100, whatever is the face value or price notified, divided by 128 into 100. If you do, you will get the value. But in case of betting, gambling, horse race, etc., 100% of the face value of the bet or the amount which you put in the totalizer, whatever amount you put in the bet, that is the value of supply of the betting which is given to you. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, now we have rule number 32 over here. Rule number 32 goes ahead and talks about optional valuation method. Rule number 32.1 goes ahead and says these methods which are given are optional valuation method. Number 1, rule number 32 goes ahead and talks about a person who is involved in purchase or sale of foreign currency, basically a money changer. Money changers are given 2 options. Option number A is first method. If the currency involved is INR, yes sir, then foreign currency to INR ka conversion is happening or INR to foreign currency ka conversion is happening. If the RBI reference rate is available, then remember one thing, sir, selling rate minus RBI reference rate or RBI reference rate minus the buying rate, whatever is the difference, it's your margin per currency multiplied by the currency exchange will give you the value of supply. Sir, but supposingly RBI reference rate of that currency is not available, then in that scenario, whatever INR has been given or whatever INR has been received, of that 1% will become the value of supply. Sir, supposingly foreign currency to foreign currency conversion happened, INR is not involved. Remember one thing, you gave dollar, you took pound. Then both the currencies, please first go ahead and apply RBI reference rate and convert into INR with whatever is the lower amount into 1% will become the value of supply. Now they have gone ahead and told again one option is given to a money changer, which is a second method. Are we clear, everyone? But second method, if you go ahead and take, it has to be applied for the complete year. Can I go ahead, everyone? So it goes ahead and says currency exchange and value of supply. It's a slab method basically. First, up to 1 lakh rupees. What are you going to go ahead and say? Up to 1 lakh rupees, it is either 250 or 1%. So supposingly 80,000 rupees you have given me and I am changing and giving it to you. 80,000 into 1% is 800 rupees or 250, whichever is higher. 800 rupees will become my value of supply. Sir, after 1 lakh rupees, so till 1 lakh rupees, it is how much, everyone? 1% or 250 rupees, which is how much? 1,000 rupees. So from 1 lakh rupees up to 10 lakh rupees, the remaining 9 lakh rupees which is there on that. So supposedly if I exchange you for you 10 lakh rupees, you gave me 10 lakh rupees and I give you dollar. For 1 lakh, I'll charge you 1,000, and for remaining 9 lakh, I will go ahead and charge you 0.5%, which is 4,500. After 10 lakh rupees, whatever I change, I will go ahead and charge for this 1,000, 4,500, which is 5,500, and for the remaining, I should charge you 0.1%. And remember one thing, so total is 5,500 plus remaining pay 0.1%. Total should not go ahead and exceed 60,000 rupees. Are we clear, everyone? This is basically your slab method. Everyone, if you are an air travel agent, always remember one thing: air travel agent का केस में if domestic booking is there, 5% of the basic fare will become his value of supply. International booking का केस में 10% of the basic fare will become his value of supply. What is basic fare, everyone? Basic fare means the amount on which the airline company goes ahead and pays commission. Basic fare means the amount on which the airline pays commission, that is excluding all charges and taxes. The next one is valuation method, which is again an optional valuation method for life insurance business. So if I am a life insurance company, for me they are going ahead and telling life insurance business ka case mein savings policy, life plus investment policy if I am selling, then sir, gross premium minus the amount invested will become my value of supply. Sir, if I am going ahead and selling single annuity policy, 10% of the premium will become my value of supply. Sir, all other cases mein what they are telling, 25% of the premium in first year, and sir 25%, 12.5% of the premium in case of renewal premium. And sir, if it's only risk policy, remember the entire premium will become my value of supply. The next one over here is if I am a person who is into second hand goods, if I am a person who is going in and selling second hand goods, then they are going in and buying and selling second hand goods, might be after minor repair. Sir, if I am going in and taking ITC, then whatever is the sale price, transaction value will become value of supply. If I'm not going in and taking the ITC, then selling price minus purchase price will become your value of supply. On value of supply, you will have to pay GST. The next one over here is repossessed goods. So, sir, repossessed goods means what? Repossessed it will be, no? Repossessed. Spelling is correct? No? Repossessed. Correct or not, everyone? Repossessed goods. What do you mean by repossessed goods? Bank, etc. They repossess the bikes, etc. from you. So in that scenario, bank will go ahead and sell the bike. When the selling price is there, bank is selling second-hand goods. What is the purchase price? Purchase price of the original buyer minus 5% per quarter or part thereof will be the purchase price of the bank, and the differential pay bank will go ahead and, or finance company has to go ahead and pay the GST. They are telling repossessed goods ka case mein purchase price will be the purchase price of the defaulting borrower, who is basically an unregistered person who has defaulted in payment of EMI, etc. minus 5% per quarter or part thereof from the date of purchase till the date of disposal. The next one over here is section number or rule number 32.6. Rule number 32.6 goes ahead and says if you have gone ahead and supplied token, voucher, coupon or a stamp, always remember value of supply is the money value of the goods, services or both which are redeemable against that token, voucher, etc. I have given you a voucher and against you that you can go ahead and buy 1500 ka goods. What is the value of my voucher, everyone? The value of supply of my voucher will be 1500. In the next one, 32.7, they go ahead and say value of supply of service between distinct person in case of notified supply. As of now, nothing has been notified, but they are telling if government wants between distinct person, if there is a supply of service, government can notify, the value can be taken as nil. But as of now, nothing has been notified. Everyone over here, the next one is rule number 33. Everyone, before I tell you rule number 33, remember section number 15.1 transaction value, 15.2 topics, 15.3 discount, 15.4 went ahead and told about valuation method, 15.5 rule number 31A we learned. Now we learned rule number 32. 32.1 told it's optional valuation method. Second one, money changer we learned. Third one, air travel agent I told you. Fourth one, life insurance business. Fifth one, everyone, second hand goods. Sixth one, voucher etc. का केस में. And seventh one was sir distinct person का between में if supply of service is happening, that can be termed, value can be termed as nil provided notified by the government. And sir, if ITC is available, you leave all those things because anyways nothing is notified. The next one over here is rule number 33. Rule number 33 means pure agent. If my heart is pure, for an example, you took the class from me. For my class, whatever I am charging, that is my value of supply. Now, additionally, you went ahead and told me that, sir, when you are going to the institute, buy me a book and give it to me. In that scenario, I bought the books and gave it to you. Did not use it for my benefit. Invoice also taken in your name. Nothing I have not gone ahead and taken the invoice in my name, invoice also taken in your name, then Baba, my heart is pure. Whatever I have paid, I have recovered only that much amount from you, then it will not be included in my value of supply because my heart is pure and I'm a pure agent. So it says deduction of expenditure incurred as pure agent. Remember, cost or expenditure incurred by a supplier as pure agent will always be excluded from the value of supply. Supposingly, I'm a chartered accountant, I'm going on an assignment. With respect to my assignment, I'm going in and charging 10,000 rupees, and also food, stay, etc. के लिए I'm going in and charging. That will always be included in my value of supply. Now, supposingly for the assignment when I went, you told, sir, you are going to Chennai, I want this item, you please buy and give it to me. That is not with respect to my supply, and that will not be included in my value of supply. I was going ahead and filing the returns, etc. Might be you went ahead and told me, sir, do my company ka registration. For an example, I did your company ka registration. You told, sir, ROC fees, etc. You pay now. I will reimburse to you. Baba, that ROC payment, fees, etc. was your responsibility. Correct? You told, sir, for the sake of convenience, you pay, I will give it to you. So that is not with respect to my supply. That will not be included in my value of supply. Expenditure or cost incurred as pure agent will always be excluded from the value of supply. Condition is supplier acts as a pure agent of the recipient. Payment is separately indicated in the invoice. Supplies procured from the third party are in addition. These are in addition to the services supplied on own account. Then, Baba, any amount which I have gone ahead and collected from you as a pure agent, that will never be included in my supply. Everyone, rule number 34 goes ahead and says, if supposingly it is import, export, etc. case, and you see the invoice is in other than INR, how to convert it to INR. So they are going ahead and telling, in case of goods, remember rate notified by CBIC under section number 14 of the Custom Act. On which date? On the date of time of supply of the goods. Sir, if it is taxable service, then the rate as per GAAP, generally accepted accounting principle, on the date of time of supply of such service. Time of supply in case of goods we will be learning in section number 12 in your time of supply chapter. Time of supply with respect to service we will be learning in your time of supply chapter, section number 13. Yes, everyone. The next one is rule number 35. If value is inclusive, then whatever is the value divided by 100 plus rate into 100 will give you the value, into the rate of GST will give you the GST amount. Are we clear, everyone? The next one over here is circulars which are there, PSF and UDF. Sir, PSF and UDF. What is PSF and UDF? Let me go ahead. Just a minute, everyone. Sir, what is PSF and UDF? Supposingly, this is airport authorities, which is airport operators, right, everyone? And this is your drawing, sir. Airline operator. Okay, everyone. And this is the customer over here. Airport operators give services at the airport. Correct, everyone? And against the service, what is to be collected? Passenger service fees and user development fees, which they collect through the airline. Are we clear, everyone? Who is liable to pay GST on the PSF and UDF? Airport operators are liable to pay GST on the PSF and UDF. It is taxable because it is for a service which is provided to the passengers. But it is collected through the airline. Airline will go ahead and collect the value amount. Airline will go ahead and collect whatever is the PSF. Airline will go ahead and collect whatever is the UDF. And airline will also collect the GST. They will go ahead and, if they collect the GST separately, they will collect it and give it to the airport operator and they will give it to the government. But if only PSF and UDF is collected, GST is not collected, then Baba, whatever amount is collected from that, GST has to be paid to the government. Here, airline operators are working as what, everyone? They are operating as pure agent. They are going ahead and providing their services to the airport operators. Yes, everyone. And airport operators will go ahead and pay them, for an example, 5 rupees plus GST. Whatever GST is paid by the airport operator, because they are giving services, they can go ahead and take the input tax credit. Are we clear? Sir, how will the customer take the credit? Based on the invoice given by the airline, the customer will also be able to take the input of the air transportation, as well as if PSF and UDF pay separately GST is on, that GST ka credit also can be taken by the passenger, provided he is a registered person. Everyone over here, PSF and UDF, they are levied by the airport authority. They are levied by the airport authorities through the airline operator, through the airline acting as a pure agent. They are consideration for services provided by airport authority and leviable to GST. Who will pay the GST? They will collect the GST through the airline and pay the GST to the government. Airlines should separately indicate the PSF, UDF and GST in the invoice. Based on the invoice, recipient may avail the ITC. The next one over here is staggered discount. Staggered discount means buy 10,000, get 10% discount. Buy 20,000, get 20% discount. Buy 30,000, get 30% discount. Buy 1 lakh, get 100% discount. No, 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 no. Everyone remember one thing. Buy 10,000, 10%, 20,000, 20%, 30,000, 30%. In this scenario, remember one thing. Those discounts are shown in the invoice to be excluded from the value. The next one is periodic or year-end discount, which is generally given at the year-end. 3 conditions should be satisfied. Agreement, prior agreement, linking to invoice, and ITC reversal by the recipient. If 3 conditions are satisfied, then the amount will be excluded from the value. Otherwise, it will not be excluded. Secondary discounts are not known at the time of supply, and hence early condition is not satisfied, and in that scenario, secondary discounts are not to be excluded from the value. The next is business facilitator, business correspondent. Remember one thing. Always in a business facilitator or business correspondent model, bank is providing the service through the business facilitator or business correspondent to the customer. Whatever amount is collected from the customer, on that bank has to go ahead and pay the GST. Whether the bank has directly gone ahead and collected it or it is collected through the business facilitator or business correspondent, but the entire amount the bank is liable to pay GST. Always remember, in case of EMI transaction, if supplier gives me the EMI, I went ahead and gave the supplier gave me the goods, I gave the supplier 40,000 rupees, then my value of supply will be 40,000. Supposingly he gave me EMI transaction. He gave me EMI transaction wherein 10,000 plus 500, 10,000 plus 500, 10,000 plus 500, 10,000 plus 500. I am giving interest to him. That interest will be included in his value of supply. His value of supply will become 10,000. 10, 10, 10, 10 plus the interest amount. Are we clear, everyone? Remember, GST on delayed payment of EMI. If supplier gives EMI, additional or penal interest will form part of value of supply as per 15(2)(d), interest, penalty and late fee to be included. Supplier went ahead and gave me the mobile phone. I took the loan from a finance company, and in that scenario, I just paid the supplier the amount. Supplier will go whatever is. Supplier gave me the mobile phone. I paid amount 40,000 rupees. That will be the value of his supply. But in this scenario, the finance company has given me a loan for which I will go ahead and give what? Interest. In this scenario, interest will be exempted. Are we clear? If third party finance company gives loan or EMI, such penal interest will always be exempted. Interest or penal interest, whatever is being charged, it will be exempted under the exemption notification 12/2017, which is your exemption notification. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is del credere agent. Remember one thing, everyone. What is a del credere agent? A del credere agent, customer, and here is the principal. Here is the principal, here is the customer, here is the del credere agent. Remember one thing, sir, principal went ahead and supplied to this customer. A del credere agent is an agent who goes ahead and tells the principal for extra commission, saying if he does not pay, I will make the payment, I'll recover from him later. For example, principal went ahead and gave the invoice. Principal went ahead and gave the invoice. He was not making the payment, so the agent went ahead and made the payment. Now it is like the agent has gone ahead and given the loan to him. Yes or no, everyone? An agent will go ahead and recover interest from him. Remember one thing, in this scenario, there was no original supply done by the agent to the customer, and hence this loan which is given is an independent transaction for which interest is taken, which will be exempted. However, in this scenario, if I go ahead and tell you, for an example, principal gave me the goods. So this is a separate supply, and when I go ahead and give the invoice in my name, that is a separate supply. Now this agent, customer was not going ahead and paying, so agent went ahead and paid the principal. He made the payment. In this scenario, agent will tell, hey, I made the payment on your behalf. It is like I have given you a loan, and I want the original amount also, plus I want interest also. In this scenario, interest is because of an transaction which already happened. It is not an independent loan transaction, and hence interest will be included in your value of supply. Is my point sharp clear to all? Everyone over here now, an agent is an agent. An del credere agent is that agent which guarantees the payment to the supplier in the scenario buyer fails. In order to guarantee timely payment, del credere agent resorts to paying what? Supplier himself, and later recovering the amount from the buyer with interest. If del credere agent falls within Schedule 1, paragraph number 3, then in that scenario, temporary loan no longer retains independent characteristic, no longer retains its characteristic of what, everyone? Temporary loan no longer returns its character of independent supply, and it is subsumed in the supply of goods by the del credere agent, and hence interest charged from the recipient to be included in the value of supply by the del credere agent as per section number 15(2)(d). But sir, if del creditor agent does not fall in schedule 1, in that scenario to beta, invoice was given directly. There was no supply between agent and the customer. Loan was an independent transaction, and hence temporary loan to the recipient is an independent transaction and not to be included because interest is exempted under the exemption notification. Are we clear, everyone? Next. The next one is works contract service over here. Remember one thing, if one contractor sold you a flat before completion certificate, or one real estate agent or real estate developer, promoter sold you a flat before completion certificate or first occupancy, whichever is earlier, in supply chapter we had gone ahead and learned it's a supply of service. But supposingly he went ahead and charged you 3 crore rupees, you will tell, sir, along with the flat, you have given some portion of the land also. Government went ahead and told, in works contract service, we are giving you special method how to go ahead and do the valuation. So the value of supply of the works contract service, that is the construction service, given by whom? The real estate builder to you. He has sold the flat, he will charge GST. Remember one thing, 1/3 of the total consideration will be deemed as the part of land ka value basically, and 1 crore he will deduct, and only on 2 crore he will go ahead and charge GST. Remember one thing, whatever he has gone ahead and charged you for the land as well as the flat, basically total amount, say 1/3 will be deducted, because sale of land is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Land ka value will be deducted, and remaining will come as the value of his construction service, and GST will come only on 2/3 of the amount, which is after deducting the value of the land, and value of the land will always be taken as 1/3. Done, everyone. Here we are done with your chapter of value of supply. Remember one thing, A plus graded chapter. A plus graded chapter. This side of the chart, the first part is A plus. You must do it properly. This second valuation method, this all is A. I can say these are A plus. Must, you should do A. This side is all A graded. From this also they go ahead and ask question. Take everyone. Other than this one, above one, the next which is there over here, this I can go ahead and say B graded. Are we clear, everyone? This pure agent also I can go ahead and say B graded. Circulars which are there, circular may please remember this staggered discount wala circular which is there. EMI and this del creditor agent wala circular which is there is a good circular. Done, everyone? I'll go ahead and close all my discussion on the chapter of value of supply. Remember, value of supply, section number 15.1, transaction value, 15.2, topics, 15.3, discount, 15.4, valuation rule, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31. 28 ka 2 provisos, don't forget it. And then we went ahead and learned section number 15.5, we told valuation method will be told by the government. And rule number 31A we learned over there. Then we learned optional valuation method, rule number 32. Rule number 32 said they go ahead and ask small points, please be very careful. Rule number 32, 33 also read and go, pure agent. Don't include it in your value of supply if you have taken any money as pure agent. 34, 35 is okay. And then we learned about the various circular. Right, everyone? I'll go ahead and close my revision on the chapter of value of supply. Remember one thing, everyone, bonus, no claim bonus. It is not that you have given any service to the insurance company and they have given you a no claim bonus. That is not an activity of refraining from lodging a claim in the previous year. No. It is simple, sir. Insurance company gave you a service against which you have gone ahead and given a premium. Premium say please deduct the no claim bonus, and on the net amount they will go ahead and charge you. Done, everyone? No claim bonus wala point is important. I'll close my revision on the chapter of value of supply.
Now, the next amendment in the chapter of value of supply. Please understand, everyone over here. Rule number 28 used to go ahead and talk about value of supply between related person or distinct person. Here, they have gone ahead and done one small addition to rule number 28, wherein they have gone ahead and told that, sir, value of supply of service by a supplier to the recipient who is a related person by way of corporate guarantee to any banking company or financial institution. So for an example, there is a banking company or financial institution. I am the holding company. This is my subsidiary company. We are related person. I went ahead and guaranteed the loan from this financial institution to this subsidiary company. Holding company told the bank, I provide the loan to the subsidiary company. So basically holding company went ahead and provided some services to the subsidiary company. In this scenario, what will be the value of the supply? Because without consideration also the same will be considered as supply. What will be the value of supply by the holding company to the subsidiary company by giving this corporate guarantee? They went ahead and told 1% of the amount of such guarantee offered or the actual consideration whichever is higher. Done, sir. This point is clear. Further, there is a circular which went ahead and told that, sir, supposingly, this left side, there is a circular which has come. Supposing there is a personal guarantee which has been provided to a banking company by the director of a company. I am the director for a company. I gave personal guarantee to a bank and told the bank to give loan to the company. In this scenario, this director is not allowed to charge any consideration. RBI has not allowed, means director cannot go ahead and charge any consideration for such supply, and hence the open market value will be nil and there will be no tax which will be payable on personal guarantee which has been given by a director to a company. Done. Sir, what about corporate guarantee? Circular went ahead and told for corporate guarantee, which is basically given by one holding company to the subsidiary company. Remember one thing, for corporate guarantee, anyways, we have already gone ahead and made an addition in rule number 28, which is basically, so if holding company gave some corporate guarantee for the subsidiary company, the amount, the value of supply will be, sir, 1% of such guarantee offered or the actual consideration, whichever is higher. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, one more circular has come over here. I've written the circular with respect to internally generated service. Sir, what is internal generated service? Internal generated service means when head office went ahead and gave some services to the branch office internally within themselves. Now, in this scenario, they have gone ahead and told, sir, what will be the value of that internally generated service? Because when head office is giving to the branch office, they are distinct person and services given by one distinct person to another. What will be the value? The value will be open market value. But then they went ahead and told over here, if the branch is eligible for full ITC, Baba, whenever your recipient is eligible for full ITC, whatever the value declared in the invoice is the open market value, and hence applying this provision, they went ahead and told over here, if invoice is issued by the head office to the branch office, the value which is declared in the invoice by the head office will be the open market value, and that will be the value of supply. Now, people went ahead and told, sir, when the head office gave the branch office ko invoice, in the invoice, the head office did not go ahead and consider some of the component, might be some employee cost, etc. was not being considered. They went ahead and clarified, irrespective of the fact whether any cost of any component is included or not, whatever is the invoice value, that will be the open market value, and that will be the value of supply. Now, sir, what if invoice is not issued by the head office to the branch office? Sir, if invoice is not issued, then open market value will be nil and that will only become the value of supply. Remember this point. Now, people went ahead and asked, sir, what if the head office went ahead and issued an invoice to the branch office and head of branch office is not eligible for full ITC? Then whether the value which is declared in the invoice will be only taken as the open market value? They went ahead and further told, cost of salary of employees of the head office is not mandatorily required to be included, even if full ITC is not available to the branch office. Whatever invoice amount you are going ahead and showing, if head office went ahead and gave some service to the branch office, whether the head of branch office is eligible for ITC, whether not eligible for full ITC, whatever the invoice value is there, that will be only considered as the open market value, and that will be the value of supply. Whether cost of any component has been included, salary cost or any other cost component has been included in that amount or not, invoice value will be the open market value, and that will become the value of supply. So this is the circular which has come over here. So one circular over here, one circular over here, and rule number 28 may they have made this addition with respect to the corporate guarantee. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Here we are done with the amendment relating to chapter of value of supply. One small point which I also want to add over here, just a second. Rule number 31B and rule number 31C is introduced with respect to casinos. Valuation rule number 31B and 31C is also introduced with respect to casinos. Now this rule number 31B and 31C, last chart, which is the actionable claim wala chart, in that chart I'll be going ahead and talking about it. Done. So here we are done with your chapter of value of supply. Students, let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is the chapter of tax invoice, credit note and debit note. Let's go ahead and take a quick linking and then we'll go ahead and continue. Sir, we started learning GST with what, everyone? Goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. Interstate supply, what will happen? IGST will be levied. Intrastate, CGST will be levied. Once GST gets levied, GST has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? How will he pay? He will calculate GST is equal to value of supply into
rate of tax. Once you go ahead and calculate the GST, now what will happen, everyone? You will go ahead and ask the front person yes or no the GST. So the front person will go ahead and tell you, please go ahead and give me tax invoice, credit note, debit note, etc. Right, everyone? And here we will go going ahead and learning section number 31, which talks about the tax invoice. Section number 32, prohibition. 33, tax amount should be shown separately. And section number 34, credit note and debit note. And we have rule number 55 also. Let's go ahead and revise tax invoice now. Tax invoice, section number 31 goes ahead and says when should you go ahead and raise the tax invoice. Tax invoice in case of goods supply, if supply involves movement, before or at the time of removal, you should go ahead and raise the invoice. If supply any other case, if there is no movement or any other case, then either delivery, before or at the time of delivery, or making it available before or at the time of delivery. Delivery means where the risk and reward is being transferred, or when you make it available, then at that time you should go ahead and raise the invoice. Always remember, invoice should go ahead and show description, quantity, value, tax, and such other particulars which is told in rule number 46. Invoice should always be triplicate, which is recipient, transporter, and supplier. Original should be always for the king, which is the buyer, recipient, duplicate for the transporter, and triplicate copy for you. The one point which I want to tell you over here, if you are a person who is going in and doing invoicing, in that scenario, this triplicate copy, duplicate copies, etc. are not required. The next one over here is, sir, tax invoice in case of supply of service. If I am a supplier of service, always remember, if you are a supplier of service, before or after the provisioning of service, but within how many days, everyone? 30 days before providing the service, before completion of your service, or once the service is completed, also within the next 30 days or 45 days, you can go ahead and raise the invoice. 45 days, they have gone ahead and told in rule number 47. 45 days is in case of NBFI. N for NBFC, B for banking company, F for financial institution, and I for insurance, basically insurance companies. Always remember, in case of goods, we show description, quantity, DQVTS, description, quantity, value, tax, such other particulars as told in rule number 46. But sir, in case of service, quantity is not there. Sir, haircut, one quantity, one haircut, Baba, it is not quantity. Service ka case mein quantity is not required. Can I go ahead, everyone? Service ka case mein always remember, invoice is duplicate because services can't be transported. It is always the king and duplicate for the supplier. Now, everyone over here, listen to me very carefully. Generally, whenever it's a B2C supply, then they have gone ahead and told what, everyone? I'll go ahead and show you just a second. Generally, whenever you go ahead and read your rule number 46, in rule number 46, it is told that if the value of supply is less than 50,000 and it's a B2C supply, then you are not required to mention what, everyone? Name, address, address of delivery, address of the recipient, state, and state code is required only if it is requested. Otherwise, you are not required to mention. Are we clear, everyone? Whenever it's a B2C supply and the value is less than 50,000, you are not required to mention what? Name, address of recipient, address of delivery, state, and state code. But you will be required to mention if it is requested. Now here there is a proviso which has been inserted. The proviso goes ahead and says, where any taxable service is supplied through, by, or through. By means if it is supplied by an e-commerce or it is supplied through an e-commerce operator, means you are going ahead and supplying through e-commerce, or e-commerce operator is going ahead and supplying, or supplier of what? OIDR inform services to a recipient who is unregistered, to an unregistered recipient, irrespective of the value of supply, a tax invoice should always go ahead and mention what? Name, address of recipient along with the PIN code, name of the state, and the said address shall be deemed as address on record of the recipient. So the same thing I've gone ahead and told over here, that rule number 46F may one proviso has been inserted. And here, if you are a person who is e-commerce operator is supplying, or if you are a person, addition what you should do over here. If it is an e-commerce, supplies are done. If a taxable services is supplied by, means e-commerce is supplying, or through an e-commerce, means if you are a supplier, so you can write over here e-commerce operator or person supplying through e-commerce. Both ka case mein supplying through e-commerce. Remember one thing, either you are a e-commerce, you are selling, or if you are a person who is selling through e-commerce, Remember one thing, e-commerce or person, you have to change this point over here. Remember, e-commerce, if his e-commerce operator is selling, or you are a person selling through e-commerce, or an OIDR supplying what? Taxable service to unregistered person, irrespective of the value of supply. Remember, you should mention in your tax invoice name, address of the recipient with PIN code and state, and the name and address shall be deemed as address on record of the recipient. Address on record, basically it will be deemed as the address on record of the recipient in the books of the supplier. Can I go ahead, everyone? So Baba, three people, remember, either you are a person selling through e-commerce, or e-commerce operator, or OIDR supplier. Remember one thing, in these three cases, even if they are selling, even if the value is less than 50,000, remember, even if it is selling to an unregistered person, still in their invoice they should go ahead and mention your name, address with PIN code and state, and the name and address shall be deemed as address on record of the supply of the recipient in the books of the supplier. Everyone over here now. Sir, where do we need address on record? Baba, when you read place of supply ka chapter, there you need address on record. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one is section number 31.3 over here. Section number 31.3 goes ahead and says, notwithstanding anything told in section number 31.1 and 31.2, forget what is told in section number 31.1 and 2. It talks about R, N, B, A, R, S, P. Right, everyone? R for revised tax invoice. They have, when do you go ahead and issue revised tax invoice? Registered person may issue revised tax invoice for all the invoices which are within how much time? Within 1 month. Sir, I became liable over here. Within 30 days, I apply. Registrant certificate granted. Registrant certificate will valid from this day. So from the date of grant of registrant certificate till the date of grant of registrant certificate, from the date you become liable. From the date you become liable till the date of grant, whatever supplies you have done, for all those supplies, you can go ahead and issue one revised tax invoice within the next 1 month. Remember one thing, revised tax invoice, when you are going ahead and issuing, you can also go ahead and issue consolidated revised tax invoice. People, you can issue consolidated revised tax invoice, but consolidated revised tax invoice is not possible if you have gone ahead and supplied to registered person. Registered person, intra or inter, you have to issue individual revised tax invoice. Consolidation is not possible. But for interstate supply, unregistered person को if you have gone ahead and supplied, unregistered person को if you have gone ahead and supplied, for intrastate consolidation, consolidated revised tax invoice is possible. Interstate का case में also consolidated revised tax invoice state wise you have to do. But if the value of supply is more than 2.5 lakh, if the value of supply is more than 2.5 lakh, for that particular invoice, consolidation is not possible. So it says, for invoices issued between effective date to the date of issuance of registrant certificate, for intrastate supply to unregistered person, issue consolidated revised tax invoice for all the taxable supply. For interstate supply to unregistered person, no consolidated, you can issue consolidated revised tax invoice state wise. But when the value is more than 2.5 lakh, there cannot be consolidated revised tax invoice for that particular supply because it's a B2C large invoice. And no consolidated revised tax invoice for supplies to a registered person, whether intra or inter. Whenever you are supplying to a registered person, intra or inter, you have to give individual separate invoices. Consolidation is not possible. R done, everyone. Revised tax invoice. N means no tax invoice. Always remember one thing, no tax invoice. Registered person not to issue a tax invoice except in case of multiplex. Or multiplex ka case mein e-ticketing is mandatory and e-ticket has to be done even if the value is less than 200 rupees. Everyone, other than that, if you are a person who is going ahead and supplying and the value of supply is less than, remember, less than 200 rupees, plus recipient is unregistered and it does not require an invoice, then you don't have to go ahead and issue an invoice. But at the end of the day, for all the supplies which you did, when you did not go ahead and give the invoice, you should make one consolidated tax invoice at the end of the day. Sir, R for revised tax invoice, N for no tax invoice, B for bill of supply. If you are a person supplying exempt supplies, or if you are a composite dealer, remember one thing, you will always issue bill of supply. No bill of supply if the value is less than 200. Sir, if I go ahead and receive an advance, for evidencing the advance, I should go ahead and issue a receipt voucher. I should go ahead and issue a receipt voucher. If you don't know the supply, always treat interstate and pay IGST at the rate of 18%. Sir, R का case में refund, Baba, always remember one thing, refund voucher. What is refund voucher? Received an advance, did not go ahead and do any supply, did not issue any tax invoice, you can issue refund voucher if you refund the amount, and government will also refund you the GST. The next one over here is, sir, if unregistered person has supplied me and I am liable to pay tax under RCM, I should raise an invoice myself as per section number 31.3F. Are we clear, everyone? So, sir, whenever one person has supplied me and I'm making a payment to him, on that supply I'm liable to pay GST under RCM, then I will first of all raise an invoice myself. If that person is registered, he will not give you an invoice. If that person is unregistered, you have to raise a self invoice. If that person is registered, if that person is registered, he will give you an invoice. Then you don't have to raise an invoice yourself. But if that person is unregistered, in that scenario, you have to raise an invoice yourself. Remember one thing, whenever you are making a payment to a person, on that supply you had gone ahead and paid the GST under RCM, whether that person is registered or unregistered, you have to issue payment voucher. So it says, whenever you are liable to pay tax under RCM under 93 or 94, you have to issue an invoice with respect to goods services which you have received from unregistered person on the date of receipt. Sir, if you are liable to pay tax under section number 93 or 94, under RCM, whenever you are making the payment voucher should be issued at the time of making payment to the supplier, whether the supplier is registered or unregistered. Everyone tell me one thing. I told you section number 30. One over here, section number 31. I told you goods ka case mein you should raise the invoice at the time of removal or making available or delivery. Sir, services ka case mein I told you 30 days or 45 days. 31(3) I told you revised tax invoice, N for no tax invoice, B for bill of supply, A for advance ka case mein receipt voucher, R for refund voucher. The next one, self invoice, and P for payment voucher. RN bar SP. Can be go ahead, everyone. The next one over here is continuous supply of goods ka case. Remember one thing, whenever continuous supply of goods is done, continuous supply of goods means which is continuously supplied on a recurrent basis under a contract. Always remember in that scenario that, sir, if there is successive statement of accounts which are being issued, then on or before each statement is issued, you should go ahead and give the invoice. So whenever I'm giving you statement, I'll give you the invoice. Or if payments are involved, whenever you are making me the payment, I will go ahead and make the invoice and give it to you on or before each payment is received. So if I'm going ahead and giving you a statement, on or before the statement, I should give you the invoice, right? If I'm going ahead and receiving the payment, then our statement is not there. Supposingly statement is also there, payment is also there. So Baba, if statement is there, when I'm issuing the statement, I should give you the invoice. Or if I'm receiving the payment, then on or before receipt of the payment, I should go ahead and give the invoice. The next one over here is continuous supply of service. Baba, remember one thing, continuous supply of service means a service which is provided on continuous or recurrent basis. But here, the important point to remember is it should be period more than 3 months. Only then you can call it continuous supply of service. Now, next one over here is where contract and invoice. Contract may, if due date is ascertainable, invoice should be given on or before the due date. Sir, due date is not ascertainable, on or before I receive the payment, I should go ahead and give the invoice. If payment is linked to completion of the event, on or before completion of that event, I should go ahead and give the invoice. The next one is section number 31(6). Sir, I was providing a service and in between only supply of service ceased. Then, Baba, at the time of cessation, how much service you have given, for that you should go ahead and give the invoice. Invoice at the time of cessation to the extent of supply of service, to the extent of supply before cessation. It says goods sent on approval. Sir, if I have gone ahead and sent the goods on approval on 1st of January for an example, remember one thing, if supposingly I have sent goods on approval for on 1st of January, at the time of sending it is not a supply and hence you are not required to raise invoice. But sir, you will be given how many days, everyone? 6 months ka time. You can go ahead and send goods on approval for 6 months. So 6 months gets over on 30th of June. If approval is given here, that is the time of supply and you should raise the invoice. If approval is not given within 6 months, once 6 months gets over, the very next day you should go ahead and raise the invoice. It says over here, invoice before at the time of supply means when the approval is given, or 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here, if you go and see down over here, there is section number 32. Please tell me, what did we learn, everyone? We learned section number 31. Section number 31, 1 I entered and told you goods ka case mein when you should raise the invoice. 2 I told you service ka case mein. 3 I told you revised tax invoice, no tax invoice, bill of supply, advance ka case mein receipt voucher, refund voucher, self invoice and payment voucher. And the next one I went ahead and told you continuous supply of goods. When statement is there, at the time of statement. When payment is received, at the time of receipt of payment. Fifth one, everyone, continuous supply of service over here. Due date ascertainable, on or before due date not ascertainable, on or before payment linked to completion, on or before completion of the event. Sixth one, supply of service ceases. And seventh one over here is, sir, goods sent on approval basis. Are we all clear till here? Chalo, everyone over here, listen to me very carefully. The next one is section number 32. Section number 32 goes ahead and says what? Sir, prohibition on unauthorized collection of tax. Sir, if you are an unregistered person, you shall not collect any tax. If you are a registered person, you should collect in accordance with the provision of the act or rules. The next one on the right side is section number 33, which goes ahead and says, sir, whenever you are going ahead and issuing any document, please show the tax amount. So basically, when any supply is made for a consideration, every person liable to pay tax shall predominantly, you should go ahead and predominantly indicate or in all the documents relating to assessment, tax invoice, and other like document the amount of tax. And also this point is also told by rule number 46M. I hope you guys remember rule number 46M also goes ahead and says whatever is the amount of tax you have gone ahead and charged, you should go ahead and show it in the tax invoice. Is my point clear? So in the exam, if they go ahead and ask you, please remember you have to go ahead and talk about section number 33 also and rule number 46M also, because both of them say that amount of tax should be shown in the invoice. Can I go ahead? It talks about all other documents also. Rule number 46M talks about only invoice. The next one is section number 34 over here. I went in and told you section number 31, which told about various invoices, etc. 32, everyone. Unregistered person should not collect. Registered person should collect as per the provision of the act or rules. 33 told please show the tax amount in the tax invoice or advance voucher. Advance ka case mein receipt voucher etc. You should go ahead and show the tax amount. Are we clear? Now comes section number 34, which goes ahead and talks about credit note and debit note. Always remember one thing, there are three scenarios when you can go ahead and issue credit note. It says when one or more tax invoice is issued for the supply, taxable value or tax charge is more. If you have gone ahead and charged more, then you tell him a sorry and say, sir, okay, I'll give you a credit note. Sir, whenever goods supplied are returned, services can't be returned, Baba. When I gave you a haircut, can you return the haircut? Not possible. So it says goods supplied are returned by the recipient or good services are found to be deficient, then Baba, always remember you can go ahead and issue one or more credit note. Remember one thing, for one invoice you can issue more credit note, means more than one credit note, and for many tax invoices you can issue one credit note also. Is my point clear? One tax invoice ke liye multiple credit notes can be there, and for multiple invoices one credit note also can be there. Remember one thing, the maximum time limit, section number 34 2 goes ahead and says registered person who has gone ahead and issued a credit note should declare it in the return for the month when the credit note is issued. So if I go ahead and issue a credit note in this month ka return when I file January month, if I have gone ahead and issued a credit note, January month ka return when I'll file by 20th February, I should disclose the credit note over there. But sir, what is the maximum time limit for issuing invoice related credit note? The invoice related credit note can be maximum issued. It should be issued and declared by maximum what time, everyone? 30th of November. So it says over here, registered person shall declare the credit note in the return for the month it was issued, but not later than 30th November of next financial year. This year related credit note invoice is there. Credit note can be 30th November of next financial year or annual return ka actual date of filing, whichever is earlier, and your tax liability will be adjusted. Supposingly I went ahead and issued you a credit note, but I did not return the tax, then government will also not return my tax. It says no tax adjustment, no adjustment basically of the tax if incidents of tax and interest had been passed on. If I passed on the burden, I did not return you the tax by issuing a credit note, then government will also not return my tax. Can I go ahead, everyone? Adjustment will not be given. The next is section number 34.3, which goes ahead and says debit note. Baba, always remember where one or more tax invoices are already issued, tax amount or taxable value or amount you have charged less, then government is going ahead and telling, please go ahead and issue a debit note. Registered supplier shall issue one or more debit note. Baba, debit note ke karan, because of a debit note, you will go ahead and recover the tax and give to the government. So there is no time limit to issue and declare. Baba, there is no time limit to issue, just you have to declare in the month you are going ahead and issuing. I went ahead and told you section number 31 first of all, then I told you 32. What is 32, everyone? Prohibition on unauthorized collection of tax. Unregistered person don't collect, registered person shall collect as per the provision of act or rules. 33, everyone, tax amount should be shown in the document, basically whatever documents you are issuing, and 34 is credit note and debit note. Besides this, if you go ahead and see over here, one rule number 46M, I have gone ahead and told if you are going ahead and supplying taxable supply and exempt supply both, not to a registered person, to an unregistered person, then you can give one single document. The name of the document can be invoice cum bill of supply. On the left hand side, if you see over here, I have gone ahead and told NBFIT, non-banking financial company, banking company, financial institution, and insurance company plus telecom operator NBFIT. When they are making taxable supply of service between distinct person, they can go ahead and issue the invoice. When they are accounting in their books of account or the last day of the quarter, they should go ahead and do the raise the invoice. It says issue invoice before at the time supplier records in his books of account or before the expiry of the quarter in which supplies are made. The next one is over here is HSN code. Baba, remember one thing, effective from 1st of April 2021. What is the number of HSN code? If your turnover is up to 5 crore in the preceding financial year, remember B2B supplies ke liye you should give how many digit? 4 digit, and B2C supply ke liye it is optional. But if your turnover is more than 5 crore in the preceding, not current, preceding financial year, then remember 6 digits are mandatory B2B or B2C supplies. Now, after we have gone ahead and learned section number 34, the next point which comes over here is the delivery challan. Remember, delivery challan is issued as per rule number 55. Delivery challan always has 3 copy, one for the consignee, one for the transporter, one for the consigner. Sir, what are the cases when delivery challan will be issued? Everyone, supply of liquefied gas when the quantity is not known at the time of removal from the supplier's place of business. Secondly, when you are sending the goods for job work, it will go for job work. Delivery challan ke basis pe it will come from job work on the basis of delivery challan. Sir, transportation of goods for reason other than supply, or where goods are transported for supply but invoice could not be issued at the time of removal. You might be for reason other than supply, or might be for reason of supply you are taking the goods and going. Like jewelry, you are taking for supply only, but at the time of taking you don't know whether it will be sold or not. Sir, in that scenario you can go ahead and move on the basis of delivery challan. And removal is in, so Baba, people, if goods are transported for supply or goods are not transported for supply also, but if you are not issuing the invoice, just take it on the basis of delivery challan. Goods transported in complete knockdown, semi knockdown situation, batches or lot ka case mein, where invoice is only one but transportation is happening for many times, the remaining transportation can happen on the basis of delivery challan. Can I go ahead, everyone? And the next one over here is a circular which goes ahead and talks about jewelry carried along for approval. If I am supposedly taking from jewelry from one state to another state for approval, you don't have to take in the other state any CTP registration and all. When you're taking and going, at that time you can move on the basis of delivery challan. When the sale fructifies, basically the person buys it, Baba, at that time you can go ahead and issue the invoice. Artwork sent to art galleries, at the time of sending it to art galleries, it is not a supply, but if when you're taking and going, you should take on the basis of delivery challan plus e-way bill. Sir, when the sale actually happens, if somebody says, I like it, Baba, issue the invoice and charge the GST. So it says jewelry taken along for approval, artwork sent to galleries, or goods moved under similar situation or movement, you can issue delivery challan plus e-way bill. Remember one thing, jewelry ka case mein e-way bill is not required, but imitation jewelry, if it is there, no, amendment has come this time. Imitation jewelry, which are duplicate jewelries, imitation jewelries which are there, for that e-way bill is required, but jewelry ke liye e-way bill is not required. On approval, you can issue tax invoice with GST, whatever is there. If you are going from one state to another for approval, then Baba, you will go ahead and charge what, everyone? CGST and SGST. Within the state, it is CGST, SGST. Different state, then it is IGST. Now, the next concept which we have in the chapter of tax invoice is the concept of e-invoicing. Baba, e-invoicing means you generate a normal invoice. You go to the e-invoice ka portal, e-invoice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 portals are there, out of which the first 6 portals are now active. In that portal, you have to register your invoice. Are we clear? And get one invoice reference number. When you go ahead and generate one invoice, when you generate an invoice and register it on the IRN ka portal, basically you go and get your invoice reference number. When you get your invoice reference number, only then basically your invoice will be termed as invoice. Are we clear, everyone? So if you are a person who is required to do invoicing, only once you get your invoicing done, only then your invoice will be considered as invoice. When you get your invoice reference number, Baba, your invoice is also given a QR code. That QR code is known as QR code having embedded invoice reference number. It says e-invoicing, from which date it is effective now. Baba, actually invoicing had come in 2020 only. Earlier it was 500 crore, then government reduced the limit to 100 crore, then 50 crore, then 10 crore. So everyone over here, effective from 1st of October 2022, registered person with aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year from 1718, Baba, 1718, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22, 22, 23. Now it is 2024. So, Baba, any preceding financial year, if your turnover is more than 10 crore, invoicing provisions are applicable on you. You have to go to the invoicing portal and register your invoice. and generate one invoice reference number. And it says with respect to which supplies you will do B2B supplies. And also remember, e-invoicing, even though export when you are doing, the person outside India might be a unregistered person, B2C supply, but still you are required to do what everyone? E-invoicing for export. And it is not applicable to a government department, L for local authority, and S for SEZ unit. E-invoicing is not applicable for government department, local authority, or SEZ unit. And those referred to in rule number 54.2, rule number 54.3, 54.2, rule number 54.3, 4 and 4a. Rule number 54 goes ahead and talks about tax invoice in special circumstance. It goes ahead and says rule number 54.1 talks about ISD. They are not talking about ISD. They are telling if you are a person who is in rule number 54.2, that is NBFI. What is NBFI, everyone? NBFC, banking company, financial institution, and insurance company. You may issue consolidated invoice or any other document in lieu thereof. Basically, banks issue statement, and that statement is only their tax invoice. And sir, GTA, Goods Transport Agency, can issue tax invoice or any other document in lieu thereof. They issue consignment note. They issue consignment note. Supplier of passenger transportation service, they issue ticket, and ticket in any form by whatever name called. Baba, that is only their tax invoice. And multiplex ka case mein, their multiplex are required to compulsorily do e-ticketing. And Baba, e-ticket is only deemed as their tax invoice, and it need not contain the recipient's detail. And also remember, they have to issue e-ticket even if the value is less than 200 rupees. Can I go ahead, everyone? So, Baba, in these four cases, rule number 54, 2, 3, 4, 4a, which I call BG Prime Minister, BGPM. Right? Even B for banking company. Banking company means MBFI. NBFC, banking company, financial institution and insurance company. G for GTA. P for passenger transportation service mein who is there. And M for multiplex. Remember, BG Prime Minister, right, say Mercedes GLS. B for banking company, banking means NBFI. G for GTA, P for passenger transportation services, M for multiplex, G for government department, local authority, and S for SEZ unit. Remember one thing. Remember one thing. These people are not required to do e-invoicing. So even if their turnover is more than 10 crore, even if their turnover is more than 10 crore, they will not be required to do any e-invoicing. The next one over here is dynamic QR code. What is a dynamic QR code? Baba, dynamic QR code is basically a QR code which is given to you for scanning and making the payment. Now, government has gone ahead and told that for some entities, we'll go ahead and make what dynamic QR code mandatory, and government have gone ahead and told if you with effect from 1st of December 2020, if you are registered person plus your aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year from 17-18 is more than 500 crore. Remember, more than 500 crore. Then, Baba, with respect to your B2C supply, B2C supply, you are required to give what, everyone? The customer who comes to you, you have to give dynamic QR code. What's a dynamic QR code, everyone? Which changes with every customer. Basically, if your billing is 20 rupees, then your dynamic QR code, which I give it to you, it will be only for 20 rupees. Are we clear? Dynamic QR code, you can print it on the invoice or you can show it in the digital display also. And it is basically for enabling UPI payments. And Baba, it is not applicable if you are B, G, P, M, O. Are we clear, everyone? B, G, B means banking company, G means government, G means GTA, P for passenger transportation service, multiplex if you are there. If you are O for OIDR, basically that OIDR, Netflix, Amazon Prime, etc., who is going ahead and providing the services from outside India, those people are not required to go ahead and do what, everyone? E-invoicing. Are we clear, everyone? Sorry, they are not required to give dynamic QR code. Clear? Now they are not required to give dynamic QR code. One thing which I want to tell you, people, exports के लिए e-invoicing is applicable. Exports के लिए e-invoicing is applicable. So exports is treated like B2B supplies. तो export का case में, remember, dynamic QR code is not applicable. So that point also you should remember. Even though export can be to B2C supplies outside India, but export का case में also dynamic QR code is not required. Is my point clear to all? Can I go ahead? Because they have gone ahead and further clarified. We'll talk about it. Can we go ahead? Circular on applicability of e-invoicing with respect to an entity. Baba, there's an amendment, not an amendment, basically a circular which has come. Banks went ahead and told, sir, you told for banking companies, e-invoicing is not applicable. Banking company, e-invoicing is not applicable. But sir, we are selling gold also, and gold is not banking. So government went ahead and told, Baba, if you are an entity for all your activities. So if you are a banking company and banking company it is not applicable. So even if you are giving banking services, then also invoicing is not applicable. Even if you are going ahead and selling other goods also, then also e-invoicing provision is not applicable, because e-invoicing provision, when we told, it is not applicable for certain people. For those people, whether they are going ahead and doing that work or might be additionally something also, then also it will not be applicable. So here is the example over here. Issue whether the exemption with respect to e-invoicing is available for the entity as a whole, or the same is available only with respect to certain supplies made by the entity. So government went ahead and clarified the exemption from generation of e-invoicing is applicable for what? Entity as a whole, and not restricted by the nature of supply made by the entity. For an example, banking company doing banking services, e-invoicing is not required. What about banking company selling other goods, might be selling bullion, selling bullion, then baba, then also it will be exempted from going ahead and doing e-invoicing. Are we clear, everyone? Can I go ahead? Now, dynamic QR code related, there's a circular which has come. Not a circular, there are a lot of clarifications which government went ahead and issued. Let's go ahead and quickly talk about it. Government ko people went ahead and asked, is dynamic QR code applicable for export? Government went ahead and told, for export, we do e-invoicing, treating it as B2B supplies, and hence for export, dynamic QR code is not applicable because e-invoicing provisions are applicable. Then again, people went ahead and asked, sir, what if supplies in India, recipient is outside India, place of supply is outside India? If you are receiving foreign convertible currencies, only then it is exports. But sir, supposingly the place of supply did not come outside India, place of supply came in India only, then it is not falling in export ka definition. Government went ahead and told, even though it is not falling in export of service ka definition, still you are not required to give dynamic QR code, because the person outside India, he will not be able to scan and pay by using Google Pay. Baba, Google Pay, UPI payments are for India over here. Right, everyone? So even if you have gone ahead and given a service outside India and that does not fall in export ka definition, still the person outside India will not be able to scan and pay, and hence you don't have to give any dynamic QR code. My question over here is, exports ke liye what is applicable? E-invoicing. Exports ke liye dynamic QR code is not applicable. Sir, even if it does not fall in export ka definition, but you gave the service outside India, still dynamic QR code is not required. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here, people went in and asked, what are the parameters that should be captured? When I am giving the dynamic QR code, what are the parameters that should be captured in a dynamic QR code? Government went ahead and told, supplier's GSTN number should be there, UPI ID should be there, invoice number, invoice date, total invoice value, and GST amount should be there. Earlier it was told that your bank account and your IFSC code also should be there, but then government went ahead and further clarified, giving one more clarification saying that, sir, bank details not required since the UPI is already linked to the bank account. Baba, when I give you QR code, but my UPI ID is already linked to my bank account, again, why to give you bank account details and IFSC? Then people went in and told, sir, see, generally what happens, whenever a person comes, order ID will be generated, and then we'll go ahead and generate the invoice. Yes, everyone, an invoice we'll go ahead and capture in the dynamic QR code. Yes or no? And Baba, once we capture it, the person will go ahead and make the payment. Is my point clear? He will scan and pay. So in the dynamic QR code, we captured the invoice. You went ahead and told in your invoice, in your dynamic QR code, invoice ka details has to be captured. Is my point clear to all? But sir, sometimes what happens when we get an order ID, we go ahead and first give the dynamic QR code to the person. Hey, you first make the payment. We give the dynamic QR code, he makes the payment, and then we go ahead and generate the invoice. Do you guys agree with me? Sometimes when order comes, we go ahead and tell, hey, sir, first you scan and you make the payment. Once he makes the payment, only then we generate the invoice. Do you guys agree with me? Now, in this scenario, sir, how will I go ahead in the dynamic QR code? Because invoice is generated later, how will I capture invoice related detail? Because you told invoice ka number and date, etc. has to be captured. So, sir, in this scenario, what will happen? So, government is going ahead and telling, what government is going ahead and telling over here, this order ID is there, no? This order ID ka details can be captured in the dynamic QR code, and also invoice ka linking. Baba, in the invoice, you should provide the order ID. Also, how you receive the payment, that should be provided in the invoice, so that government can establish a linking saying invoice ke liye this order ID was generated, and against this order ID, this payment has been received. Are we clear, everyone? That is what government went ahead and clarified over here. In case of retail sale over the counter, payment is received by displaying dynamic QR code, but invoice is generated after the payment. Hence, invoice details are not captured in the dynamic QR code. You did not capture the invoice detail. So government says, in such case, the unique order ID or sales reference number which is linked to the invoice may be provided in the dynamic QR code. Order ID may be provided in the dynamic QR code. for digital display as long as the details of such order ID, sales reference number, linkage with the invoice are available in your processing system, and cross reference of such payment with the unique order ID you are providing in the invoice, it will be deemed as compliance. Basically, if you go ahead and put this order ID in the invoice and also the payment detail in the invoice, it will be deemed as if compliance is there. And also in your system, invoice to order ID ka linking should be there, that against this order ID this invoice was generated. Is my point clear to all? Can I go ahead, everyone? So basically what I'm telling is your invoice ka details should be captured in your dynamic QR code. But sir, sometime first order ID, then dynamic QR code is shown and payment is taken. In that scenario, in your dynamic QR code, order ID can be captured. And a linking should be there between your invoice and the order ID. And order ID and the payment details should also be captured in your invoice. Is my point clear to all? Can I go ahead, everyone? Clear? The next one over here is, sir, supplier provides dynamic QR code in digital display, but customer is going ahead and making payment through cash. I showed him the dynamic QR code, but he doesn't want to use the QR code and make the payment. But he will hit him and say, no, you have to make the payment through QR code only. Baba, in that scenario, however he makes the payment, just capture in your invoice saying the payment was done in cash or card, etc. That will be deemed as compliance. So it says, but customer pays to other modes like UPI, cash, card. Cross reference of such payment on the invoice will be deemed as compliance. Means how will I do the compliance in this scenario? Just make a cross reference how we receive the payment. The next one over here is, sir, supplier provides customer other modes of payment like UPI collect, UPI indent, or through mobile or computer app, and QR code is not displayed. I go ahead and tell my customer that you can make UPI payment. I will send you one link. You click on the link and the payment will come to me. Sir, in that scenario, we don't show the QR code, but we are using UPI payments only. We are taking by sending the link. Customer clicks on the link and payment comes. In that scenario, is it still mandatory that I should show the QR code only? The government is telling in that scenario, no problem at all. You don't have to show the QR code, but how you receive the payment, that should be captured in your invoice. It says cross reference of such payment on the invoice will be deemed as compliance. Then people went ahead and told, sir, we have to go ahead and generate invoice. In the invoice, you are telling QR code should be printed. Sir, what if it's already a prepaid invoice? Customer has already made the payment and then I'm going ahead and generating the invoice. In that scenario, why will I go ahead and again put the QR code? Because customer has already made the payment. So government went ahead and clarified in that scenario, is generation or printing of dynamic QR code mandatory for prepaid invoices also? Then government says, Baba, QR code is for going ahead and collecting the amount. If amount is already being collected, why will you again go ahead and give dynamic QR code? Just in your invoice, no, in that scenario not required. Just cross reference on the invoice how you receive the payment will be deemed as compliance. Then Baba, e-commerce operator. People went ahead and told e-commerce operator through whom I am supplying has complied with the dynamic QR code requirement. Am I also required to comply with the dynamic QR code requirement? Government told Flipkart is separate, you are separate. If Flipkart has complied, that is because he is a separate supplier. You are a separate supplier. That is for his services. He has gone ahead and complied with the dynamic QR code requirement. You are a separate supplier. You should comply with the dynamic QR code requirement separately. Are we clear, everyone? So if you are selling through Flipkart, Flipkart is a different person. You are a different person. He has complied. Doesn't mean you have also complied. You also have to go ahead and comply with the dynamic QR code requirement separately. Is dynamic QR code to be provided on invoice given to UIN? Yes, sir. UIN holders are B2C supplies. Always remember, whenever you are going in and supplying B2C supplies, you are required to go ahead and give dynamic QR code because UIN holders are not registered person. When you read the definition of registered person, it does not talk about UIN holder. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one is, if payment is collected by e-commerce or other person authorized on behalf. So, sir, supposingly Flipkart ke through I have done a sale and Flipkart is collecting the amount. So, Baba, the dynamic QR code, the Flipkart will go ahead when basically the person will come to collect from you, or might be the invoice is given to you. In that scenario, the dynamic QR code, if it is given to you, in dynamic QR code, who will collect the payment? Flipkart. So whose UPI ID should be put? Government went ahead and told please put UPI ID of the person who is authorized to collect. Basically, Flipkart ka UPI ID will put. Flipkart will go ahead and collect the amount. It will deduct TCS and then make the payment to you. It says if payment is collected by ECU or person authorized, in such case, UPI ID of such person authorized may be provided in the dynamic QR code instead of supplier's UPI ID. Then it says, sir, supposingly part payment is already received. Customer had to make 10,000 ka payment. He has given me 2,000 rupees ka coupon already, or might be he has gone ahead and given me a voucher of 3,000 rupees. The remaining supposingly 7,000 I have to collect from him. So I have to go ahead and give him a dynamic QR code for total 10,000 or 7,000 rupees only. Government went ahead and told whatever balance you have to collect, because dynamic QR code is for making the payment, please go ahead and give him QR code for the balance payment. But in your invoice, right, total amount was this. Out of his 3,000 ka coupon here, voucher he has given, remaining 7,000 rupees collected. Are we clear, everyone? So they have gone ahead and told, if part payment is either received in advance or adjustment before generating of dynamic QR code, the dynamic QR code may be for the balance amount payable. The details of invoice value along with details of cross reference of part payment, advance, adjustment, and the remaining amount that should be paid should be captured in your invoice. Are we clear, everyone? Can we go ahead? Here it goes ahead and talks about procedure with respect to time expired drugs and medicine. Time expired drugs and medicine. Everyone listen to me very carefully. What used to happen? Now, supposingly, I am a person, I have sold medicine. In that scenario, I'll buy powder. Powder say I'll go ahead and make medicine. Medicine I went ahead and sold to you. Now, if supposingly medicine expired and the time limit to go ahead and issue credit note is still there. What is the time limit to issue credit note, everyone? 30th of November of the next year on annual return ka actual date, whichever is earlier. Right, everyone? So, supposingly the time limit to file annual return or 30th November, whichever is earlier, that time limit has not gone basically. Annual return ka date of filing or actual date of filing or 30th November, whichever is earlier, that time has not gone. Sir, if that time has not gone, can I issue credit note? So, Baba, tell him to return the goods. He will return the goods. You just issue him a credit note. Simple, everyone. In this scenario, what is happening is supplier can issue a credit note and the retailer returns by issuing a delivery challan. If credit note is issued within time, if you issue the credit note within time, liability may be adjusted. If the time limit is gone, then Baba, your adjustment of liability will not be given by the government. Are we clear? When he returns the expired drug, you will destroy the drugs, whatever ITC you had taken on the powder to make the drugs, whatever ITC you had taken on the inputs to make the drugs, that ITC will be destroyed. Second option over here, which government went ahead and gave is, you go ahead and supply, the time limit is gone. If the time limit is gone, he returns the drugs. In that scenario, even if you issue a credit note, your adjustment of liability will not be given. So you have one more option which you can do. You supplied him, you bought the powder, you took the ITC. On making the medicine, whatever raw material you bought, you took the ITC. Correct, everyone? Now you made the medicine, you supplied him. Let him take the ITC. Now tell him to do one thing. Tell him to sell it back to you as fresh supply. So whatever invoice ka value you had raised, same value mein he will go ahead and sell it back to you. So invoice will be deleted. Whatever ITC he had taken on the medicine, he can use to pay his output tax liability. When you receive the expired drugs, destroy the drug. Whatever ITC you had taken on the expired drugs, you have to destroy that ITC also. Did you guys get my point, everyone? I bought powder, I made medicine, I supplied the medicine. If it is returned within time, I will go ahead and give you a credit note. Correct? When I destroy the medicine, ITC will be destroyed. Sir, I went ahead and bought powder, made the medicine, sell you the medicine. Medicines got expired, but after the time limit to issue credit note, if I go ahead and issue credit note, then my adjustment of liability will not be done. So better I can do one thing. I can tell you to go ahead and sell it back to me. When you sell it back to me as fresh supply, your output and your input, you can go ahead and set it off. Whatever invoice I had issued, same amount ka invoice you can issue, so that will get knocked off. And whatever ITC I have received, when I destroy the drugs, ITC taken on that expired drugs can also be destroyed. Is my point clear to all? Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. So it says, return by registered person, treat as fresh supply and issue a tax invoice. Composition dealer will issue you a bill of supply. Unregistered person will issue a commercial invoice. Manufacturer will destroy the return drug and reverses the ITC as availed on the return supply. And the second option is to issue what, everyone? Credit note. Everyone over here, goods taken out of India for exhibition. Baba, when you are taking the goods out of India for an exhibition, remember one thing, when you are taking out of India, it is not a supply. You will not issue tax invoice. Goods will move on delivery. Challan invoice will be given only when the sale takes place. Now, when I took the goods outside India, that time it is not a supply. I will not go ahead and issue an invoice. I will go ahead and take it out of India on the basis of a delivery challan. When the sale takes place, I will go ahead and raise the invoice. Sir, if buyer does not accept, supposingly outside sale did not take place. Baba, if sale did not take place and goods come back within 6 months, then it is not a supply, no tax invoice. But sir, if goods don't come, if buyer does not accept and goods don't come back within 6 months, Baba, see, if the buyer accept, then though you have to raise a tax invoice. If buyer does not accept and goods come back within 6 months, no problem. But sir, if buyer does not accept and goods don't come back within 6 months also, it will be deemed as supply on the expiry of 6 months. It will be deemed as supply and you will be required to raise a tax invoice and pay the GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? Remember one thing over here, payment of GST, you have to be careful. When you are sending the goods, at that time it was not supply. So it was not a zero rated supply. So you don't have to pay IGST and export. You can't pay IGST and export. That route is not available. But you can give an LUT or bond and you can export. When the sale happens, you'll raise a tax invoice. IGST is not required to be paid by you. Whatever ITC is there, ITC ka refund can be taken. So it says supplier is eligible for zero rating. He will be eligible for refund of accumulated ITC. Option of refund of IGST paid on export shall not be available to the exporter. Why IGST paid route is not available? Because at the time of sending the goods, it was not a supply only. You are just taken it for approval. So when it was not supply only, it was never zero rated supply. When it was never zero rated supply, how can you pay IGST and export? But definitely you can do one thing, you can give LUT or bond, and later when the sale materializes, ITC refund can be taken. Are we all 100% clear till here? Sir, what kind of a chapter it is? Beta, generally people say, or I only will tell you that it's a C graded chapter. Okay, everyone, we can call it B graded or C graded, but if you don't know this chapter, time of supply chapter becomes difficult. Are we clear? 2 to 4 mark, anything can come in the exam. Sir, what are the amendments in this chapter? The first amendment in this chapter is, if you are a person supplying through e-commerce, Baba, make this change, okay? If you are a person supplying through e-commerce, or you are e-commerce, or you are a OIDR, whenever you are making taxable service supplies to an unregistered person, irrespective of the amount, you must mention his name, address, PIN code, and state, and the name and address shall be deemed as your address on my record. Can I go ahead? Address on record of the recipient. One more amendment which is there over here is rule number 46A. They have now gone ahead and told, when you are making invoice come bill of supply, what are the particulars that you will state. So they have gone ahead and told, as per rule number 46. Are we clear? As per rule number 46, as per rule number 49, whatever particulars are being told, the same particulars can be stated in a bill of invoice come bill of supply also. Total bakwas amendment. And Baba, the last point over here which you have to remember is, sir, e-invoicing. You went ahead and told, sir, e-invoicing is not applicable for banking company. So banking company, if government is telling, Baba, e-invoicing is not applicable for a lot of them. So whomever e-invoicing is not applicable, is it only with respect to that activity of theirs or with respect to the entire entity? Entire entity. Done, everyone? In this chapter, please remember, section number 31 to you have to do properly. Section number 34, which is your debit note, credit note wala point, you must be very careful about it. ठीक है? Delivery challan. What is delivery challan? Please be very careful about it. Here, when is e-invoicing and dynamic QR code required? And all the amendments in the chapter are the most important part. This amendment and this amendment which is there is the most important part. Right, everyone? I'll go ahead and close my revision on the chapter of tax invoice, credit note, and debit note. Congratulations, people.
Now, the next amendment in the chapter of tax invoice. Baba, tax invoice ka chart mein, please come quickly. Now, tax invoice ka chapter mein, I hope you guys remember, whenever I'm issuing an invoice to a registered person, name, address, etc. has to be captured. That was already there. Whenever I'm issuing an invoice to unregistered person, if the value is more than 50,000, then Baba, I have to go ahead and capture all the name, address, etc. But sir, if the value is less than 50,000 rupees, then sir, we had gone ahead and understood that if the value is less than, value of supply is less than 50,000, an unregistered person, name, address, state, etc. has to be captured only if requested. Here, there was one proviso which was there. The proviso used to go ahead and say that, sir, if you are a person who is supplying through e-commerce, or you are the e-commerce supplying, or there is an OIDR supplier who is supplying services to unregistered person, irrespective of the value, you should mention in the tax invoice name, address of the recipient, pin code, etc. This proviso has now been amended, and they have gone ahead and told, if you are a supplier of online mobile gaming, you are supplying online mobile gaming, or in case taxable services are supplied by or through e-commerce, means either the e-commerce is supplying or through e-commerce you are supplying, or OIDR services are basically being supplied to unregistered person. Baba, remember these four cases may online mobile money gaming. Array, wherever I say mobile, please ignore. Online money gaming supplied through e-commerce or supplied by e-commerce or OIDR services, whenever they are supplied to unregistered person, irrespective of the value, you don't have to see the value, please. In the tax invoice, it shall contain the name of the state of the recipient. Only state of the recipient you have to capture. And sir, the same shall be deemed to be the address on record of the recipient. In your record, that will be the address. Now, this amendment has been brought so that the proper GST can be transferred to the destination state where the recipient is basically located. This is a small amendment or basically a small change which has come in rule number 46 with respect to the tax invoice ka chapter. Done. Now, continuing the amendment in the chapter of tax invoice, one more small amendment which has been brought in e-invoicing. E-invoicing, the earlier limit was 10 crore. Now, for your exam for May 24, the e-invoicing ka limit is 5 crore rupees. Please be careful. Make this change over here. The limit will be 5 crore rupees. And also there is a circular which has come. So if I am a registered person, I am going ahead. My aggregate turnover is more than 5 crore rupees in any preceding financial year from 17, 18, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22, 22, 23. Then remember one thing, aggregate turnover more than 5 crore. Whenever I am issuing B2B supplies, I have to do invoicing. Now people went ahead and asked, sir, when I am going ahead and issuing to government department an invoice, government department is registered as TDS deductor. Should I do invoicing? Clarification came, registered person whose aggregate turnover is more than 5 crore and you are issuing invoice to the government department, please. Your government department might be registered as TDS deductor, but registered person, no, please do the e-invoicing. So if I am a registered person whose aggregate turnover is more than 5 crore and I'm issuing a B2B supply, it's a B2B supply wherein it's a government department who is registered as TDS deductor, I have to do e-invoicing. I have to do e-invoicing. So the three changes which are there, number one, this proviso to rule 46F, number two, circular for aggregate turnover more than 5 crore and supplying to government department registered as TDS deductor, and the last one, e-invoicing ka limit now brought to 5 crore rupees. Here we are done with your complete amendment or the complete revision for your, basically the complete revision is done for the chapter of, not the revision, sorry, the complete amendment for the chapter of tax invoice. Done.
Quick. Everyone over here now, please come to the next chart. The next chart over here is accounts and records, C graded everyone, C graded, 2 to 3 marks maximum in the exam. Let's go ahead and get it started. Everyone over here now. Sir, section number 35 and section number 36 will be going ahead and learning over here. Section number 35 goes ahead and says, if you are a registered person, you shall maintain at your principal place of business as per the registration certificate. What will you maintain? True and correct accounts of PCOs. What is PCOs, everyone? Your production and manufacture of goods accounts, inward and outward supply, stock related accounts, ITC availed related accounts, output tax payable and paid, and such other particulars as told in rule number 56. Can we go ahead, everyone? So you should maintain what? PCOs. Sir, there is a proviso which goes ahead and tells over here, sir, if you have more than one place of business, accounts relating to that place of business should be maintained at such additional place of business. Then there is a circular over here which went ahead and told about the coffee sellers who were there. Coffee sellers used to go ahead and keep their coffee at the coffee board for auction. Now, at the coffee board, when you are keeping your coffee or tea board, when you are keeping your tea for selling, it becomes your additional place of business. But then government went ahead and told at the additional place of business, you don't have to go ahead and keep your accounts. You can keep your accounts at your principal place of business. You can just inform the jurisdictional officer that, sir, I am not keeping the books at the tea board or coffee board. I am keeping it at my principal place of business. Sir, requirement of maintaining books in case of auction of tea, coffee, rubber, etc. The auctioneer, Baba, he is also carrying out auctioneer ka services from where? tea board, coffee board. They are going ahead and telling both can declare the warehouse as additional place of business, but accounts relating to additional place of business can be maintained at principal place. Please inform your jurisdictional officer in writing. The next one is, sir, can I go ahead and maintain my accounts in e-form, online, basically tally, etc. Can you maintain? Yes, Baba, manual or e-form, up to you. Then they are going ahead and telling, sir, if you are maintaining electronically in electronic form, remember one thing, please take backup. Correct or not? Whenever officer is asking, you have to go ahead and produce it. Sir, you should share all the file. You should also share the password if he is asking. You can't tell him, I will give you the file, but not the password. Section number 35(2) goes ahead and says, see, if you are a registered person, you will maintain PCOs. If you are not a, if you are a owner, operator of godown or warehouse, you are running a warehouse, or you are a transporter, registered, unregistered, they are going ahead and telling you should always maintain consignor, consignee, and other relevant detail as told in rule number 58. Then it says, rule number 58 says, owner operator of warehouse or transporter, if is registered in one state, he can use his GSTN number. Are we clear, everyone? Now, only for e-way bill purpose, only for e-way bill purpose, transporters were having a problem. Transporters were telling, we are going ahead and transporting one from one state to another state. When we are going, supposingly from here to here we went, now we want to go ahead and change the truck. Then, Baba, when we are changing the truck, then we have to go log in. Yes or no? Now, in that state, we would have gone ahead and taken another GSTN number. Now, we have to go ahead and log in from the state the e-way bill was generated. That state may, whatever the login details were there, from that login, we have to go ahead and update the part B. So we have multiple GSTN number. Sir, give us some solution. Government told if you have multiple GSTN number for e-way bill purpose, you can take one unique common enrollment number. Then now you don't have to use your GSTN number. You can use your enrollment number and you can generate your e-way bills. And for every state now, you can use that unique common enrollment number for the purpose of generation of e-way bill. Then, sir, if I'm registered, I will use my GSTN number for maintaining my accounts. If I'm unregistered, you have to take enrollment by going ahead and obtain a unique enrollment number. You have to file ENR 01 and obtain a unique enrollment number. Then it says the transporter who is there. What are the accounts to be maintained by the transporter? Record of goods transported, delivered, stored in transit along with GSTN number of registered consignor and consignee for each of his branches. Sir, if I am an owner operator of warehouse, always remember one thing, books of accounts with respect to period for which the goods remained in the warehouse, including particulars of dispatch, movement, received, disposal, how much came, how much went, all the details you have to maintain. And always remember, you have to store the goods in such a manner that owner-wise, item-wise, you are storing so that if proper officer comes and asks you, which is Ramesh Sonika goods, you are able to say, this is Ramesh Sonika goods, this is the textbook, this is the chart book, this is the Q&A book, and the MCQ book. Are we clear, everyone? Owner-wise, item-wise detail you have to go ahead and maintain. It says store the goods in such a manner that they can be identified item-wise and owner-wise and facilitate physical verification or inspection by the proper officer. Section number 31(3) goes ahead and gives the power to the commissioner that commissioner can go ahead and say that these people, I want them to maintain this additional accounts. Are we clear, everyone? And section number 35(4) goes ahead and gives the permission to the commissioner to exempt some person from accounts, saying that, sir, these people are exempted, they don't have to go ahead and maintain the accounts. Means some accounts. 35(5) earlier, because audit was there, this was audit related that whenever your turnover crosses 2 crore rupees, you have to get an audit by CA or chartered accountant or cost accountant. Now, this point has been omitted with effect from 1st of August 2021. 35(6) goes ahead and says that, sir, whenever registered person fails to account for the goods in accordance with subsection 1, means if you are not maintaining your accounts and record, sir, and proper officer came to your place, then the proper officer shall determine tax payable on such goods and service as if goods and service has been supplied. Are we clear, everyone? For an example, some stock is there. I'm not maintaining the accounts relating to that stock. If officer comes to my premises and he catches them, then he will go ahead and assume that that stock is being supplied. by such person, and the provision of 73 and 74 will apply, means he will go ahead and give me a demand order. Are we clear, everyone? The next one is section number 36 over here, which says that you have to maintain your account for how many months, everyone? 72 months from the due date of furnishing the annual return. Sir, if the annual return due date is extended, from extended due date, you will maintain your account for how many months, everyone? 72 months. Sir, supposingly, if registered person is party to appeal, revision, proceeding before the appellate authority, appellate tribunal, court, etc., then he will maintain the account. The time the appeal is disposed of, or 72 months, whichever is later. 1 year, sorry, 1 year after the final disposal of the appeal disposed of, 1 year, or 72 months, whichever is later. Chalo, this point is good. C graded chapter ka C graded question. Okay, everyone. The next one over here is rule number 56. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Rule number 56. Now, rule number 56 goes ahead and talks about the various accounts and records to be maintained by various people. Are we clear, everyone? Now, rule number 56 once goes ahead and says, if you are a registered person, you will go ahead and maintain true and correct accounts of goods imported, exported, supplies attracting RCM, invoices, bill of supply, delivery challan, credit note and debit note, receipt, payment vouchers, refund voucher, etc. Then it says, if you are a registered person, you should also maintain stock related detail, opening balance, closing balance, opening balance, purchases, whatever was waste, destroyed, lost, every details you have to go ahead and maintain. Stock related details are required to be maintained, but stock related details are not required to be maintained by composition dealer. 1 minute, everyone. Everyone over here now. Third point says registered person shall maintain accounts relating to advance, whatever advance is received, whatever advance is paid, whatever is adjusted, all the details have to be maintained. And then it says every registered person should maintain, except composition dealer should maintain what? Accounts of tax payable, including RCM, collected, paid, ITC claimed with tax invoice, debit note and credit note and delivery challans. Are we clear, everyone? Now, listen to me very carefully. Every registered person shall also maintain details of supplier, recipient, and the storehouses. Question in the exam, discuss the records not to be maintained by composition dealer. Everyone, stock details and Baba, tax related detail basically. Tax payable, including RCM, collected, paid, ITC claimed, all these details are not required to be maintained by whom? Composition dealer. Everyone over here. Now, the next one is if goods are stored at other than declared place of business without the cover of a valid document. Supposingly, I am storing my goods at my home, an officer catches them, then he will go ahead and assume that goods have been supplied by me. Then it says wrong entries. If I have gone ahead and done wrong entry, they are telling don't clean it like this, rubber. No, don't do all those things. They're telling wrong entries shall not be erased, effaced, or overwritten. Incorrect entries, except clerical error. Clerical error you can go ahead and correct, except clerical error should be scored out. You have to score it out under attestation, and then new entry should be recorded. In case of e-record, a log of entry edited or deleted should always be maintained. The next one over here is what are the books that should be maintained by whom? Agent. I have received an authorization. What are the goods I have supplied on your behalf? What are the goods I have received on your behalf? What is the account sales that I would have given to you? Every details has to be maintained. Sir, particulars of authorization received from the principal to receive and supply. Sir, particulars including description, quantity, value of goods received, supplied on behalf of every principal, details of accounts furnished to every principal, and tax paid on receipt of goods and service has to be maintained. People, important from exam point of view. Question mark means important. Are we clear, everyone? Question mark means this has been asked as a question or can be asked as a question. Question marks have color. Okay, color is just to make your life colorful. Other than that, there is no other motto of making the question marks colorful. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, everyone, if I am a manufacturer, I should also maintain monthly production accounts showing quantitative details of raw material, services used, goods manufactured, scrap, and by product. All these details also has to be maintained by a manufacturer. Sir, if I am a supplier of service, I have to go ahead and maintain quantitative details of goods used in providing of service, input services which I have gone ahead and used, services which I have gone ahead and utilized. All the details I have to go ahead and maintain. Sir, what are the books of accounts which are required to be maintained by a works contractor? Sir, name and address of the person on whose behalf I have done the works contract. What is the description, quantity, value of goods received or utilized in the works contract? Sir, details of payment received with respect to each works contract, and name and address of supplier from where I've gone ahead and received the goods and service. Sir, if I'm at C&F agent, clearing and forwarding agent, then they are going in and telling, sir, whatever goods you have handled, basically, whatever goods you have got cleared, those goods related details you have to go ahead and maintain true and correct record with respect to goods handled by him, shall produce the detail as and when required by the proper officer. Sir, what kind of a chapter? C graded chapter. The exam question which they can go ahead and ask is, sir, what are the accounts that should be maintained by a registered person? PCOs. Are we clear? What are the details that should not be maintained by a composition dealer? What are the details that should be maintained by an agent? Sir, what are the details that can be maintained by a works contractor? Other than that, how much time you should go ahead and maintain your accounts and record? And also, I believe 35 2 along with rule number 58 is important. I would have gone ahead and given a 3-mark question on this. Are we clear, everyone? I'll close my discussion on the chapter of accounts and records. Congratulations, people. Done. All right, students, let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is E-way bill. Let's take a quick linking. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate or intrastate. Interstate supply, what will happen? IGST will be levied. Intrastate, CGST will be levied. Once GST is levied, GST has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? How will he pay? He will calculate GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you will go ahead and prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan. Once you go ahead and prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan, now you will go ahead and maintain your accounts and records, and also you will go ahead and send the goods to the other person. When you are sending the goods to the other person, on the way department officers will be standing and they will ask for a document plus an e-way bill. So we are now going to learn the chapter of e-way bill, a bill which you need on the way, which you generate electronically. So it's called e-way bill. Everyone over here, beta, first of all thing you have to always remember is e-way bill is for movement. E-way bill is for movement. E-way bill is for what, everyone? Movement. Chalo. Now everyone over here, who will go ahead and generate e-way bill? Who will go ahead and generate the e-way bill? So for an example, over here, Motu wants to send the goods to Patlu. Sir, who will generate the e-way bill? Remember, if it is a supply ka case, supplier will generate or recipient will generate. Whoever is causing the movement. If it is not a supply ka case, consigner or consignee is there. Whoever is causing the movement, supplier, recipient, consigner or consignee, whoever causes the movement will go ahead and generate the e-way bill. But sir, supposingly supply is unregistered, supplier is unregistered, and the recipient is a registered person, then remember one thing, even if supplier is causing the movement, but if supply is unregistered, recipient is registered, it will be deemed that the movement is caused by whom? By the registered recipient, and he will go ahead and generate the e-way bill. If supply is unregistered, recipient is registered, movement will be deemed to be caused by the recipient. Sir, if both the parties are unregistered, then the transporter who is there, when the value is more than 50,000, transporter goes ahead and generates the e-way bill. Over here is, where will you go and generate the e-way bill? You will go to GST dot nahi, e-way bill, gst.gov.in. Sir, how will I go ahead and generate? You have to upload the details in part A of GST WB01 and part B. Part A is basically your transaction ka detail. Part B is your transportation ka detail. And once you go ahead and fill part A and part B, remember one thing, everyone. Once you fill part A and part B, then one unique e-way bill number shall be provided to you. Then it says over here, why do you have to generate an e-way bill? Why do I have to generate? Whenever you are causing movement, of goods of consignment value more than 50,000. Remember one thing, whenever you are causing the movement of goods of consignment value more than 50,000. And sir, here it can be with respect to supply also. It can be for any other reason other than supply also. Are we clear, everyone? Then it says over here, sir, even if you are not causing the movement, but if you people listen to me very carefully, if you are buying from a supplier who is unregistered and you are a registered person, it is always deemed that you are causing the movement and you should generate the e-way bill. Do you guys get my point, everyone? So what is it going over here and telling? It goes over here and says, sir, whenever you are causing the movement of consignment value more than 50,000 with respect to supply, or if it is for any other reason other than supply also, you will be required to generate e-way bill. But sir, there are two cases when you have to compulsorily generate e-way bill mandatorily. One is mandatory general reason when your consignment value is more than 50,000. Sir, consignment means every invoice, every bill of supply, every delivery challan is always a separate consignment. Can I go ahead, everyone? And when the consignment value is more than 50,000, you have to generate e-way bill. Two cases when mandatorily e-way bill, irrespective of the value, it is when interstate movement is done to a job worker or interstate movement of handicraft goods by a person who is exempted from compulsory registration under section number 24(1) or section number 24(2). If you are a person who are supplying handicraft goods one state to another, then you are exempted from compulsory registration under section number 24(1). Sir, if you are a casual taxable person who are supplying handicraft goods, you were exempted under section number 24(2). Those people who are exempted from compulsory registration but doing interstate movement has to compulsorily generate e-way bill. Sir, how do I go ahead and see the consignment value? Consignment value means always the value of your invoice, bill of supply, delivery challan, including the GST amount which is there. If the amount is more than 50,000, you have to generate e-way bill. Remember one thing, if you are going ahead and generating an invoice come bill of supply, in which exempt supply ka value is there, please remove exempt supply ka value, and whatever is the value with respect to taxable supply plus the GST will form your total value of total consignment value. Everyone over here, sir, when should I go ahead? When should I go ahead and generate e-way bill? Always remember, whenever the transportation is by road, the moment should before the moment, prior to the moment, you should generate e-way bill. If the transportation is by rail, air, or ship, e-way bill may be generated after commencement of movement also. But remember one thing, railway will not give the delivery of the goods unless you show the e-way bill at the time of delivery. Sir, e-way bill ka validity, always remember one thing, if it's a normal cargo, if it's a normal cargo, it's not an over-dimensional cargo, or it is multimodal transportation where ship is not involved, then it is always 200 kilometers one day. But if it is over-dimensional cargo or multimodal transportation where ship is involved, then always you will get 20 kilometers ke liye 1 day ka validity. Remember one thing, e-way bill ka validity, how do you see? Today if you generate e-way bill, today early morning you generated, the validity will start. But 1 day has to be always counted from today midnight to tomorrow midnight. I hope everyone is clear with this point. So, sir, who has to go ahead and generate e-way bill? Supplier, recipient, consignor, consignee, whoever is causing the movement. Remember one thing, whoever is causing the movement has to generate, but if supplier is unregistered, recipient will be deemed to have been causing the movement and recipient will generate the e-way bill if he is a registered person. Sir, where will you generate? E-way bill gst.gov.in. How will you generate? Part A and Part B, you have to go ahead and fill. Why should I generate? Because you are causing movement of consignment value more than 50,000 rupees. Baba, or you are sending goods interstate to a job work, or you are doing interstate movement. Basically, you are a casual taxable person or you are a interstate supplier of handicraft goods. Basically, was exempted from registration under section number 24(1) and 2. Then, Baba, you will be required to generate e-way bill compulsorily, irrespective of the value, irrespective of the consignment value, basically. And then the next one over here is how to calculate the consignment value. And then we learn e-way bill should be generated always prior to movement. Air, rail, ship ka case mein, it can be generated before or after. Validity, over-dimensional cargo, multimodal transportation, ship is involved. Ship is involved. You have to 20 kilometers 1 day. But other cases may always it is what, everyone? 200 kilometers ke liye 1 day ka validity. Everyone over here now. The next point over here is, sir, okay, I want to tell you one thing which I remembered just now. Sir, what if I don't generate any e-way bill? What if I don't generate any e-way bill? Remember one thing, on you there will be a penalty under section number. If you don't generate e-way bill, if you don't generate e-way bill, on you there will be a penalty of section number 122 1 May, which is 10,000 rupees, or the tax which you evade, whichever is higher. Sir, under CGST this penalty is there, under SGST Act also 10,000, or the tax which you evade, whichever is higher. Tax evaded means CGST tax evaded, SGST tax evaded. Sir, this is for the person. What about the goods and conveyance? They are telling section number 120, basically your goods will be, if you don't generate any e-way bill and you are caught, your goods will be, you will be detained, detention and seizure of goods will happen, and seizure of goods and conveyance will happen. And if you want to release the goods and conveyance, you will have to go ahead and pay the penalty under section number 129(1). By chance, they go ahead and ask you non-issuance of e-way bill. What is the problem? Non-issuance of e-way bill on the person, basically the penalty comes under section number 122(1), which is 10,000 or tax evaded, whichever is higher. In exam, you have to see if they're asking you from CGST point of view. If they're asking you from IGST point of view, then say 20,000 or the total IGST amount, whichever is higher. Are we clear, everyone? Sir, detention and seizure of goods or conveyance will also happen. To release the goods and conveyance, I have to pay the penalty under section number 129(1). Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here. Now, whenever you go ahead and start the movement, rule number 138A comes. Rule number 138A says documents and devices to be carried by whom? Person in charge. They say you should carry invoice, bill of supply plus delivery challan plus the e-way bill. And in case of import, you should carry the bill of entry. Remember one thing: e-way bill is not required to be carried by the person in charge in case of rail, air, ship, etc. Rail, air, or vessel. Sir, if I am a person doing e-invoicing, then is physical invoice required, or I can just carry the QR code? The QR code having embedded invoice reference number that can be carried along. Then it says over here, now the person in charge will start the movement. Baba, on the way, the officer will stop you. Rule number 138B says verification of document and conveyance. Officer will tell, show me the invoice, show me the e-way bill, and also he will go ahead and check the conveyance. Are we clear? If everything is fine, he'll let you go. Baba, if there is any problem, then penalty will be imposed on you. Can I go ahead, everyone? Authorized proper officer will go ahead and do the checking. Authorized proper officer is the inspector who is being authorized by the commissioner. He will check the document, e-way bill, and the conveyance. And on specific intelligence information, even if on the way inspector is not available, any other person can do the physical verification. He can do the verification, but he has to take commissioner ka permission. Baba, after the verification is done, now the officer will go online and he'll upload the report. So that is called inspection and verification of goods. After the inspection of goods in transit, the proper officer will go online and he'll upload a summary report within 24 hours in GST EWB 03 ka part A. That, sir, I had intercepted this vehicle and this is the summary report. And within 3 days in GST EWB 03 ka part B, he will go ahead and upload what, everyone? Final report. 3 days may, if he doesn't do it, commissioner can give him further time limit of 3 days. Remember one thing, once checking is done, summary report has been uploaded, they will not go ahead and do any other checking again. But if they get any specific intelligent information and have a doubt on you, then Baba, checking can be done again also. Sir, if you are being detained for more than 30 minutes, you can go online and you can complain. Basically, grievance report can be uploaded by the transporter in GST WB 04. Now, government is going ahead and telling documents and devices to be carried. Commissioner can go ahead and notify those transporter who has to go ahead and install RFID devices in their vehicle. So basically what will happen in the RFID, the invoice related detail will be there. And Baba, e-way bill you would have gone ahead and generated. E-way bill ka detail are there in government ka server. So Baba, what will happen is when you are going, your RFID device will send the invoice related detail over here. IRN number will be put in the RFID device. And basically the RFID reader will go ahead and get in touch with the e-way bill ka server and matching will happen. If everything matches, the door will open. But as of now, it's a dream, not happening. Can I go ahead, everyone? So as of now, there is no RFID devices for going ahead and putting the invoice ka detail and then matching will happen. This kind of things doesn't happen now. Now what they're going ahead and doing, everyone, this officer is only going ahead and verifying. Can we go ahead, everyone? However, for checking your movement of vehicle, toll booths ka, basically toll related payment detail which you go ahead and do through your RFID device, that is being used by the department. That's a separate story. Can I go ahead, everyone, whether you have actually caused the movement or not? The next one over here is, sir, when you are going on the way, supposing your vehicle fell sick, any issues if it is there, breakdown is there, which is repairable, you can ask for extension. Extension can be taken once the midnight, 12 the will is going to expire, before 8 hours or after 8 hours, you can go ahead and ask for extension. Sir, supposing there is a problem which happened and the truck has to be changed. Remember one thing, if there is a transshipment or breakdown which is resulting in truck change, if it is your own conveyance, just update part B. If it is the same transporter whose next vehicle has come, then he will just update part B and take the goods and go. But if the vehicle changes, and the transporter also changes. First, this transporter will assign the e-way bill to another transporter. Another transporter will update the part B and take the goods and go. So if different transporter, then you will have to e-way bill has to be assigned to another transporter. Now the other transporter will update the part B, that is motor vehicle details, and take the goods and go. Remember one thing, e-way bill is not required in certain scenario. What are the scenarios, everyone? Where goods transported are LPG, kerosene under public distribution system, postal baggages, pearl, precious stone, metal, jewelry, goldsmith, smithsware, or silver smithsware, or any other article except imitation jewelry. This is the amendment this time. Government is going ahead and telling if you are transporting gold, jewelry, diamonds, pearls, etc., you are not required e-way bill. But if your jewelry is imitation jewelry, Baba, e-way bill will be required. Remember, imitation jewelry, e-way bill will be required. Can I go ahead, everyone? This can be a question in the exam. Sir, currency के लिए e-way bill is not required. Use personal and household effect or coral के लिए e-way bill is not required. If transportation is by non-motorized conveyance, motorized, Baba, bullock cart, etc., in that scenario, e-way bill is not required. Transported to or fro custom port, airport station to an inland container depot or container freight station. Because custom control is there, e-way bill is not required. Movement is within notified area, which has basically been notified. Then, Baba, in that scenario, e-way bill is not required when the movement is happening in that area. Sir, transportation of exempted goods, e-way bill is not required except de-oiled cake. De-oiled cakes, government have told, even though exempted, we want control on that, and hence e-way bill is required whenever de-oiled cake ka transportation is done. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption and HP man. What is HP man, everyone? High speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, and natural gas. In this scenario also, e-way bill is not required. Where supply of goods being transported is not a supply only schedule 3 item, then Baba, e-way bill is not required. Supply of goods by canteen stores department, CSD, that army canteens which are there, to or fro unit run canteen or authorized customer, in that scenario also e-way bill is not required. Heavy water is being transported or nuclear fuel is being transported by the Department of Atomic Energy, e-way bill is not required. Movement of goods by defense formation under the Ministry of Defense, army, they are transporting AK-47, Baba, not required to generate e-way bill. Empty cargo container, not required. Empty cylinders for refilling, not required to generate e-way bill. Sir, where consigner is the central government, state government, local authority, and transportation is happening by what? Rail. Baba, central government, state government is the consigner and transportation is by rail. E-way bill is not required. Transportation from one custom port or station to another custom port or station, e-way bill not required. Transportation is under custom supervision or seal, e-way bill is not required. Transit cargo to or from Nepal, Baba, transit cargo going to Nepal or coming from Nepal, because Baba, Nepal ka case mein, that person who is in Nepal, will he generate e-way bill? Government told transit cargo to and fro Nepal, e-way bill is not required. The next one over here is a small circular which is over here. Supposingly, they went ahead and told you, everyone listen to me very carefully. Whenever goods move in between two states, interstate movement may central GST laws apply. And whenever it is intrastate, within the state movement is happening, state ka GST laws apply. For an example, everyone over here, one person in one state sold the goods to another person within the same state. This sale is an intrastate sale. But supposingly he put the goods in a truck and the goods went from other state to over here. Might be because here there was too much traffic, you send it from here to here. Remember one thing, intrastate, it is intrastate supply. But what kind of a movement it is? Interstate movement. It is going from other state and then central GST laws will apply. Can I go ahead, everyone? When I go ahead and tell you, supposingly this is your state, this is the state may SEZ unit. If I go ahead and sell to SEZ, it is interstate supply. It is interstate supply. But sir, what kind of a movement it is? Within the same state movement, it's an intrastate movement and state ka GST laws will apply. We don't see supply. We see the movement type when we are talking about e-way bill, and it will be considered at what kind of movement, everyone? Intrastate movement, and state ka GST laws will apply. If this is the state of Karnataka, Karnataka's GST laws will. Everyone over here, if goods transit to another state while moving from one area to another area in the same state, but you went through other state, then Baba, because you went to other state, two states are involved, it's an interstate movement. Interstate supply can be intrastate supply, but you have to always see movement, and central GST laws will apply. DTA to SEZ might be it's an interstate supply, but the movement is always intrastate. Intrastate means state GST laws will apply. Remember one thing, who shall generate an e-way bill? If transportation is by road, it's your own conveyance. Remember, by registered person who is doing the movement, registered person as consigner or recipient as consignee, in own conveyance, hired one or public conveyance ke through, then Baba, because you already know the number, part A and part B, both you have to go ahead and fill. Road transportation mein e-way bill has to be generated prior to movement. If I am handing it over to a transporter, in that scenario, Baba, I'll assign the e-way bill to the transporter. Part A I will fill and I'll assign. And Baba, part B, the transporter will update the truck ka detail and he will take the goods and go. So it says, I will go ahead and update part A, registered person to assign the e-way bill to the transporter, transporter to update vehicle details and generate the e-way bill. Sir, if I am doing transportation by rail, air or ship, in that scenario, part A also have to update, part B also have to update. Updation has to be done with railway receipt number, airway bill number or bill of lading number, and that e-way bill can be generated after or before movement also. Do remember one thing, everyone, if you go ahead and do some default, then with respect to your supply, with respect to your outward movement of outward supply, you also can't generate e-way bill, your buyer also can't generate, transporter, e-commerce operator or courier agency, as you as the seller, e-way bill will not be possible to generate if you go ahead and do this. It says restriction on furnishing information in part A, blocking and unblocking. No person shall be allowed to furnish information in part A in respect of outward movement of goods of a registered person. It may in respect of outward. Can somebody sell the goods to me? Can I buy the goods for buying purposes? Can I generate? Yes, but for selling purpose, you can't generate e-way bill. When you are a composition dealer and you have not furnished CMP08 for 2 consecutive quarter, if you are a person other than A, means other than composition dealer, normal person who is there, has not furnished return for a consecutive period of 2 tax periods. So, sir, return means GSTR 3B for an example. If I have not filed my GSTR 3B, if I am under monthly return, so 2 months ka GSTR 3B not filed, e-way bill will be blocked for my outward supply. Sir, if I am under quarterly return, 2 tax period means 2 quarter ka GSTR 3B not filed, my e-way bill will be blocked for my sale purposes. Sir, being a person other than A means other than composition dealer, if you are a person, you have not furnished your GSTR 1 for 2 months if you are under monthly return, or 2 quarter if you are under quarterly return, then they are telling your e-way bill will be blocked, means you will not be able to generate e-way bill. Part A may detail you can't fill. If you can't fill details in part A, you can't generate on the e-way bill. And Baba, if you are a person whose registration has been suspended under rule number 21A, 1, 2 or 2A, Baba, remember one thing, rule number 21A may 1, 2 and 2A may we had gone ahead and learned about that, sir, your registration will be suspended. So, rule number 21A, 1 went ahead and told if you apply, then from which date registration will be suspended. Rule number 21A, 2 told proper officer can suspend when he starts the cancellation proceeding. Sir, rule number 21 2A went ahead and told, sir, if anomalies are there in GSTR 1 and Baba GSTR 3B, etc., may comparison anomalies are there, then portal may basically your registration will be, you will be informed and your registration gets suspended. Portal suspends your registration. Baba, in that scenario, what happens in your scenario? Your e-way bill portal will also get, basically for your outward supply, you will not be able to generate e-way bill during the period of suspension. Sir, please leave me. Government went ahead and told, go apply to the commissioner. Commissioner on receipt of application in GST WV05 on sufficient cause being shown will give an order in GST WV06 and allow furnishing of information in part A of GST W01, or he will reject after giving opportunity and being heard and say, hey, file your return, we'll go ahead and allow you to generate e-way bill. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here on the right hand side, remember one thing. If supposingly for sale, I've generated 3 invoices, can I generate one consolidated e-way bill? No. Remember, 3 invoices means these are 3 separate consignment. 3 separate consignment ke liye you should generate 3 separate e-way bill. Now, after you have generated e-way bills, this e-way bill can be clubbed in one statement, which is a consolidated e-way bill can be prepared. But for 3 invoices or 3 consignment, you should always prepare, even though transported in a single conveyance. For 3 invoice, 3 separate e-way bill, 3 separate e-way bill. Transporter may generate consolidated e-way bill in EWB02 by indicating the serial numbers of all the e-way bill. Are we all clear till here? E-way bill can be cancelled within 24 hours of generation, but before being verified in transit. E-way bill generated in one state is valid across India. Sir, railway will not give the delivery unless, Baba, railway ka case mein you can generate e-way bill after movement also, but they will not give the delivery at the receiving end if you don't go ahead and show the e-way bill. E-way bill generation is optional even if consignment value is less than equal to 50,000. If you want, you can go ahead and generate. Anyways, it is free. The next one, sir, can I go ahead and authorize my transporter, e-commerce operator or courier agency to generate e-way bill on my behalf? Yes, Baba. Transporter, e-commerce or courier agency can on receipt of authorization may furnish details in Part A of EWB01 and generate e-way bill. Sir, if consignor and consignee has not generated e-way bill and the aggregate value of goods carried in is greater than 50,000, transporter shall, with respect to interstate supply, generate an e-way bill in EWB01 on the basis of the invoice, bill of supply or delivery challan. Everyone over here. Sir, is Part B mandatory to be filled for generation of e-way bill? Yes. Part B is there, only then e-way bill is valid. But there's an exception. Are we clear, everyone? Remember one thing, this statement is not 100% correct because there are some exceptions which are there when Part B, even if not filled, Baba, generally e-way bill is valid only when Part B is being filled. 1 minute. Huh. So when e-way bill is being generated, remember always one thing, when movement is done, Part B has to be always filled. However, government went ahead and told, supposingly you are sending the goods to a goods transport agency, if you are sending to a transporter's place of business, intrastate movement and the distance is up to 50 kilometer, Part A can be generated, Part A can be filled, Part B is not required. You can just assign the e-way bill to the transporter, he will fill Part B, take the goods and go. However, if you are doing the movement to a transporter's place of business and Baba intrastate movement, but the distance is more than 50 kilometer, then Baba Part A and Part B both will be required. Now from here the goods reached over here. From here the goods got unloaded. Now from here when it is going to the final destination also, remember one thing everyone, from transporter's place of business, intrastate movement, distance is up to 50 kilometer. Part A is only required. Part B updation will not be required. New trucker detail will not be required. But if the distance is more than 50 kilometer, Part A and Part B both will be. Part B ka updation also will be required. New trucker detail has to be filled. Sir, if you are sending the goods for weighing bridge, for weighment purpose, remember one thing, distance is up to 20 kilometer, delivery challan only will be required, e-way bill will not be required. But if distance is more than 50 kilometer, the delivery challan plus e-way bill both will be required. Sir, what kind of a chapter it is? You call it a B graded or C graded chapter, B or C, anything you can go ahead and call it. But sir, what are the most important point? Who has to go ahead and generate e-way bill? Remember when he has to go ahead and generate e-way bill, how to go ahead and calculate consignment value. Sir, how do you calculate the validity of the e-way bill? When is e-way bill not required? This small part of the amendment that also becomes important. Right, everyone? In the next page, if you come, in the next page, rule number 138 is important. These small points which I have gone ahead and told, one small MCQ can come. And Baba, this last point which is there, when Part B is not required, if you are sending it to the transporter for further transportation, if the distance is up to 50 kilometer, intrastate movement, Part A is required, Part B is not required, or transporter's place of business, say when it is going to the final recipient, in that scenario, or the consignee, then Baba, if the distance intrastate movement, transporter's place, say intrastate movement is happening and distance is up to 50 kilometer, only Part A is required, Part B is not required to be updated. Right, everyone? I'll close my revision on this small and sweet chapter of e-way. Done, everyone? Chalo, let's go ahead and move to the next chapter, everyone. Please come to the next chapter. Everyone over here, the next chapter is time of supply. Let's go ahead and now take a quick linking. First of all, we started learning GST with everyone. Goods and service. Goods and service has to be supplied. Supply can be either inter or interstate supply. What will happen? IGST will be levied. Intrastate, CGST will be levied. Once GST is levied, GST has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect and pay? Calculate GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you will go ahead and raise the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan. Once you go ahead and raise the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan, now what will happen, everyone? You will maintain your accounts and records, and you will send the goods to the other person with the help of a e-way bill. Are we all clear till here, everyone? You will go ahead and send the goods to the other person with the help of a e-way bill. Now tell me one thing. See, I made the supply, I went ahead and calculated, I generated the invoice, I went ahead and maintained the accounts, I sent the goods to the other person. Government will tell Ramesh, what are you waiting for now? Your liability to pay GST has come, and liability to pay GST will come when? When will it come? When you do the supply, when you go ahead and raise the invoice, when you receive the payment, when? That is being told by the chapter of time of supply. The next chapter is time of supply. Time of supply is that time when your time has come bad, you are liable to pay the GST to the government. Everyone over here, we are going to learn section number 12, we are going to learn section number 13, and we are going to learn section number 14. Section number 12 goes ahead and talks about time of supply in case of goods. Section number 13 talks about time of supply in case of service. And section number 14 will talk about rate change. Everyone, please come to the chapter. B graded chapter, 3 to 4 mark is something which I go ahead and expect out of this chapter. Let's go ahead, everyone, over here. Section number 12 goes ahead and talks about the time of supply in case of goods. It says over here, section number 12 has 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and section number 12, 6. Section number 12, 1 goes ahead and says, everyone, section number 12, 1 goes ahead and says, the liability to pay. Some people ate too much food. They are telling, Okay, so the time of supply in case of, Baba, the liability to pay in case of goods will come at what time, everyone? At the time of supply, means liability to pay tax will come at the time of supply. Who told this? Section number 12, 1. It means I'm liable to pay as decided by the time of supply. Now, everyone, if you are going ahead and supplying goods, we are talking about section number 12, and section number 12 gives the time of supply in case of goods. Section number 12, 1, we are done. Liability to pay will come at the time of supply. Section number 12, 2 says, if forward charge mechanism may you have to collect and pay, I would want to pay late. Government would always want to take earlier. Law made by the government, so it is always earlier. Everyone over here, it says forward charge mechanism may supplier will pay on the date of issue of invoice, the day I give the invoice, or the last date to issue invoice. Can you tell me what is the last date to issue invoice, sir? If your goods involve movement, yes or no, everyone? If goods involve movement at the time of removal, if there is no movement, then delivery or making it available. I've written over here tax invoice ka part. Yes or no, everyone? If it is a continuous supply of goods, when you give successive statement or whenever payment is received, you have to give the invoice. Sir, approval ka case mein, when the approval is given or 6 months from the date of removal. Date of removal supposingly on 1st January. You calculate 6 months, 30th June, 1st of July. Are we clear, everyone? See, if you ignore the first day, then from the next day you have to see 6 months, and the last day of the 6 months you have to raise. If you include the first day, then once the 6 months gets over, next day. Is my point 100% clear to all? So, sir, you have to go ahead and raise the invoice. So, date of invoice or last date to issue invoice or the date of receipt of payment, which is book entry or credit in the bank account, whichever is earlier, you have to go ahead and raise the invoice. But supplier of goods ke liye, government went ahead and gave a exemption and notification was issued. Notification number 66 bar 2017. Students who remember and write this, beautiful answer. That's all. Okay, everyone over here. It's a good notification to remember. In your exam, you should write DOI, date of invoice, right? Full forms. Date of invoice, last date to issue invoice, or date of receipt of payment. But then you should say as per the notification number 66 bar or as per the notification issued by, don't say latest, it is old. As per the notification issued by the CBIC, basically, as per the notification issued by the government, you say that, sir, government notified supplier of goods not to pay GST on advance, and hence the time of supply will be determined as per section number 12(2)(a), which is what, everyone? Date of invoice or last date to issue invoice. The next one over here is reverse charge mechanism. Reverse charge mechanism, always remember, you have to pay on date of receipt of goods. Baba, you supplied me the goods. You are selling tendu patta. Baba, BD manufacturer, tendu patta you sold. Okay. Now they are telling over here date of receipt of goods or date of payment. When I make you the payment, Either book entry I will do, or it will be debited in my bank account, whichever is earlier, or date immediately following 30 days from the date of invoice or other document by the supplier. Baba, supplier went ahead and gave me, tell me one thing everyone, supplier went ahead and gave me an invoice, date of issue of invoice by the supplier is 1st of January. Can you tell me date immediately following 30 days? Can you tell me everyone? Can you tell me what date will come? 30 days, first of all, you calculate. And whenever it says date immediately following 30 days from date of invoice, then Baba, after this, you have to add 30 days plus the next day, 1st of February. Did you guys get it, everyone? Date immediately following 30 days means after 30 days wala date. And date of invoice, see, first you have to see 30 days. Invoice is first, add 30 days, 31st came. The next day. So it is 31st day from the date of invoice. And whenever it is from, the first day is always excluded. Is my point clear to all? Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here. So A, B, or C. Date. See, reverse charge me when will I pay? The date of receipt, the date of payment, or if he gives an invoice, sir, if he does not give an invoice, any other document he is giving. So see, if in case of reverse charge, what happens? No. Supplier is registered, he will give you a tax invoice. Supplier is not registered, he will give you a commercial invoice or bill. Is my point 100% clear to all? Yes, sir, point is clear. I want you guys to tell me date immediately following 30 days from the date of invoice. I want to ask you guys 15th of, okay, no sir, you take it Valentine's Day, 14th of February. Now, can you tell me the 31st day, everyone? People watching at home, I'm asking you a question. Tell me the 31st day. Quick. Huh? April, February, how many months? 20 days, 28 days. 14 gone. How many are remaining? 14 in the month of February. Plus, we need 16. So, this is 30 days. Plus, 1 day we'll need. 17th of March. Very good, everyone. People watching at home, very good. People who did the mistake, I hope it is clear to you all now. Yes, sir, point is clear. Everyone listen to me very carefully. I don't have date of receipt also. I don't have date of receipt also. When I received, I did not record. Sir, date of payment, I made a cash payment to the agriculturist. I took tendu patta from agriculturist. BD leaves. ठीक है, tendu patta I took from agriculturist, made a cash payment. That date is also not there. The last one, date following 30 days. What agriculturist will give document? He did not give any document only. Now what to do? They are telling if ABC is not available, Baba recipient, in your books of account, you would have made an expense entry. Tendu patta to cash. That day is your bad day. Are we clear, everyone? That day will become your time of supply. Are we all clear with this? People, everyone over here, I went ahead and taught you section number 12.1. Sir, liability to pay comes at a time of supply. 12.2, date of invoice or last date to issue invoice. Baba, in the exam, write all the three, then write the notification. That is why I always tell you, please practice question answers. Can I go ahead, everyone? The third one over here, you know what? Most of the students who have gone ahead and taken the Q&A batch, or most of the students who are going ahead and revising after the class, have gone ahead and told me, sir, now I realize what I was not doing in the exam and why I was failing. And you know what? Frustration comes after you fail 2 to 3 attempts. Till that time, you will not realize the importance of passing. Till that time, you will be very casual. Hey, I will not practice. I will not practice. After you fail 2 to 3 attempts, no, then you will be like, no. Now there is only one way left. I have to practice. So why not do it now? Are you guys getting it? I'm saving your time by giving you a free advice. Please start practicing. Otherwise, it is very difficult. You want to challenge? Then no, very good. Don't practice. Can we go ahead, everyone? Chalo. Now, everyone over here now. Reverse charge mechanism. Can you tell me, everyone, date of receipt of goods, date of payment, or 31st day from means after the date of invoice, the next day onwards. Are we clear, everyone? Please come to the next one over here. It says voucher. If you are going ahead and supplying voucher, supplying against voucher basically. Supposingly, I went ahead and sold a voucher. If the supply is identifiable, I know what are you going to buy against the voucher. That day I issue you the voucher, that day will be the time of supply. Sir, if I don't know what you are going to buy against the voucher, I am stop or stop. I went ahead and issued you a voucher. You are going to buy anything you want. by using the voucher. In that scenario, today when I'm issuing the voucher, that day I don't know what are you going to buy, so I can't go ahead and apply a rate of GST and pay, and hence I will wait for your redemption. Once you redeem, that will be the time of supply. Is my point clear to all? Can we go ahead? Everyone over here, sir, I'm not falling in 12.2, 12.3, 12.4. Then they are going ahead and telling, if you are a registered person, Baba, the day you file your return, please pay that day. Sir, due date of return is your bad day. If there is any case government told by chance it comes and you are going ahead and telling, sir, I don't know the time of supply. Government is selling section number 12.5. What is the time of supply, everyone? Sir, the date of due date of return. Sir, I have to pay GST, but I did not take registration only. What is the due date? There is no due date for me. Government told, hey, you want to go to jail or you want to pay. So you will say, okay, sir, I will pay. I want to close the investigation. I will pay. The day you pay, that day is your bad day. Everyone over here, unregistered person ka case mein, date of payment, tax payable person liable to pay was caught in an investigation. He wants to pay and close the case. Then the time of supply will be the date of payment will only be his bad day. Everyone listen to me very carefully. I went ahead and supplied you some goods. Later I went ahead and told you, you have to pay me interest, penalty and late fee. For interest, penalty and late fee, if received, I have to pay GST. When do I have to pay? The date of receipt will be the time of supply. That month when I'm filing the return, I'll go ahead and pay. Liability means liability can be any date, but you don't run every day and pay to the government. You pay on the due date. But here we are learning which day the liability will come. Are we clear, everyone? Everyone over here, listen to me very carefully. The next one over here is section number 13. Section number 13 goes ahead and says, section number 13, one liability to pay in case of services will also come at the time of supply. Sir, now, section number 13.2 says, forward charge mechanism point of view say, sir, forward charge mechanism means when the supplier has to pay. If I am providing you the service, I should raise the invoice within 30 days. If I raise the invoice within 30 days, date of invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. If I don't raise the invoice within 30 days, means whatever is the time limit to raise the invoice. In case, normal case, 30 days, 45 days. Correct, everyone? In case of continuous supply, it is what? Due date of payment is ascertainable on or before due date. Due date of payment is not ascertainable on or before payment is received. If payment is linked to completion, on or before completion of the event, invoice should be raised. Sir, then that's it, everyone. Now, if supposingly I raise the invoice on time, then date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. If I don't raise the invoice on time, the day I provided the service and the day I received the payment, whichever is earlier. I hope everyone is clear. Always remember, in case of service, if you receive small advances up to rupees 1,000, you can go ahead and pay the GST at the time of receiving the advance also, or might be that advance related when you raise the invoice, that time also you can go ahead and raise the invoice. Are we all clear till here, everyone? Baba, very, very important from exam point of view, section number 13.2 at this point. Always remember date of invoice or date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. If you don't raise the invoice within time, then date of provisioning of service or date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. Everyone, if this and this is not, don't cut anything. If this and this is not applicable to you, then what will you do, everyone? They are going ahead and telling, I went ahead and provided, supposingly, cleaning services to Venki. Now, for that, I did not go ahead and make date of invoice. I did not go ahead and make any invoice also. Date of receipt of payment, I took the money in cash. Sir, date of provisioning of service, how will government come to know about when did I give the service? Cleaning done, over story. Sir, date of receipt of payment, I took the money in cash. But you know what happened? Venki's, I provided the service to Venki. Venki's books of accounts were being investigated by the officer, and officer saw that there is a payment which is received from Ramesh. Are you guys able to understand? Now, backtracking happened, and officer came to know that Ramesh has not gone ahead. Might be Venki will say Ramesh did not give the invoice, but we have spent this amount. We have paid in cash. He had a cash voucher. Are you guys able to understand? So officer will backtrack to me and say, Ramesh, why did not you raise the invoice? So my bad time has come. I have to pay GST. When? The day he recorded in his books of account, that is my bad day. I hope everyone is clear. Book entry date of the recipient. See, supplier ka forward charge mechanism ka liability on the basis of recipient's books of accounts. Everyone over here, reverse charge mechanism mein, in case of goods, can you tell me in case of goods what is this? date of receipt of goods, date of payment, or 31st day from the date of invoice. Same thing, if I go ahead and tell you about service, service ka date of receipt of service is not there. Date of receipt of service, nothing is there. It is date of payment, or 31st becomes 61st. That's it, everyone. Can you guys go ahead and tell me, supposingly I tell you 10th of March, can you tell me the 61st day, everyone? People watching at home, can you tell me the 61st day quickly now? Yes. Okay. March, how many days, everyone? 31 minus 10. 21 March, April, 30, 51. Plus 10 days you need. That will be the 61st day. Correct or not? They in the exam never write 61st day. Can you tell me? March, April, May. 10th of May. Are we all clear? Yes, sir. We are all clear. Chalo, let's go ahead. So date of payment or 61st day. Sir, if both of them are not there, then Baba, reverse charge me, you have received the service. You would have paid, no? For the service receipt, you would have paid in cash, whatever it is. The day you make the payment, book entry date of the recipient, you would have expense would have been recorded, not the payment date. Expense recording ka date will be taken. Can we go ahead, everyone? Now here, one small point comes. Listen to me very carefully. If I import some services, generally importation of service, reverse charge mechanism, normal provision. But you import your services from associate. Remember, only for associate enterprises. Supplier is outside India. That is, the supplier is outside India. You have imported the service from your associate, means your head office, branch office, etc. Then same date of payment will remain date of payment only. Only thing they have gone ahead and told, date of payment or book entry date in the accounts of the books of accounts of the recipient. The day I make a book entry or the day I make a payment, whichever is earlier. Everyone, voucher, residuary case and IPL is same. Voucher ka case mein supply identifiable, date of issue, supply not identifiable, redemption date, residuary case, due date. If due date is not applicable in your case, the day you make the payment, IPL, date of receipt of such IPL. Are we all clear till here? Yes, sir. Chalo. The next one, section number 14. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Section number 14 goes ahead and talks about rate change. Supposingly, sir, this is the date of rate change. Here the rate was 12%. Here the rate became 18%. I made the supply over here. I raised the invoice over here. I received the payment over here. Then what rate will apply is something which they are going ahead and telling you. Are we clear, everyone? Now, might be supply could have been done before the rate change. Supply could have been done after the rate change. Are we clear? Based on where the supply was done. Supply was done before the rate change or supply was done after the rate change. You will have to go ahead and determine. Can we go ahead, everyone? It says over here, listen. 14A and 14B. If goods and services were supplied before, people, goods and services were supplied before the rate change. Okay. Then invoice is before, but payment is after. If goods and service, we are talking about before ka case. Rate change happened here. Before only goods and services were supplied. Now they are telling invoice is before, payment is after. What is before? Before ka case, invoice is before, date of invoice will be your time of supply, and before ka rate, old rate will apply. People, goods and service supplied before, invoice is before, payment is after. What is before? Invoice. So date of invoice will be your time of supply, and invoice ka date pe old rate was there, that will apply. Supply here, oh before. Payment before, invoice after. What is before? Payment. So date of payment, because supply is before. Along with the supply, what is attached? Payment. So date of payment will be your time of supply, and payment ka date pe what rate was there, that will apply. Goods and service supplied before, invoice also after, payment also after, which is earlier, and because both are after now, new rate will apply. Are we clear, everyone? See, before May, what is before? That is the time of supply and before all a rate. Sir, before May, what is before? Payment is before, date of payment and old rate will apply. Sir, this is before, but both are after. Then in these two, whichever is earlier, and because both are in the new regime now, new rate. Is the point 100% clear to all? Can we go ahead? Got it? Okay, then tell me. If goods and service supplied after the rate change, invoice is after, payment is before. Goods and service supplied after, invoice is after only, payment is before. date of invoice. Are we clear, everyone? Sir, goods and service supplied after. Goods and service supplied after. Payment is after, invoice is before. Payment date. Are we clear? And Baba, new rate. Sir, goods and service supplied after. Invoice and payment both are earlier only. Whichever is earlier, and old rate will apply. See over here, everyone. Goods and service. People, everybody got it? People watching at home, are we 100% clear with this? Sir, goods and service applied after. What is after? Invoice is after. So date of invoice and new rate. After wala rate. Clear, everyone? Sir, after. What is after? Payment is after. Date of payment and new rate. Sir, in this, what will happen? Both are before, but goods and service applied after. In this, whichever is earlier, and old rate will apply. Are we clear, everyone? Now listen to me very carefully. Here, government went ahead and told, listen, whenever you are going ahead and taking the date of payment, generally the date of payment is what, everyone? Okay, I will go ahead and ask you one thing. I have done a supply over here. I have done a supply over here. This is rate change, 12% and 18%. Here is the, actually what happened, okay, here is the invoice. Date of invoice, here is the supply. Now, if I make the payment, if payment is before the rate change, if payment is before the rate change, then which rate will apply? Old rate. I will tell you, do one thing. Give me an old check. Correct? Old dated check you will give me. So book entry will come over here. Book entry of the payment. Correct? Bank account will get credited over here. Which is earlier? Book entry, and this will become the date of payment, and old rate 12% you will go ahead and apply when you raise the invoice. Do you guys agree with me? Government went ahead and told, then everybody will start doing cheating. And hence government told over here, in case of section number 14, always remember, generally the date of receipt of payment is book date of credit in bank account or book entry, whichever is earlier. But here for section number 14, it will always be what? It will be credit in the bank account if credit is after 4 working days. Everyone tell me one thing. Here the rate changed. Within 4 days only, your bank account got credited. Then what will be the date of payment? Book entry or credit, whichever is earlier. Supposing the credit happened after 6 days, then credit date will be the date of payment. That's all is being told. If the credit happens from rate change within 4 working days, then Baba, it will be which date? Book entry date. That is credit date or book entry, whichever is earlier. Sir, if the credit happens after 8 days of rate change, then credit date. I hope everybody got it. Can we go ahead, everyone? Is everyone clear with this point? People watching at home, are we all 100% clear with this point? Everyone over here, listen, whenever you are going ahead and applying time of supply, whenever you are going ahead and applying this time of supply ka situation, and you see that there is a goods ka case mein, you will never go ahead and pay the tax on advance. Are you guys able to understand? And your time of supply will get shifted to the date of invoice. Are we clear, everyone? They are going ahead and telling section number 148 special procedure will be applicable. In section number 148 also, supplier of goods will never pay GST on advance. Means if you have gone ahead, special circumstance also, if you have gone ahead and received an advance, then you will not pay the GST on the receipt of advance. You will pay when? When you raise the invoice. Are we clear, everyone? Can we go ahead? There can be a lot of discussion on this, but I think it will be more than enough. I'll close my discussion over here, sir. I've told you already, B graded chapter with 3 to 4 marks. Listen, the most important is 12.2, 12.3, 13.3, 13.2 and 13.3 and section number 14. Please, at least 5 of them ka do 1, 1, 2, 2 question. Listen, in the past, in section number 14, in section number 14, they have asked 2, 3 beautiful questions. All the questions are there. Baba, you can go ahead and refer your RTPs, MTPs, ICI ka module, etc. Or if you have my version 8 and version 9 book, you will see behind section number 14 ka good questions are given. Please practice those questions and go. They are very beautiful question. If you don't practice and go, impossible to do it in the exam. You will do a mistake. Are we clear, everyone? I'll close my discussion on time of supply over here. Done.
Now, a small amendment in your time of supply का chapter. Time of supply के case में, always remember, we always know this, that forward charge mechanism in case of goods, the time of supply will be date of invoice or last date to issue invoice. Date of receipt of payment we never used to consider. But now they have gone ahead and got a small change. Notification amended, and now they are telling if you are a supplier of specified actionable claim, lottery, betting, gambling, casino, horse race, online money, gaming, remember, even if you have received an advance, you have to pay GST. So, sir, normal supplier of goods, always see date of invoice or last date to issue invoice. But specified actionable claim ka case mein, even if advance is received, remember, sir, you have to pay GST, and hence for specified actionable claim, whenever you are required, Baba, specified actionable claims are goods, and goods ka case mein, whenever the supplier has to pay GST, now for specified actionable claim, it will be date of invoice, last date to issue invoice, or date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. That's a small change in your time of supply ka chapter. Done.
Alright, students, let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is input tax credit. Let's take a quick linking and then we'll go ahead. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. Interstate supply, IGST will be levied. Intrastate, everyone, CGST will be levied. Once GST is levied, GST has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? How will he pay? He will calculate, and GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you will go ahead and prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan. And then you will go ahead and maintain your accounts and records, and you will send the goods to the other person with the help of a e-way bill. Now, beta, your liability will come. Liability to pay comes at the time of supply. For an example, you are liable to pay 1,000. Now you'll go ahead and use your input tax credit, and the next step comes over here. For an example, you have input tax credit of 500 rupees. Remaining amount, you go ahead and make the payment. So we are now going to learn about input tax credit. We are going to learn about section number 16, section number 17, and section number 18. Please come to your chart of input tax credit. Now, everyone over here, when we go ahead and talk about input tax credit, it means inputs ka tax which is paid ka credit you will get. Now, when you talk about inputs means only goods except capital goods used or intended for use in the business. Any goods which is other than capital goods, the intention of which is to be used in the business or it is used in the business, then it is known as inputs, and inputs ka credit you will get. But sir, the name of the chapter is only input. However, they mean over there that input service and capital goods pay whatever tax is paid, you will get the credit. So input services means any services used or intention is to use in the business. And capital goods means goods which are capitalized, used or intended to be used in the business, and you will get the credit in the e-credit ledger. Can I go ahead, everyone? Remember one thing, inputs ka tax paid ka credit you will get, and inputs means only goods. But sir, what we mean over here is input services, and capital goods. All the three ka tax paid ka credit you will get. What do you mean by tax, everyone? Tax paid means GST which is paid under forward charge or GST paid under reverse charge, whether it is CGST, SGST, IGST or UTGST, and it includes IGST paid on imports, but it does not include composition tax. Remember one thing, the composition ka tax 1%, 1%, 5% or 6%, you never get the credit. Now the next one over here is first section which comes is section number 16, which goes ahead and talks about eligibility and condition for going ahead and taking the credit. Sir, who is eligible and subject to what condition a person will be eligible? Section number 16, the most important part for exam. Section number 16(1) goes ahead and says if you are a registered person, you will get the credit of the goods or service or both which are used in your business, which is used in his business. He will be able to take the credit, and the amount will be credited to your e-credit ledger. Number one, who is eligible? Registered person. Of what he is eligible? Of the goods, services or both which he is using in his business, and the amount will be given as a credit in your e-credit ledger. Now they go ahead and tell over here that, sir, what are the conditions subject to which you are going to take the credit? Section number 16(2) goes ahead and talks about the condition, and there are how many conditions, everyone? 6 conditions are now there, which goes ahead and says, subject to the fulfillment of the condition, you can take the credit. The first condition over here is you should be in the position of tax invoice, revised tax invoice, debit note, or such other tax paying document as told in rule number 36. When you read about rule number 36, rule number 36 has rule number 36 1, which goes ahead and says 36 1 2 3 4. 36 1 goes ahead and says you can take the credit if you have birds, sir. B for bill of entry, if you have, you can go ahead and take the credit. I for ISD invoice, if you have, birds may. B for bill of entry, I for ISD invoice, R for reverse charge ka case mein you should have self invoice, D for debit note, if you have, you can take the credit, and S for suppliers invoice. Remember one thing, you should have birds may be for bill of entry, ISD invoice, R for revised tax invoice, or it can be RCM ka case mein you should have your self invoice, which is there, and baba D for debit note, and S for suppliers invoice. Then you can go ahead and take the credit. Are we clear? When you have to pay tax under RCM, if supplier is registered, he will give you a supplier's invoice. If is unregistered, you should yourself raise an invoice as per section number 31(3)(f). And only when you raise that self invoice, you can go ahead and take the credit. The next one is this invoices or this document. Basically, when you want to take the credit, the documents may description, value, tax, GSTN number of the supplier and recipient, and place of supply in case of interstate supply should be there. See, Baba, document should be complete in all respects, but even if the document has description, value, tax, what do we call it? Description, value, tax, GST number, and place of supply, you will be able to take the credit. Place of supply only in case of interstate supply. The third one over here is you will not get the credit if any tax is paid because of a fraud, willful misstatement, or suppression of fact. You will never get the credit. The next one over here is, remember one thing, supplier should go ahead and show the invoices and debit note with respect to which you want to take the credit. Supplier should show them in the GSTR1, and it should be communicated to you through the GSTR2B. Only then you will be able to take the credit. It says no ITC shall be availed by registered person with respect to invoice or debit note, the details of which are required to be furnished under section number 31(7)(1), unless the details of such invoice or debit note have been furnished in the GSTR1 or using invoice furnishing facility IFF, which you talk in the chapter of returns, and the amount is being and the details of the ITC in respect of such invoice have been communicated in GSTR2B under rule number 60 sub rule 7. Okay, everyone. Now only once it is shown in GSTR2B, it comes in your GSTR2B, you can go ahead and take the credit. So I went ahead and told you section number 16(1), you should have that tax invoice, revised tax invoice, or debit note, or such other tax paying document as told in rule number 36. Rule number 36 says you should have birds may description, value, tax, GP should be there. Fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact may you don't get the credit, and you can take the credit of that invoice or debit note which is shown in GSTR1 and it is coming in your GSTR2B. The next one over here is, sir, the same thing which is told over here has also been told in the act, that the details of such invoice or debit note referred to in clause A, basically whatever invoices and debit note they are telling, it should be furnished by the supplier in GSTR1, and the details should be communicated to the recipient in the manner specified under section number 37, that is GSTR2B, the details should be communicated to you. Now, sir, the details, once it is communicated, BA goes ahead and says the details of the input tax credit which has been communicated to you should not be restricted under section number 38. Are we clear? Whenever the details are communicated, it should be communicated. One is ITC available, one is ITC not available. If it is communicated under ITC not available, you can't take the credit. The next over here is, to take the credit, you should have received the goods, services, or both. Deemed receipt ka concept is also fine. Means I got the invoice, goods got directly delivered to my job worker, goods got directly delivered to my agent, goods got directly delivered to my customer. Bill to ship to model ka case mein, if I get the bill when the recipient receives, I can go ahead and take the credit. The next one over here is, sir, subject to section number 41, tax should be paid to the government. Your supplier should pay the tax to the government, only then you can take the credit. But that is subject to section number 41. Section number 41 goes ahead and says that every registered person will be entitled to take the credit of the eligible input tax, whatever you self-assess in your return. Whatever you self-assess in your return, and such amount will be credited to your e-credit ledger. But remember one thing, so whatever is appearing in your GSTR2B, you can self-assess in your return and you can take the credit. But If the ITC availed by the registered person with respect to the supplier, the tax has not been paid by the supplier, then it shall be reversed along with interest in the manner specified. And now the amendment is rule number 37A may they have gone ahead and told the manner, and rule number 37A goes ahead and talks about reversal in case of non-payment by the supplier and the availment thereof. So if my supplier shows in GSTR1, it came in my GSTR2B, I took the credit. But sir, if my supplier does not go ahead and pay, then I have to reverse the credit. But by when, sir? They have gone ahead and told here where ITC have been availed in the GSTR 3B with respect to an invoice or debit note, the details of which have been furnished by the supplier in GSTR 1 or using invoice furnishing facility. But sir, corresponding GSTR 3B did not file, then remember one thing, has not been filed by the supplier. If the supplier files the GSTR 3B till 30th of September, then also it is okay. You can continue to avail the credit. Means for this year, whatever credit you have gone ahead and taken, the supplier has gone ahead and filed April to March tak, whatever GSTR 3B he has not gone ahead and filed, that GSTR 3B he should go ahead and file till what date, everyone? September. So they are going ahead and telling it has not been furnished by the supplier till what date, everyone? 30th September, following the end of the financial year in which the ITC was availed by you. The said ITC shall be reversed while furnishing the GSTR 3B for the honor before 30th November of the next financial year. Are we clear, everyone? Supplier filed his GSTR 1. It came in my GSTR 2B. I took the credit, but supplier did not file the GSTR 3B. If the supplier does not file the GSTR 3B by next year 30th September, then by 30th of November, whatever credit you have gone ahead and taken, you should pay it back along with interest under section number 50. Can I go ahead, everyone? So it says if ITC is not reversed by the registered person, such amount shall be payable along with interest under section number 50. Section number 50, when we go ahead and talk in our payment of taxes chapter, it goes ahead and says you will be liable to pay the interest only if you have utilized the credit. You will be liable to pay interest at the rate of 18%. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, what if supposingly supplier did not go ahead and show in GSTR, he did not file his GSTR 3B till 30th of September of next year. I went ahead and reversed the credit. Later, supplier went ahead and filed his GSTR 3B. Then, Baba, again, you can go ahead and take the credit. Reavailment. If subsequently the supplier files his GSTR 3B, the registered person may reavail the credit in the GSTR 3B for the tax period thereafter. Everyone, tell me one thing. What did I tell you till now? I went ahead and told you section number 16. Section number 16(1) told registered person can go ahead and take the credit of the goods, services, or both used in a his business. Can I go ahead, everyone? Then I went ahead and told you section number 16. Section number 16(2) went ahead and told when you are taking the credit, section number 16(2) A went ahead and told section number 16(2) A T R T R condition, right, everyone? O A B C D. TR condition. T means you should have the tax invoice, you should have the revised tax invoice, you should have the debit note or such tax paying document as told in rule number 36. When you talk about rule number 36, rule number 36 1 goes ahead and says you should have birds, bill of entry, ISD invoice, reverse charge का केस में self invoice, revised tax invoice, debit note and supplier's invoice. Are we clear, everyone? Birds में you should have description, value tax, GST number and place of supply. Fraud, willful misstatement and suppression of fact, you don't get the credit. And the fourth one over here is it should be shown in GSTR 1 and it should be coming in GSTR 2B. The same thing is told in section number 16(1) AA also, and BA goes ahead and says whatever comes in your GSTR 2B should not be restricted as per section number 38. I hope you guys will be able to connect this point. Now R for you should have received the goods, services or both. Only when you receive the goods, services on both, you can go ahead and take the credit. T for tax paid to government, tax paid to government by the supplier, only then you can go ahead and take the credit. However, if he does not file his GSTR 3B, does not pay tax, you can still avail the credit till 30th of September. You will wait for him. Once 30th of September, if he files the GSTR 3B, no problem. If does not pay, then by 30th of November, you have to reverse the credit. No problem. Till 30th November, no interest. After 30th of November, whatever delay you do, you have to go ahead and pay back. After 30th November, if you are paying, you have to pay along with interest. Sir, what if supplier goes ahead and files the GSTR 3B later? If you file the 3B later, you can re-avail the credit. Are we clear, everyone? And the last one over here is R. R for when you want the credit, you want to take the credit, you should always file your return under section number 39. Basically, your GSTR 3B you have to file, ask for it, only then you will get the credit. So TR में number one is tax paying document should be there. Number two, receipt of goods, services or both should be there. Tax paid to the government and return filed by the recipient. Here additional condition, it should be coming in your GSTR 2B and it should not be coming as restricted. Everyone over here now. Now with the next one we have is the proviso under section number 16. We have two provisos which are there. Number one over here goes three provisos actually. Sir, if I've gone ahead and received the goods in installment, April, May, and June for an example, remember one thing, but there is only one invoice. Goods with respect to an invoice are received in installment or lot, ITC on the receipt of the last lot. Then, Baba, remember one thing, if the supplier has gone ahead and supplied you, you should always make the payment to him within how many days? 180 days. If you don't make the payment within 180 days from the date of invoice, if you don't make the payment within 180 days, once 180 days gets over, you have to go ahead and reverse the credit. And when you're reversing the credit, you have to reverse along with interest. Are we clear, everyone? And remember, interest will always be coming from the date under section number 50, and section number 50 says from the date of availing nahi, interest will come from the date of utilization till the date of paying it back to the government. Is my point clear to all? See, payment to the supplier within 180 days from the date of invoice, that is value plus tax both. If not, then whatever you have gone ahead and then pay back the ITC availed or reverse it. Reverse means through your GST or 3B, you paid back along with interest thereon in the manner prescribed under section number, under rule number 37. And rule number 37 talks about reversal in case of non-payment of consideration. It goes ahead and says registered person shall pay, or the amendment this time is they have used the word reverse. Basically, in your GST or 3B, you reverse it. Amount equal to ITC availed in respect of such supply, or proportionate if you have made part payment to the supplier, whatever payment you have not done with respect to that, whatever is the GST, you have to go ahead and reverse, proportionate to the amount not paid to the supplier along with interest under section number 50. And section number 50 goes ahead and says that you should pay interest only if you have utilized that credit. From the date of utilization till the date of reversal, you have to go ahead and pay it back. Are we clear, everyone? And it says you have to pay while filing the GSTR 3B, you have to pay that interest for the tax period immediately following 180 days from the date of invoice. People, 1 minute. Along with interest, you have to go ahead and reverse. While filing the GSTR 3B for the tax period immediately following 180 days from the invoice, means once 180 days gets over, you have to reverse along with interest. And interest will be from when? From the date of utilization till the date of reversal. Are we clear, everyone? Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is no reversal with respect to supplies on which tax is payable under RCM. Number two, value of supplies which are made without consideration. Schedule 1 ka supplies ke liye there is no reversal. And the last one is the value of supplies on account with which the obligation of the supplier made by the recipient. These two will always be deemed to have been paid for the purpose of second proviso. Everyone tell me one thing. 180 days got over. I went ahead and reversed the credit along with interest. Now, sir, subsequently I made the payment to the supplier. Can I take the credit back? Yes, Baba, you can go ahead and take the credit back. There is no time limit to take the credit back. Section number 16(4) ka time limit, that is 30th November or annual return ka actual date, is not applicable in case of re-availment of credit. You will get the credit back. You don't get interest back. Everyone over here, remember one thing, ITC can be taken back. Proviso, third proviso says when payment is made, no time limit to regain the credit. Section number 16(3) goes ahead and says registered person, if you have claimed depreciation of the tax component, do not go ahead and take ITC. If you have taken ITC of the tax component, do not take depreciation on the tax component. Can I go ahead, everyone? Maximum time limit to go ahead and claim the credit is with respect to invoice or debit note is 30th November of the next financial year, with respect to which those invoice or debit note relate, or actual date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier. Remember one thing, invoice and debit note are not connected. For invoice, the year you receive the invoice, next year 30th November or annual return ka actual date, whichever is earlier, the year you receive the invoice debit note with respect to an invoice, for debit note it is the next year 30th November or annual return ka actual date, whichever is my point clear? Invoice ke liye invoice ka next year, debit note ke liye debit note ka next year. Invoice and debit note are not linked anymore for the purpose of taking the credit. What did I tell you, everyone? Please tell me. Section number 16 I went ahead and told you. Very easy it is. Section number 16, one, I told you registered person can go ahead and take the credit of the goods, services or both which he has gone ahead and taken for his business. Secondly, I told you when you are going ahead and taking the credit, you should have TR condition fulfilled. T means tax paying document including tax invoice, revised tax invoice, debit note, etc. Right, everyone? Then I went ahead and told you should have received the goods, services, or both. Then only you can go ahead and take the credit. Deemed received ka concept is also fine. And then I went ahead and told you tax paid to the government. Sir, if tax should be paid to the government, only then you can take the credit. Remember one thing, section number 41 read with rule number 37A we have learned over here. R for return should be filed. You should have gone ahead and filed the return. Only then you can take the credit. And here tax paying document may, I told you rule number 36(1). You should have births. Correct, everyone? Secondly, birth should have description, value, tax, GP. Thirdly, fraud, willful misstatement and suppression, you don't get the credit. And fourthly, GSTR 1 may it should be shown and it should be coming GSTR 2B. Remember, with this 2B wala point only, there is AA and BA condition also there. 6 conditions are there. 4 I told you, 2 more condition. That's sir, same thing is written over here. And BA condition may what is told? ITC should not be restricted as per section number 38. Then I went ahead and told you proviso to 16(2), goods received in lot, ITC on the receipt of the last lot, 180 days may please go ahead and make the payment. That's the main thing over here. Then I went ahead and told you section number 16(3), ITC taken, don't take depreciation. Depreciation taken on the tax component, don't take input tax credit. Section number 16(4) went ahead and told maximum time limit to take invoice or debit note ka credit is 30th November or annual return ka actual date of filing, whichever is. That's it. Are we clear till here, everyone? Now, the next section which is there is section number 17. Everyone, please come to section number 17. Section number 17 goes ahead and talks about section number 17(1), section number 17(2), 3, 4, 5, 6. Section number 17(1) goes ahead and talks. Section number 17 talks about apportionment of credit and block credit. Section number 17(1) goes ahead and talks about, sir, if goods, services or both are used partly by a registered person for business purpose and for non-business purpose, you will get the credit with respect to business purpose, attributable for business purpose. Sir, if you are going ahead and using services for taxable service, if you are going ahead and using goods, services both partly for what? Taxable service, taxable supplies including zero-rated supplies and exempt supply, credit with respect to taxable supply including zero-rated supply, you will be able to take. Sir, how much to take, how much not to take, that method will be told by the government, and government went ahead and told we will prescribe the method, and method is prescribed in rule number 42 and 43. 42 talks about input and input services. 43 goes ahead and talks about capital goods. Now, when you go ahead and do the apportionment, always remember for the purpose of apportionment, exempt supplies ka value will be taken as per section number 17(3). Value of exempt supply shall be as prescribed, including supplies under RCM, transaction in securities, and sale of land and completed building. Everyone over here, exempt supply means nil-rated supply, wholly exempt supply, and non-taxable supply. Generally, these 3 things only, and the value is as per section number 15, basically your transaction values. Sir, but addition by section number 17(3) means for the purpose of apportionment, they are telling please take these items as your exempt supply. Number 1 is supply under RCM, value as per section number 15 has to be taken. Transaction in securities, 1% of the sale value has to be taken. Sale of land and completed building, basically it should not be construction, then sale of building will always be what, everyone? Exempt supply. Can I go ahead, everyone? And the stamp duty value shall be taken. Always remember one thing, only sale of land and building which is not construction services, then it is completed building, then they are going ahead and telling over here. Other than this, whatever schedule 3 item are there, that don't consider it as your exempt supply. Do not consider other schedule 3 activities as your exempt supply ka value. And exempt supply shall always exclude, means even though these are normally exempt supply, but this shall be excluded. Number 1, interest or discount income other than in case of banking company or financial institution. Banking company and financial institution ka case mein interest should be considered as exempt supply. For normal person, don't consider it as exempt supply for the purpose of apportionment only. Value of supply of service by way of transportation of goods by a vessel from custom station in India to a place outside India, it should not be considered as exempt supply. Anyways, now if you go ahead and see, it is a taxable supply only. Value of duty credit scrip, whenever it is being sold, it is actually exempt, but for the purpose of apportionment, do not consider it as your exempt supply. If you don't consider things as your exempt supply, it means their ITCs will be allowed. With respect to that, credits will be allowed. Can I go ahead, everyone? Remember one thing, what did I tell you? I told you section number 17 till now. Section number 17(1), if you are taking something for business purpose, non-business purpose, you will get the credit relating to business purpose. Section number 17(2), taxable supply including zero-rated supply and exempt supply. You will get the credit relating to taxable supply including zero-rated supply. How much to take, how much not to take. Section number 16, 17(6), which told government will go ahead and tell, and government told rule number 42 and rule number 43. Are we clear till here? Then for the purpose of apportionment, section number 17(3) told nil rated, only exempt, non-taxable supply are your exempt supply normally. We'll go ahead and add over here supplies under RCM, 1% of sale value of transaction securities, sale of land and completed building. Don't consider other Schedule 3 item. Then interest income, although exempt supply, but don't consider it exempt supply, or other than in case of banking company. Transportation of goods by a vessel outside India, yes or no? From custom station in India to a place outside India, it's anyways taxable supply now. And the last one is duty credit script. Then they went in and told section number 17(4), read with rule number 38, for banking company, Baba service, if there is NBF, and NBFC, B for banking company, F for financial institution. Remember one thing, in case of NBF, who are engaged in supplying of services by way of accepting loans, extending loans and accepting deposit, extending loans and advances. Remember one thing, they have been given two options. Either they can go for apportionment, that is follow rule number 42 and 43, or they can go for option number 2, which is rule number 38. Government went ahead and told they can go ahead and avail eligible credit ka 50% and remaining credit shall lapse. Proviso to section number 17(4) goes ahead and says once they exercise any option, they cannot change it for the financial year. And Baba, 50% restriction is not applicable when they are going and taking the supplies from distinct person. Remember one thing, rule number 38 says claim of credit by a banking company or financial institution. If there is a bank, remember one thing, input services and capital goods, 50% credit they can take, 50% credit forget it. Distinct persons say whatever they buy, whatever supplies they take, 100% credit can be taken. Non-business purpose, they can't take the credit. Block credit, they can't go ahead and take. Remember, it should be an NBF, NBFC, banking company, and NBFC, banking company, and financial institution. NBF. Are we clear? Who is basically engaged in supplying of deposit, supplying of services by way of accepting deposit, loans, and advance. For them, only this portion is given. The next over here is rule number 42 and rule number 43, which goes ahead and talks about distribution of credit. Please come to your next chart. Now, rule number 42 and rule number 43. Rule number 42 goes ahead and talks about apportionment of ITC, Baba, in case of input and input services. And rule number 43 goes ahead and talks about apportionment in respect of capital goods. Now, sir, rule number 42 goes ahead and says, always remember one thing. First of all, if you have got some invoices from your client, supposingly, first of all, you should go ahead and take T. T means what, everyone? T means the total ITC which is there. The total ITC say you should go ahead and remove, first of all, exclusively what is personal purpose. Then you will go ahead and remove T2, which is exclusively for exempt supply. You should go ahead and remove whatever is the block credit. T say T1 gone, T2 gone, thief number 1, thief number 2, thief number 3, which is block credit. Then Baba, whatever is remaining is known as your credit. Credit is known as C1. Out of the C1, whatever is relating to a taxable supply, T4 should be removed. And Baba, what comes is your hodgepodge. Hodgepodge means your, sir, common credit. Common credit, how do you get, everyone? First of all, you should take the total credit. Personal purpose ke liye whatever exclusive credit is there, remove it. Then Baba, exempt supplies ke liye whatever is there, remove it. Exclusive exempt. Then Baba, block credit you remove. Whatever is remaining is credit. Out of the credit, you should remove taxable supply related. Baba, credit ka credit you should take in your E-credit ledger. C1 ka credit should be taken in the E-credit ledger. Out of the C1, remove T4. What is remaining is your common credit. Baba, common credit ko you should go ahead and multiply. Common credit should be multiplied by E by F. What is E by F? Exempt turnover by the total turnover. Remember one thing, E means exempt supplies ka aggregate turnover during a tax period basically, and F means the total turnover in the, basically the turnover in the state during that period. Are we clear, everyone? And always E by F will exclude central excise duty, state excise duty, VAT, and CST. Sir, if E by F of current tax period is not available, then Baba, you can take the previous tax period ka E by F and do the calculation. And here it goes ahead and says, then Baba, deduction number 1 is what, everyone? Common credit multiplied by E by F. Deduction number 1 will come. And deduction number 2 is what, everyone? Common credit multiplied by 5%, which is notional 5%, which will be taken for non-business purpose use. And Baba, then we have C3. C3 is common credit minus D1 plus D2. Remember one thing, whatever C3, D1 and D2 is computed, that should be declared in your GSTR 3B, or Baba, you should go ahead and pay using your GST DRC 03. Sir, amount D1 and D2 shall be reversed through your GSTR 3B, or you should pay it through your GST DRC 03. Everyone over here now, listen to me very carefully. Whatever D1 and D2. So, sir, how did we calculate D1 and D2? How did we calculate the common credit which was there? First of all, we'll learn about common credit. Sir, you should take T. T means the total credit. T1, which is for your personal purpose. Thief number 1. Thief number 2, which is for your, which one? Exempt supply. Then Baba, thief number 3, block credit. You should remove this and you will get C1, which is your credit. Out of credit, you remove the T4, taxable supply related. You will get the common credit. Out of the common credit, deduction number 1 relating to exempt supply, you should go ahead and do. Then deduction number 2 is relating to personal purpose, means non-business purpose if you have gone ahead and used, and you will get C3. Remember one thing, C1 ka credit you should take the in the e-credit ledger, and this should be reversed. Are we clear, everyone? Can we go ahead, everyone? Remember one thing, whatever D1 and D2 you are calculating every month is on provisional basis. At the year end, you should again go ahead and do a final calculation. At the year end, you should always go ahead and do a final calculation. The provisional ITC which you have gone ahead and reversed, and the final reversal which is there, you should go ahead and see. And if, sir, D1 and D2 which you have gone ahead and finally calculated is supposedly 6 lakh, and provisionally what you have done every month, that totals up to 5 lakh only, then 1 lakh will be added to your output tax liability by 20th October of the next financial year, along with interest which will start from 1st of April till the date of payment. Are we all clear till here? Sir, supposedly what finally had to be reversed was only 5 lakh rupees, but actually I've gone ahead and reversed 7 lakh rupees. Whatever is the extra reversal you have gone ahead and done, that you can go ahead and take the credit in the e-credit ledger. Are we all 100% clear with this point? Remember one thing, whenever you calculate E by F, remove central excise duty, state excise duty, VAT and CST. Sir, the next one over here is rule number 43. Rule number 43 goes ahead and talks about apportionment of credit with respect to everyone. Capital goods which are being used commonly. Now, if there is any capital goods which you have gone ahead and bought for non-business purpose or exempt supplies, Baba, please declare in your GSTR 3B and ITC will not be created. So, if I bought some capital goods which I am using for what? Exempt supply or non-business purpose, then credit should not be taken. I should just go ahead and declare my GSTR 3B and the credit will not be given. Sir, the next is if I am using something for taxable supply including zero rated supply. Non-exempt supply means basically your supplies, those are taxable, including zero rated supply, then you should declare in your GSTR 3B and ITC will be created in your e-credit ledger. We can go ahead and draw it like this. Supposingly, I'll go ahead and tell you, we are going ahead and talking about the month of July. When whatever you buy from one non-business purpose, please don't go ahead and take the ITC. Exempt supply, please don't go ahead and take the ITC. Taxable supply, please take the ITC in your e-credit ledger. Anyone in it out till here? Sir, if I'm going ahead and using something for taxable supply and exempt supply, I should take the ITC in the e-credit ledger, and also this will go for apportionment. Anyone in it out till here? Now, supposingly, I had gone ahead and bought an asset which was previously bought for making exempt supply. I did not take the ITC. Now, I want to go ahead and use it commonly. Might be I'm going to use it for taxable supply and exempt supply because I had not taken the ITC before. Because I had not gone ahead and taken the ITC before, now I should go ahead and take the ITC and it will go in the e-credit ledger. Plus, because it's a common use, it will also go for apportionment. And also remember one thing, during this period, it was used for exempt supply to tax relating to interim period when it was used for exempt supply. Tax relating to interim period when it was used for exempt supply, you have to go ahead and calculate. Whatever is the GST which was paid, for an example, 60,000 rupees was the GST paid, multiplied by 5% for every quarter which is there, that will be added to your output tax liability. Anyone in it out with this point? Now, supposingly, in the same scenario, if I go ahead and tell you, there was an asset which I had bought for taxable supply. I had already taken the ITC. Now, I want to go ahead and start using this asset for making taxable supply plus exempt supply. Then, Baba, ITC, I should not go ahead and take again in the e-credit ledger. I should not take in the e-credit ledger. However, this amount, because I had already taken the credit, I should not take again. But this amount of credit which is there will go for apportionment. And TIE, again, for this will not be calculated. TIE is calculated only when it was earlier used for exempt supply and now being used commonly whenever it is there. Can I go ahead, everyone? So, sir, can you tell me now what will happen? Apportionment, apportionment, apportionment. Remember one thing, whatever has to go for apportionment, this is known as TC. Whatever is the TC amount, you should go ahead and now find out TM, monthly amount. Total credit which should be apportioned, and sir, then it will be monthly portion. How will you find out monthly portion? Whatever is the TC divided by 60 will give you the monthly portion. Then you should find out tax relating to exempt supply, which is your monthly portion, into exempt turnover divided by total turnover. Are we clear, everyone? Remember one thing, this is the amount you get in the e-credit ledger. This is your TC amount. This will be going to TI, will go to output tax liability, and Baba T also will be going to your output tax liability. You'll be adding it to your output tax liability. Everyone over here, it says over here, whatever is the common credit will be denoted as A, and you should go ahead and take the life as what, everyone? 5 years from the date of invoice. Remember one thing, if you are shifting from A to C, means exempt supply C, if you are going ahead and shifting to what? Common use, then always remember you should go ahead and add it to your A. Right, everyone? If it was earlier exempt supply and now taxable supply, now taxable plus exempt supply, earlier it was exempt supply, now you're going to use it commonly, then you should go ahead and calculate TIE. Are we all clear till here? TIE should be calculated separately for CGST, SGST, IGST, and UTGST, and should be declared in your GSTR 3B. Sir, then it says total common credit will be denoted as TC. TC divided by 60 will give you monthly portion, and then Baba, monthly portion multiplied by exempt supply divided by total turnover will give you TE. Are we all clear till here? TE is your exempt supply related amount which is there, tax relating to your exempt supply, and always remember one thing, it should be added to your output tax liability along with interest. Are we all 100% clear with this point? This is your rule number 42 and rule number 43. Done? Can we go ahead? The next one over here is your block credit. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Block credit, section number 17(5). Section number 17(5) goes ahead and says, people, can you tell me what did we learn till now? We learned section number 17. Section number 17(1), if you use something for business purpose and non-business purpose, if you use something for taxable supply including zero-rated supply, section number 17(2) told zero-rated supply and exempt supply. Then section number 17(6) says you should go ahead and take the credit. Oh, not section number 17(6). Section number 17(1) only says you should take the credit for your business purpose, and here section number 17(2) says you should take the input tax rate relating to taxable supply including zero-rated supply. Sir, how much should I take? How much should I not take? That is told by section number 17(6). Government went ahead and told we will prescribe the method, and government prescribed rule number 42 and 43. Then we'll have to go ahead and learn section number 17(3) over here. What do you mean by exempt supply, everyone? Section number 17(3) went ahead and told exempt supply means what, everyone? Nil-rated supply, wholly exempt supply, non-taxable supply. Exempt supply means you should also go ahead and include what, everyone? RCM wala supply. Then transaction in securities 1% of sale value and sale of land and completed building. Other schedule C item don't include it. And Baba, remember one thing, exempt supply will always exclude interest income other than in case of bank. Exempt supply will always go ahead and exclude what? Value of supply of goods, value of supply of service by way of transportation of goods by a vessel from customs station in India to outside India, and value of duty credit script should be excluded from your exempt supply. And then we went ahead and learned about section number 17(4), which went ahead and told about everyone. Banking company. Baba, banking company either can go for apportionment by following rule number 42 and 43, or take 50% credit and forget 50% credit. And Baba, distinct person say whatever you take, you can take 100% of the credit. Now, everyone over here, the next one over here is section number 17(5), which goes ahead and says, government goes ahead and says that there are some things which we don't want to give you the credit even if you are using for your business purpose. And here comes section number 17(5), everyone. Section number 17(5) is block credit. Section number 17(5)(a) goes ahead and says if you are buying a motor vehicle, remember one thing, if you are going ahead and buying a motor vehicle ka credit is always block. Motor vehicle number 1, which one? Number 2, it should be for transportation of person, and not always block. It is only when motor vehicle it is there, which is for transportation of person, and approved seating capacity is less than equal to 13, including the driver. Please be very careful. Number 1, it should be motor vehicle. Number 2, it should be transportation of person. And number 3, approved seating capacity is less than equal to 13, including the driver. Then the credit will always be blocked. However, the credit will be allowed when it is used for making taxable supply, which is further supply, transportation of passenger, and training. Then the credit will be allowed. Then they are going in and telling vessel and aircraft ka credit will always be blocked. However, if you are going in and using the vessel or aircraft for making further supply, taxable supply, which is further supply, transportation of passenger, and Baba, imparting training. Training means on navigating vessel or flying of aircraft ka training you are giving. Then Baba, that vessel and aircraft ka credit will be allowed. Remember one thing, for vessel and aircraft, they have also gone ahead and told if it is used for transportation of goods, credit will be allowed. Are we all clear till here? Sir, why didn't they say for motor vehicle this thing? Baba, because motor vehicle they had not blocked only. They had not blocked the transportation of goods ka motor vehicles which are there. They had blocked only transportation of person ka motor vehicle, and hence they had not gone ahead and told that transportation of goods ka vehicle ka credit will be allowed. Baba, anyways, whatever is not blocked is always allowed, and hence transportation of goods ke liye, if you are using a motor vehicle, that credit is anyways allowed. It is never blocked. Can I go ahead, everyone? Remember one thing, motor vehicle for transportation of person and approved seating capacity is less than equal to 13, including the driver. Remember one thing, including the driver, then the credit will be blocked. However, if it is further supply, transportation and training, transportation of passenger or training, then the credit will be allowed. Vessel and aircraft, the credit is blocked. However, if the motor vehicle vessel, if the vessel or aircraft is used for making taxable supply, which is further supply, transportation or training, then the credit will be allowed. Everyone over here, for transportation of goods, the credit will also be allowed. Remember one thing, when the main vehicle pay credit is blocked, their servicing, insurance and repair and maintenance ka credit also will be blocked. But when the main vehicle pay credit is allowed, their servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance ka credit also will be allowed. Everyone over here, servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance ka credit is blocked. However, it is allowed when the motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft is used for specified purpose. Then it says, or it will be allowed when it is received by a taxable person who is into manufacturing. So if I am a person who is into manufacturing of motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft, then Baba, servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance ka credit will be allowed. If I am a person who is going in and providing general insurance services in respect of motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft insured by me, and if I go ahead and take any servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance ka services with respect to the motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft which is insured by me, then I will get the credit. Section number 17(5). Be invented and told following goods and service ka credit will be always be blocked. Food and beverages, outdoor catering, beauty treatment. Sir, food and beverage credit will be blocked. Outdoor catering, if you go ahead and take, credit will be blocked. Beauty treatment, the credit will be blocked. Remember one thing, wherever buying of motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft, wherever buying of motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft credit was blocked, there, even if you go ahead and lease it, rent it or hire it, then also credit will be blocked. So if I buy motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft and the credit was blocked for me, if I go ahead and take it on lease, rental or hire, also credit will be blocked for me. It says leasing, renting, hiring of motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft referred to in clause A or AA, except when it is used for specified purpose. Health services, the credit will be blocked. Cosmetic and plastic surgery, generally GST is not there. However, if you go ahead and take it for beautification, then it is not healthcare and GST come. That GST ka credit you will not get. The next one over here is life insurance and health insurance, also credit is blocked. Remember one thing, generally there is no credit. However, all these things, if you go ahead and take it as it is into subcontracting. For an example, I am a supplier of food and beverages. If I take food and beverages, I'll get the credit. I am a person who is into outdoor catering. If I take catering services, I will get the credit. So one food and beverages wala to another food and beverages wala, caterer to another caterer, beauty treatment wala to another beauty treatment wala, leasing, renting, hiring wala to another leasing, renting, hiring wala, health services wala to another health services wala. Sir, cosmetic plastic surgeon to another cosmetic and plastic surgeon. Sir, life insurance, health insurance ka services whenever it is being taken by a person who is going in and providing life and health insurance ka service, Baba, subcontracting pay credit will always be allowed. Also remember one thing, when all of these food and beverages etc. are provided as an element of composite supply or mixed supply, ITC will be allowed. I went ahead and told you, for an example, I am into event management services, and along with my event management service, you went ahead and told me, sir, give me food and beverages. I took food and beverages ka service to give you food and beverages ka service. You told me catering services you give me. I took good catering ka service to provide you catering ka service. You went ahead and told me, sir, I want beauty treatment. I took beautician ka services to give you beauty treatment ka services because I was doing event management service, which is a taxable supply. All these were ancillary services. So it was an element of my composite supply or mixed supply. I will get all the credits. So whenever it's an element of composite supply and mixed supply, I will get all the credit. There's one small circular over here which goes ahead and says leasing, renting, hiring of motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft is blocked. What about other machineries, etc.? Baba, there is no blockage wherever it is not blocked. Whenever it is not blocked, then the block credit is always allowed. So leasing, renting, hiring of other machineries, etc., ITC will always be available. Sir, I went to the club membership, health and fitness center ka membership, government goes in and says no credit. Sir, travel benefit given to employee on vacation, there will be always no credit. Remember one thing, travel benefit given to employee on vacation, there is no credit. But Remember one thing, all of these food and beverages, etc., travel benefit given to employee, club membership, health membership, etc., credit will be allowed if it was obligatory under law for the employer to provide to the employee because of a statutory obligation. If food and beverages, outdoor catering services, etc. का services you went and provide, travel benefits you provided to the employee, might be health and fitness center का membership you went and provided to the employee because it was statutory obligation, then Baba, you will get all the credits. Remember one thing, everyone. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is right side, works contract service. Remember one thing, works contract service, whenever you go ahead and take, with respect to construction of an immovable property, you will never get the credit only if it is capitalized. But works contract service, if it is taken for immovable property, which is plant and machinery, then the credit will be allowed. Works contract service, if I have gone ahead and I am providing works contract service, and if I take works contract service, credit will always be allowed. Can I go ahead, everyone? So works contract service, whenever it is capitalized for construction of immovable property, no ITC. Sir, remember one thing, if you go ahead and take it for plant and machinery, credit will be allowed. If you are a works contract service provider and you take works contract service, credit will be always allowed. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is goods services received by a taxable person. So sir, if I don't go ahead and take works contract service, I go ahead and do on my own, but then also government goes ahead and tells over here that sir, even if you buy goods or even if you take services and do get a building done, might be, then they are telling even if you take it for construction of immovable property on an account, then also no ITC. For construction of plant and machinery, credit will be allowed. Tell me one thing, if I am a person who is going in and making a building for you, and if I go ahead and take goods and services, etc., will I get the credit? Yes. Remember one thing, sir, if it is for construction of immovable property on own account, you don't get the credit. But if I'm going ahead and making it for a client, I will go ahead and get all the credits. Everyone over here now. So, sir, when you go ahead and say construction, what do you mean by only construction? New construction, they say construction includes reconstruction, renovation, addition, alteration, repair to the extent it is capitalized to the said immovable property. Remember one thing, wherever the credit is not allowed, no, it will be allowed if you go ahead and put that expense in the P&L account. If you capitalize it, only then the credit is not allowed. And remember, what do you mean by plant and machinery? Plant and machinery means any apparatus, equipment, machinery which is fixed to the earth by foundation or structural support, and it is used for making outward supply. Remember one thing, how does a plant and machinery become immovable? Only when it is fixed to the earth, and Baba, fixed to the earth by foundation or structural support, and it should be used for making outward supply of goods, services, or both. And sir, remember, it also includes your plant and machinery, include the foundation and structural support. So if you got a works contract service done for plant and machinery, you will get the credit. For structural support or foundation, you got a works contract done, then Baba, for foundation also, or whatever works contract you have got it done, whatever GST you have paid, you will get the credit. All the ITC will be allowed. But remember one thing, plant and machinery does not include land and building and other civil structure, telecommunication tower. However, telecommunication equipment GST will be allowed. Telecommunication tower pay, credit will not be allowed. And pipeline which are laid outside the factory, there will be no ITC because those are not plant and machinery. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is, sir, if you have gone ahead and paid tax under composition, Baba, composition ka tax is never allowed. Composition ka tax is never allowed. That 1%, 1%, 5% or 6%, you will also not get. You will issue a bill of supply, he will also not get the credit. Goods, services or both received by an RTP, there is no credit. Exception is goods imported. If you go ahead and import the goods, then the credit will be allowed. The next is goods, services or both used for personal consumption. There is, Baba, there is no credit of goods, services or both which you have received for your personal consumption. Sir, section number 17.5H. Remember for your exam, section number 17.5H, 17.5H. Goods lost, ITC lost. Goods stolen, ITC stolen. Goods destroyed, ITC destroyed. Goods eaten by rat, ITC also eaten by rats. Goods lost, stolen, destroyed, written off by way of gift or free sample. Baba, remember, ITC also written off. I call them what case, everyone? Thief cases. And then, sir, tax paid in accordance with provision of section number 74. 74 means demand order in case of fraud, willful misstatement or suppression of fact. And sir, 129 and 130. Section number 129 talks about detention and seizure. Section number 130 talks about confiscation. And if you go ahead and pay any tax under section number 74, 129 or 130, and that tax which you have paid, even if you raise a debit note or tax invoice on the front party, that person will not be able to get the credit. You also won't get the credit. Even if you want to pass it on to the front party and give him credit, he will also not get any credit. Remember one thing, evasion, detention and confiscation, time pay, whatever tax paid, you will never get the credit. Everyone over here, how do you remember this? You have to remember this person. He needs health services. He needs beauty treatment. He needs plastic surgery. Remember, there is no credit. You took a motor vehicle, vessel, or aircraft. You will never get the credit. Then you went to a fitness center. Fitness center ka case mein there is no credit. You went to club. Club ka membership, also no credit. Baba, I became a bodybuilder and I started doing conflicts. Conflicts means C for construction. Construction, capitalize. You remember it like this: construction, capitalize. Construction, capitalize. Whether own construction or Baba on works contract basis, if the construction is capitalized, you will never get the credit. O for outdoor catering. Outdoor catering also credit is never allowed. N for NRTP, only the credit of goods imported, whatever IGST they pay, credit will be allowed. F for food and beverages, the credit, Baba, food and beverages also credit will not be allowed. L for life insurance and health insurance also the credit will not be allowed. C for composition tax, 1%, 1%, 5%, and 6% will not be allowed. T for travel benefit given to employees on vacation, no credit. T for thief cases. Thief cases means goods lost, ITC lost, goods stolen, ITC stolen, goods gifted, ITC gifted. And the last case, which I go ahead and call it total thief. What do you mean by total thief, everyone? Thief is a thief who is not caught, but total thief is a person who is caught, and hence I call it total thief. Are we clear, everyone? Yes, sir, we are all clear till here. People, what did I go ahead and tell you till now? I went ahead and told you section number input tax rate. May we went ahead and learned section number 16. Section number 16, one went ahead and told who is eligible, subject to what are the condition. Who is eligible, everyone? Registered person is eligible. Section number 16, 2. Condition, Baba, subject to which you are eligible. Section number 16.3, everyone. If you have taken ITC on the tax component, don't take depreciation. If you take depreciation, don't take ITC. Section number 16.4, maximum time limit to go ahead and take the credit. Section number 16, 1, 2, 3, 4 done. Section number 17, we went and learned if something is used for business purpose, non-business purpose, straight with respect to business purpose, you should take. Section number 17, 2, taxable supply including zero trade supply and exempt supply. Then taxable supply ka credit you should take. Section number 17, 3, exempt supply means what? For the purpose of apportionment. Section number 17, 4, banking company. Section number 17, 5, block credit. And Baba, here section number 17.6 went ahead and told apportionment method government will tell, and government told rule number 42 and rule number 43. Are we all clear till here, everyone? Chalo, please come back over here, everyone. Now we are done with section number 16 and section number 17. Chalo, please come to the next one. Now the next one is section number 18.
18, let's go ahead and start. Chalo, section number 18, circumstances when special circumstances when credit will be given. Section number 18 has section number 18.1 to section number 18.6. Section number 18.1 has 4 parts: 18.1 A, B, C, D. Let's understand section number 18.1 A, B, C, D. Always remember one thing, sir, whenever section number 18.1A and B is applicable whenever you are taking registration for the first time. Section number 18.1 C and D, 18.1 C and D is applicable when you are already a registered person in that scenario. Chalo, section number 18.1A says new registration. Sir, I became liable. People, you became liable over here. You applied within 30 days. Registration granted. Registration will be effective from the date of becoming liable. Yes, sir. From the date of becoming liable, registration made effective. Always remember one thing. Remember one thing. The date of becoming liable, if your registration is effective, 1 day prior. Date of when he becomes liable? 1 day prior, because you have applied within 30 days and registration certificate granted. Registration certificate will be valid from the date of becoming liable. Then from the date of becoming liable, 1 day prior, whatever input is there in stock, input is there in semi-finished goods or finished goods held on the day immediately preceding the date of becoming liable, stock and capital goods. Basically capital goods ka credit you will not get, stock ka credit, basically inputs which are there in your stock, inputs which are lying in your semi-finished goods, inputs which are lying in your finished goods. On those inputs, whatever GST was paid, you will be able to take the credit. Done, sir. Then the next one over here is voluntary registration. Voluntary registration ka case mein, the day you are granted the registration, from that day you start charging GST. So 1 day prior to the date of grant of registration, sir, from the date of grant of
the date of grant of registration ka 1 day prior, whatever input is there in your stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods, you will be able to take the credit. Always remember one thing, 18(1)(a) and B में capital goods का credit is not given. ठीक है sir. Next one over here is section number 18(1)(c) and 18(1)(d). Section number 18(1)(c) says, sir, you were a composition dealer, now you become a normal person. When you were a composition dealer, you would not have taken the ITC. For an example, from now, you are a normal person, you have started charging GST. Then government is telling 1 day prior, whatever the composition person became normal person, regular taxpayer. Sir, composition tax he was paying under section number 10. Now he is paying tax under section number 9. The day he starts paying tax under section number 9, he will be able to take inputs which are lying in stock, inputs which were there in semi-finished goods, inputs which were there in finished goods. On those input, whatever tax was there paid, he can take the full credit now. Capital goods, he can take whatever was the credit minus 5% per quarter or part thereof. Remember one thing, everyone, quarter is always fixed. Quarter is always fixed in GST. April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, Jan, Feb, March. Quarter is always fixed. ठीक है sir, point is clear. Capital goods पे credit you will get 5% reduced. Then we have section number 18(1)(d). Earlier you were making exempt supply, you were a registered person. Registered person, you are making taxable supply also and exempt supply also. For taxable supply, you are already a registered person, but you are making exempt supplies also. And for the exempt supply, whatever inputs and capital goods were bought, you did not take the ITC. But now that exempt supply have become taxable supply, then from the day that supplies have become taxable, 1 day prior, whatever, from the day the supplies have become taxable, 1 day prior, whatever input was there in your stock, input was there in your semi-finished goods and finished goods, plus capital goods ka credit also you will be able to take. Remember one thing, 18(1)(a) and B में only inputs ka credit you get, 18(1)(c) and D में you get inputs ka credit also and capital goods ka credit, ITC minus 5% per quarter or part thereof. Remember one thing, everyone, if you don't apply within 30 days of becoming liable and registration certificate is granted, remember one thing, in that scenario stock ka credit is not given at all. If you don't apply within 30 days, of becoming liable, stock ka credit is not even given at all, you will not get the stock ka credit. The next one over here is 18(2). Whenever in special circumstance you are taking input or capital goods ka credit, remember only in special circumstances when you are taking capital goods and inputs ka credit, you will not be able to take if invoices are older than 1 year. Invoices older than 1 year, you will not be able to take the credit. Now special circumstance mein how to take the credit is told by rule number 40. Rule number 40 goes ahead and says manner of claiming credit in special circumstance. Special circumstance mein how will you take the credit? ITC on capital goods under 18(1)(c) and D, whatever is the input tax on buying minus 5% per quarter or part thereof from the date of invoice, remaining amount you will be able to take the credit. Next one, sir, how do I take the credit? Government went ahead and told go online within 30 days plus further extension can be given. You can file one declaration which is GST ITC 01. Whatever is your stock ka credit you are eligible. If you are eligible for capital goods ka credit also, please write down in ITC 01 and file the ITC 01. Officer will go ahead and give you the credit. Remember one thing, in the ITC 01, you should go ahead and tell what is your input in stock, semi-finished goods, finished goods and the capital goods basically for which you are going ahead, and on the day immediately preceding you will have to go ahead and mention that inputs and capital goods ka detail. On the day immediately preceding means, sir, these dates say immediately preceding date pe whatever inputs were there and capital goods were there, that detail has to be given. Also remember, if ITC 01 mein the credit which you are going ahead and claiming, is more than 2 lakh rupees, then chartered accountant or cost accountant certificate will be required. 18(1)(c) and D, because you are already a registered person, now also you will be a registered person. Government is telling earlier when you are a registered person, when you would have bought, you would have already gone ahead and given your GSTN number while buying. Might be composition dealer, but you would have already given your GSTN number and hence the supplier would have already given the details to the government under your GSTN number. Now normal taxpayer you are, but sir, GSTN remains same, and whatever you are claiming, government will go ahead and verify with the details which were provided by the supplier in their GSTR1 or GSTR4. Then, sir, point is clear. Section number 18, I went ahead and told you section number 18.1, A, B, C, D, and section number 18.2, I went ahead and told you. Section number 18.2, I went ahead and told that, sir, invoices older than 1 year, special circumstance only, remember, invoices older than 1 year, you will not be able to take the credit. Now, section number 18.3 over here, Sir, government is going ahead and telling Ramesh, if you go ahead and transfer your business to someone, if you sell your business to someone, A and B companies became AB Limited, A and B became AB Limited, might be one big company says some demerger happened. Always remember one thing, whenever in case of change in constitution of a registered person, ITC can be transferred to the transferee. When there is a sale, any merger has happened, demerger, amalgamation, lease, transfer of business, including death, always remember you will be eligible to go ahead and transfer the credit. Registered person will be allowed to transfer the credit, which remains in your e-credit ledger. So I transferred my business, I transferred all the assets and liability to this guy. Now, section number 22.3 and section number 22.4, do you remember? Transferee is liable to register. Now, this transferee, once he is registered, what will I do? I will also transfer the credit to the e-credit ledger. Everyone over here, ITC which remains unutilized in the e-credit ledger, you can go online. Rule number 41 says, file GST ITC 02 declaration. I will file ITC 02. It will come to your, the transferee card. It will show it to the transferee. He will accept and the amount will come to his e-credit ledger. I hope this point is clear. Remember, normally credit transfer is not allowed, but only in special circumstance you can go ahead and transfer the credit. You can go ahead and transfer the credit. Sir, what is special circumstance? Sale, merger, demerger, etc. का case में file ITC 02 and the credit can be transferred to the transferee. The next one over here is in case of demerger, A Limited, B Limited. A Limited was there. A Limited demerged one small part. Now, whenever one demerger is happening, how will you apportion the credit? 1000 crore ka assets were there. 800 crore ka assets are remaining over here. 200 crore ka assets are going over there. Then, sir, 8:2 ka ratio mein whatever the credit is there, basically 20% of the credit you can transfer to the transferee. In case of demerger, ITC apportionment in the ratio of value of assets of the new unit. And then it says, sir, the time limit to go ahead and file ITC 02 to take the credit is, there is no time limit, but CA square. CA square means everyone, chartered accountant or cost accountant. Chartered accountant or cost accountant certificate is mandatory irrespective of the amount. Irrespective of the amount, chartered accountant, cost accountant certificate is mandatory. Here one more rule is there. Supposingly in one state I had two places of business, one was principal, one was additional place of business. It means it had only one registration. One registration means one e-credit ledger. Now what happened, both this was already registered, this additional place of business I took a separate registration. Then Baba, now this additional place of business has a separate e-credit ledger. Government is going ahead and telling simple, Ramesh, whenever you go ahead and take separate registration in the state and you want to transfer the credit to your distinct person, you can do the transfer by filing transfer of ITC to distinct person. Can also be done in asset ratio, and you can go ahead and file same registration if done, separate registration if you take within the same state or UT. ITC 02A, GST ITC 02A, you have to go ahead and file within 30 days. I hope this point is clear. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Now there is section number 18.4. Section number 18.4 goes ahead and says, listen, composition person, when he became regular taxpayer, you took the credit. Exempt supplies of a registered person became taxable supply, you took the credit. Now what if it is ulta? Ulta is being spoken over here in 18.4. It says normal person became compo, or taxable supplies of a registered person became exempt supply. In that scenario, normal person, you were there, you were taking the ITC. Composition person, you can't take the ITC. So whatever ITC is there in your stock, semi-finished goods and capital goods, you have to go ahead and reverse that credit. Sir, taxable supplies of a registered person became exempt supply. Then whatever, when it was taxable supply, you would have already taken the ITC. Now that the supplies have become exempt, you will not charge GST. So whatever the ITC is there, you have to go ahead and reverse. That is being told by section number 18.4. Section number 18.4 goes ahead and says, Payment of ITC on switching to composition means normal person became compo, or sir, taxable supplies became exempt supplies. Remember one thing, now what will happen? ITC reversal will happen. Everyone over here, rule number 44 goes ahead and talks about ITC ka reversal. It says manner of reversal under special circumstance, reversal with respect to input which are then your stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods. Whatever ITC you have taken, please go ahead and reverse it. Capital goods, remember monthly calculation has to be done. Means supposingly you are under normal scheme for 12 months, then sir, one asset ka life is always assumed to be 60 months. 12 months gone, 48 months. Now you are earlier a normal person, now you are a composition person. So under composition, you are going to use the machine for 48 months. So 48 months ka reversal has to be done. Monthly calculation in case of capital goods. Everyone over here. Capital goods held in stock. Remember ITC availed. See, stock का केस में, इनपुट्स का केस में नथिंग. Whatever credit you are taken, please reverse the full credit. Capital goods का केस में divided by 60 and whatever is the remaining life, monthly calculation, you will have to go ahead and do the reversal. Amount of, so ITC availed divided by 60 multiplied by balance life. Sir, amount of reversal to be calculated separately for CGST, SGST, IGST and UTGST. If tax relating to inputs is unavailable, government is telling, sir, no problem. If you don't have the tax invoice is missing, then do one thing, estimate the value based on the basically you will have to estimate the inputs ka value as on today. Market price has to be taken on the date of the event. Amount determined can be added to the output tax liability. You will have to file GST ITC 03. Once you file your ITC 03, whatever the reversal amount is there will be added to your output tax liability. The next one over here is there is no time limit to go ahead and file ITC 03, but no CS certificate is also required. CS certificate also not required, but it will be required if fair market value is used. It shall be certified by a practicing chartered accountant or cost accountant. Means if you go ahead and take inputs ka market value on the date of the event, then and you are trying to do the reversal, in that scenario CS certificate will be mandatory. Other than that, section number 18.5 is there over here. 18.5 says, please, whenever you are taking the credit or you are reversing the credit, please go ahead and follow rule number 40 and rule number 44. Okay, sir, it is giving Gyan. So, Baba, okay, we will follow rule number 40 and rule number 44. Done, sir. Point is clear. Then we have section number 18.6, which says, important it is, everyone. It says, if you have gone ahead and supplied capital goods and plant and machinery on which ITC has been taken, if you had gone ahead and taken the ITC on capital goods and plant and machinery, then they are telling registered person shall be allowed to go ahead and take whatever input tax credit you had gone ahead and taken minus 5% per quarter or part thereof. You will get the reduced amount of credit which is there, or that sale value pay whatever GST comes, whichever is higher. Remember one thing, capital goods and plant and machinery, if you are going ahead and selling, then whatever ITC minus 5% per quarter or part thereof, ITC minus 5% per quarter or part thereof, whatever is the remaining amount, that one, or sale value pay whatever GST comes, that has to be paid, whichever is higher. Remember, this clause is not applicable. For whom this provision is not applicable? If you are going ahead and selling molds, jigs, dies, etc. as scrap, then you can just pay the tax under section number 15, which is basically the transaction value pay. You can go ahead and pay the tax. Everyone over here now. We are done with section number 18. Now, section number 18 is done. Everyone over here. We have some circulars over here. Let's go ahead and quickly wrap up the circulars, everyone. Let's go ahead and understand the circulars which are there. Everyone over here. ITC apportionment in case of business reorganization, section number 18.3, read with rule number 44. It talks about demerger. Basically, the circular had come with respect to demerger. Sir, Now, everyone over here, the first question I'll tell you, what people went ahead and told is, sir, supposingly, I am there in the state of Maharashtra, X Limited is there in the state of Maharashtra also, and it is there in the state of Delhi also. Okay, sir, X Limited is there in the state of Maharashtra also, and Delhi also. Here the assets is 60 crore, here the assets is 30 crore. Okay, sir, the assets is 60 crore, and here the assets is 40 crore. For an example, it demerged a small part of it, and it went ahead and made Y limited. A demerger happened, and the demerged unit is Y limited. Now what will happen? It will go ahead and transfer the assets from here. Now supposingly 50% of the assets are transferred from here, it means 30 crore ka assets were transferred. Supposingly here only 25% assets were transferred, it means 10 crore ka assets were transferred. If you go ahead and see over here, the total assets is 100 crore, and here what is the assets being transferred, everyone? Sir, if you go ahead and see, the assets being transferred is 40 crore. It means overall, all India basis pay, if you see, X Limited ka, Y Limited ko, 40% of the assets are transferred. Okay, sir, 40% of the assets are transferred. Now people went ahead and asked, sir, Maharashtra may also be demerged small part, and sir, Delhi may also X Limited demerged small part. Now, when they are going ahead and transferring the ITC, should they transfer 40% of the ITC to the other demerged unit, or in Maharashtra they should transfer 50% of the credit from their e-credit ledger to the demerged unit? They should go ahead and transfer 50% of the credit in Maharashtra, and Delhi may 25% of the credit from their e-credit ledger, or overall India basis pay, they should do 40% in Delhi also and 40% credit transfer in Maharashtra. Government clarified simple thing, ITC apportionment, value of asset of new unit to be taken at state level, that is at distinct person level and not all India level, and hence in Maharashtra you will transfer 50% credit, and in Delhi you will transfer 25% credit, that is on the basis of the assets which are transferred at each distinct person. I hope point is clear. The next one over here, chaliye, let's go ahead, everyone. Everyone over here. Now people went ahead and asked, supposingly X Limited is there in Maharashtra also, Delhi also, and X Limited was there in Kerala also. Now in Kerala, X Limited had 20 crore ka asset, but in Kerala there was no demerger. Means from the Kerala unit, there was no demerger which was being done. Means there was nothing which was being transferred to Y Limited. The question which was asked is, sir, since there is no Y Limited in Kerala, see, here we will file ITC 02 and transfer the credit. Here we will file ITC 02 and transfer the credit. But because in Kerala, there was no recipient only who is there, means the demerged unit is not there only, do I have to file ITC 02? Government told, no, you don't have to go ahead and file GST ITC 02. You have to file ITC 02 only in those states where both the companies are basically the unit which is the main unit and the demerged unit, both are there. They are going ahead and telling ITC 02 only in those states where transferor and transferee are registered. Next. Sir, then the people went ahead and asked, sir, tell me one thing. You went ahead and told that on the basis of asset transfer, you have to transfer the ITC. Only in case of demerger. When you read the rule is going ahead and indicating that you have to transfer the credit in the asset ratio in case of, sir, only demerger. Now, sir, is this applicable only for demerger that we can transfer in the asset ratio, or is it applicable for all kind of business reorganization? So government went ahead and told it is applicable for all kind of business reorganization. For an example, one father's business was there, he demerged, he cut off a small part and gave it to one son to run it. Now, everyone, there are two businesses which are there. Whenever a small part is cut off from a business, then government is going ahead and telling you can go ahead and transfer the credit in the asset ratio. It is not only for demerger. The next one over here is, people went ahead and told, sir, supposingly CGST, SGST and IGST, I have 10,000, 10,000 and 10,000, total credit supposingly 30,000. If I have to supposingly transfer to the demerged unit 50%, means I have to transfer 15,000, then sir, should I go ahead and say this 50% on each head, or I can go ahead and apply on the total amount? Then government went ahead and told each head wise you don't have to go ahead and do this. Do one thing, on the total GST which is there, apply the apportionment ratio. You got the amount, right? Now this 15,000, sir, from where should I transfer? Should I transfer from CGST, SGST or IGST? Government told whichever you like, that head say you can go ahead and transfer. Transfer 10 from here, 5 from here, no problem. Sir, transfer 10 from here, 5 from here, no problem. Transfer 10 from here, sir, 1 minute. 5 from here, 5 from here, 5 from here, however you wish, you can go ahead and transfer. That's what government is telling. Sir, apportionment ratio, please apply on the total unutilized amount, total amount pay, and not each head wise. And once, and you are at liberty, you can go ahead and transfer from any head, whichever you want. It says transfer is at liberty to determine the amount to be transferred from each head. Then people went ahead and asked, sir, if I have to go ahead, ITC to be transferred is equal to ITC balance with multiplied by ratio of asset. Correct, sir? Ratio of asset means how much is the asset transfer ratio? Sir, ITC balance pay, I have to apply. For an example, ITC balance is 1 lakh, asset transferred is 30%, then sir, 30,000 I'll have to credit has to be transferred. Now people went ahead and asked, this ITC balance, which day ka balance? Which day ka ITC balance has to be seen? So government went ahead and clarified, very simple. Government went ahead and told ITC balance on the date of filing of ITC 02, that day when you are filing ITC 02, whatever is the balance, multiplied by, sir, ratio of asset which date ka. So government went ahead and clarified, please take the appointment date of demerger, appointment date of demerger pay, whatever is the asset ratio of both the unit, that asset ratio you can go ahead and consider. So people went ahead and asked ITC balance which date ka, the date of filing GST ITC 02, sir, ratio of asset which day? Then government told, sir, the day which is the appointment date of demerger, on that day, whatever is the asset ratio, on that you can go ahead and transfer the credit. Done, sir. Point is clear. Everyone over here. The next circular which is there is talking about free gift and sample. I have already spoken about it in supply ka chapter. Free gift and sample ka case mein, if free gift is a supply, I bought thermometers, took the ITC, gave thermometers for free, it is 71C mein supply, ITC will be available. I went ahead and bought powder, everyone. I went ahead and bought powder, made medicine, and I went ahead and supplied the medicine for free. It is not a supply under 71C. When it is not a supply, I will not get the ITC also. The first one is clear, I hope. It says free gift and sample, if activity of distribution is supply, ITC allowed, but if activity does not fall in supply, 71C may it is not falling, then no ITC with respect to input services and capital goods to the extent of such distribution. The next one over here is buy one, get one, or sir, buy more, save more discount may. Always remember, buy one, get one is nothing other than two supplied at the price of one, and government went ahead and clarified that buy one, get one, or give buy more, get more discount. All these schemes may always ITC on input services and capital goods will be allowed. The last one over here is circular with respect to original equipment manufacturer and component manufacturer. Let's understand, there is one original equipment manufacturer, he makes the original equipment. There is one component manufacturer who makes the component and gives it to the original equipment manufacturer. Now they had one agreement over here where the component manufacturer has to make one component and give it to the original equipment manufacturer. Okay, component manufacturer told, sir, okay, I will buy the mold from the market, I will go ahead and make the item and give it to you, and per component, I will go ahead and charge you 100 rupees. Okay, sir. Now, value of supply would have been 100. Now, you know what happened? He could not find the mold in the market, and he told me, sir, I am not able to find the mold in the market. I went to the market, I bought the mold and gave it to him free of cost. For an example, the value of the mold, I will go ahead and say 1 lakh rupees over here. Okay, and he is going to make 10,000 units and give it to me. Now, and when I bought the mold and gave it to him, I will tell, hey, component manufacturer, that was your job to buy the mold. I bought the mold and gave it to you. Listen, I bought the mold and gave it to you. Now you can't charge me 100 rupees. Definitely he will go ahead and charge you something less because you gave him the mold now. See, the price was decided wherein he will buy the mold. But because I am giving the mold, definitely it's obligation of the supplier of the component made by the recipient. And hence, everyone over here, listen to me very carefully. Government is telling Ramesh, first of all, you bought the mold and gave it to him free of cost. Buying the mold was none of your business. It was not in the course of your business, and hence ITC, we will go ahead and not give it to you. ITC, you will have to go ahead and reverse. I hope everyone is clear with this point. Secondly, mold is supposedly 1 lakh rupees, 10,000 component is to be made. Then government is selling 1 lakh rupees divided by 10,000 means 10 rupees, and hence this 90 rupees ka component with the front party is supplying, he will have to go ahead and add 10 rupees and his value of supply will be 100 rupees on which GST will be payable by the component manufacturer. Always remember one thing. Number one, if mold was his responsibility, but I went ahead. Everyone listen to me very carefully. If mold was his responsibility, but I went ahead and bought the mold and gave it to him, it's none of my business. ITC have to go ahead and reverse. ITC have to go ahead and reverse. Secondly, I gave the mold to him free of cost. Whatever is the value of the mold divided by the component, whatever amount comes, that has to be added to the value of supply of the component manufacturer. I hope this point is clear to all. Quickly give me a heads up. Are we all 100% clear? Yes, sir, we all got it. Let's go ahead. Everyone over here now. The next one over here is original equipment manufacturer, and we have component manufacturer. Now, original equipment manufacturer went ahead and told, I will buy the mold. I will go ahead and give it to you. Free of cost only I will give it. But you have to make the component and give it to me. Now the component manufacturer went ahead and told, okay, I will go ahead and charge you per component. For an example, he went ahead and charged me 100 rupees. Listen to me very carefully, everyone. I went ahead and bought the mold. I gave it to him. I told, okay, I will buy the mold, I will give it to you, you make the component and give it to me. In this scenario, it was my business, it was in the course of my business to buy the mold, and I will be able to take the ITC also, plus the mold which I have given free of cost, that mold ka any amortized amount will not be added to the value also. If it's charging 80 for the component, or is charging 90, or is charging 100, whatever it is, value mein nothing will be added because it was my obligation only, my business only, and I'll be able to take ITC also, and component ka value mein nothing will be added. I hope everyone is 100% clear with this point. Yes, sir, we got it. The same thing has been written over here. It is talking about the mold and dies wala circular. I'll close my discussion on section number 18 over here. Point is clear. Now, the next change is there in the chapter of input tax credit. Everyone listen to me very carefully. What is the change in the chapter of input tax credit? In input tax credit, whenever we are going ahead and doing apportionment, rule number 42 and 43, we need the value of exempt supply. And exempt supply ka value, we go ahead and take from section number 17.3. Section number 17.3 went ahead and told the value of the exempt supply will be nil rated supply, wholly exempt supply, non-taxable supply, supply under RCM, whatever supplies we are doing on which tax is payable under RCM, transaction in securities, and sale of land and completed building. Here, we were not considering other schedule 3 item, but one schedule 3 ka item, which is basically whenever you are supplying goods, warehouse goods before clearing for home consumption, that amount, that was neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Now they have gone ahead and told supplying of your warehouse goods before clearance for home consumption, this will be also considered as exempt supply for the purpose of apportionment. For everything, I had told you what will be the value. Now, sir, supply of warehouse goods before clearing for home consumption, if you go ahead and supply, then what will be the value of that supply? They are telling in the duty free shop, whenever people are coming from outside India, and in the duty free shop, they buy and they go outside. Incoming passenger, basically when they are going outside means outside the airport. So whatever is the value of goods
which are supplied from a duty free shop at the arrival terminal, means for people coming from outside India, at the arrival terminal, when they arrive in India, duty free shop, say they buy goods from the duty free shop in an international airport, which is supplied to incoming passenger, that value will be taken as the value of supply of warehouse goods before clearance for home consumption. Remember one thing here, this will be considered as your exempt supply. This one point has been brought. Next, I had always told you that value of supply of service by way of transportation. Now, this is anyways a taxable supply, and hence they have gone ahead and told this was redundant, and hence they have told delete this. So, sir, can you tell me what will be the value of my exempt supply? Nil rated supply, wholly exempt supply, non-taxable supply. Supply under RCM, transaction in securities, sale of land and completed building, and sale of warehouse goods before clearing for home consumption, although neither supply of goods nor supply of service, but it will be considered as exempt supply. And what will be the value of that supply of warehouse goods? Whatever supply you have done to the incoming passengers who have come from outside India through a duty free shop, that value has to be considered as the value of exempt supply. But exempt supply may you should not go ahead and consider. It means these are basically taxable, these are to be considered as taxable supply. You should not consider interest. The second point is anyways taxable supply. So anyways, you will be considering taxable supply. So this point was redundant to write over here. So delete it. And the value of duty credit script also should be excluded from your exempt supply. So this point has now been deleted. Done, sir. Point is clear. Let's go ahead. Now, the next amendment in block credit. Block credit may one small point they have gone ahead and included over here. They have gone ahead and told if you are buying any goods, services or both received by a taxable person, used or intended to be used for an activity which is relating to obligation under CSR. Basically, under the Companies Act, all the companies are required to do CSR activity. To do the CSR activity, I went ahead and bought some goods or I have taken some services. Now, on those goods and services, whatever GST has been paid, I will not be able to take input tax credit. This is one small point which they have gone ahead and included. Other than this, there is a small circular which has come with respect to internally generated service. Baba, not internally generated service, common input services which are taken by the head office, which are applicable for the head office also. Head office also might be one vendor say I took some services. I am the head office. That service was provided to me also, and that service ka some portion was also provided to my branch office. Basically, this person went ahead and provided the service to me also and to my branch office also. Or might be I told one person to go ahead and provide services to my branch offices, and the bill came to me. Now, in this scenario, whether when I am going to distribute the credit, should I follow ISD mechanism? Or for an example, I had taken a service of 1 lakh rupees, 50% of the service relates to my branch office, 1 lakh rupees ka credit, I went ahead and took it. Now 50% of the service ka invoice, can I just raise it to my branch and my branch can go ahead and take the credit with respect to that invoice? So they went ahead and told over here, whenever any common services are taken by the head office, which is relating to head office and the branch office also, either the head office can distribute using ISD mechanism, or the head office can just issue one tax invoice to the branch office, and whatever invoice mein GST has been charged, the branch office can go ahead and take. In respect of common input services procured from a third party and attributable to both head office and branch office, or exclusively to one or more branch office. Remember, if it is exclusively to one or more branch offices, then can the head office distribute through ISD mechanism, or head office can also issue tax invoices and distribute the credit by not taking ISD registration? They have gone ahead and told it can either distribute by following ISD mechanism by issuing an ISD invoice, or it can also issue a normal tax invoice under section number 31 to the concerned branch office, and whatever amount it is charging, how much service was provided to the branch office, that much service ke liye the GST will be charged in the invoice, and the branch office can take the ITC of the same. So this is not about internal generated service. This is service taken from a third party. I took one service from the third party. I am the head office. This is the branch office. Service relates to both of us. I can distribute by using ISD mechanism. I can also go ahead and distribute by issuing a tax invoice. Head office got an invoice. It was not with respect to the head office, but the service was given to the branch office. Can the head office distribute the credit to the branches? Yes, by issuing tax invoice also, or by following ISD mechanism and issuing ISD invoice also. This is the clarification which has come. Here we are done with the chapter of input tax credit. Done. Please come to the next chart. The next chart is on job work. Everyone in the job worker chart. Please come to the job worker chart, everyone. Please come to the chart of job work. Before I go ahead and start the chapter of job work, I'll give you a quick linking. Everyone, let's go ahead and take a quick linking. We started learning GST with everyone with me. Goods and service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. Interstate supply, I GST will be levied. Intrastate supply, C GST will be levied. Once GST is levied, sir, GST has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? How will he pay? Sir, he will calculate GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you will prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note. Now, once you go ahead and prepare the tax invoice, credit note and debit note, you will go ahead and maintain your accounts and records, and you will send the goods to the other person with the help of a e-way bill. Now, sir, liability to pay will come. Now, once the liability to pay has come, you will go ahead. Once the liability to pay has come, you will go ahead and use your input tax credit. Listen to me very carefully. Liability to pay means time of supply. Sir, section number 16, 17, 18 we went ahead and learned over here. Now, along with input tax credit, there is an attached chapter which is known as a job work ka chapter. Job work ka case mein section number 19 is applicable for availment of ITC. But job work ka chapter, we also go ahead and learn section number 143 basically, which helps us going ahead and learning about the various procedures with respect to job work. So section number 143, section number 19, and there is one rule number 45 also, which will be going ahead and studying along with job work. Let's go ahead and do the chapter of job work now. Everyone over here, let's do job work. Everyone over here now. Job work, remember one thing. Any treatment or process on another person's goods, if I am doing job work. And sir, I hope you guys remember when we learned schedule 2, it told you doing a treatment or process on another person's good, you are always giving him job work, and job work is always a supply of service. Let's go ahead and understand over here now. Supposingly there is a principal. Now, principal wants to send the goods for job work. Principal wants to send the goods for job work. The goods will be the goods ka job work will be done, and the goods will come back. Sending of goods, everyone. Now, when the principal wants to send the goods for job work, remember one thing. He can send the goods without payment of any GST, but he will have to follow the procedures under section number 143. And remember, now what will he do? He will go ahead and buy the inputs and capital goods. Okay, sir. So principal went ahead and bought the inputs or the capital goods, and he went ahead and sent the inputs and the capital goods to the job worker. He can send it without payment of any tax. Just he has to follow section number 143 ka procedure. Section number 143 goes ahead and says that whenever you are sending the goods for job work, listen, I bought input, I bought capital goods, I can take the ITC. That is told by section number 19, that when you are sending the goods for job work, you can take the ITC. But when you are sending the goods for job work, you should follow section number 143 ka procedure. And section number 143 ka procedure says, whenever you are sending the goods for job work, please send along with a delivery challan. Delivery challan will be 2 copies, and remember the delivery challan will be same as the delivery challan under rule number 55, the delivery challan which we understand, the same to same delivery challan, but we also go ahead and call it a job work challan under rule number 45. Now sir, once the delivery challan, you go ahead and make 3 copies of the delivery challan. One you give it to the transporter, remaining 2 copies you send it to the job worker. Now what will happen over here? Sir, plus you have to go ahead and file one intimation also. Half yearly and annually intimation is there that sir, GST ITC 04 my intimation you have to go ahead and give about the goods which you have sent to job work, received from the job worker, sent from one job worker to another during a specified period, and
all these details, sir. Which are the goods I have sent for job work? Which are the goods I have received from the job worker? From one job worker to another job worker, which are the goods I have gone ahead and sent? All the details you will have to go ahead and provide. And sir, from one job worker to another job worker during a specified period, all the details have to be provided in GST ITC 04. Remember one thing, that GST ITC 04, which is to be filed, sir, it has to be filed annually or half yearly. If your turnover, aggregate turnover in preceding financial year, beta, you have to see the aggregate turnover in preceding financial year. If your turnover was up to 5 crore, then sir, annually you have to go ahead and file. For full year, you have to file only one GST ITC 04, and that is by 25th of April. So last year ka turnover, if it was more than 5, if it was up to 5 crore, means it has not crossed 5 crore, then I can file only one GST ITC 04, which is on 25th of April. But sir, if the amount is more, if my last year turnover was more than 5 crore, if my turnover was last year was more than 5 crore, then sir, half yearly, that is April to September and October to March ke liye, I have to go ahead and file two ITC 04. One is GST ITC 04 on 25th of October and one is on 25th of April. Everyone over here, when you are going ahead and sending the goods for job work, always remember one thing, sir, along with delivery challan, you have to give an intimation half yearly or annually based on your turnover. Okay? Plus, so immediately you don't give, but when you are sending, you send along with a delivery challan plus an e-way bill. Remember one thing, when you are going ahead and sending the goods to a job worker, you have to generate e-way bill in case of intrastate movement only when the consignment value is more than 50,000, but interstate movement may it is mandatory. I hope you guys remember. Yes sir, we do remember. Remember one thing, when you send the goods for job work, sending of goods is not a supply provided. Remember one thing, he should go ahead and do the treatment or process, and the goods should come back within 1 year. Bring the goods back. You have to bring the goods back within 1 year or 3 years in case of capital goods. Sir, when you send it, you have sent along with 2 delivery challan. When the goods will come back, it will come back with 1 delivery challan. Remember one thing, 1 year may goods should come back, input should come back, goods should come back within 3 years. Sir, if it doesn't come back within 1 year or 3 years, it will be deemed that when you had sent the goods, it was a supply. Sending of goods, that time when you had sent it, it will be deemed that that time ka supply it was, and now you have to go ahead and declare in your return, and when you declare in your return, you will have to pay the tax along with interest. Okay sir, point is clear. Sir, remember one thing, if you don't bring it back, then within 1 year or 3 years, if you don't bring it back, sir, from the date of dispatch, that is the day it was sent by the principal, within 1 year or 3 years, if you don't get it back, it will be deemed as supply. When the inputs and capital goods were sent out, means when you had sent it, that time it will be deemed as supply, and you will have to pay along with interest at the rate of 18%. Okay sir, point is clear. Listen to me very carefully. Now this job worker who is there, he can be registered or unregistered. Job worker ka case mein, always remember the turnover limit for taking registration is 20 lakh or 10 lakh. Now sir, can I go ahead and buy the goods and then send it for job work? Yes sir. You can also go ahead and tell your supplier that sir, you can bill the goods to me, but you can send it directly to the job worker. Remember one thing, once my job worker receive the goods and I receive the invoice, it will be deemed that I have gone ahead and received the goods, and I will be able to take the input tax credit. Now when you go ahead and say bill to me and ship it directly to him, the day he receives it, everyone, the day he receives it, that day say 1 year or 3 years may it should come back. That is, in case of directly sent to the job worker, from the date of receipt by the job worker, the goods should come back within 1 year or 3 years. See, one is when you are sending, then from the date of dispatch, 1 year or 3 years may it should come back. If the goods are directly received by the job worker, 1 year or 3 years may it should come back. Sir, but remember, very important everyone, sir, once the goods come back, then if I go ahead and sell, Baba, that is sale of goods anyways. Sir, once the goods have come back to the principal, then if he goes ahead and sell, that is the sale of goods anyways, nothing very important. And one more point which I want to very importantly tell you, remember, job work ka provisions are only applicable if you are a registered person. Only applicable on a registered person. Okay, everyone? Done. Sir, this bringing back a time limit is not applicable in case of mold, die, zigs, fixtures, tool. No time limit to receive back other than mold, dies, tools, etc. All input to be received back within 1 year of dispatch. Capital goods within 3 years of dispatch or 1 year or 3 years from the date of direct receipt. Done, sir. Point is clear. Listen to me very carefully. If you are sending input and capital goods directly from here, from the supplier, then remember that when the goods are going on the way, they will move along with a copy of the invoice. Job worker name and address will be mentioned as the consignee, and you will do one thing, you will make the delivery challan and send it directly to the job worker. Okay, sir, point is clear. And sir, e-way bill as required. ठीक है sir. Next, sir, if the goods are imported goods and they are moving, if imported goods are directly sent to the job worker, they will move along with a copy of the bill of entry plus this principal will go ahead and make the delivery challan and he will send it directly to the job worker. Done, sir. Sir, job worker के पास the goods are there. The job worker entered and did the job work. Once the job worker has done the job work, remember one thing. Now, supposingly I have sent the goods to Delhi. In Delhi, my goods went, job work done. Now, getting it back to Karnataka is such a difficult thing. What I went ahead and did, in Delhi only, I found someone who wanted to buy the goods. Can I sell directly from the job worker premises? Here it is, everyone. Supposingly, I found a buyer who was near the job worker. My goods are already ready with the job worker. Listen. Once your goods are ready with the job worker, you can either bring the goods back within 1 year or 3 years, or within 1 year or 3 years, you can directly sell it. You can directly sell it also. So what will happen over here? Direct supply can be done 1 year in case of inputs, which will now be converted into finished goods. And sir, by the job worker, it would have been converted into finished goods. No, so you can sell it directly from there within 1 year or 3 years in case of capital goods. Sir, tell me one thing. This buyer is the buyer of the principal, and who will make the invoice? Principal will make the invoice. And it says over here, principal to make the invoice. And if he makes the invoice, it will be included in the turnover of the principal anyways. ठीक है sir. Sir, supplying from the job worker premises, is it possible? Yes, sir. Always remember, job worker has to be registered. And sir, if job worker is unregistered, remember, if job worker and you are there in the same state, then what you can do is you are already registered. Under your registration, you can declare his place as your additional place of business. It means now that place is your go down, and from there you can go ahead and supply. Always remember, if job worker is unregistered person, job worker is registered, then you don't have to declare his place as additional place of business. But if job worker is unregistered, then you want to supply from that place, then you have to declare that place as your additional place of business. Remember, declaring additional place of business is not required if, sir, the goods which you are supplying is notified by the commissioner. Then you don't have to declare the job worker premises as your additional place of business. Might be the job worker is not registered also, but still you can supply from job worker's premises. Remember one thing, sir, when the supply happened over here, who will raise the invoice? Principal will raise the invoice. Time of supply, value of supply, place of supply will be seen from whose angle? Sir, it will always be seen from principal's point of view. It will be always seen in the hand of the principal. Sir, tell me one thing. If I am in one state, job worker is in another state. Sir, job worker is registered, then I can supply from his premises. If I am in one state, job worker is in another state, and sir, he is not registered, then either tell him to take registration. If he does not agree to take registration, bring your goods back and then you can supply. Always remember, if job worker is in different state, you can't declare his place as your additional place of business. Remember, if job worker is in different state, declaring additional place of business is not possible. Hence, either job worker should take registration or bring the goods back and then you can go ahead and supply. Everyone, from one job worker to another job worker, sir, okay. Sir, tell me one thing. Can I go ahead and export from the job worker premises? For an example, my goods are ready over here. Can I go ahead and export? Yes, Baba, you can go ahead and directly supply also within 1 year, 3 year. You can bring it back also, or you can export it also. Remember, when the job worker premises say export is done, it's an export done by the principal. Only the goods are going from the job worker premises. It will be a supply in the supply of the principal, letter of undertaking or bond or IGST to be paid by the principal. Either job worker has to be registered or his place has to be declared additional place of business. Only then you can go ahead and directly export from there. Okay, sir, point is clear. Now, sir, can I go ahead and send goods from one job worker to another job worker? Yes, sir, you can go ahead and send the goods from one job worker to another job worker. But remember one thing, one job worker to another job worker to another job worker, you can send the goods. Delivery challan. When the goods are moving, you will need, might be your goods ka one job work is done by him. Little more job work is to be done. Another kind of treatment. So goods have to go here. So it can go. This job worker will issue delivery challan, or this job worker can issue, or this principal can issue a delivery challan, and the goods can move. It says delivery challan can be issued by job worker number one or the principal. Alternatively, the old delivery challan which was there, see, the principal had sent the old delivery challan. That old delivery challan only this guy can go ahead and endorse. It says old delivery challan which was issued by the principal may be endorsed and the goods can move. Sir, if goods are sent in piecemeal, means supposingly 1000 units, say first 100 unit, then 100 unit, then 100 units are going, in that scenario, new delivery challan will be required. Endorsement of old delivery challan is not possible. Sir, now this job worker made the goods ready. Can I go ahead and directly supply from here? Yes, Baba, that is possible. Remember, direct supply from another job worker ka premise also possible. But, sir, principal to make the invoice and pay the tax. Who will make the invoice, everyone? It is the sale of the principal. Principal will make the invoice and pay the tax. Student is asking another student, Balaji, are you there? Baba, you know that story, you know? If friends will pass, you will feel more bad. Friends will fail, then you will fail. I also failed. My friends also failed. This, Baba, start studying. He is so bothered that his friend is there or not. Baba, you are there to study in the class. You are not studying. Hey, Balaji, you study. Don't reply him. Everyone over here now. Remember one thing. This is the principal. Principal will go ahead and make the invoice. Sir, can you supply from here? Yes, sir. You can go ahead and supply from here. But this person has to be registered, or you should have declared his place as your additional place of business. Same thing, sir. From here, can I go ahead and directly export? Yes, Baba. This will be an export of the principal. Principal to go ahead and issue the invoice. Principal to go ahead and give validity or bond, or IGST has to be paid by the principal. Done, sir. Point clear. But, sir, can I go ahead and export? Export or supplying from job worker premises is only possible if job worker is registered or principal has gone ahead and declared his place as additional place of business. Done, sir. Point is clear. Sir, tell me one thing relating to inputs and capital goods. Whose duty it is to go ahead and keep the accounts? Keeping of accounts for input and capital goods shall lie with the principal. Okay, sir. Now, sir, supposingly when the job worker went ahead and did the job work, there was some waste or scrap which was generated. Always remember one thing. Always remember waste or scrap का केस में if job worker का premises से waste or scrap is sold, job worker is registered, job worker will pay the GST. I sent some clothes, job worker made the shirts and sent it to me. Waste or scrap was generated. What to do? Government is telling if job worker is registered, job worker will pay the GST. If job worker is unregistered, principal do one thing. In the job worker premises, whatever waste or scrap was there, you only sell from there, only you sell it off, and principal, you pay the GST. Principal to pay the GST. But sir, for selling of waste or scrap, job worker, even if he is not registered, you don't have to declare his place as additional place of business. In case of waste or scrap, no need to declare job worker premises as additional place of business. Done, sir. Point is clear. Remember one thing. If the job worker is a registered person, if the job worker is a registered person, you send some supposingly clothes to him and he has to dye the clothes. Now to dye the clothes, he would have bought some goods, he would have taken some services, he would have bought some capital goods. Always remember, input service capital goods ka credit will be allowed to a job worker if he is buying to provide the job work services. I am a job worker. I buy input, capital goods, input services to provide job work services to someone. Then always remember, if job worker is registered, he shall be eligible to take the inputs of ITC of input services, capital goods used by him in supplying the job work services. I hope everyone is clear. Very, very important from exam point of view will be, see, this chapter is B graded. Job worker and the next chapter of ISD, I call it B graded. Why do you call it B graded, sir? Because either of them say 2 to 3 mark ka, they go ahead and ask in the exam. So I go ahead and call it as B graded. Everyone listen to me very carefully. In job worker, the most important thing you have to remember is, sir, the time limit to bring it back is 1 year or 3 year. The second important thing is exceptions which are there, mold, dies, fixtures, etc. case mein 3 years ka time limit is not applicable. Sir, can I supply directly and can I export? This point also you can remember. Waste and scrap related point you can remember. You can remember that time limit to bring back is 1 year or 3 year. Time limit to bring back is 1 year or 3 year, and commissioner can extend it by 1 year in case of inputs, and capital goods के लिए 2 years का extension can be done. Small question might be GST ITC 04 के लिए they can go ahead and ask, but 2 to 3 mark is something, or might be okay, 2 to 4 mark I will say is something which can be expected either out of job work or either out of ISD. Either of that chapter say one small question will come. I'll go ahead and close all my discussion over here on job work. Closed. I hope you guys are solving question answers. Solving question answers is very, very important. And I also hope you guys are solving MCQs. Students who don't solve MCQs, Baba, it is very, very difficult to attempt MCQs in the exam. Listen to me carefully. If you are a student who is not solving MCQs at home, please solve MCQs. It is very, very important. We have the MCQ book with reasoning. If you want, you can go for the MCQ book with reasoning also. The hard copy is available on rameshsoni.com. Students don't buy MCQ book thinking MCQs are very difficult. MCQs are very easy. Baba, it will take your sweat out if you are not solving MCQs and going in the exam. Student asked me about MCQ, so I am telling MCQ with reasoning is available on our website. If you want, you can buy it. If you don't want, don't buy. Baba, you have ICI ka booklet. Practice. Baba, practice MCQs and go. It is very, very important. That 30 mark is very important for you. Please practice MCQs. Right, everyone? I'll close my discussion on job work over here. Done. Now, the next chapter which we are going to revise is the chapter of input service distributor. Everyone, let's go ahead and do ISD, input service distributor. Sir, where does the linking come for input service distributor? Let's go ahead and understand. ISD is section number, people. Let's go ahead and now revise ISD. Everyone over here, ISD is an attached chapter of input tax credit ka chapter. ITC ka chapter mein you have job work ka chapter and you have input service distributor is also an attached chapter. ISD ka chapter you get section number 20 and section number 21. Let's go ahead and start with ISD now. Everyone over here, ISD is section number 20 and 21 read with the rule number 39 and rule number 54. Let's go ahead and start with ISD. Everyone, listen to me very carefully. Who is an ISD? Who is an ISD first of all? An ISD is a person who goes ahead and distribute input services ka credit, means input services ka ITC is distributed by an ISD. Sir, it means if there is input ka credit, no, it can't be distributed by ISD. Capital goods ka credit can't be distributed by ISD. ISD is meant for only inputted services ka credit to be distributed. Okay, sir, point is clear. Now, everyone over here. Now, for an example, in the chart, we have Reliance ka head office. Reliance is telling for my Mumbai, Maharashtra branch, I want to go ahead and take some advertisement service. For my Kerala branch,
Also, I want to go ahead and take some advertisement surveys, and also for the Karnataka branch, I want to go ahead and take some advertisement surveys. Now, 3 branches are there. I have to go ahead and take advertisement surveys. How will I go ahead and take the advertisement surveys? I will do one thing. I will go ahead and hire one company named Pogo and tell Pogo to go ahead and provide advertisement in all the state. Now, what Pogo is going to do is Pogo will go ahead and give the bill to the head office, but do the advertisement in all these three states. Now, because advertisement happens in all the 3 states, these 3 branches will get benefited, and hence they should be given the input tax credit. But the bill comes to the head office, and head office can go ahead and distribute. If head office goes ahead and takes the registration, Reliance head office, which is there in Mumbai for an example, can go ahead and take the registration as ISD. Remember, ISD registration is a separate registration and it's a compulsory registration under section number 24 if you want to distribute the credit. So chalo, let's go ahead and understand that supposingly Pogo went ahead and issued invoice. Supply of service was provided by Pogo, wherein advertisement was done by Pogo in Maharashtra, Kerala and Karnataka. Now what will happen? Pogo will go ahead and provide an invoice. Now if Pogo is within the same state, it will go ahead and charge CGST as GST. Sir, if it's an interstate supply, Pogo will go ahead and charge IGST. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir. Now, when Pogo goes ahead and gives the invoice, now this head office is going ahead and telling, this does not belong to me. This belongs to my branches. So, I will go ahead and distribute the credit to my branches. How will the credit be distributed? They will go ahead and distribute it to the branches which are being benefited out of the advertisement. For an example, if there was a service which was taken by the head office which was exclusively for one branch, then Baba, the distribution will be done for that branch only. Might be if the head office has gone ahead and taken credit which is for more than one branch, means sir, the service was taken for more than one branch, then the distribution will happen to those branches. Sir, distribution among such recipient. If sir, credit which is attributable, means the invoice has come, the input tax credit is there. Now this credit might be, if the advertisement ka benefit was for 3 branches, then the distribution will be done for 3 branches. Supposingly head office took the services and it was for the benefit of all the branches of Reliance, then the distribution will be done to all the branches. Remember this point. It is very, very important that sir, if ISD has received some service for one branch only, distribution to that branch. For more than one branch, distribute to for more than one branch. For all the branches, distribute to all the branches. Done, sir. Point is clear. The second point which you have to go ahead and remember over here is that, sir, whenever the distribution will be done, whenever the distribution is done by the ISD, the distribution is done on the basis of turnover of the preceding year when all the branches were available. For an example, now the advertisement bill which has come, the ITC which is there, has to be distributed to Maharashtra, Kerala and Karnataka branch. Now these 3 branches should be existing in the last year. Only if the last year ka turnover is there, on the basis of last year ka turnover ka ratio, current year mein every month you will go ahead and do the distribution. Sir, if last year ka preceding year ka data is not available, then take preceding quarter ka data when all the 3 branches were available, and on the basis of their turnover the distribution will be done. It says distribution always on the basis of turnover in state in the preceding year. Sir, if preceding year ka turnover is not there, take preceding quarter ka turnover and do the distribution. Then it says for which, means it should be preceding year or preceding quarter ka data when the details of turnover of all the recipients are available. And remember, when you take the turnover, please exclude central excise duty, state excise duty, VAT and CST. Now, everyone over here. Now the next point, everyone, how will the ISD go ahead and distribute? Remember always, the ISD to distribute always issues an ISD invoice. ISD invoice is as per section number 20, read with rule number 54. 54.1, if you remember, special circumstance mein how to issue the invoice, it was spoken by rule number 54.1. Now what will the ISD do is, ISD will go ahead and show this invoice in their GSTR1. GSTR1 mein when it is filing their monthly return, that is GSTR1, by the 13th of the next month, then the front party
the branches will receive the credit, means the credit will go to their GSTR 2A, 2A say 2B will get created, and sir 2B ka basis pe they will go ahead and take the credit. Now always remember one thing, if front party goes ahead and charges them, if front party goes ahead and charges the head office CGST and HGST, when the head office is distributing to within the same state the credit, then CGST HGST is distributed as CGST HGST, different state, then CGST HGST is distributed as IGST, different state, then the CGST HGST will always be distributed as whatever you want, IGST. Okay, sir, point is clear. Now, sir, if input tax credit is IGST, then remember one thing. If input tax credit is IGST, distribution in the same state or distribution in the different state always will be done as IGST. Remember, if CGST and HGST is there, then Baba, it will be distributed in the same state. If the branch is also within the same state as of the head office, then CGST, HGST will be distributed as CGST and HGST. But, sir, if CGST, HGST has to be distributed to different branch, Baba, which is there in different state, how will they take the credit of Maharashtra HGST? And hence, they are going ahead and telling CGST and HGST will be clubbed and will be distributed as IGST to a recipient basically who is in different state. And sir, supposingly the input tax credit is IGST, then how to distribute? IGST will be distributed within the same state or different state always as IGST. Sir, how will we distribute? C is the total amount of credit to be distributed. Total credit multiplied by one branch ka turnover divided by all branch ka turnover. Total bakwas formula. Sir, amount of credit to be distributed multiplied by turnover of the recipient and then divided by aggregate turnover of all the recipient. This is the distribution formula. Now, if you come on the left hand side, it says ISD is only for distribution of credit with respect to service, input and capital goods ka credit. Remember, in your exam, they will give you a point wherein input will be there and Baba, you will not see input. You will read it as input service and distribute the credit. Please remember, input and capital goods, you can't distribute the credit. Remember, in the exam, it will come. Okay, sir. Then ITC available shall be distributed in the same month only. You should do the distribution. Separately distribute eligible and ineligible credit. Whenever the ISD is distributing, it will distribute eligible credit also, block credit also. It is up to the branch whether they are eligible to take, then they can go ahead and take. If not eligible, don't take. The next one is separate distribution of CGST, SGST, UTGST and IGST is to be done by the branch. Then sir, always remember one thing. Whenever a branch wants to go ahead, now if this is the head office and head office wants to go ahead and give credit to the branch, then head office will always issue an ISD invoice. Always remember, when the credit is to be distributed branch co, then it will always issue an ISD invoice, and when the credit has to be reduced, always it will issue an ISD credit note. Always remember this point. Now, supposingly, what happened? The head office went ahead and distributed to one branch, branch A and branch B. Now, branch A ko extra 100 rupees was distributed and branch B ko 100 rupees less was distributed. How will they correct this situation? What they will do is, A ka credit has to be reduced because extra credit was distributed. So, A ko ISD credit note will be issued, and sir, B ko, because 100 rupees less was distributed, now it want to increase, then sir, again one ISD invoice will be issued to B. Always remember one thing, whenever there is wrong credit which is distributed, ITC wrongly ITC distribution by an ISD, then ISD will issue a credit note to reduce the credit of the wrong unit, and sir, to increase the credit, ISD will go ahead and issue an ISD invoice to the correct unit whose credit has to be increased. Both of them will be reported in GSTR 6 and Baba, it will reflect in your GSTR 2B. I hope this point is clear. Always remember, for an example, branch A ko credit has to be distributed this month. This month, branch A ko ISD invoice which was issued, that showed 1 lakh rupees. But sir, invoice made is showing 1 lakh, but ISD also issued to branch A one credit note, and credit note showed 1.1 lakh rupees. Then it is sir negative 10,000 rupees, and 10,000 negative will be added to the output tax liability of the branch. Always remember, if the credit note amount is more than the ITC distributed by the invoice, then sir, the negative amount will always be added to the branch ka output tax liability. Okay, sir. Now everyone listen to me very carefully. Sir, if the head office goes ahead and receives, everyone, if the head office goes ahead and receives I invoice from the supplier, if supplier gives invoices to the head office, then head office to distribute will go ahead and give ISD invoice. Supplier gives invoice, and sir, ISD will go ahead and issue to the branches which are under the same PAN. Always remember, distribution can be done only to the branch. Basically, those people who are under the same PAN, head office and branch ka PAN should be same. Okay, sir. Then, sir, they will give me tax invoice. I will give ISD invoice. They will go ahead and give me debit note. It means my credit goes up. To distribute, I will not give debit note. To distribute the credit, I will always give ISD invoice. They gave me credit note. The credit came down. I will also give ISD credit note so that the branches ka credit comes down. That's all is the point over here. The last one over here is right side. Sir, if the branch has gone ahead, and distributed some wrong credit, branch should always go ahead and rectify it by issuing credit note. But sir, supposingly the branch has distributed some extra credit and the branch doesn't go ahead and rectify. For an example, Karnataka branch ko some extra credit was distributed, then it is the responsibility of the branch. If excess distribution has been done, they should pay the amount voluntarily by using GST DRC 03 along with interest. They should pay the wrong credit which was given to them along with interest. ठीक है sir. And always remember, sir, then sir, if I don't go ahead and pay voluntarily, then they are going ahead and telling 73 and 74 mein demand order can be given. Okay, sir, what wrong did I do? ISD also did wrong by distributing the credit wrongly. Then they went ahead and told general penalty to ISD also will be given. Section number 122, 10,000 or the excess credit distributed whichever is higher, 10,000 or the excess credit distributed whichever is higher has to be paid by the ISD. Remember, this penalty is under CGST Act, similar penalty payable under SGST Act also. I hope the point is clear. Remember, for your ISD distribution, this point is important. Sir, how to distribute CGST, SGST and IGST distribution ratio is also important, and these notes which are there also should be taken care. Remember one thing, everyone. Remember one thing. Students go ahead and think ISD is very easy chapter. Yes, it's an easy chapter, but please solve question answers. Please solve question answers. If you don't solve question answers in the exam, if one question comes of 6 marks, you're gone. You'll not be able to do it. Remember, job work or ISD, 2 to 4 marks, they go ahead and ask. So I term this chapter job work or ISD as B graded so that 2 to 4 marks, in my opinion, 4 marks they can go ahead and ask. So please be very careful in the exam. Now all you do is solve question answers and you are done with the chapter. Closing my discussion on ISD.